When a venomous and haughty master of potions encounters the sweet-tongued and loquacious Ausace, there exists but one possibility. That is, the sparks of love fly wildly, and a fool's misunderstanding lasts not through the night. Chapter 98. Conversations in the Headmaster's Office, Part 2. Ausace was well aware of the elderly man's peculiar sense of humor. Thus, disregarding the old man's pained gaze, he proceeded to stow away a substantial portion of the lemon sorbet in his pocket. After taking what he desired, he deliberately looked up at Dumbledore and remarked, "I find it quite delectable and wish to bring some to my friends. I trust the headmaster does not mind." Dumbledore's words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. "Not at all," Ausace replied with a smile, then promptly delved into the matter at hand. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me, Headmaster Dumbledore?" Upon hearing Ausace's inquiry, Dumbledore concealed his amusement and spoke to Ausace with an apologetic tone. "I extend my sincerest apologies to Mr. Cavendish for Severus's inappropriate conduct." Ausace sighed softly, preparing to explain once more with a hint of resignation. "I believe the headmaster is aware of my recent instability in magical prowess. Professor was injured during the upheaval of my magic, hence he did not impose upon me. The substitute teaching was my own initiative, stemming from concern for his well-being. Such matters were unnecessary to conceal and could not be hidden from Dumbledore, so Ausace chose to be forthright. Dumbledore was, of course, privy to the true reasons and was merely indicating a stance while subtly probing Ausace. "Is that so?" He maintained his genial demeanor, his back relaxed, fingertips touching lightly as they rested on the table. "That is indeed splendid. Otherwise, I would find it exceedingly difficult to procure a potions professor of Severus's caliber on short notice." Noticing Dumbledore's gestures, Ausace's inner vigilance began to rise, though his outward expression remained one of curiosity. "How could that be? Professor Snape is so exceptional. Why would one seek a new professor? Mr. Cavendish's parents are currently on the Board of Governors, and I cannot help but worry that Severus's actions might offend them." "Ah, so that is what the headmaster meant. The governors indeed joined for my protection against bullying when I enrolled. Alas, they constantly fret over me, but I assure you, they will not act inappropriately towards Professor Snape." Ausace bore an expression of exasperation, yet could not suppress a smile, his eyes radiating joy. Observing such a sight, Dumbledore felt a simultaneous release of tension and a pang of sorrow. Such is the nature of family. Gazing at the mournful-eyed elder, Ausace continued, "Since you have broached this topic, I too have a matter to discuss with you, Headmaster Dumbledore." Dumbledore stifled his sadness, attentively regarding Ausace, signaling his readiness to listen. "What is it?" Ausace gathered his thoughts before articulating, "I intend to establish a special fund for potions in the name of the Board of Governors." "What does a special fund for potions entail?" Dumbledore inquired, somewhat perplexed by this novel concept. "It is a term derived from Muggle practices. Essentially, the Cavendish family will allocate a portion of galleons specifically for potions research, applicable to any potions-related study." Dumbledore, ever open to new ideas, swiftly embraced this terminology, nodding in acknowledgement while posing further questions. "Is it exclusively for potions?" "Indeed. Is there a limit on the amount?" "Naturally. What are the research outcomes? Should the researcher desire, they may sell their findings to our family. If not, we shall not impose." Dumbledore could not refrain from asking, "Are your parents aware of this initiative?" Ausace nodded affirmatively. "They are indeed aware and fully support my endeavors." A remarkable initiative, Dumbledore thought to himself, genuinely astonished by Ausace's capacity to achieve such a feat and the Cavendish family's willingness to do so. It is important to note that the galleons required for potions research typically begin in the thousands, and they have no claims over the research results. Dumbledore promptly recognized the significance of this matter. "Then how will this fund, the Special Potions Fund, be utilized?" Ausace produced a prepared document and handed it to Dumbledore. "This outlines my father's requirements for those utilizing the funds, as well as the application process. Aside from Professor Snape, who requires no application and may access the funds directly, all others must adhere to the procedures outlined herein." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore could not help but cast a glance at Ausace. It seemed this child was genuinely grateful to Severus. One must understand that the majority of the funds would undoubtedly benefit Severus, the potions professor. This effectively equated to providing Severus with unlimited financial resources for his potions research. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the document Ausace had submitted. It was meticulously crafted with hardly any loopholes. The Duke of Cavendish has considered every detail. This is my father's modified version of a Muggle system, resulting in this document. Hearing the term Muggle a second time from Ausace, Dumbledore felt compelled to probe further into Ausace's perspective on Muggles. Muggles? Perspective? Ausace shot Dumbledore a puzzled glance. I hold no particular opinion. They are merely people, after all. The novel expression piqued Dumbledore's interest. Are you implying that you do not perceive any distinction between them and wizards? Headmaster Dumbledore, your inquiry is misdirected. Differences exist among all individuals, between wizards and between muggles and muggles as well. If one must compare the relationship between muggles and wizards. Ausace paused, selecting a term he deemed fitting. One could merely say each has their strengths. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled brightly upon hearing this response from Ausace. What a remarkably astute child, he murmured indistinctly. Ausace, unable to discern what was said, looked at him quizzically. Dumbledore set his hands down and placed the document aside, presenting a new query. Who will manage this special potions fund? My father's stance is flexible. If you manage it, our family will send representatives to oversee the flow of funds. If it falls under our management, my father will assign someone specifically for this task. Dumbledore stroked his beard, pondering who at Hogwarts could adequately oversee such a substantial fund. Ultimately, he regrettably concluded that no professors at Hogwarts would have the time to manage such a large sum. Let it be managed by you. Ausace had no objections, having anticipated this outcome. No problem. I shall write to inform my father immediately. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this special potions fund should be ready for official use by next week. After noting Dumbledore's requirements, Ausace set aside his quill, fixing his gaze upon the elder as he stated. There is one final matter. I hope the incident regarding my magical surge does not become public knowledge within Hogwarts. Dumbledore did not press for explanations and readily acquiesced. Of course, that shall not be an issue. I will remind the other professors. Chapter 101. The unveiling of the substitute teacher's circumstances. Is it truly limited to potions? Are there no alternatives? After acquiescing to Ausace's demands, Dumbledore remained somewhat unconvinced, endeavoring to seek additional benefits for Hogwarts. Ausace, however, was resolute. My father mentioned that alchemy could suffice, yet regrettably, Hogwarts does not offer such a course. Alchemy? Dumbledore felt a flicker of interest, but ultimately relinquished the notion. The professors and students of Hogwarts had never been acquainted with the profound intricacies of alchemy. Establishing such a course merely for the sake of financial support could yield counterproductive results. Very well, I share in your regret, he mused, stroking his beard wistfully. Observing Dumbledore's resolution, Ausace proposed to take his leave. The pressure of being in the presence of such a sagacious elder was quite overwhelming. Is there anything else, Professor Dumbledore? I must write to my father. Dumbledore waved his hand cheerfully. No. Thank you to the Cavendish family for their support of Hogwarts. Please convey my regards to your father and mother. Ausace rose, offering a slight bow while meeting Dumbledore's gaze directly. Certainly, it is our honor. Straightening up, he casually glanced at a particular spot without pausing, then turned and departed the headmaster's office with measured steps. A remarkably intelligent and exceptional child, would you not agree, Severus? Dumbledore remarked, gazing at the closed door with a sense of contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, Snape had emerged silently, standing beside Dumbledore and regarding the entrance without comment. Dumbledore turned to him. You have heard about the potion funding, Severus. What are your thoughts? It is a gesture of winning hearts. I cannot believe you fail to recognize it. Snape retorted impatiently. Dumbledore stroked his beard. Let us not speak so harshly, Severus. This is a matter of mutual benefit. We secure financial backing while they gain goodwill. That family is quite the embodiment of a competent Slytherin, Dumbledore mused. Snape snorted derisively, unflinchingly undermining Dumbledore's perspective. Are you lamenting the fact that his parents were students at Durmstrang? Dumbledore merely smiled enigmatically. He is not after their galleons. After a moment of silence, Snape finally voiced his lingering question. Have you obtained the answers you sought? Dumbledore responded vaguely, providing Snape with an ambiguous reply. Perhaps. Snape's countenance darkened at this response. Damn that old bee, it is always like this. If you do not trust him, why summon him? In a fit of anger, he flung his black cloak aside, refusing to waste any more time with Dumbledore, and stormed out of the headmaster's office. In a corner just outside the headmaster's office, Ausace, concealed by the disillusionment charm, used a mirror to observe Snape's furious exit. Is the professor upset? Ausace furrowed his brow. Why? The potion funding? It is no surprise that the master of potions could discern his intentions. Indeed, there are personal interests at play, albeit minimal. Furthermore, he placed no restrictions upon the master of potions, did he? No, it is certainly not his fault. If it is not him, then the issue lies with Dumbledore. Ausace analyzed the situation, ultimately attributing the problem to Dumbledore. In a sense, he had unraveled the truth. After standing still for a moment, waiting until Snape's figure was entirely out of sight, Ausace emerged to send his letter from the Ollery. As he walked towards the Ollery, he reflected on the conversation in the headmaster's office, uncertain if he had inadvertently revealed anything inappropriate in Dumbledore's presence. Upon reaching the Ollery, following his usual practice, Ausace selected an owl based on its affinity, fed it, and dispatched his letter. After sending off the letter, Ausace produced another, calling out, Nina. Nina appeared in response. What does young Master Ausace require of Nina? Nina promises to fulfill the task. Ausace handed her the letter. Deliver this to my father or mother. And be cautious not to let anyone at Hogwarts discover it. Nina understands. Nina will certainly accomplish young Master Ausace's task. Nina accepted the letter, bowed in farewell to Ausace, and then vanished from the Ollery. After dispatching both letters, Ausace turned and made his way towards the Slytherin common room. Before he could reach the common room, Ausace spotted a small badger hesitating at the entrance. Noticing its indecision, Ausace approached politely. Are you looking for someone? Would you like me to summon them? The little badger was startled by the sudden voice and turned sharply. Upon seeing Ausace, the creature seemed even more nervous. Taking a gentle breath, it addressed Ausace. Hello. I am Cedric Diggory, and I was looking for you. May I trouble you for a moment? Just a brief while, I promise. The badger's soft brown eyes fixed on Ausace. Certainly. Shall we converse here? Perhaps we could find a more secluded spot? Ausace gestured towards an unoccupied corner. And upon Cedric's nod, he led the way. Cedric followed closely behind. Once they reached the secluded corner, Ausace halted and turned to face Cedric. What brings you to seek me? Cedric nervously bit his lip, his eyes reflecting remorse. I am here to apologize. I regret that we caused a commotion, which disturbed the professors. Although you did not mind our actions, I believe we owe you an apology. This matter was indeed presumptuous on our part. An apology, you say? Ausace raised an eyebrow in surprise. Subsequently, he learned from Cedric the entire sequence of events. One afternoon, after attending Transfiguration class, Ausace's hurried figure as a substitute teacher left the little badgers feeling quite sympathetic. Reflecting on Ausace's usual fairness towards them, akin to the Slytherins, they felt even more sorrowful. However, the little badgers, known for their gentle nature, were incapable of acting outlandishly. That was until Fred and George arrived with a group of lions. On that day, aside from the little snakes who refrained from participating due to their house head's influence, even some of the little eagles joined in. They began to whisper about Ausace along the pathways frequented by every professor at Hogwarts. Once they were certain every professor had heard, the young wizards from each house inadvertently exposed Ausace's hardships before their own head. Fred and George even embellished the tale before Professor McGonagall, claiming to be Ausace's friends. Thus, under various pressures, Professor McGonagall felt compelled to inform Headmaster Dumbledore. Chapter 102, The Special Funding. Having recounted the events, Cedric averted his gaze, feeling guilty at the prospect of facing Ausace. To Ausace's surprise, he did not anticipate that they would interpret the situation in such a manner. He smiled wryly, reassuring Cedric. You are not at fault. It is I who failed to consider the matter thoroughly. I should have clarified everything from the outset. Upon hearing Ausace's words, Cedric relaxed considerably, subtly signaling behind his back. Ausace noticed but said nothing, having already deduced that a group of young wizards was lurking in the corridor. Therefore, there is no need for you to apologize. Moreover, in this situation, it is not I who should be receiving apologies, but rather Professor Snape. Ausace continued. Cedric nodded in agreement. We will go and apologize to Professor Snape. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Ausace experienced a rare moment of fondness for the young wizard hailing from Hufflepuff. Take them back with you. There's no need to hide there any longer, he chuckled, pointing at the young wizards who were attempting to conceal themselves behind Cedric. The small badgers squeezed together, pushing several of their number into the open. Cedric turned around, his face flushing with embarrassment at the unreliability of his classmates. He hastily bid farewell to Ausace and hurried towards his peers. Ausace smiled, observing Cedric leading the bashful group of badgers away from the entrance of the Slytherin common room. They waved goodbye to Ausace before departing. Mimicking their gesture, Ausace waved back. How delightfully innocent. Carter stepped outside, watching the retreating badgers. It would be inaccurate to label them as merely innocent. Within them, I discerned a semblance of chivalry. Well, perhaps a hint of it. Chivalry? It seems you ought to familiarize yourself with some Muggle knowledge. Ausace cast a sidelong glance at the bewildered Carter before turning back into the common room, leaving Carter in a state of confusion. By the way, isn't tomorrow the weekend? You should make a trip to Hogsmeade tomorrow to meet with Vincent. The potion fund will henceforth be your responsibility alongside him. Vincent will handle matters off campus while you manage those on campus. Ausace suddenly poked his head out from the common room to instruct Carter. Upon hearing the serious matter, Carter immediately shifted to a serious demeanor. Understood, sir. Seeing him acknowledge, Ausace nodded and retreated once more. The following day, Carter prepared himself early and ventured to Hogsmeade, arriving at the Three Broomsticks according to the address Ausace had given him. Inside, Madame Rosmerta lazily glanced at the entering Carter, only to dismiss him upon realizing he was just a young wizard. Hello, I am looking for Mr. Vincent. Upon hearing this, Madame Rosmerta scrutinized Carter more closely. She then straightened herself and ascended the stairs. Follow me. Following Madame Rosmerta, Carter arrived at a room on the second floor. He is inside. You may enter. With that, Madame Rosmerta turned and descended the stairs. Steadying himself, Carter raised his hand to knock on the door. Come in. A clear voice responded from within. Carter pushed the door open to find a young man reclining on a sofa, looking up at him. Mr. Carter? That's me. After confirming Carter's identity, Vincent stood and shook his hand. Greetings, I am Vincent, the off-campus supervisor for the potion fund. Carter reciprocated the handshake. Hello, I've heard about you from Sir. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they both settled onto the sofa to discuss the intricacies of the potion fund. They spent nearly an entire day clarifying the relevant details. Is that all for today? I should return to Hogwarts. Otherwise, I might breach regulations. Carter rubbed his throbbing temples and addressed Vincent, who was still busy scribbling notes. Vincent did not look up. All right, you may head back. I will finalize this portion, and we can discuss it directly tomorrow at the same time. Immediately, Carter felt his head throb even more. Understood. In the Slytherin common room, Ausace was engrossed in a book while seated on a sofa beside the fireplace. Carter wearily entered the common room. You're back? How did it go? Ausace inquired casually, his eyes still glued to the pages. Beside him, Eliza sipped her tea, taking a perverse delight in Carter's evident exhaustion, suddenly losing any envy she may have harbored regarding his new position. Carter sank onto the sofa, his usual retorts for Eliza absent for the first time. He made an effort to remain objective. Mr. Vincent is quite serious and diligent. Ausace looked up, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed Carter struggling to articulate his thoughts. Indeed, Vincent's personality is rather earnest, which is precisely why his father entrusted him with this task. Just hang in there. I won't fall short compared to him, Carter declared, as if something had triggered within him, sitting upright and assuring Ausace. However, he soon slouched again. Nevertheless, I fear I may not be suited for financial management. Carter expressed his discontent, having realized today that he struggled to grasp various financial issues. I understand. However, at present, I lack individuals in the school whom I can utilize, and Eliza is not yet of an age to venture to Hogsmeade. Upon hearing Ausace's words, Carter suddenly recalled someone and hesitantly gazed at him. Speak your mind. Sir, I do have a candidate in mind. From what I know, he is a Muggle-born wizard who has experience dealing with Muggle businesses. Who? Duvashir, a fifth-year student. Ausace seemed to have some recollection of this individual, his mind racing through memories. Where had he heard the name before? Wait, are you saying he is a Muggle-born wizard? Indeed. Carter found Ausace's reaction somewhat perplexing. In his memory, Ausace did not seem to harbor any disdain for Muggle-borns, which was why he refrained from using any derogatory terms. Do not overthink it. Ausace glanced at Carter, immediately discerning his thoughts. I merely recalled why this name sounded familiar. Carter chuckled ruefully. Was that not a reasonable assumption? Eliza shot him a disdainful glance before inquiring of Ausace. Where have you heard of this person? Not seen, merely heard, from Fred and George. There was something else Ausace left unsaid. He had also heard the name from a professor during a previous conversation about blood status. If his suspicions were correct, the professor's interest in this individual stemmed from his lineage. Chapter 103, The Stalker. What do you think of this person? Ausace mused, directing his gaze toward Carter. After a moment's thought, Carter replied, He seems intelligent and enjoys reading. As he spoke, he perhaps realized his assertion was somewhat absurd, and his voice trailed off. Eliza regarded this utterly unreliable assessment with mental scorn. Carter felt somewhat helpless. After all, they were not in the same year, and knowing as much as he did was already quite commendable. Unexpectedly, Eliza interjected, He generally keeps to himself. His fellow Slytherins of the same year tend to shun him. But he seems indifferent to it. Strangely, they only ostracize him without any actual harm. She paused, then tentatively added, Some upperclassmen mentioned that the headmaster once lost his temper with him, which deterred others from overstepping. Moreover, he can typically be found in the library, often spending the entire day there. Academically, he excels in potions and herbology. Eliza delivered her insights in one breath. Carter stared at her, dumbfounded, stammering. How do you know so much? Do you like him? Hearing this, Eliza shot him a sidelong glance before explaining to Aces. He is quite handsome and gives off a cold aura, making him rather popular among the girls. Naturally, sir, you are even more well-liked. But as for you, I have genuinely not heard of you. She then scrutinized Carter with a critical eye. Eliza's scrutinizing gaze immediately incited Carter's irritation. He retorted angrily. I haven't heard your name among the boys either. I do not care about that, Eliza replied, her face devoid of concern. You. Enough, Aces interjected, halting their squabble. Carter, you should reach out to him and ascertain whether he is worthy of our trust. Carter felt a twinge of resentment, now viewing Duvashir with a measure of disdain. However, he could not dismiss Aces's intentions and could only suppress his frustration, responding with a muffled acknowledgement. You should go rest. You've had a long day, he suggested. There is no need to rush on this matter. As long as it's settled before Christmas, we'll be fine. With just a week until Christmas. That aligns perfectly with the deadline Aces has agreed to. He added, I have no issues with it. I'm not one of those idle individuals. As he spoke, Carter cast a provocative glance at Elise. Uninterested in engaging with him, and equally dismissive of this childish behavior, both Elise and Aces opted to return to their respective rooms, leaving Carter grinning like a fool. Time seemed to pass remarkably swiftly amidst the flurry of activity. At least, that was how Carter perceived it. He found himself shuttling daily between Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, juggling discussions with Vincent regarding the allocation of special funding while stealthily shadowing Duval like a stalker. During this period, he had violated school rules more than he had in the entirety of the past 3 years. Fortunately, thanks to the alchemical map recently crafted by Aces, he had managed to evade detection and avoid losing points. In the Hogwarts library, for what felt like the umpteenth time, Duval sensed someone observing him. He lifted his gaze from his book, scanning the vicinity for suspicious figures, but, as with previous occasions, he found nothing amiss. Undeterred, he lowered his gaze and resumed reading. Having nearly grown accustomed to the feeling of being watched, behind the bookshelves, Carter barely managed to conceal himself. Damn it, how is this person so alert? This is the umpteenth time I've nearly been caught. He grumbled irritably. If Aces were aware of his thoughts, he would likely remind him that this was hardly what one would call high alertness, considering a certain potions master could be startled by even the briefest of glances. Checking the time, Carter began to count down. 3, 2, 1. No sooner had he uttered the last number than Duval stood up, returned his book, and exited the library. Does this person have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Carter thought to himself. For an entire week, Duval had left the library at this very hour. Following this, Carter found it impossible to continue his pursuit. He retrieved the alchemical map from behind the shelves. Observing Duval's name move across the parchment until it came to a halt in the Slytherin common room. Self-disciplined freak. Carter couldn't help but scoff again. How could someone with such a rigid routine attract any female attention? With the results in hand, Carter put down the book he had used as a cover and turned to leave the library. Despite his reluctance, Christmas arrived swiftly. This year, Aces once again did not return home for the holidays, as the Duke and Anna had gone on a trip to celebrate their victory over that organization. Abandoned, Aces was doomed to spend his second Christmas at Hogwarts. Early in the morning, Aces retrieved the gifts he had prepared in advance, setting one aside and entrusting the rest to Nina for delivery. Holding the sole remaining gift, he made his way to the dungeons. The frigid winter air rendered the dungeons colder than ever. As he walked through the bone-chilling corridors, Aces couldn't help but worry about Snape in the cellar. It was even colder there, and the professor was reluctant to light the fireplace. He had always done so himself. Perhaps it was because he had been present at the time, which had kept the professor from saying anything. But now that he was alone, it would surely be the same as before. Aces's gaze fell, unable to quell his inner concern, his thumb unconsciously brushing against the alchemical ring on his index finger. Perhaps I should give the professor the robe? He mused. He had later added a temperature-regulating enchantment to the robe, which would be perfect for the professor. After all, there were no rules stipulating that Christmas gifts had to be singular. Aces quickly resolved the fate of the robe with a sense of delight. At the wooden door of the cellar, Miss Medusa lazily lifted her eyelids, half asleep. Ah, it's you, Mr. Cavendish. What brings you here? Noticing her nearly hibernating state from the cold draft, Aces raised his hand to cast a warming charm on her. I'm here to find the professor and deliver a Christmas gift. Is he in? With the warming charm taking effect, Miss Medusa managed to perk up. The headmaster is inside. You may go in. With that, she opened the grand door. Aces stepped inside. Upon entering the cellar, the first thing Aces did was wave his wand to separate the potions needing to avoid heat, and then he ignited the fireplace. The warmth from the fire quickly dispelled the chill of the cellar. Aces surveyed the surroundings, noticing that the potions master was absent. His gaze then fell upon the closed door of the potions room. Seeing a sliver of light seeping through the crack, he felt a tinge of resignation. Is the professor working year-round? Even on Christmas, he is brewing potions? Setting down the gift in his hands, Assis hesitated for a moment before gently knocking on the potions room door and softly calling out, "Professor?" No response came from within. But Assis knew the potions master had undoubtedly heard him. Not wanting to disturb the brewing process, he remained silent, waiting patiently at the door. After a considerable pause, the door finally swung open. Snape emerged, holding a potion. He first cast a glance at Assis standing in the doorway before moving to the potion cabinet to place the potion down. "What brings the affluent Mr. Assis to this humble cellar?" Snape inquired, folding his arms and fixing his gaze on Assis. "Affluent? Are you referring to the matter of the special funding for potions?" "That's not my wealth. It's my father's," Assis replied, gesturing toward the gift on the table. "I'm here to play Santa Claus. Aren't you curious?" "Professor?" Snape glanced at the neatly wrapped presents on the table. He was indeed a bit curious, but did not want to reveal that to Assis. Letting out a dismissive hum. Since when has Mr. Assis taken on the role of Santa Claus? Compared to him, it seems that Dumbledore resembles Santa more. Perhaps he could drop enough galleons to have the idle Dumbledore play Santa for him? The suggestion in Snape's words sparked a light in Assis's mind. However, after contemplating Dumbledore's overly sweet tastes for a moment, he regretfully abandoned that thought. "You're not wrong. Dumbledore does resemble Santa quite a bit. Perhaps I'll try your idea next time, but for now, I'm determined to be Santa this Christmas." At this, Snape raised an eyebrow, glancing toward a bucket in the corner. "Since Mr. Assis has time to double as Santa Claus, perhaps you should tend to those slugs over there. Didn't you come here to deliver gifts? How did it turn into a chore?" With a resigned sigh, Assis removed his school robe, rolled up his sleeves, and approached the corner, deftly putting on gloves. "You go ahead and unwrap the gifts, Professor. I'll handle this." Snape showed no signs of politeness, walking to the table and picking up the beautifully wrapped gift. Before unwrapping, he waved his wand, causing the fireplace to blaze more brightly. Upon tearing open the package, as soon as he glimpsed the corner of the contents, he recognized it instantly. Eagerly, he hastened to extract the book within with utmost care. "Where did you find this book?" "I remember not having seen it at Cavendish Manor before," Snape inquired, his eyes fixated on the volume in his hands. Assis, meanwhile, continued to handle the potion ingredients before responding. "It wasn't he in the house. My father received it from a dilapidated nobleman. I recall you mentioning it before, so I thought I'd keep it." The potions master, momentarily preoccupied with the book, did not respond to Assis's banter, his full attention consumed by the treasure he had just unearthed. Carefully, he cast a protective spell on the book before using a duplication charm. Assis, receiving no reply, was not surprised and bent his head to continue managing the slug slime in his hands. Having tidied up all the materials strewn across the floor, Assis rose to clean himself before making his way towards the engrossed potions master. Noticing that the master was deeply absorbed in his reading, Assis deliberately positioned himself beside the hearth, casting a shadow over the flickering flames. The dimming light caused the master to pause his page turning, and with evident reluctance, he lifted his gaze to meet Assis, who obstructed his illumination. "Is there something you need?" Assis, feeling a twinge of exasperation, wondered if he was truly so unwelcome. With his left hand brushing over the alchemical ring on his right, he produced a robe. "Have you had your fill of Christmas cheer, Professor? Perhaps you would like to try on this robe?" Severus Snape frowned at the sight of the silver-white garment in Assis's hands, his reluctance palpable. Understanding his distaste, Assis preemptively remarked, "It is an alchemical robe, capable of changing colors and self-cleaning. Would you care to try it on?" Assis earnestly encouraged. Snape accepted the robe, scrutinizing it closely. The texture, unicorn hair? Indeed. As Snape draped the robe over his shoulders, it instantly conformed to his form, the black hue radiating from the collar. In no time, the entire robe transformed into a deep black, with only the hem faintly shimmering with arcane runes, a remnant of Assis's aesthetic choice. The cloak's transformation into a pure black did not appear jarring on Snape. Rather, the subtly visible enchantments enhanced his enigmatic presence. "It suits you perfectly, Professor," Assis complimented genuinely. "It also has temperature regulation capabilities." As Snape donned the robe, a wave of warmth enveloped him, prompting an involuntary relaxation of his posture. Indeed, and it features protective and restorative enchantments. As long as it is not reduced to mere scraps, it can mend itself. Although Snape's knowledge of alchemy was limited, he recognized the robe's exceptional value and promptly removed it. Observing his action, Assis straightened. "Professor, we have 2 alchemists in our household." The implication being that the robe held little value for him. After a moment's pause, Assis added, "Moreover, I crafted it myself. I am yet to master the creation of protective enchantments infused with emotions, so it is not as precious as you might think." Emotional crafting? Snape echoed slowly. It is a rather advanced alchemical technique. A wizard's emotions significantly influence spellcasting and the creation of alchemical items. Intense emotions can amplify the potency of runes beyond their inherent power. I am not yet capable of this. My mother suggests I lack sufficient experience. Acesis, slightly perplexed, inquired further, Professor, what experiences should I seek? Snape regarded the confused Acesis on the sofa with a complex expression, remaining silent. Professor? Snape averted his gaze, stating, You will come to understand in due time. My mother said the same, Acesis replied, leaning back with a hint of melancholy. Snape placed the robe on the table and retrieved a book from the shelf. Sitting up with anticipation, Acesis watched him closely, knowing this must be his Christmas gift. Snape handed the book to Acesis, who eagerly opened it to reveal an old potions textbook. His fingers traced the name on the pages, Half-Blood Prince. Snape's expression darkened. Damn troll. Acesis continued flipping through the pages, discovering them densely annotated. Suddenly, a familiar name caught his eye. The Sectum Sempra? Professor? That is a spell I devised myself. Although his tone remained flat, Acesis detected a subtle pride beneath the surface. He felt as though Snape's eyes were gleaming with a rare brilliance. The professor truly was remarkable. Few in the magical community could create their own spells, especially during their student years. Acesis, keenly attuned to the moment, offered his praise. Chapter 105, The Potions Master's Textbook. Snape's expression remained unchanged as he gestured with his chin for Acesis to continue reading. Thus, Acesis lowered his gaze, delving deeper into the text. The pages were filled with Snape's meticulous annotations. In addition to commentary, Snape had noted numerous corrections and recorded more efficient methods than those presented in the textbook. As Acesis perused Snape's remarks and amendments, the previously obscure concepts became clear, and the awkward passages found resolution. He scanned the pages, his fingertips gliding over the hasty script, pausing at a conspicuous ink blot. This abrupt mark, combined with the nearby scrawled writing, painted a vivid picture in Acesis' mind. A younger Snape, struck by inspiration, hastily opening the book to record his thoughts, only to accidentally spill ink in his fervor. This impulsive Snape seemed worlds apart from the exacting potions master who would ensure that every button was fastened to perfection. Unable to contain himself, Acesis let out a quiet chuckle. Upon hearing his laughter, Snape's expression remained unchanged, though his head turned slightly to discern what had amused Acesis. Feeling the potions master's gaze upon him, Acesis stifled his mirth, purposefully avoiding Snape's countenance as he closed the book. Thank you, Professor. I truly appreciate this Christmas gift. Snape. His mood, darkened by the lack of response, promptly ushered him out. In the next moment, Acesis found himself standing at the dungeon door, disheveled by the wind. Had he really been cast out? Was he dismissed immediately after receiving his gift? With a heavy heart, Acesis turned to leave the dungeon. As he vacantly wandered, he happened upon Carter, who had just returned from Hogsmeade, their paths intersecting. Carter, clutching a thick stack of parchment, scrutinized Acesis with a mix of curiosity and concern. Sir, where have you been? You seem quite perplexed. Carter carefully selected his words to avoid provoking Acesis. Raising his gaze to meet Carter's, Acesis inquired, Did you receive the Christmas gift I sent? Do you like it? I received your gift. Thank you, sir. I truly appreciate it. Although puzzled as to why Acesis would ask such a question, Carter responded earnestly. And after receiving a gift, one would ponder. Acesis abruptly halted mid-sentence. What? Carter, perplexed, wondered why Acesis had trailed off. Never mind, it is of no consequence. How did the task I assigned you fare? Acesis abandoned his inquiry, redirecting to the matter at hand. At the mention of business, Carter suppressed his curiosity and earnestly reported, The task is nearly complete. We only require a fixed empty classroom as a base for processing applications. An empty classroom? Acesis frowned, realizing he had forgotten to mention this to Dumbledore. It was impossible for him to seek out Dumbledore now, not to mention he had no idea if Dumbledore was even present at Hogwarts. After a moment of contemplation, he turned and said, Follow me. Without further question, Carter fell and stepped behind Acesis. However, as they walked, Carter's pace began to slow, hesitantly glancing towards the familiar direction. Sir, are we headed to the dungeon? Yes, to request an empty classroom in Slytherin. Our head of house should be able to grant you one directly. Noticing Carter's hesitation, Acesis looked back, puzzled. Is there a problem? No, nothing at all. Then let us proceed. Once again roused from slumber by disturbances, Miss Medusa raised her head impatiently. Mr. Cavendish, is it you again? Ever since Acesis' arrival, she had found herself frequently working overtime to open the door, often being met with the slamming of doors by the irate potions master. Reflecting on the grievances of recent days, she flicked her tongue, her cold, slitted pupils shifting between Acesis and Carter. It is evident that a sudden visit to the cellar has disturbed Miss Medusa's repose, leaving her in a state of ire. Both Aces and Carter can perceive her displeasure. However, Carter's attention is diverted to another matter. His eyes narrow slightly as they fixate on Aces. Again? So, sir, you just returned from the cellar? Aces pays no heed to Carter's inquisitive gaze, instead directing his attention towards the cellar door, where an irate Miss Medusa awaits. I genuinely require the professor for an important matter. I apologize for the intrusion, Miss Medusa. Perhaps I could craft you a warming alchemical tool next time? Aces' words gradually assuage Miss Medusa's vexation. She flicks her tongue, regarding Aces with curiosity, hissing softly. No wonder the headmaster calms down so swiftly. What? Aces fails to catch her murmured words. Nothing. You may enter, she replies, and with that, she opens the grand door. With his objective achieved, Aces dismisses her earlier remarks and proceeds into the cellar with Carter. Inside, having just seen someone off, the potions master, lounging on a sofa and engrossed in a book, scowls at the sight of Aces' return. He sets aside his tome, glaring at the two who have entered. Carter, trailing behind Aces, feels a surge of trepidation upon encountering the potions master's irritable gaze, his anxiety intensifying as he unconsciously slows his pace. Meanwhile, Aces appears oblivious to Carter's apprehension, approaching Professor Snape with an air of ease. Professor, we require an empty classroom to process funding applications. Snape furrows his brow, perplexed as to why these matters have fallen to him. Should they not be directed towards that infernal old bee? Yet he recalls that he himself may not even be able to locate that errant old bee. Consequently, Snape's expression darkens further. Blast it. I should have prevented Professor McGonagall from assisting that old bee with managing the school, thus sparing me from his aimless wanderings each day. An irate Snape silently chastises Dumbledore in his mind. Simultaneously, fearing the wrath of the potions master might halt the production of the strengthening solution, Dumbledore, who is rarely found in the headmaster's office, sneezes violently, scattering letters across the desk. Has he caught a cold? Dumbledore muses, picking up a letter and casting a diagnostic spell upon himself. No. How curious, he contemplates, stroking his beard. Back in the cellar, Snape retracts his gaze and addresses Aces and Carter. You may choose any empty classroom in Slytherin. With his permission granted, Aces leads Carter out of the cellar. Aware that the potions master now wishes to return to his reading, there are numerous vacant classrooms in Slytherin. And considering that the funding applications are not exclusive to Slytherin students, Aces and Carter opt for the one at the far end. Once they have selected the classroom, Aces brandishes his wand, and in an instant, the barren room is infused with magical energy, the overwhelming magical pressure causing Carter to involuntarily step back. Stunned, Carter gazes at Aces, realizing that in such a brief span, Aces' magical prowess has grown exponentially since their confrontation with the Horcrux. Chapter 106, Change of Funding Management Personnel. Under the influence of Aces' immense power, the modest classroom swiftly transforms into an office imbued with Slytherin aesthetics. Elegantly crafted furniture is arranged with precision, adorned with deep green accents. After arranging the interior decor, Aces once again waves his wand, inscribing Potion's special funding management upon the wooden door. Satisfied with his handiwork, he sets down his wand and surveys the results. What do you think? Very impressive, Carter replies, still taken aback by Aces' formidable magic. Noticing Carter's response, Aces casts him a disdainful glance. The rest is for you to ascertain, he retorts before turning to leave. Time flies swiftly, especially during the Christmas holiday, making it seem even more fleeting. As the break concludes, the young wizards gradually return to Hogwarts, ready to embark on their new semester. Coincidentally, it is also the day the potion's special funding officially commences. The heads of houses enthusiastically support the initiative, bolstered by their favorable impressions of Aces, and thus promote it within their respective houses. To Aces and Carter's surprise, the first applicant for funding is Duval, the very individual they had pre-selected to manage the finances. In the funding management office, Carter and Duval exchange bewildered glances across the desk. Duval regards Carter, who has been scrutinizing him since his entry, with a look of confusion, a strange sense of familiarity stirring within him. He silently attempts to recall where he might have encountered Carter, but the memory eludes him. Noticing Duval's puzzled expression, Carter jolts, apprehensive that this meticulous individual might indeed possess an uncanny intuition. Daring not to let Duval's thoughts wander further, he hastily interjects, Are you here to apply for the potion's special funding? Upon hearing this, Duval's gaze shifts to Carter with a hint of peculiarity, while Carter internally berates himself for his clumsiness. No, are you certain you wish to apply? Duval nods in confirmation. I am certain. Seeing him acquiesce, Carter produces the prepared application form. Please fill this out. Then return tomorrow at the same time to collect your results. Duval takes up the quill and begins to write on the application. As he awaits, Carter dares not look at Duval again, fearful that he might discover he has been covertly following him. Once Duval completes and submits the form, Carter exhales in relief. Thankfully, he was not discovered, otherwise his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. He slumps into his chair, feeling a mix of relief and gratitude. Meanwhile, Aces, having finished his class, recalls that the potion's special funding officially launches today and cannot resist taking a peek. Upon opening the door, he finds Carter slumped over in his chair, eyes shut, seemingly asleep. Aces stands at the entrance, uncertain of what to say. Although he has gradually acclimated to Carter's unreliability in recent days, he did not anticipate that it could reach such heights. Ahem. Aces clears his throat softly, attempting to alert Carter of his presence. Startled awake by the sound, Carter sits up abruptly, his bleary eyes focusing on the doorway. Hello, do you need to apply for the potion's special funding? He instinctively recites his opening line. It's me. Aces replies with a hint of exasperation, prompting Carter to finally recognize him. Relaxing once more, he leans back and greets Aces. Sir, you're here. Only Duval came to apply today. He yawns, stretching. Aces leans against the doorframe, observing the drowsy Carter with sincerity. Are you feeling quite fatigued? Just as he finishes his inquiry, he hears footsteps approaching from behind. Carter, unable to contain himself, launches into a tirade. Indeed, a bit. I haven't been sleeping well lately. Perhaps it's because I've been with Duval for too long. Even my dreams are about him. Before Aces can intervene, Carter has already divulged his thoughts. So it turns out the disturbance was you following me? Duval, initially intending to return for consultation, unexpectedly discovers that he has been shadowed. Carter instantly perks up, regarding Aces with alarm as he glances over his shoulder. Aces stands at the entrance, caught between entering and retreating. In that moment, he comprehends Snape's discomfort when he uttered the words Half-Blood Prince. It is impolite to turn one's back on others, and with his refined upbringing, Aces cannot bring himself to leave someone waiting in the lurch. After a brief hesitation, he turned his body and addressed the astonished Duval at the door. Would you mind coming in for a conversation? Duval glanced at Aces, then at Carter, ultimately nodding in agreement with Aces' suggestion. The Potion Fund Management Office. Aces reclined leisurely on the sofa, observing the rigid figures of Carter and Duval. Carter looked to Aces for help, but Aces coldly rejected his silent plea with a glance. He had made it clear from the outset not to follow him. It was Carter's own choice to disregard that advice. And now that he had been caught by the very person in question, there was no way for Aces to assist him. Duval watched the interaction between the two, and, lost in thought, his gaze toward Aces became peculiar. Aces keenly sensed something amiss in Duval's expression. Although he was uncertain about what Duval was contemplating, his instincts urged him to clarify the situation. Sitting up straight, his demeanor serious, Aces fixed his dark pupils on Duval. Mr. Hill, I am Aces Cavendish, the investor in this potion fund. As the investor, it is imperative that I identify an individual with the requisite capabilities to manage the funds, and Carter recommended you to me. However, due to the implications this matter has on the collaboration between Hogwarts and the Cavendish family, the candidate for managing the funds must possess impeccable character and be trustworthy. Consequently, Carter was obliged to observe you to ascertain whether you merit our trust. Upon finishing his explanation, Aces scrutinized Duval's expression. Duval maintained a calm demeanor, yet the slight dilation of his pupils and the constriction of his eyelids betrayed him. Aces recognized that he was intrigued. Duval, with his hands clasped, turned to Aces. So have I passed? Aces glanced at Carter, who appeared somewhat speechless, his eyes glimmering with excitement. What else could he expect? Could he rely on Carter? Without needing to ponder, Aces reached an answer within himself. Congratulations. You are now the head of the Potion Fund Management. He smiled as he addressed Duval. Chapter 107, Homecoming. Aces produced a piece of parchment, upon which was inscribed an oath he had prepared in advance. This parchment is crafted from special alchemical materials exclusive to our family, inscribed with the language of oaths. In other words, once you sign it, a binding oath will be formed. Are you truly certain about this? I am certain. Without hesitation, Duval took the parchment and affixed his signature. While he was signing, Aces couldn't resist asking what had been on his mind earlier. Upon hearing Aces' question, the previously composed Duval appeared slightly embarrassed, avoiding Aces' gaze as he confessed, I thought you were like those aristocrats. Aces initially failed to grasp the implication, but upon observing Duval's awkward expression, the realization dawned upon him, darkening his countenance. Damn, he knew his instincts were often accurate. Subsequently, Aces scrutinized Duval from head to toe. It must be said that Duval's concerns were well-founded. His appearance and demeanor were precisely what some haughty aristocrats sought to conquer. However, that did not include Aces. He held no interest whatsoever. With a stern expression, Aces addressed him, You need not worry. I have no interest in you. Duval nodded. I apologize. Aces, disinterested in pursuing the matter further, acknowledged that Carter's actions had indeed been rather inappropriate. With that thought, he cast a cool glance at the silent Carter. The remainder is for you to instruct him on how to proceed. With that, Aces stood, took the oath, and departed the office without looking back. Carter watched Aces leave, then turned to the abandoned Duval. Well, at least the gentleman had clarified that this was a legitimate evaluation, so there was no need for anxiety. Subsequently, a successfully self-hypnotized Carter meticulously outlined all the affairs. Duval did not disappoint their expectations. He quickly grasped the management of the funds and even demonstrated an ability to apply his understanding to new situations. Within a single day, he had become adept. With Duval assuming the burden of fund management, Carter felt a wave of relief wash over him. Even when he saw Eliza in the common room, he felt no irritation, instead finding himself smiling at her. Eliza looked at Carter, who was beaming like a flower, puzzled by his sudden cheerfulness. She shook her head and turned to leave the common room. In the days that followed, Duval managed the funds with remarkable organization, meticulously reviewing each application. His fair and impartial approvals earned him the respect of the young witches and wizards submitting their requests. Thus, the exams approached as the holiday drew near. Last year, Aces had achieved the top score in his year, rendering him indifferent to the upcoming tests. In the hall after the exam, Merlin's nails. I mixed up those two questions. Merlin's skirts. I blew up the cauldron right in front of Old Bat. How did you not get sent to see Merlin by Old Bat? The hall buzzed with the lamentations of young wizards regretting their exam blunders, wishing they could slap their past selves. At the Slytherin table, Aces elegantly sliced into his steak. Some younger Slytherins couldn't resist approaching him to inquire about his exam performance. Aces paused, casting a glance at the eager youngsters. Unless something unexpected occurred, it should all be OS. Upon hearing this, a moment of silence enveloped the Slytherin table. Should I not have asked that question? The Slytherin who had inquired looked blankly ahead. His companions were equally disheartened. Ding ding ding. At the faculty table, Professor McGonagall tapped her glass. The young witches and wizards quickly fell silent. It is once again our most thrilling moment. Let me guess. You must all be eagerly anticipating the outcome of the House Cup. Dumbledore rose, winking at the young wizards below. The students at tables other than Slytherin began excitedly banging their cups on the tables, cheering. All right. Dumbledore raised his hand to quiet them. Now, let us announce the House Cup results. 4th place, Gryffindor, with 415 points. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with 450 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw, with 520 points. And finally, the 1st place goes to Slytherin, with 610 points. After announcing the House Cup results, Dumbledore waved his wand. Instantly, the hall was filled with Slytherin's emblem. A moment later, the Slytherin table erupted in a chorus of jubilant cup clinking. 2 hours later, at Hogsmeade Station, the rumble of the train echoed as the Hogwarts Express diligently carried the young wizards home. This year, Carter chose to return to his own home, leaving only Eliza by Aces' side. As they exited the platform, Aces quickly spotted the waiting Duke and Anna. He hastened toward them. At that moment, Anna, searching for him, also spotted Aces and hurried in his direction, leaving the Duke to sulk behind, feeling entirely overlooked by his wife. Upon their reunion, Anna tenderly caressed Aces' face, her voice laced with emotion. I am so sorry, Aces, for causing you worry. Aces embraced Anna, gently patting her back in comfort. But I am perfectly well now. Aren't I? Anna returned the embrace, her voice filled with concern for him. You must have felt awful during that time. It was my impulsiveness that led to us falling into their trap. Mother, Aces released her, looking earnestly into Anna's eyes. This is not your fault. Even if you hadn't been caught this time, they would have found other ways to scheme against you. The blame lies with them, not you. You must not take all the responsibility upon yourself. Anna blinked, gazing at her son, who had begun to shed his youthful innocence and was earnestly comforting her. Suddenly, she found herself at a loss for words. It was astonishing how much her son had matured in her absence. As Aces spoke, he noticed Anna's sudden lapse into thought. Mother? Anna snapped back to reality. My son has grown up. Aces, perplexed, looked at her, prompting Anna to chuckle at his bewilderment. Despite his maturity, he remained as amusing as ever. Ignoring her confused son, Anna turned her attention to Elise beside her. It has been a while, Elise. You are becoming more beautiful by the day. Elise shyly lowered her gaze. Madam, you are the true beauty, she replied. The Duke could not help but scowl. Anna smiled, pulling the Duke close, and together they made their way home. Chapter 108. Healing. The four of them apparat back to Cavendish Manor. After ensuring Elise was settled, the Duke and Anna took Aces to the study. Understanding his parents' concerns, Aces proactively extended his hand as soon as they entered the room. Anna was the first to grasp it. After thoroughly examining Aces' condition, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everything seems fine. Such occurrences should not happen again. Your magical prowess has also grown stronger. Consider this a blessing in disguise. Congratulations, my child. You have successfully entered the ranks of elite aurors. Perhaps you should contemplate a career as an auror in the future. Anna teased Assis with a playful glint in her eye, though slightly exasperated. Assis allowed his mother to jest. Once the Duke had completed his examination, Assis raised his wand and cast several diagnostic spells on Anna and the Duke. Feeling apprehensive about the diagnostic spells, Anna unconsciously tightened her grip on the Duke's arm, her slender nails digging into his bicep, causing his muscles to tense involuntarily. Ultimately, Anna did not intervene as Assis proceeded with his actions. The results of the examination caused Assis to furrow his brow, curses, and dark magic. He then glanced at the anxious Anna and sighed. How long would you have concealed this from me had I not discovered it? Facing her son's inquiry, Anna, feeling guilty, averted her gaze and looked at the Duke, seeking his assistance. Unfortunately, the Duke not only refrained from helping but also added fuel to the fire. I suspect Assis is unaware that his mother has altered all correspondence to conceal any information regarding her condition. Anna's eyes widened in disbelief. She shot the Duke a fierce glare, but he remained unfazed, maintaining a stern expression. Is what father said true? Assis, mirroring the Duke's serious demeanor, scrutinized Anna. The atmosphere, which should have been tense, instead struck Anna as humorous as she observed the identical grave expressions on both her son and husband. In fact, she couldn't help but laugh aloud. Mother, Assis exclaimed, seeing Anna in good spirits amidst the reprimand, raising his voice. Realizing she was still under scrutiny, Anna quickly composed herself, offering Assis a contrite smile. Assis tilted his head, exchanging an equally resigned look with the Duke. Their eyes locked in a silent battle, both attempting to pass the role of the villain to the other. However, neither could bring themselves to be harsh with Anna. Eventually, Assis averted his gaze, surrendering to the situation, and summoned Nina to retrieve the Elder Wand. Upon receiving the wand, Assis felt a rush of power that brought him a sense of relief. Yet, it was not the time to relax. He focused his thoughts, took a deep breath, and waved the wand. Rejuvenation. Assis channeled all his magical energy into the wand. Under the unreserved infusion of his magic, the powerful healing spell revealed its true strength for the first time. As he intoned the incantation, a brilliant light erupted in the study, so dazzling that both the Duke and Anna turned their heads away. Soon, a silvery light intermingled with green surged toward Anna, enveloping her. The warmth of the spell made Anna instinctively close her eyes, her taut nerves finally relaxing. At that moment, if anyone could have seen within her, they would have observed the dark energies symbolizing curses and dark magic being shattered by the silver light, dissipating into the air. As the silver light vanquished the curses, it too faded away, leaving behind a vibrant green light that radiated life, flowing along Anna's magical pathways and soothing her wounds. Upstairs, the surge of vitality caused Elise to abruptly halt her actions, her gaze directed downward, her expression grave. Is the master using rejuvenation? Why? In the study. After a considerable time, the brilliance gradually subsided, revealing Anna, and almost as soon as she appeared, the diagnostic spells cast by the Duke and Assis fell upon her. The results of this examination brought relief to both. Anna felt invigorated, lively enough to take on two Dukes. Once assured of her well-being, the Duke finally found the courage to voice his confusion. He looked at Assis, his eyes clouded with curiosity. I attempted this spell before, but it was ineffective. The power I wielded seemed far inferior to yours. Hearing this, Assis lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the wand in his hand and his own hands. The words of the unicorn leader echoed in his mind. Is he special? Rarely had Anna witnessed the Duke's embarrassment. She quickly leaned in, ready to tease him. Of course, it's because you are incapable. Besides, how could you compare to my son? Assis is a genius. Though the Duke had grown accustomed to daily criticism from his wife, this instance felt different. A man cannot admit to being incapable. He wrapped his arms around Anna's waist and whispered something in her ear, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Unable to fathom the implication, Assis silently noted this incident and raised his gaze to discuss it with the Duke. Just as he did, he caught sight of Anna's reddened face. Mother? What is wrong? Are you unwell? Anna, unsure how to explain, fiercely pinched the Duke's waist from behind, signaling him to clarify for their son. With a straight face, the Duke addressed Assis. The study is rather stuffy, and your mother is simply flustered as she struggles to find an answer. Assis regarded the Duke with skepticism, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. Assis, have you found the answer? Seeing Assis still scrutinizing them, the Duke sought to divert his attention while internally lamenting how quickly his child had matured and become harder to deceive. Assis was successfully distracted. Not yet, but I have a hypothesis that requires verification. No need to rush. You have expended a considerable amount of magic. Rest first, and we can verify it tomorrow. Very well. Immersed in his thoughts, Assis was skillfully led away from the study by the cunning Duke. Once Assis had departed, Anna approached the Duke with a fierce expression, delivering a sharp slap to his arm. "This is all your fault. I completely forgot to tell Assis about being an animagus." The Duke dutifully accepted Anna's reprimand before pulling her close and softly comforting her. "It's all right. Assis won't run off. We can discuss it later. What matters now is that Assis wants a younger sibling." Anna shot a furious glare at the shameless Duke, intending to leave, but he coaxed her back into the room with a mix of persuasion and allure. Chapter 109, Animagus. The first day of vacation. Assis rose early, chatting with Elise in the parlor as they awaited the Duke and Anna to join them for breakfast. Sunlight streamed through the window, waking the slumbering Anna. Though she was reluctant to rise, her thoughts were consumed with the excitement of her son returning home for the first time. After a brief struggle, she managed to rise once more. However, upon getting up, she did not immediately leave the bed. Instead, she leaned against the headboard, seized a pillow, and hurled it fiercely at the Duke, who was changing his clothes. "Good morning, Your Grace of Devonshire. You look rather splendid this early in the day," Anna remarked with a frosty countenance, enunciating each word deliberately. The Duke turned, revealing his bare torso adorned with suspicious red marks and scratches. A satisfied smile graced his face as he regarded Anna, who was venting her ire at him, and he gently reminded her, "Time is of the essence. I believe Aces and Elise are already waiting for us downstairs for breakfast." At this, despite her anger, Anna was compelled to stifle her feelings and descended from the bed to change her attire. For breakfast, she donned a modest long dress, quickly tidied herself, and descended the stairs alongside the Duke. The two linked arms as they made their way down, the golden sunlight cascading upon them, rendering them a pair of figures seemingly emerged from a painting. Of course, this impression was contingent upon ignoring Anna's disdainful glances and pursed lips. Aces, upon witnessing the scene, immediately understood that his father had once again incited his mother's displeasure. Though could it truly be termed anger? Aces recalled the playful bickering between his parents throughout his life. Initially, he attempted to mediate, only to later realize they would reconcile on their own, often redirecting their frustrations towards him. Thus, he vowed never to involve himself in their emotional disputes again. Consequently, he naturally withdrew his gaze from them, also retracting the urge to intervene that had stirred within Elise. "Come, let us have breakfast," he suggested. Elise, albeit a tad apprehensive, acquiesced to Ace's lead and followed him to the dining room. At the breakfast table, Anna bit into her toast with fervor, her eyes fixed menacingly on the Duke beside her. Aces appeared oblivious to the tension, engrossed in his own meal. Meanwhile, Elise watched Anna with concern, barely touching her own breakfast. Noticing Elise's worry, Aces offered her a reassuring glance. Even Anna, still glaring at the Duke with an intent to metaphorically annihilate him with her gaze, turned to smile comforting at Elise. This gesture allowed Elise to finally relax and partake in her meal. After breakfast, Aces arranged Elise's training tasks for the day and planned to head to the underground laboratory. Upon seeing him about to leave, Anna swiftly called out to him, "Wait, Aces, I need to discuss something with you. Elise, you should join us as well." Perhaps due to their lack of a daughter, both Anna and the Duke held a fondness for Elise, particularly after learning of Elise's past. Anna felt a deep empathy for the child. Thus, whenever she needed to convey something to Aces while Elise resided at the estate, she made an effort to include her. As a mother, Anna wished to spare a child already devoid of parental companionship from the sorrow of feeling neglected while living under someone else's roof. Naturally, this was contingent upon the matter at hand not being overly confidential. Aces and Elise halted, exchanging a glance before following Anna into the sitting room. Anna settled onto the sofa and gestured for the two to take a seat opposite her. Once they were seated, Anna inquired about their progress in transfiguration. Aces hesitated, uncertain of his own competency, as his focus had primarily been on alchemy, potions, and charms. Thus, he tentatively asked Anna, "I have joined Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club, and I have mastered human transfiguration. What year does that correspond to?" His seemingly innocuous statement delivered a heavy blow to Anna. Although she recognized her son as a genius, she was still inevitably struck by the revelation. She shot Aces a frustrated glare, suddenly questioning whether this pair of father and son was sent by Merlin to vex her. Was it possible that her carefree existence in the first half of her life meant she had to contend with these foolish two in the latter half? Aces gazed back at Anna in confusion. His bewilderment only deepened Anna's frustration. What a hapless child. How could he look so daft, having inherited none of his father's loquacity? How would he ever pursue someone he fancied? The thought of Aces potentially facing a solitary life loomed in Anna's mind. The prospect of him living an isolated existence after they were gone tugged at her heartstrings. Her gaze shifted from irritation to sorrow as she looked at Aces. Aces, in turn, was perplexed. Why did he sense pity in Anna's eyes? Was his academic performance truly so dismal as to elicit such feelings? Before he could voice his concerns, Anna had already diverted her attention to Elise. Elise hesitated for a moment before responding. I am not as fast as the professor. I am currently at a third-year level. Upon hearing her words, Anna's spirits lifted slightly, regaining her composure. Perhaps this world still held a fair share of little geniuses like her and Elise. Noticing Elise's apparent lack of confidence, Anna looked into her eyes and offered sincere praise. Achieving a third-year level ahead of schedule is quite commendable. Transfiguration is a formidable hurdle for many witches and wizards. At Anna's compliment, Elise bashfully lowered her gaze. Meanwhile, Aces sat speechless, casting Anna a questioning look. My beautiful and enchanting mother, do you ever contemplate the possibility that I might actually be your biological son? Anna shot him a frosty glance. A son who undermines his own mother? Could he truly be blamed for that? Elise raised her head, entirely oblivious to the undercurrents between mother and son. Observing Elise's naivety, Aces found his jealousy towards her rather juvenile, and he promptly redirected his attention elsewhere. As Aces averted his gaze, Anna blinked, seemingly unsatisfied. She retracted her previous remarks, finding her Aces rather entertaining. After a moment of playful banter, Anna's expression turned serious as she regarded the two. The primary reason I called you here is to discuss a pressing matter. Do you know how I managed to escape when I found myself in danger? Aces, bewildered, retorted. Was it not father who rescued you? Anna was momentarily taken aback. Her unfortunate child had unwittingly undermined her. What I meant to convey was how I endured until your father arrived. Powerful spells. Elise dutifully collaborated with Anna. Anna bestowed upon her an appreciative glance. Elise's answer was indeed quite close to the truth. I managed to hold out thanks to becoming an animagus. You must understand, there were over a dozen individuals. Yet they could not capture me. After a moment of self-congratulation, she continued, therefore, I hope you both can learn the animagus spell as swiftly as possible, for it could provide you with a slim chance of survival in dire situations. Chapter 110, Ace's Failure. Aces did not hesitate. Upon Anna's conclusion, he readily agreed with her suggestion. He had always held an interest in becoming an animagus, which was why he had joined the Transfiguration Club in the first place. However, the sudden magical disturbances last semester had disrupted his plans. What about you, Elise? With Ace's approval, Anna turned her gaze to Elise. Elise, accustomed to following Ace's lead, naturally would not refuse his agreement. Seeing that both had consented, Anna began outlining their study plans. Since Elise's current level in Transfiguration was insufficient, Anna intended to teach her for a while before assessing whether she could reach the level required to learn animagus. As for Aces, Anna instructed him to seek out the Duke and commence his studies in animagus immediately. Thus, beginning the following day, Elise embarked on her daily lessons in Transfiguration under Anna's guidance, while Aces began to endure the trials of Mandrake. However, it remained uncertain whether Ace's misfortunes or the timing was simply ill-suited for learning animagus. He had already faced numerous failures during the initial phase. The first incident occurred merely a few days in. In a state of drowsiness one morning, while washing up, Aces inadvertently swallowed the mandrake root. The second mishap transpired on the 29th day, when Aces, while sipping his breakfast tea, accidentally ingested the mandrake along with it. By the time he realized his blunder, it was too late. He could only maintain his composure and continue drinking the tea. The third attempt lasted the longest, bringing him to the brink of success. Yet on the final day of the month, the moon remained waning. According to Anna, who was present at the time, Ace's expression darkened in an instant. As he stood frozen, gazing vacantly at the remnants of the moon in the sky. This was the first time she had witnessed such helplessness in Aces. At this point, Anna could not help but chuckle. It was her first glimpse of her prodigious son grappling with such a profound setback, and she laughed heartily for a while before recalling the need to console Aces. It's all right, your father faced an even harsher fate. He was on the verge of success when he accidentally knocked over the potion bottle. Ha ha ha. As she reminisced about that moment, she burst into laughter once more. Thus, another grim-faced individual joined the scene. Anna's infectious joy gradually lightened the somber expressions of both Aces and his father. Although they had tasted failure, bringing joy to their mother was not a futile endeavor. Despite the embarrassment, their wife's happiness was paramount. Observing Anna's delightful demeanor, the two men found their spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Eliza watched enviously as the family shared their harmonious moment, her heart feeling a twinge of melancholy. If only her father were still alive. Perhaps her mother would not have abandoned her. Would they not also share such joy as Mr. and his family? This thought invaded her mind uncontrollably. Noticing her unease, Anna waved her hand with a playful smile. Come, Eliza, this is a rare opportunity to tease Aces. Don't let it slip away. Upon hearing Anna's call, the Duke and Aces turned their attention to Eliza. Gazing at the radiant smile of Anna, Eliza suddenly understood why Aces spoke of his mother with such tenderness. Such a warm-hearted Anna was surely beloved by all. She was no exception. Under Anna's cheerful smile, Eliza's earlier gloom dissipated. She lifted her face in a smile and approached the trio waiting for her. Regrettably, the holiday passed, and Aces still had not managed to master the art of becoming an animagus. On the day of their return to school, he still held the mandrake root for the 4th time. Platform 9 3/4. Aces wore a stern expression, silently protesting against Anna's attempts to elicit a smile from him. Unfazed, Anna even contemplated pinching his cheeks. Fortunately, the Duke, sensing the time was right, intervened to prevent Anna from continuing. Before stepping onto the platform, Anna opened her arms, embracing both Eliza and Aces, and quietly reminded them, "Be cautious. This year, the Savior is starting school. Who knows what might unfold?" Aces and Eliza nodded in unison, acknowledging their understanding. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Duke and Anna, they made their way towards the platform. There, Fred and George were engaging in playful banter with their mother, inciting the furious Mrs. Weasley to chase after them in a fit of anger. In a corner, a slight boy with round glasses, struggling to push a suitcase taller than himself, observed them cautiously. "Hey, Aces, Eliza." In the midst of their playful squabble, George inadvertently spotted Aces and Eliza approaching and called out to them loudly. As Aces and Eliza reached them, Fred and George exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, launched an ambush on Aces from both sides. Aces had long since grown accustomed to their playful antics. As they approached, he lowered his head, evading their enthusiastic embraces. "Well, Aces dodged us again. He clearly doesn't care for our company. Otherwise, how could he avoid our friendly hugs?" Aces dismissed their melodramatic grievances, turning instead to offer a polite smile to Mrs. Weasley. Eliza followed suit, greeting Mrs. Weasley as well. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Weasley." He spoke slowly, mindful of the mandrake leaves in his mouth, careful not to repeat his earlier mistake. With a deliberate tone, courteous smile, and elegant gestures, he appeared more refined than any aristocrat he had ever encountered. This was Harry's first impression of Aces. Mrs. Weasley, noticing Ace's somewhat awkward manner of speaking, seemed to grasp something unspoken. Yet, she refrained from commenting, instead warmly greeting him. "Oh, what a polite young man. Fred and George have mentioned you. Thank you for your kindness towards them." As Mrs. Weasley expressed her delight, she moved closer to embrace Aces. Eliza frowned, poised to intervene, but Aces subtly halted her. Although slightly stiff, Aces restrained himself and did not shy away from Mrs. Weasley's embrace. Thus, he found himself enveloped in a heartfelt hug from Mrs. Weasley. After releasing Aces, she turned her attention to Eliza. "Merlin, you must be Joyce's child." Upon hearing this, Eliza's expression faltered, her demeanor shifting to one of discomfort. Aces recognized that she was reminded of her father. Anticipating her distress, Aces quickly exchanged a glance with Fred and George. The twins, perceptive and swift, stepped forward to flank their mother while their eyes darted around, seeking something to redirect her attention. Before long, Fred spotted an ideal distraction. "Hey, Mom, look at that boy. He seems lost trying to find platform 9 3/4. Chapter 111. The Suspected Horcrux Savior. Molly's focus shifted successfully, her gaze landing on the small, bewildered Harry, her heart aching for him. "Merlin, dear, which family do you belong to? Are you having trouble finding platform 9 3/4? Harry, at a loss, looked up at the enthusiastic Molly and, after a moment's hesitation, summoned the courage to respond. "Yes, ma'am. Could you please tell me where platform 9 3/4 is?" Molly placed a reassuring hand on Harry's back. "Don't worry, dear, you can follow us in. Relax, it's quite simple." After speaking, she gestured to Percy, signaling him to demonstrate for Harry. Percy obediently pushed his luggage through the barrier of platform 9 3/4. He made it. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Percy vanish through the wall. Aces observed the astonished Harry, frowning slightly. He sensed an indescribable threat emanating from the frail boy, reminiscent of the feeling he had experienced when confronting the Ravenclaw diadem. He regarded the interaction between Mrs. Weasley and Harry with keen interest. Could he truly be the legendary savior? Aces found himself incredulous at the thought. Thus, as their conversation concluded, he abruptly inquired, "Are you Harry Potter?" Harry assumed Aces had inadvertently noticed the scar on his forehead and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am Harry Potter." His name elicited gasps from the other Weasleys. "Merlin S. Lace Mask. He is Harry Potter." In the midst of the commotion, Aces and Eliza exchanged puzzled glances. He certainly did not appear to fit the mold of a savior. As Aces beheld his frail appearance, doubts began to gnaw at his mind, pondering whether Dumbledore had indeed abandoned him at the orphanage. Several Weasleys exhibited combat prowess rivaling that of a large cohort of young wizards, eagerly surrounding Harry to observe the scar upon his forehead. Once their cacophony reached a crescendo, Mrs. Weasley intervened, reminding them, "Children, it's time to head inside, or you'll miss the Hogwarts Express." Her words calmed the exuberant Weasleys, who promptly formed a line to enter the platform. "Acis, Elise, come join us." Fred vacated his spot to allow Assis and Elise to proceed ahead. They did not hesitate, pushing their luggage forward into the station. Upon entering the platform, Assis lingered, choosing to observe rather than depart immediately. His curiosity regarding this so-called savior deepened, particularly as he contemplated the implications of a potential Horcrux belonging to his adversary. How intriguing, he mused, though he wondered if Voldemort and Dumbledore were aware of this matter. Assis's fascination with the savior grew, and since he remained, Elise had no intention of departing either. The duo appeared conspicuously out of place among the bustling young wizards. Merlin's socks, are you waiting for us? Fred, trailing behind Assis and Elise, gazed in disbelief at the two standing still. Assis chose silence, which Fred found unremarkable. Behind him, George and Harry, followed closely by Ron, approached. George noticed Assis's reluctance to leave, but he was more composed than Fred and refrained from commenting. Upon Ron's arrival, he caught sight of Assis and Elise, wrinkling his nose in disdain. He harbored little affection for his brother's two Slytherin friends, but had refrained from voicing his thoughts due to the presence of the twins. Despite his silence, his gaze toward Assis was rife with contempt, an insufferable Slytherin. Assis noticed the bare contempt in Ron's eyes, feeling a flicker of displeasure, his brow furrowing slightly. This Ron was rather impolite. Elise also perceived Ron's disdain and stepped forward, her tone icy as she admonished, refrain from casting that loathsome gaze upon my companion, Weasley. Elise would not allow anyone to insult Assis in her presence. Ron, caught off guard, felt his face flush as he retorted loudly. Who would want to look at you, vile Slytherins? Upon hearing this, Assis's expression turned cold. Vile Slytherins? He echoed, his voice devoid of discernible emotion. Ron was left speechless, intimidated by Assis's demeanor. Fred and George exchanged glances, hastily stepping in to defuse the tension. Hey, Ron, Assis isn't your typical Slytherin. He can differentiate among us Slytherins. After addressing Ron, the twins turned their attention back to Assis. Ron simply doesn't understand you. He's a fool, don't mind his nonsense. The twins, flustered, resorted to using their nickname for Ron. Assis, however, found no reason to engage with a child incapable of seeing reality. Nonetheless, Ron's demeanor irked him. His gaze swept past the still defiant Ron, the anxious Harry, and the twins. He hoped Ron would dare to speak such words in front of Professor Snape. With that, he turned on his heel, leading Elise away. On the Hogwarts Express, Assis and Elise traversed through the Slytherin compartment, arriving at the front carriage where Carter awaited. Why are you so late, sir? Upon hearing this, Elise shot a glare at the disheveled Carter. She had encountered an insufferable child. Elise was not adept at insults, having never bested Carter in their verbal sparring, and could only mutter a vague annoyance regarding Ron. Carter mumbled a reply. Elise, already irked, grew even more frustrated at Carter's demeanor. Finally, unable to tolerate Carter's behavior any longer, she snapped, Can you sit properly? You're embarrassing yourself, sir. Aside from us, there's no one else here. What is the harm in being casual? Although Carter's words suggested nonchalance, he obediently sat up straight. He was no fool. It was evident that Elise was currently irate, and he would not be foolish enough to provoke her further. However, he couldn't help but wonder what manner of individual could incite such anger in Elise. Intrigued, Carter leaned in to inquire about the situation. After hearing the entire story, he too felt a surge of anger. Impertinent, insufferable child. Carter shared Elise's disdain for such fools, particularly as they had insulted Assis. His tongue was far sharper than Elise's. Throughout the journey, his insults never repeated. Ultimately, it was Assis who, unable to endure any longer, cast a spell to silence him. As the train's rumbling subsided, the trio disembarked and, following the tradition of previous years, boarded the night bus to Hogwarts. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Assis engaged in light conversation with Elise while observing the dark figure at the head table. Something was amiss with the professor. He seemed oblivious to their gazes. Assis scrutinized Snape's expression. 2 years of acquaintance had provided him ample insight into Snape's character. Though outwardly composed, it was evident that turmoil churned within him. What then? Was the professor so anxious about? Assis stroked his chin, momentarily forgetting Elise's words. Chapter 112, The Sorting Ceremony of the Savior. In stark contrast to Assis's contemplative state, Draco found himself at a social impasse. His outstretched hand trembled in disbelief as he regarded Harry Potter before him. What are you saying? You reject me. Curse it. Draco felt utterly thwarted today. After searching the train for Assis in vain, he was now being mocked by that red-haired Weasley. Faced with the savior who turned a blind eye to his extended hand, Draco felt foolish beyond measure. Angrily retracting his hand, he glared at Harry. You will regret this. With that, he turned sharply, refusing to meet Harry's gaze. Even as Professor McGonagall led them out, Draco did not spare Harry a glance. Upon entering the brightly lit Great Hall, with its mysteriously floating candles and a ceiling reminiscent of the night sky, the young wizards gasped in awe. Uncultured, Draco sneered at them, though his gaze involuntarily drifted upward. Soon, he realized that his actions mirrored those of the naive young wizards around him. Frowning, he shifted his focus to the long tables of the houses, attempting to distract himself. As his eyes fell upon the Slytherin table, he caught sight of Assis, who appeared to be absorbed in contemplation. Sensing the scrutiny upon him, Assis followed the gaze and met Draco's bright-eyed stare. Oh, he can no longer be called a little squirt. He has grown, so perhaps just squirt will suffice? Assis assessed Draco, who had significantly increased in stature since their last encounter. Noticing Assis's acknowledgement, Draco felt a thrill of excitement. Had they been in any other setting, he might have raised a hand in greeting. Look, Assis, I found you. Draco winked at Assis. In response to Draco's eager plea for praise, Assis offered a gentle smile before gesturing toward Professor McGonagall, hinting for him to focus. Only then did Draco turn his attention to McGonagall. Once the young wizards were properly arranged, Dumbledore rose to clear his throat. I must first announce some important reminders for the new term. Our caretaker, Filch, wishes to remind everyone that if you value your lives, do not wander into the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor. At the Slytherin table, Assis's fingers silently drummed on the surface, inwardly scoffing. A blatantly foolish bait. So this was the lesson Dumbledore had prepared for his savior. Would the savior truly fall for such an obvious ruse? Assis cast a discreet glance at Dumbledore and the bewildered Harry. Perhaps he might. Assis found himself uncertain. This supposed savior did not appear particularly astute. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he took his seat. Professor McGonagall continued the proceedings. Next, the name called was Hannah Abbott. A small girl squeezed her way through the throng of young wizards. The sorting hat was placed upon her head, and the verdict was swift. Hufflepuff. Cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff table. The little witch removed the hat and made her way to join her new house. Next came Hermione Granger. Professor McGonagall continued to read names. Hermione, upon hearing her own, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, her lips moving in a whispered mantra. Relax, relax, I can do this. Ron, seated below, caught her murmurs and leaned in to whisper to Harry. She must not be quite right in the head. Harry, not wishing to contradict his new friend, nodded in agreement. The sorting hat, once again, delivered its decision with remarkable swiftness. Gryffindor. The hall erupted with applause and cheers from the Lions. Hermione proudly stood and walked towards the Gryffindor table. Next was Draco Malfoy. Draco suppressed his own nerves as he approached the platform, mentally repeating Slytherin. Almost as if in a competition, before the hat even settled atop his head, the result was declared. Slytherin. A subdued clinking of goblets signaled his arrival at the Slytherin table. Draco lifted his platinum head with pride and made his way towards Assis. Susan Bones. Assis offered a brief welcome to Draco before turning his gaze to the staff table. Something felt amiss. Upon closer observation, he noted that Snape's expression was even more peculiar than before. The professor was stroking his chin, his gaze vacant and fixed intently on the new arrivals. This was indicative of a clemency. Assis had also studied a clemency and was well acquainted with its manifestations. Yet, what could compel the professor to employ such a mental shield to suppress his emotions? Assis couldn't help but follow Snape's line of sight. The savior? This revelation caused Assis to narrow his eyes slightly. The savior, Voldemort, a spy, Horcruxes. So, the professor was acting as a spy for this foolish savior? Assis swiftly pieced together all the clues at his disposal, reaching a conclusion. Uncertain of the nature of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Dumbledore had enlisted the professor to infiltrate Voldemort's ranks, gathering information to protect both the savior and the wizarding world. Assis's gaze subtly shifted to Dumbledore. But did he truly understand the significance of Horcruxes? He recalled the book that had not been destroyed but hidden in the restricted section, Secrets of Darkest Magic. Assis began to question his initial assumptions. He had once believed Dumbledore was responsible for its concealment. However, he had overlooked another individual capable of destroying other texts, Voldemort at the height of his power. Dumbledore would have no reason to carelessly place such a pivotal book in the restricted section. He could easily have secured it in his office. This wise old man was unlikely to make the same mistake twice, a certainty in Assis's mind. If it were Voldemort, it would all make sense. Assis withdrew his gaze and resumed his observation of the sorting ceremony. Ron Weasley. Ron nervously scanned his surroundings before taking his seat. Another Weasley, just like your brothers, Gryffindor. Ron let out a sigh of relief. Harry Potter. Upon hearing this name, Assis noted that Dumbledore straightened in his seat, a hint of tension in his eyes as he focused on the sorting hat. Meanwhile, the young wizards below were abuzz with speculation. Oh, this is a bit of a challenge. Courageous, kind, talented, eager to prove oneself. To which house shall I assign you? The sorting hat deliberated. Hearing its words, Harry muttered anxiously under his breath. Not Slytherin, not Slytherin. You don't wish to be sorted into Slytherin? Really? Slytherin could be quite beneficial in helping you prove yourself. Harry remained undeterred, continuing his quiet mantra. Very well, since you insist. Gryffindor. Harry Potter opened his eyes in surprise and gazed toward the Gryffindor table. The lions erupted in applause and cheers. Dumbledore too clapped enthusiastically. Shortly thereafter, he stood to announce the commencement of the feast. Chapter 113, Quirrell. During the banquet, Ossace ate absently, his attention diverted as he discreetly observed the savior at the Gryffindor table and Snape at the staff table. At that moment, Harry was enthusiastically devouring his meal, his ravenous appetite raising suspicions that he had perhaps never been adequately fed. At least Draco, seated beside Ossace, seemed to think so. He glared at the savior, internally voicing his disdain for Harry's boorish behavior. When he turned back to Ossace, however, his eyes betrayed a hint of grievance. He vented his frustrations about the earlier events to Ossace, expressing his distaste for the savior from head to toe. I certainly don't care to be friends with him. Draco concluded with this statement. He then fixed his gaze on Ossace, seeking a response, only to find Ossace lost in thought, staring at the staff table. Hey Ossace, are you even listening to me? Draco was displeased, his frustration bubbling over. Ossace snapped back to reality, amused by the sight of Draco, who had grown yet remained endearingly amusing. It was delightful to see that the little bundle of energy had retained his charm. Instantly, Ossace felt a playful urge to tease Draco. He turned to him leisurely, smiled widely, and winked. Little dragon, I am your elder. You ought to address me as brother. Don't call me little dragon in public. Draco's cheeks flushed crimson, and in a fit of indignation, he retorted at Ossace. Realizing his voice had been too loud, he glanced nervously around to ensure no one had overheard. How amusing. Merlin. He finally understood the joy his mother experienced. Ossace found Draco's antics so entertaining that even the earlier frustrations regarding the Horcruxes faded away. A smile broke uncontrollably across his face. Had he not remembered to maintain his noble demeanor, he might have doubled over in laughter. Draco shot glares at Ossace, who continued to chuckle. Under Draco's intense gaze, Ossace finally managed to rein in his laughter. All right, I won't call you that anymore. I'll just call you Draco. Is that satisfactory? Draco finally turned his head away, satisfied. After smoothing out the situation, Ossace's attention returned to the savior, oblivious to Draco's hesitance beside him. He couldn't help it. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Horcruxes and the savior. Who was the savior inquiring about? Ossace noticed Harry's gestures and curiously followed his line of sight. The professor? Before Ossace could ponder why the savior would focus on Snape, an intense sense of threat surged through him, causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end, and an internal alarm blared loudly. Ossace clenched his hands beneath the table, slowed his breathing, and consciously controlled his facial muscles to reveal no signs of distress. Once the feeling of danger subsided, Ossace casually cast a glance towards the source of his unease. The new defense against the dark arts professor. Ossace felt a sense of resignation. Where had Dumbledore found this individual? Why did every defense against the dark arts professor seem to be someone of significant consequence? The previous one, Mellis, had mysteriously hinted before departing that they would meet again. This time, it was even more alarming, as Voldemort's Horcrux had seemingly taken up the role of a teacher. Aces felt an inexplicable premonition that his upcoming year at school would be nothing short of extraordinary. After the banquet concluded, the heads of various houses escorted the newly arrived young wizards back to their respective common rooms. In the Slytherin lounge, amid the courteous gestures of the little snakes, Draco was effortlessly elected as the invisible head of the first years for this year. He proudly raised his chin, surveying the younger Slytherins, with his gaze particularly lingering on Aces and his group. Aces, ever the supportive friend, raised his hand to applaud. Carter even stood up, casting an exaggerated flirtatious glance towards the proud little peacock, causing Draco to jump in surprise, his feathers nearly ruffled. He quickly averted his gaze. Ha! Carter laughed heartily as he returned to his seat. Iris clapped while casting a disapproving look in his direction. Immature. Carter shook his head, feigning profundity as he remarked to Iris, "You don't understand. This little peacock is quite amusing when teased. Just ask the professor." Aces nodded in agreement, indeed finding it entertaining. Noticing Aces' affirmation, Carter shot a triumphant glance at Iris. On the first day of school, Iris chose not to engage in a dispute with him, opting for silence instead. Once the election for head concluded, Aces watched as Snape's dark robes disappeared, and after much hesitation, he decided not to follow. His intuition told him that Snape needed solitude at that moment. Moreover, he felt the necessity to contemplate the boundaries of their future interactions, a matter he had deliberately chosen to overlook. Aces reclined on the couch in the common room, his brow furrowed, fingers restlessly tapping against the chair's back. The notion of emotional distance was one he found impossible to embrace. He neither could nor wished to. He dismissed the simplest and safest course of action. If he were to forego emotional detachment, what of the previous semester? Suddenly, Aces recalled the rumors circulating at Hogwarts from the last term and glanced sideways at Iris. Iris, do you remember the question you posed to me last semester? Iris was caught off guard by his unexpected inquiry. What question? The one where you asked if the professor was targeting me. I remember, sir. What of it? Are those rumors still circulating? Iris frowned in thought before responding. I'll provide you with an answer by tomorrow, if that is acceptable. That works, Aces replied, nodding in agreement. Excuse me, Aces. Draco approached him, his expression marked by hesitation, followed closely by his cohorts, Goyle and Crab. What is it? Aces looked up, regarding Draco with a gentle demeanor. Draco opened his mouth but emitted no sound, seemingly flustered, his pale face flushing red. He then turned away, dismissing Goyle and Crab in a huff. Aces refrained from urging him, silently observing. Once Draco had sent his companions away, Aces turned his attention to Carter and Iris. They exchanged knowing glances before rising to take their leave. It was only when they were alone that Aces finally inquired, "What troubles you?" After a prolonged silence, Draco leaned in close to Aces, his voice barely above a whisper. "Good night, brother." With that, he swiftly turned and dashed away, leaving Aces momentarily stunned. So, Draco had indeed remembered his jest from the banquet? Had he been mulling over it, until he mustered the courage to approach him? Aces' expression softened as realization dawned upon him. What should he do? He longed for a brother. Perhaps he could see if the Malfoy family would part with him. After all, his own parents had yet to teach him the ways of fatherhood. Aces rested his chin on his hand, contemplating the feasibility of this notion. Chapter 114, The Savior's First Potions Class. Ultimately, Aces resolved to write to his parents for their opinion, considering they were the ones responsible for his upbringing. The following morning, Aces ventured to the Ollery, dispatching the letter he had painstakingly composed overnight. He then turned towards the Great Hall. As he passed through the fourth-floor corridor, Aces suddenly recalled Dumbledore's warning. Perhaps he should take a look? Aces felt a surge of determination. He had never been one to dither. Without delay, he drew his wand and cast a flawless disillusionment charm upon himself. His steps naturally altered as he approached the forbidden corridor. Using the unlocking charm, he opened the wooden door, and upon spotting a familiar old friend within, Aces raised an eyebrow. A three-headed dog? Was Dumbledore not wary of endangering his savior? Bound by chains? Well, that alleviated his concerns. The three-headed dog, sensing an unfamiliar presence, opened its eyes and stood, emitting a low, threatening growl. Observing the creature sniffing around for the intruder, Aces calmly retrieved the potion he had left over and drank it. Instantly, the three-headed dog lost its focus. Tilting its head in confusion, Aces glanced at the wooden board beneath the creature. Was that where Dumbledore had set his challenge? After a moment's hesitation, Aces decided against investigating. Unsure if the challenge was a one-time affair. What if he somehow cleared the challenge, and the savior found himself without one? Aces abandoned his curiosity, pushing the door open and preparing to leave. Before departing, he casually cast a sleeping spell upon the three-headed dog. The creature had a rather unpleasant odor. Aces grimaced at the lingering stench, immediately casting a cleaning charm upon himself until he was certain no trace of the smell remained before turning to exit. In the Great Hall, Draco was animatedly chattering away beside Aces, eagerly recounting his first day of classes. Aces displayed remarkable patience, thoughtfully gripping his quill as he contemplated his course selections while engaging amicably with Draco. Encouraged by Aces' responses, Draco elaborated even more, recounting tales from his childhood up until the moment classes were about to commence, at which point he reluctantly paused. "Draco," Aces called out, halting him just as he was about to leave. "What is it? Please provide me a copy of your schedule." Draco, unsure of Aces' intentions but recognizing it was no secret, handed over his schedule. Aces pointed his wand at the parchment, and an identical schedule materialized. He then took the new copy, returning the old one to Draco. "Off to class you go." Draco, bewildered, accepted the schedule and departed in a daze. Aces gazed down at the schedule in his hand. Draco would be attending classes alongside the savior. How intriguing. "Sir, what classes are you considering?" Iris inquired once Draco had left. Aces lifted his gaze to the parchment on the table, pondering for a moment before marking two classes, Ancient Runes and Divination. He explained to Iris, "I chose Ancient Runes for its relevance to alchemy, and my instinct compelled me to select Divination upon seeing its name." Iris, upon hearing this, similarly marked those two subjects on her parchment. "My recommendations are Arithmancy and Care of Magical Creatures." Iris's quill paused momentarily, but without hesitation. She added Arithmancy and Care of Magical Creatures to her selections. Aces frowned slightly, observing her resolute expression, yet ultimately chose not to comment further. After submitting their course selections to the fifth-year head, Aces and Iris rose to attend their classes. That morning, Aces had only one class scheduled. as their chosen subjects had yet to officially commence. After completing that solitary class, Aces retrieved Draco's schedule. What a coincidence. Potions class. Aces raised an eyebrow. Feeling a spark of interest. Perhaps he should observe the savior in action? He instructed Iris to return first while he made his way toward the potions classroom. The dungeons remained as cold and foreboding as ever as he approached the classroom, which was now nearing the start time. He found himself the sole occupant of the dimly lit corridor. The potions classroom door was firmly shut, but this posed no challenge for Aces. He drew his wand, lightly tapping the doorknob, and the door silently creaked open. The gap may be small, yet it is ample enough for Aces to discern the situation within. Aware of Snape's acute sensitivity, Aces endeavors to focus his gaze upon the savior, relegating Snape to the periphery of his vision. Inside the classroom, Snape is delivering his opening remarks, and Aces notes that his menacing gaze gradually settles upon the savior. At this moment, our valiant savior is bowing his head, seemingly engrossed in jotting down notes, entirely oblivious to the impending danger. Behold our Mr. Potter, basking in the glory of his reputation at Hogwarts, believing he can afford to neglect his attentiveness. Oblivious to the encroaching threat, the savior continues to write until Hermione, seated beside him, nudges him with her elbow, prompting him to lower his quill and turn his attention to Snape. Witnessing this, Aces realizes that the savior is in dire straits. Indeed, in the next instant, Snape's velvety voice resonates through the room. Mr. Potter, a celebrity of the new era. Oh no, at this moment, you hardly qualify as such. What would one obtain by combining daffodil root powder with mugwort infusion? Hermione, seated next to the savior, eagerly raises her hand. Meanwhile, the savior's lips move slightly as he shakes his head in response to Snape. Very well, since you are unaware, let us pose another question. Where does one begin the search for Bezoar? Hermione's hand remains resolutely raised, while the savior continues to shake his head. Snape, relentless in his pursuit, follows up with, what distinguishes aconite from wolfsbane? Hermione's hand hardly falters, whereas the savior's head seems to be in a perpetual state of motion. Aces observes Hermione shaking her head in disappointment. Silly girl, the professor's target is not you. No matter how high you raise your hand, it is of no consequence. Indeed, Aces has now confirmed that Snape is being deliberately cruel. With his understanding of Snape, if he could not discern the professor's peculiar attention towards the savior, he would be a fool. But why? Aces gazes at the savior with confusion. Regrettably, before you, there was someone who led me to believe that fame could represent something of substance. Yet in your case, I have come to realize that fame does not equate to everything. Would you agree, Mr. Potter? Snape's words elicit a smug and mocking glance from Draco. In the face of Snape's relentless interrogation, the savior can no longer endure and states, Hermione knows the answer. It is truly regrettable that the professor does not allow her to respond. The savior's words ignite hushed discussions among the young witches and wizards. Silence. Chapter 115. Confrontation in the Cellar. Snape's imposing voice reverberates throughout the classroom. In an instant, the atmosphere becomes deathly silent. Even Aces, standing outside the classroom, unconsciously slows his breathing. Once the room has quieted, Snape's expression darkens as he strides towards Harry, his black robes swirling. Put your hand down, foolish girl, he admonishes, directing his unwavering gaze at Harry while addressing Hermione. He then pulls out a chair and sits directly across from Harry, locking eyes with him. An overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from his presence. For your reference, Potter, daffodil root combined with mugwort can produce a potent sleeping draught, known as the elixir of life. Bezoar is a stone extracted from the stomach of a ram. It is far more useful than you, as it can counteract most poisons. Snape delivers his answer, laced with scorn directed at Harry. Aconite and wolfsbane are both types of plants, collectively referred to as aconite. His words flow swiftly, imbued with palpable impatience, steeped in the arrogance and disdain characteristic of a master of potions. The savior and the other young witches and wizards are rendered speechless by his tone. Only Aces, standing outside, senses that something is amiss. The young witches and wizards may not grasp Snape's intentions, but Aces does. Rather than humiliating the savior with answers, the professor seems to be concealing his own distraction. Although he dares not openly scrutinize Snape, the complex glimmer in Snape's eyes and the subtle nuances in his tone reveal the truth to him. After delivering his final statement, Snape pauses for a moment before raising his voice to address all the young witches and wizards. So, why don't you take note of this? The young witches and wizards, spurred by his stern words, hurriedly grasp their quills and begin to write. It is only when Harry bows his head to write that Snape forces himself to turn away, no longer gazing at Harry. He rises and walks towards the podium. Meanwhile, Aces, standing outside, can no longer be concerned about being discovered. He gazes at Snape, lost in thought. Why, Professor, what are you concealing? This is the first time he has witnessed such an uncharacteristic display from the professor. Snape outwardly reprimands the young witches and wizards with a stern tone, yet to Ausace, he appears to be changing the subject, masking his own unease. Why, Professor? He no longer hides his gaze, staring directly at Snape. As Snape strides back to the podium, he seems to sense something, his piercing gaze swiftly darting towards the door. Upon realizing that it is Ausace standing there, Snape momentarily falters, followed by a sense of helplessness. Has this giant seen through me? He clenches his lips, engaging in a wordless standoff with Ausace at the door. After a brief moment, Snape is the first to avert his gaze, choosing not to look at Ausace any longer, and continues to the podium. Ausace watches Snape from the podium, silently reciting Snape's earlier words, translating them into a single thought. I regret the death of your mother. The Savior's mother? Ausace stands still, pondering for an extended period, until the sound of Snape's lecture resumes, prompting him to turn and leave. At noon, outside the cellar, Ausace and Miss Medusa exchange glances. The professor has yet to return. Miss Medusa repeats for the third time, exasperated. Ausace remains indifferent, exhibiting no intention of departing. I know he is teaching, which is why I am waiting for him here. His obstinate demeanor riles Miss Medusa, causing her tail to arch in irritation. When Snape returns, he is greeted by this peculiar scene. Ausace standing at the entrance of the cellar, while Miss Medusa is baring her teeth, nearly curling into a ball. What are you doing? Ausace lifts his gaze to the approaching master of potions. I wish to speak with you, Professor. Damn. He knew he couldn't hide this from the giant. The moment he spotted Ausace at the door, Snape realized that his unusual behavior could not be concealed from him. Those foolish giants are easily fooled, but Ausace is not so easily deceived. He regards Ausace with a scowl, his icy gaze nearly stripping Ausace of his skin. Ausace seems oblivious to the master of potions' aversion, remaining steadfast at the cellar entrance, exuding an air of determination that he would block Snape for an entire day if necessary. The two engage in a prolonged standoff until Snape, with a cold expression, strides into the cellar. They sit facing each other on the sofa. What is it that you wish to discuss? Surely, Mr. Ausace, you are not so delicate as to require someone to accompany you for a chat, Snape retorts, his tone laced with irritation. Unfazed by the master of potions' sarcasm, Ausace responds with a smile. If the professor is willing. Snape is momentarily taken aback by his words. What exactly do you want to say? Snape replies impatiently, particularly reluctant to waste time on this matter. He leans back on the sofa, bracing himself for Ausace to pose a question he does not wish to hear, preparing to launch a scathing retort. Do you need me to protect Mr. Potter, Professor? Surprisingly, Ausace does not inquire about Snape's connection to the Savior. However, this question only serves to infuriate Snape further. He abruptly rises, slamming his hands on the table, glaring down fiercely at Ausace. Do you remember your position, Mr. Cavendish? I truly fail to comprehend how you could be so foolish. Do you not understand yet? Regarding that, Potter, nothing good ever comes of it. Why then would one foolishly plunge into such a vortex? Snape was nearly driven to the brink of madness by him. How could anyone be so simple-minded as to leap into a pit of their own making? Ausace reclined on the sofa, evading the potion master's ire, and proceeded to provide his analysis. In my capacity as a student, I can offer better protection for Mr. Potter than the professor can. Beside him, Ron is a Weasley. I am acquainted with Fred and George, and with my alchemical tools, I could easily ascertain their intentions and actions should I choose to. Moreover, only the professor is aware of my true power. No one would suspect that a mere young wizard possesses the strength of an adult sorcerer. Thus, safeguarding him is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. As Ausace articulately laid out his reasoning, Snape's anger intensified. Ausace was cognizant that he was on the verge of an outburst, so he deftly shifted his tone. And how does the professor know I am not already embroiled in this vortex? Perhaps from the moment I set foot in Hogwarts. I have been ensnared in this very whirlpool. These simple words momentarily stilled Snape's fury, only for it to surge again as a new thought crossed his mind. That accursed old bee, how dare he? Ausace remained oblivious to the fact that Dumbledore had once again borne the brunt of blame for him. He simply wished to no longer conceal his purpose for being at Hogwarts from Snape, hence the vague revelation. Snape fixed his gaze upon Ausace, who did not flinch, but met his stare with equal intensity. Suit yourself. Snape averted his eyes, no longer wishing to engage. Chapter 116, Retracing Steps. He decided to relinquish the matter. After all, the damned troll cared not for its own existence, so why should he concern himself with such trivialities? Noticing Snape's silent fury and his refusal to look at him, Ausace furrowed his brow and made a decision that he knew might be deemed rather reckless. Smoothing the wrinkles from his garments, he approached the scowling potion master. In response to Snape's bewilderment, Ausace offered a faint smile, bowed slightly, placing his right hand over his left chest, and gazed directly into Snape's eyes. The next moment, his voice flowed forth in a melodious and grandiloquent tone. Severus, I assure you in the name of Cavendish, I shall come to no harm. Of course, neither shall Mr. Potter. This is the ceremonial rite of promise among pure-blood wizards. Snape was familiar with this rite, having learned of it through Lucius's prior submission to Voldemort. It was a formality so solemn that Lucius had chosen it when bowing in fealty to Voldemort. To have it so casually employed by Ausace, nonetheless in the name of his surname, left Snape momentarily speechless. You. Ausace straightened, a smile gracing his features as he looked at Snape. Surely the professor feels reassured now. As a proper noble, I would never contravene my promise. Snape pressed his lips together, uttering no further words. His mind, however, was in tumult. He had not anticipated that all of his concealed anxiety and turmoil would be so effortlessly uncovered and soothed by Ausace. Since when had Ausace's influence over him grown to such an extent? This realization sent a wave of panic through Snape, prompting him to hastily expel Ausace from the cellar. Having been thrown out countless times, Ausace had grown accustomed to it, and after exchanging farewells with Miss Medusa, he exited the cellar. At that moment, both individuals, with their disparate emotions, remained oblivious to the fact that the wheels of fate were perpetually turning, subtly altering the course of their lives without their awareness. In the cellar, after Ausace's departure, Snape found himself reflecting yet again on the distance between himself and Ausace. Leaning back on the sofa, his gaze vacant, he coldly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Snape meticulously recounted every detail of Ausace's time at Hogwarts in his thoughts. He soon realized that his interactions with Ausace had always been advantageous for him. A family endowed with power, wealth, and connections, alongside a remarkably gifted heir. With Ausace's almost unguarded trust, exploiting either his family's resources or Ausace himself would not pose a significant challenge. Utilizing them would undoubtedly render this arduous battle far more manageable. The only cost, a lineage and an heir that were of no consequence to him. So why had he not pursued this path? The image of Ausace's trusting gaze suddenly flashed in Snape's mind. It was as if he had been scalded, and he promptly discarded his previous line of thought. What was he contemplating? To exploit that child who trusted him so implicitly? That child placed such faith in him. And yet he had entertained the notion of leveraging that trust for his own gain. He truly was. Snape helplessly shut his eyes, overwhelmed by revulsion towards his own despicable selfishness. The cellar's oppressive gloom loomed like a demon in the dark, clawing at him. Snape almost surrendered to this self-loathing, allowing himself to wallow in it. Perhaps a person like him ought to wither and decay in the darkness, leaving naught but remnants behind. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, Ausace absent-mindedly responded to Draco, yet a sense of foreboding gnawed at him. His brow furrowed as his gaze swept restlessly across the hall. What was it? Elise perceived his agitation and discreetly led Draco away. What troubles you, sir? Ausace was not in the mood to explain, and Elise, sensing this, fell into a contemplative silence. After scanning the hall for what felt like the umpteenth time, Ausace finally came to a realization. Where's the professor? Is he dining in the cellar or not? Distracted by thoughts of Snape's eating habits, Ausace managed to regain his composure. No, the professor's demeanor had been off when he had ordered him to leave the cellar. Suddenly, Ausace recalled Snape's abrupt panic before he exited the cellar. Unable to shake his concerns, Ausace set down his knife and fork and left the hall in haste. Ausace hurried through the corridors of Hogwarts, arriving breathless at the cellar door. Open up. This time, Ausace had no patience for entanglements with Miss Medusa. I shall inquire after the professor. Before Miss Medusa could finish her sentence, she was petrified by his spell. With his wand pointed at the keyhole, he uttered, Alohomora. The door creaked open, and Ausace pushed the wooden door aside and stepped inside. The cellar was engulfed in darkness, devoid of a lit fireplace or lamps. Ausace ventured forth, guided only by the faint light from the corridor, into the pitch-black cellar. Professor? Ausace squinted, searching for the faint outline of a figure on the sofa. Snape had already attempted to conceal himself the moment Ausace entered, but Ausace's keen observation skills allowed him to spot him even in the oppressive darkness. What are you back for? The hoarse voice startled Ausace, but he quickly regained his composure and rushed forward. What is the matter, Professor? Snape remained seated on the sofa, coldly regarding Ausace's worried expression. The more concern Ausace displayed, the more Snape felt his own wretchedness. Stay away from me, he said coldly. Ausace paused, bewildered, gazing at him in confusion. Have I done something wrong? No, you have done nothing wrong. How could Mr. Ausace ever be at fault? Snape's tone was swift and sharp. Ausace stood a few paces from Snape, speaking cautiously. Professor? Silence, do not apologize. Snape nearly shouted this at Ausace, causing him to instinctively swallow hard. Ausace was taken aback, then felt a surge of despair. Merlin's spectacles, his mandrake had just been swallowed whole. Well, it would not hinder his communication with the professor at this moment. Ausace resigned himself to the situation, steadied his nerves, and slowed his speech, looking into Snape's eyes. Not an apology, Professor. What I wish to convey is my deep concern for you. I am unaware of your predicament, but if it is a matter of distress, I may be of assistance, to some extent. Might you share it with me, Professor? At that moment, Snape cast a dark glare at Acis, slowly curling his lips into a sardonic smile. What is it you wish me to divulge? Shall I confess to you my nefarious intent to exploit you and your family? Snape's hollow gaze locked onto Acis as he articulated each word with deliberate precision. Acis frowned, scrutinizing Snape. The latter scoffed, you see? He cannot bear the truth. Is it merely your thoughts that cause you discomfort, Professor? Acis inquired calmly. Chapter 117. As long as our relationship extends beyond utilitarianism. Merely? Such a foolish notion. Snape retorted derisively. Merely? What I desire is akin to casting your life and your family's existence into the flames. Do you still deem it merely? Acis interjected, his brow furrowing slightly, perplexed as to why Snape was troubled by matters that had not even transpired. Snape dismissed Acis's words with a derisive sneer. If you anchor all your hopes on scenarios that remain unrealized, I must regrettably inform you that your foolish mind will not spare you from calamity when it arrives. Thus, Professor, you are resolute in your intention to exploit me, are you not? Is there anyone in this world who, upon merely conceiving of an exploitative thought, would feel guilt in confessing such intentions? Professor, how can I possibly believe you under such circumstances? Acis sighed, then fixed his earnest gaze upon Snape. How can you be certain that I have not contemplated exploiting you? As the master of potions, your value is substantial. How can you be certain that I have not considered using you, perhaps even taking action? Snape recalled the specialized potion funding. You mean that funding? Huh. I hope your foolish mind comprehends that without my consent, you shall receive nothing from it. Acis, somewhat resigned, acknowledged this truth, fully aware that Snape's unwillingness would yield no benefits. His original intention had never been exploitation. However, Snape could not deny that the moment that funding became associated with him, they were indeed leveraging Snape's influence, were they not? Acis's somewhat flawed argument left Snape momentarily speechless. Aware of the weakness in his own reasoning, Acis seized the moment and continued. Utilization in interpersonal relations is commonplace, particularly among us Slytherins. As they say, we are the cunning Slytherins. Acis raised an eyebrow, attempting to lighten the mood with a jest, though it seemed to have little effect. Professor, you have witnessed far more instances of manipulation and exchange of interests among Slytherins than I ever could. I need not elaborate further. Throughout my life, aside from my parents, those who surrounded me approached with ulterior motives. Their intentions were far more sinister than yours. Rather than your mere admission of exploitative thoughts, their actions, coupled with their relentless pursuit, are far more odious. Moreover, in the 2 years of our acquaintance, you have had countless opportunities to exploit me. Yet you have refrained from doing so. Of course, if you insist on preparing for future contingencies, I can candidly inform you that I trust you, Professor. I believe your actions are driven by reason, so you may feel free to utilize me, but I am not one to be easily manipulated. Acis's eyes shimmered in the darkness, the faint light casting shadows that blurred his outline, leaving Snape with only a vague impression of his exuberant smile. Should you wish to exploit, be prepared to bear the cost of such exploitation as a form of compensation. With that, Acis's smile faded, and he lowered his gaze gently upon Snape, slowly articulating what he had long wished to express. Thus, Professor, I have never been concerned about your intentions of exploitation, provided our relationship transcends mere utility. Transcend mere utility? Snape gazed into Acis's eyes, momentarily lost in thought. You place such trust in me? What of your family? Do you not care for them? In his daze, Snape heard his own voice, cold and detached. Acis shrugged, unfazed by Snape's indifference. No, it's not that I do not care. Rather, I, like you, trust them. Furthermore, Professor, you underestimate them. They are far more formidable than you might imagine. And even through me, they shall not be easily manipulated. Can you rest easy now, Professor? Acis fixed his gaze intently on Snape's eyes. Snape's gaze flickered, avoiding his scrutiny. There was no need for the professor to perceive himself as sinister due to his own thoughts. Selfishness is inherent in human nature, and such sentiments are entirely justifiable. Were everyone to share your concerns about their intentions, this world might very well be devoid of villains. Fearing Snape's further brooding, Acis pressed on. Snape let out a derisive snort. I have never been a good person. Seeing the tension ease from his features, Acis knew that Snape had come to some understanding. Phew. Finally, I have managed to comfort the professor. Acis sighed in relief, but soon the weight of previous failures began to resurface. Once again, he had faltered. Recalling his earlier determination, Acis could only offer a wry smile in Snape's direction. Professor, do you have any mandrake leaves? In a bid to compel himself toward success, he had deliberately left behind backup leaves, only to find himself failing again the following day. Mandrake? Animagus? Snape's gaze fell upon Assis's lips. It seemed that upon entering, the manner in which this giant spoke was indeed peculiar. However, that impression had since faded. Had he really been foolish enough to swallow mandrake leaves? Snape raised an eyebrow, regarding Assis with mild disdain. The mandrake leaves are in the potions room. It was clear that the Master of Potions had no intention of deigning to fetch the mandrake leaves for Assis himself. Assis made his way to the familiar potions room. Passing the fireplace, he waved his wand, igniting the warm glow that illuminated the cellar. His familiarity with the potions room was no exaggeration. Adhering to Snape's arrangement of potions, he quickly located the bottle labeled mandrake. After extracting several leaves, Assis paused, ceasing his shaking of the bottle. This time, he had abandoned the notion of achieving instant success. Thus he prudently took extra leaves as a precaution. Exiting the potions room, Assis summoned Nina. Professor, you haven't had lunch, have you? Would you care for something to eat? Noticing Snape's inclination to decline, Assis quickly added, I happened to not finish my lunch earlier. Snape regarded Assis with disdain, yet ultimately, under his watchful eyes, he reluctantly acquiesced with a nod. Truly a troublesome giant. Chapter 118, Informing of Rumors. Assis and Snape sat facing each other on the couch, relishing their belated lunch. Amidst the subtle clinking of cutlery, Assis elegantly finished the last morsel of his meal. Taking his time, he produced a handkerchief to tidy his appearance, and only after ensuring he was presentable did he look up at Snape. Noticing Snape absorbed in his meal, Assis suddenly recalled an important matter. Professor, in a few days, there may be some rumors circulating within the academy. You need not concern yourself with them. Before Snape could inquire further, Assis continued. The content will likely pertain to discord in our relationship. Having spoken, Assis assessed Snape's expression and, seeing no immediate reaction, worried he might be misunderstood, hastily began to clarify. I did not intend to alienate the professor. Rather, maintaining a facade of distance, even hostility, serves as a mutual benefit for both the professor and myself. Severus Snape, of course, understood this principle, and he found amusement in the cautious scrutiny with which this giant creature regarded him. Should the professor deem it necessary, I am more than willing to adopt an alternative approach. As Snape remained silent, Ace's mind began to conjure other methods. No need to change, this is it. Noticing Ace's growing impatience, Snape leisurely decided to speak. However, what? However, I hope Mr. Aces will remember that the mandrake roots he has in his mouth were funded by whom? When he contemplates tarnishing the reputation of his potions professor. As he spoke, the Master of Potions casually cast his gaze over Aces, who had just placed a leaf of mandrake in his mouth. An inexplicable sensation caused Aces to press his lips together, a slight itch forming in his throat. Cough, cough. The professor has misunderstood. I never intended to besmirch your reputation. It was my insolence that brought this upon me, my error. He cleared his throat twice to suppress the irritation and endeavored to clarify to Snape. Even if it were mere gossip, would you take the blame upon yourself? Snape looked down at Aces, his expression inscrutable. He truly could not fathom how Cavendish had raised such a child. Professor, is that acceptable? As you wish. After all, it is not his reputation that suffers. Then I shall take my leave. With Snape's consent, Aces rose, preparing to depart. Just as he was about to step through the door, the voice of the Master of Potions echoed behind him. Wait, why have you returned to the dungeons? Snape's tone was one of confusion. Initially, he had overlooked this detail until his gaze followed Ace's retreating figure and landed on the petrified Miss Medusa, prompting his realization. She was petrified without even waiting for the door to open. Did he forcibly unlock it? Aces stiffened, casting a guilty glance at the frozen form of Miss Medusa. He turned, taking a couple of steps to stand before her, attempting to shield the evidence of his transgression. Under Snape's scrutinizing gaze, he weakly explained, I was a bit anxious. So I didn't wait for her to open the door. It was not deliberate. That is not the issue, Mr. Aces. Why did you suddenly return to the dungeons? Snape interrupted Ace's explanation. Honestly, I am unsure. I just felt inexplicably agitated and then recalled the professor's rather odd demeanor upon my departure. Aces furrowed his brow, equally perplexed. A feeling? It must be a wizard's intuition, yet it was indeed a waste for such an intuition to manifest in a situation like this. Snape raised an eyebrow, choosing not to press further, and instead turned to enter the potions classroom. Observing that Snape would not pursue the matter, Aces hastily restored Miss Medusa to her original state, seizing the opportunity to leave before she could react. Having been petrified for nearly an hour, Miss Medusa's mind felt foggy. Her vacant eyes stared blankly in the direction Aces had departed. As her consciousness gradually returned, she glared furiously at the empty corridor. Damn Cavendish. Don't expect me to open the door next time. The furious hiss of Miss Medusa echoed through the hall. Little did Aces know, he had just been added to the blacklist of the dungeons. Is this from my father and mother? Aces inquired, holding a letter before Nina. Nina nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. Master Aces, the Lord and Lady specifically instructed me to hand this to you personally. Very well, you may leave. Aces dismissed Nina and, alone by the empty window, tore open the ornate envelope to extract the letter within. The correspondence contained Anna's reply regarding her teachings. Ace's eyes brightened, so prompt. He eagerly continued reading. In the letter, Anna expressed her curiosity about Draco. She wrote, by Merlin's brain, I am truly curious about what delightful little creature could inspire our Aces to consider becoming a brother. At the end of this sentence, Anna had sketched a small, pitiful-looking Aces. Observing the odd depiction of himself, Aces couldn't help but smile wryly before continuing. Next, Anna congratulated Aces for remembering their lonely parents even amidst the presence of a new companion. Lonely? Aces felt ambivalent about that term. The letter concluded with Anna encouraging Aces to make his own decisions, as they trusted his judgment. However, Anna had written a large but, followed by a bold warning directed at Aces. You must first consult others and seek their family's opinions. Through Anna's exaggerated typography, Aces could almost envision her earnestly emphasizing her point. Ha ha. Unable to contain his delight, he burst into laughter. His mother's letter was remarkably vivid. After finishing his laughter, Aces neatly folded the letter and retrieved the class schedule he had copied from Draco. Flying class? The little one's favorite activity. It might be more successful to inquire now. Without hesitation, Aces headed directly to the flying class location. On his way, he encountered Elise, who was on her way to the library. Upon meeting Aces, she naturally abandoned her library plans and followed in his wake. Considering the mandrake leaf he had just placed in his mouth, Aces did not refuse Elise's company. As they approached the lawn outside the castle, Aces and Elise heard startled cries from a distance before they even got close. They looked up to see a figure plummeting from the sky. Without a moment to lose, Aces swiftly drew his wand and sent a wave of fallen leaves soaring past him. In an instant, the leaves transformed into a massive blanket. Under Ace's magical control, the blanket rushed towards the descending figure. Amidst the crowd's gasps, the soft blanket caught the falling figure and slid down a bit further, cushioning the impact of the fall. Ultimately, the blanket wobbled to a halt 3 meters above the ground. Aces quickly approached, spotting the platinum-haired little peacock peeking out from the crowd, and sighed in relief. He then waved his wand, allowing the soft carpet to gently lower to the ground. Merlin, are you all right, child? Mrs. Longbottom rushed forward to extract Neville from within. Anxiously examining him, Neville flailed his arms in confusion, appearing momentarily incapacitated. Mrs. Longbottom hastily checked him over. Nothing serious. He must have been overly tense and twisted his hand when the broom flung him off. Chapter 119, Teaching Draco. After examining Neville's hand, Mrs. Longbottom finally turned her attention to Aces. I truly thank you, Mr. Cavendish. Had it not been for you, this child's injuries could have been far worse. Aces politely nodded in acknowledgement. You're too kind, Mrs. Longbottom. It was merely a trivial effort. At her words, Mrs. Longbottom regarded this former student with warmth. This child remained so exceptional and courteous. With a beaming smile, she assisted Neville to his feet, and, turning to the assembled young wizards, her gentleness vanished. I shall take Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary. During this time, I do not wish to see any of you in the air again, or you will be expelled. After delivering her stern warning to the young wizards, she escorted the injured Neville away from the lawn. Ace's gaze followed Neville as he was supported by Mrs. Longbottom. Is this Neville Longbottom, born at the end of July, just like the Savior? Even before he faced Voldemort, Aces had thoroughly investigated the details of the prophecy from that year. The Savior of the end of July. Aces watched their departing figures, lost in thought. It was only when he could no longer see Neville and Mrs. Longbottom that he recalled the purpose of his visit. However, before he could turn around, he heard the voice of a certain platinum-haired boy. Look what I found. A memory orb. The boastful tone made Aces furrow his brows involuntarily. Following the sound, he turned back just in time to see Draco proudly displaying a small, transparent sphere to the surrounding Slytherins. Beside him, Harry was glaring at him with fury. Give it back, Malfoy. Harry's words ignited Draco's anger. Why should I? I'm not returning it. I intend to hide it and let Longbottom find it himself. With that, Draco mounted his broomstick, preparing to leave. Draco Malfoy. At that moment, Aces, who had been silent and observing the unfolding situation, suddenly called out to him. Perhaps due to the leaves of mandrake he was chewing, his voice came across as rather stern. Moreover, addressing him by his full name made it sound more like a reprimand. At least that was how Draco perceived it. His motion to mount the broom froze, and he turned back to look at Aces with disbelief. You're scolding me in front of everyone for Potter? From his wide eyes, Aces discerned his meaning. That was not his intention. With a furrowed brow, Aces remained silent, glancing at Eliza beside him. Eliza understood his unspoken words, stepped towards Draco, and explained as she walked. Mr. Malfoy, he doesn't mean it that way. She then stopped in front of Draco, leaned down to whisper in his ear softly. Mr. Longbottom was saved by him. Targeting him now is akin to slapping him in the face, don't you think, Mr. Malfoy? Her gentle tone fell on Draco's ears like a counsel or a threat, but the effect was unmistakable. Instantly, Draco's grip on the memory orb felt like holding a hot potato. He was at a loss. Unsure whether to drop it or keep it, standing there in confusion. Give it to me. Eliza noticed his discomfort and reached her hand out. Draco hurriedly threw the memory orb over, then looked at Asace with wide eyes, as if pleading. He had no intention of opposing him. Once Eliza secured the memory orb, she turned and looked down at Harry. He saved Mr. Longbottom, so we will be visiting him shortly, and I will return this memory orb then. Do you have anything else to say, Mr. Potter? Her stern expression bore a striking resemblance to that of Asace, leaving a deep impression on Harry, which made him a bit nervous. No, nothing at all, he gulped, replying to Eliza. Hearing this, Eliza nodded in satisfaction and then turned back to Draco. Mr. Asace has something to discuss with you, Mr. Malfoy. Will you come with me? Once she saw him nod, she turned and walked towards Asace. Draco, equally swallowing hard, nervously followed behind Eliza. After entrusting the situation to Eliza, Asace stepped back to observe her handling of the matter. Apart from being unable to hear the conversation with Draco, he witnessed everything else unfold. Regarding Eliza's approach, Asace could only express a moderate level of satisfaction. It was neither good nor bad, but rather standard. Seeing her lead Draco over, Asace waved his wand, casting a confusion charm and a silencing charm around them. By now, Draco had recovered from Eliza's words. Once he stood before Asace, he boldly questioned him. I didn't mean to oppose you, but you called me by name because of that Potter. Do you prefer that Potter? What is so great about him? I was the one who knew you first. The more Draco pressed, the less conviction he had, and his voice grew softer, until finally, his platinum head drooped in dismay. Asace looked at Draco, who was behaving like an ostrich, with a sense of resignation. Was it a mistake for him to learn about Animagus today? Though he felt a pang of sympathy for himself, Asace took out a handkerchief and gently expelled the mandrake leaves from his mouth. Releasing the leaves brought him a sense of relief. He then lowered his gaze to Draco, who was now too dejected to speak, and softened his tone. Draco, would you like to hear my perspective first? Draco murmured a soft yes. I am not stopping you for Harry Potter or Neville Longbottom. On the contrary, I am preventing you because of your conduct, and also for your own sake. Do you think I'm not as good as that Potter? Draco's sulky voice interrupted Asace. What does this have to do with the Savior? Asace did not understand why Draco was so fixated on the Savior. Let us put that aside for now. I have a question for you. What question? Is it about that detestable Potter? How does it relate to the Savior again? Asace felt a headache coming on while looking at Draco, who was inexplicably obsessed with the Savior. No, I want to ask if you would like to become my parents' godson, my brother. At this, Draco fell silent. Asace lowered his head, scrutinizing his expression. Godson. Draco appeared blank, struggling to comprehend Asace's words. Yes, godson. I don't know. I need to ask my father. Draco looked up, nervously regarding Asace, afraid he would be displeased with his refusal. No, Draco, I will inquire about Mr. Malfoy's opinion. But right now I'm asking for your thoughts. My thoughts. Yes, your thoughts. Would you be willing to call me brother? Without hesitation, Draco lifted his platinum head and gazed at Asace, who was watching him gently. I would. The proud young Malfoy, earnestly looking at Asace, made his first decision entirely his own. Chapter 120, Instruction. As long as you agree, the rest is up to me. Asace smiled as he ruffled Draco's platinum hair. However, Draco, you should maintain correspondence with Mr. Malfoy, right? Of course I do. And my hair. Draco struggled, wriggling away from Asace's hand, raising a hand to touch his disheveled hair. Glaring at Asace. I just fixed my hairstyle this morning. Asace nodded nonchalantly, his hand still itching to mess with it. Don't touch my head. All right. I want to touch it. But little dragon, you shouldn't use so much hair gel in the future. It will lead to hair loss. Draco's blue-gray eyes widened in shock, resembling a startled kitten. What did you say? Hair loss. At the mention of hair loss, Draco's voice became notably sharp. Asace couldn't help teasing him as he watched Draco's cat-like furrow. Didn't you know? I remember Mr. Malfoy hardly uses hair gel. Draco recalled that his father indeed seldom used hair gel, so Asace's words were true. However, to overshadow Potter, he had deliberately used more gel than usual this morning to style his hair. His hair. Draco quickly raised his hand, attempting to salvage his hairstyle. Consequently, Asace watched as Draco, with trembling hands, painstakingly scraped the gel from his hair bit by bit. The once tousled hair now appeared even more disheveled. It looked even more like a cat with ruffled fur. Asace, observing Draco's antics, fought back laughter, fearing it would irritate the little boy. and could only suppress it with great effort. After a while, Draco managed to remove most of the gel, and upon raising his head, he caught sight of Aussay's stifling laughter. "Aussay, I'm here, what's the matter?" Aussay took a deep breath, suppressing his mirth as he queried Draco, though remnants of laughter lingered in his eyes. Draco deemed his hair more important, so he endured. "I can't get my hair clean." The little boy's pitiful demeanor made Aussay's heart soften. "Come here." He drew forth his wand and pointed it at Draco's hair as the latter approached. With a simple cleaning charm, Draco's hair was finally rendered immaculate. Without hair gel to style it, Draco resembled a freshly bathed kitten, his hair fluffy and tousled, appearing irresistibly touchable. Unable to resist, Aussay reached out and ruffled it vigorously. Indeed, the texture was delightful. Aussay mused with satisfaction. "Oh, Merlin." The soundproofing charm gradually dissipated, and the noise emanating from a distance captured the attention of the freshly minted brothers. They turned towards the source of the sound to behold a figure on a flying broomstick darting about the air, albeit in a seemingly orderly manner. Aussay squinted, attempting to discern who was making the commotion above. "Is that the savior?" he pondered. "Merlin, after just a brief chat, the savior has taken to the skies?" The wand that Aussay had just set aside slipped back into his grasp, the spell ready to be unleashed. However, it appeared that the savior possessed a far greater affinity for flight than Neville, as he soon mastered the broom and began to showcase his aerial prowess. "What on earth?" Aussay inquired, tilting his head towards Elise after Harry's escape. Elise, uncertain, replied, "It seems someone threw something belonging to the savior into the air, and in a bid to protect it, he flew up? To risk such an unguarded first flight merely to safeguard an object? How reckless." A sense of foreboding began to creep into Aussay regarding his future role in protecting the savior. The steady sound of footsteps approached from behind. Yet Aussay remained lost in his apprehensions about the future, oblivious to Professor McGonagall's arrival. "Mr. Cavendish? What brings you here? Where's Madame Hooch?" Aussay turned to regard the gentle witch. "Good day, Professor McGonagall. I came to find Draco. Mr. Longbottom has fallen, and Madame Hooch has taken him to the infirmary." Upon hearing of an injury, Professor McGonagall's previously warm expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Is Mr. Longbottom gravely injured?" "Not at all," Aussay reassured her. Draco, having fixed his hair, tilted his chin upward and proudly declared to Professor McGonagall, "Oh, for Mr. Cavendish's protection, Slytherin receives 10 points." Professor McGonagall, who already held a fondness for the exceptionally talented Aussay, was naturally generous with her praise upon hearing he had safeguarded a student from his own house. "Thank you for your generosity. Professor McGonagall, what brings you here?" reminded Aussay, prompting her to recall her purpose. "Mr. Potter, please come with me." With that, Professor McGonagall turned and strode away. Harry cast a nervous glance at his friends before hastily following her. Aussay watched their retreating figures, a powerful sense of unease washing over him. Perhaps it was best to address the matter at hand with Draco first. He refocused his attention on Draco. "Draco, since you have called me brother, it is my responsibility to guide you. Therefore, you must heed my words carefully. My intervention earlier was for your own good. Regardless of your feelings towards the savior, you should never have used Mr. Longbottom's belongings as an excuse to act as you did. Such behavior will yield no benefit for you. It will only reinforce the notion that the savior embodies justice, while Mr. Longbottom is the victim, and you, the villain." Aussay paused, granting Draco a moment to absorb his words. Draco pouted, defiantly retorting, "I don't care how they see me. They are merely half-bloods, some even muggle-born. While I am a Malfoy." Aussay gently patted his shoulder. "Indeed, you are a distinguished Malfoy. However, it is precisely because of that distinction that you must be somewhat mindful of your image in their eyes. As a Malfoy, you represent the Malfoy family. Your actions reflect upon its honor. Do you understand, Draco?" Draco ceased his rebuttal, yet the sulky expression on his face indicated he had not fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Chapter 121. Encountering Another Savior. "Very well. Let us leave this for now. Teaching Draco the current state of affairs is no simple task. It will take time. Besides, I do not wish to thrust him into these matters too soon. For now, he has the Malfoy family and me to shield him. He will be safe for the time being." Aussay resolved to refrain from pressuring himself or Draco further. However, he still felt it necessary to impart a warning. "Let us not delve into that now. Draco, I need you to promise me one thing. Try to avoid any contact with the savior and refrain from forming any connections with him." "Why?" Draco tilted his fluffy platinum head, bewildered by Aussay's request. "You will understand in time. For now, can you promise me this?" "No. Potter will think I am afraid of him. I will never, ever concede to that wretched little brat." Draco pouted, turning his gaze to the sky and avoiding Aussay's eyes. "Draco." Aussay elevated his tone slightly, fixing a serious gaze upon him. This matter was of utmost importance. While he would not force Draco on other issues, this one was non-negotiable. As a member of the Malfoy family, particularly with the looming threat of Voldemort's resurrection, excessive contact with the Savior was not in Draco's best interest. Fine. Draco relented reluctantly, but he could see that Ausace's resolve on this issue left no room for negotiation. Ultimately, he had accepted Ausace as his brother, and despite his reluctance, he nodded, albeit begrudgingly. Observing the platinum-haired boy's unwilling agreement, with even the slightest flick of his hair betraying his discontent, Ausace couldn't help but chuckle. All right, no need to sulk. Don't you love Quidditch? I happen to have acquired the latest model of a broomstick. Would you like to give it a try? Clearly, Ausace understood the art of sweetening the deal after a reprimand, knowing that a flying broomstick would easily win over the little peacock's heart. Really? Where? Now. Indeed. The previously sullen little one brightened at the prospect of a new broomstick. I'll fetch it tonight. For now, you must head to class, Ausace said, glancing at Madame Hooch approaching from a distance. Make sure you remember, he added. Draco, noticing Madame Hooch's arrival, anxiously reminded Ausace, turning back to the group of Slytherins with one last lingering glance. Even as Madame Hooch began her lesson, he still cast worried glances in Ausace's direction. Ausace stood at a distance, observing the concerned platinum head peeking around, nodding reassuringly to Draco, signaling that he would not forget. Surely, his memory was not so deficient as to forget such a promise? After a while, once Ausace was confident that Draco had retained his words, he turned to depart. Let us go. As his words fell, Elise, clutching a memory orb, matched Ausace's pace. Their figures gradually faded from the lawn. It was now class time. Aside from the few young witches and wizards who had opted out of lessons, the corridors that were once bustling with activity lay eerily silent. Elise walked half a step behind Ausace, ever mindful, a gesture of respect and observation, as she endeavored to learn from his example. She lowered her gaze, noting the almost synchronized rhythm of Ausace's stride, and clumsily attempted to match his pace. However, the difference in stride frequency between boys and girls proved challenging. In a moment of inattentiveness, her legs collided, causing her entire body to tip sideways, just as Eliza was about to make intimate contact with the ground. A levitation charm steadied her descent. What happened? Ausace inquired, holding his wand, bewildered by Eliza's misstep. When did she become prone to such clumsiness while walking? Under Ausace's scrutinizing gaze, Eliza felt an overwhelming urge to burrow into the earth. I apologize, sir, it was unintentional. With the aid of the charm, she straightened herself, casting an embarrassed glance at Ausace. Surely, she wouldn't be regarded as a klutz in his eyes. Ausace observed Eliza, who appeared lost in thought before him. Even without the need for legitimacy, he could discern her musings. Rest assured, you are not considered foolish in my eyes, at least not yet. Upon being exposed, Eliza's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes widening in disbelief. How did you know what I was thinking? You might want to learn a bit about mental occlusion, Ausace remarked, suddenly recalling Snape's exceptional skills in the art. Perhaps I could assist you in finding a suitable instructor. Instructor? Never mind. You might find that difficult to endure. At this, Eliza pressed her lips together, feeling as though she had disappointed him. I can manage, sir. Clenching her fists, she couldn't help but retort against Ausace's dismissal. Raising an eyebrow, he clarified, that was not my intention. For now, simply follow my lead. Before Eliza could voice further thoughts, they arrived at the infirmary. Knock, knock. Ausace politely rapped on the door. Soon, Madame Pomfrey's voice resonated from within. Upon receiving her consent, the two entered. Pardon the intrusion, Madame Pomfrey. I am here to visit Mr. Longbottom. Madame Pomfrey scrutinized Ausace from head to toe. You are Mr. Cavendish? She asked uncertainly. Indeed, that is correct. Ah, I recall you. The potions you brewed for Severus were of remarkable quality. Madame Pomfrey was notably warm towards Ausace, having learned he was there to see Neville. She promptly drew aside the curtain. Mr. Longbottom is fine. He simply became overly anxious, so I allowed him to rest here for a while. You may converse. I shall attend to other matters. With that, Madame Pomfrey turned and left. Ausace approached Neville's bed. Hello, Mr. Longbottom. Why you? Hello, I am Neville Longbottom. The young wizard stammered nervously, his hands tightly clutching a pamphlet. Noticing this, Ausace extended his hand towards Eliza, accepting the memory orb she offered, and shook it gently while explaining to Neville, do not be anxious. I am here to deliver this. Draco found it on the lawn, and since we were passing by, we decided to bring it to you. As Neville gazed at the memory orb, realization dawned upon him. Oh, I forgot the memory orb. Ausace handed it over, and Neville, unguarded, accepted it. Chapter 122, Joining the Team. The memory orb, which Ausace had discreetly enchanted with a probing charm earlier, silently took effect on Neville. Is poor memory a side effect? Ausace squinted, scrutinizing Neville closely. He certainly did not appear to be a savior. Upon receiving the memory orb, it instantly turned red. Confusion etched on his face. Neville's eyes widened as he glanced around. What have I forgotten now? Observing his bewildered search, Aces kindly prompted, "What about your school robe?" School robe? Neville looked down in confusion, only to realize his robe had vanished at some point. "I remember there was a neatly folded school robe on the lawn." "That must belong to you," Aces continued to remind him. The orb, which had been glowing red, slowly dimmed. "Yes, that is my school robe." Neville recalled having removed it before his flying lesson to prevent it from getting dirty, leaving it on the lawn. "Thank you, I am Aces Cavendish." "Thank you, Mr. Cavendish," Neville said gratefully, his innocent gaze making Aces feel a little uncomfortable. "No need for thanks. We are classmates." Having achieved his purpose, Aces did not linger, quickly guiding Eliza out of the infirmary. In the Slytherin common room, upon the emerald green sofa, Eliza reported to Aces the information she had gathered the previous night and that day. "That's about all I have." After finishing her report, she curiously regarded Aces, unable to resist asking, "Sir, are you planning to address the rumors regarding Headmaster Snape?" In her mind, Aces held a great deal of respect for their headmaster, so this thought did not seem unusual. No. Aces mysteriously raised a finger, shaking it before Eliza, then beckoned her closer. "Do as I instruct." He lowered his voice, whispering in her ear. Eliza's expression transformed from shock to confusion and eventually to resolve. "Rest assured, sir, I shall remember." "Yes, just be cautious. There is no need to inquire further." The following day, Aces finally comprehended the reason behind his unsettling premonition. The youngest seeker, Harry Potter, was the center of fervent discussions among the other young wizards, yet Aces felt no emotional upheaval. All he wished was to raise his wand and send the savior tumbling to the ground. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for that peculiar creature, Quirrell, to conspire against him? Such an excellent opportunity should not be missed. One could only wonder what the savior was thinking. Was he unaware of his peril, or did he naively believe he could resolve everything? Aces, in a state of vexation, poked at the steak on his plate, his gaze drifting aimlessly from Harry across the long table to the staff table. His eyes landed on Snape, and he abruptly froze upon noticing the professor's expression. Another ominous premonition. Aces recalled Snape's rivalry with Gryffindor. Surely, it couldn't be what he feared? As it turned out, it was precisely that. "Is there no room for negotiation, Professor?" Aces attempted to resist. "None." Snape coldly dismissed his struggles, and upon seeing Aces fall silent, he paused before presenting him with two choices. "You can either join voluntarily, or I will compel you to join. Choose one." "Is there truly a difference? Doesn't it ultimately lead to my joining the Quidditch team?" Aces hesitated, eyeing Snape. Snape raised an eyebrow, his dark, penetrating gaze fixed upon Aces. "It seems you have made your choice." "I have chosen. I will join on my own accord." With no other recourse, Aces resolved to enter the team with dignity. "Excellent." Snape casually extracted a piece of parchment from the table. "Go find Fred." "Professor, may I suggest some changes for the team?" Aces accepted the note, contemplating his inquiry. He could no longer bear to witness the Slytherin Quidditch team style. Previously, he could turn a blind eye, but now, it was time to make some alterations. Snape hesitated momentarily. "Do as you wish, but do not lose." "Of course, I have no doubt of that." Aces was confident in this regard. Armed with Snape's note, Aces sought out Fred in the common room. Fred's eyes lit up upon seeing him approach, clearly waiting for his arrival. "The headmaster has approved my joining the Quidditch team." Aces presented the note, which contained the approval for his participation. Fred took the note, barely glancing at it, and directly asked Aces, "Did the headmaster mention what position you wish to play?" "Seeker." Without hesitation, Aces declared, knowing it was the most convenient position to monitor the savior's movements. "Seeker, you say?" Freet retracted his bared teeth, recalling Aces's exceptional flying skills, and ultimately acquiesced. "Very well. I have a query. Our team's conduct necessitates reform." "Reform?" Freet was perplexed by Aces's words, or rather, he comprehended them, but found it hard to believe that Aces truly meant such a thing. "Indeed, reform. Do you genuinely believe that winning through your underhanded tactics is something to be proud of?" "What did you say?" "It is we who have brought honor to Slytherin. As long as we secure the championship, why should we concern ourselves with the methods employed?" Freet's ire flared momentarily, yet he refrained from voicing his full discontent out of respect for Aces's status. "I do not care how you conducted yourselves previously, but since I have joined, I shall not permit you to continue employing such methods. Is it not acceptable to win with integrity? Do you not yearn to truly defeat Gryffindor, to crush them beneath our feet? If that is your desire, then relinquish command to me, and I shall ensure that you hold our trophy high before Gryffindor." Aces's words resonated like a devil's whisper, echoing in Freet's ears. The color in Freet's face oscillated between pale and crimson as he envisioned himself vanquishing Gryffindor, triumphantly raising the trophy aloft. All right, he heard himself concede. Once Aces assumed command, he embarked on sweeping reforms. He promptly prohibited all unsavory habits and minor infractions, then secured the Quidditch pitch, heralding a grueling regimen for the Quidditch team. The relentless intensity of training soon bred discontent among the players. Yet they were too intimidated by Assis and Freet to voice their grievances. Assis was well aware of their frustrations. Therefore, as training concluded that day, he unveiled his alchemical ring and produced 7 Nimbus 2000s. The match commences in 1 week, with our first assessment in 3 days. Those who meet the standard shall receive a Nimbus 2000. Note that this will be yours to keep. Assis's grand declaration left the players in astonishment, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at the Nimbus 2000s in his possession. Chapter 123, The Troll. Under the allure of the Nimbus 2000. Slytherin's Quidditch team prepared with great zeal. All the Nimbus 2000s Assis had procured were distributed. The enhancement in their capabilities and the upgrade in equipment instilled newfound confidence amongst the team members, who eagerly awaited the onset of the match, itching to showcase their skills. However, preceding the Quidditch match was the Halloween feast at Hogwarts, which this year seemed particularly lively, perhaps due to the presence of the Savior. Beneath a thunderous, darkened ceiling, floating pumpkin heads swayed gently, their flickering candlelight illuminating the ambience. Assis, have you heard the news? Assis swallowed the last morsel of his pastry and turned to the mysteriously grinning Draco. Should I have heard something? That Potter and the red-haired Weasley are attending the Death Day party. Ha ha ha. Can you believe they are going to the Death Day party? Draco's boisterous laughter drew the attention of the surrounding Slytherins, who discreetly perked up their ears. I recall mentioning this to you. I know. I have not approached them. I merely heard about it. Draco retorted, dissatisfied with Assis' skepticism. You do not believe me. It is not a matter of belief. I simply feel it unnecessary for you to concern yourself with them. How is your spell work progressing in comparison? Here we go again. Ever since he accepted Assis as an older brother, he had been compelled to study spells. Draco sulked, pouting and muttering indistinctly. That annoying Assis. Assis caught only that remark, clearly intended to be audible. I recall that the rocket launcher is about to be released. I think I have mastered it. Draco's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, momentarily forgetting his displeasure towards Assis, eagerly gazing at him. If I perform well, will you give me the rocket launcher? Well, it depends on the circumstances. Assis smiled at Draco, who, upon seeing his enthusiasm dim, shot him a glare before viciously stabbing his steak on the plate. He seemed to cut the steak while glaring at Assis, as if he were not slicing meat but exacting revenge on Assis. Ah, this spiteful young master. Assis chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Harry at the Gryffindor table. He paused when he noticed the empty seat beside him. Isn't that spot reserved for the little witch who accompanies the Savior? Assis quickly scanned the Gryffindor table. No one. Just as he pondered, the doors of the Great Hall swung open, and the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Quirrell, stumbled in, flustered. Troll, there's a troll in the dungeon. You should all be aware. In a state of panic, he collapsed to the ground. The hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into chaotic screams from the young witches and wizards. Assis's gaze fixated on the fallen Quirrell, a sense of alarm rising within him. He understood that this was likely a trap laid for the Savior. His eyes instinctively darted towards a shadowy figure, only to witness it swiftly exit the hall through a small door. Professor? Assis squinted, recalling the alchemical robe he had gifted to the potions master, before shifting his gaze away. Silence. Dumbledore, with his white beard, cast a sonorous charm. Please remain calm. Now, house prefects, escort your fellow students back to your common rooms. Immediately, as Dumbledore's words echoed, the young witches and wizards settled down, hastily moving towards their respective prefects. At that moment, Assis noticed Harry and Ron had not joined the Gryffindor group, but were quietly slipping away through a side exit. Damn it. Assis swiftly removed the pendant from around his neck and thrust it into Draco's hands. This necklace can resist curses. Stay close to Elise and do not stray. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Elise before breaking away from the group, sprinting towards Harry and Ron. Assis, where are you going? Draco attempted to follow, but Elise was prepared and blocked his path. Master Draco, the professor instructed you not to wander. Draco sized up Elise, weighing her strength against his, ultimately conceding that he could not argue with a girl, albeit reluctantly remaining behind. In the deserted corridor, Assis pointed his wand at himself, casting the disillusionment charm. He stealthily trailed Harry and Ron, observing as they headed towards the girls' restroom. The girls' restroom? Are they here for that little witch? A colossal shadow loomed around the corner, and Assis frowned, clearing his mind of distractions, raising his wand, ready to intervene. The shadow's owner emerged, and, just as Quirrell had described, it was indeed a troll. The appearance of the troll set Assis's thoughts adrift. Why would Quirrell take such a risk? Was it truly necessary? Or was Voldemort so weakened that he could not even kill a mere young witch? A theory suddenly surfaced in his mind, a memory of Estra's demise replaying, completing the puzzle with the missing piece. So this is the answer. It seems. Acis had not finished his contemplation when he saw Harry and Ron charging towards the girls' restroom, following the troll. Acting on instinct, he dashed forward. Inside the girls' restroom, Hermione's screams intertwined with Harry's shouts, and amidst their cries, the troll swung its club in fury. The club sliced through the air, striking Hermione's face with a painful blow, leaving her terrified as the impending danger approached. Merlin, someone save her. Acis reached the doorway just in time to witness this perilous scene, without a moment to ponder. He cast the shield charm, which successfully intercepted the troll's club. The thwarted attack enraged the troll, which turned its furious gaze towards Acis. As Acis stepped forward, he positioned himself protectively in front of Harry and Ron, his wand aimed directly at the troll. Hey, girl, close your eyes. Hermione, still dazed from the harrowing experience, gazed blankly at Acis and instinctively complied with his instruction. Noticing her eyes shut, Acis first cast a shield charm on her to prevent any accidental harm. The troll, incensed by Acis' disregard, charged forward, brandishing a wooden club. Remaining unfazed, Acis pointed his wand at the ground beneath the creature, casting a minor transfiguration spell that promptly tripped it. Truly, it was devoid of intellect. No wonder the professors often used trolls as a means of reprimand. Observing Acis' nonchalance as he jested about the troll, Harry and Ron were nearly beside themselves with anxiety. The troll clumsily rose to its feet, and whether it comprehended Acis' words or not, it appeared utterly furious. Acis raised an eyebrow and adopted a serious demeanor. However, he wished to retain an air of subtlety. Thus he opted for a series of uncomplicated spells. The Leglocker Curse, Binding Spell, Levitation Charm, and a Lumos Charm were deftly intertwined, ensnaring the troll. Eyes blinded by a flash, legs shackled, hands bound behind its back, and its mind besieged by the relentless blows from the club. The troll glared at Acis with tear-filled eyes, seemingly intent on remembering the face of its assailant. Chapter 124, The Aftermath of the Troll. Despite its fury, it still had the energy to glare, indicating that the club's blows lacked sufficient force. Thus, before the astonished gazes of Harry and Ron, Acis, with an impassive expression, waved his wand once more. Instantly, the troll was knocked unconscious by a sudden, forceful strike from the club. Serves you right for causing trouble. Acis felt no sympathy for the unconscious creature, and, after it collapsed, he took the liberty of casting both a petrification charm and a sleeping spell to ensure its slumber would be undisturbed. This should suffice, he mused, surveying the troll and hesitating momentarily before tossing an alchemical artifact onto it. Upon contact, the artifact automatically bound the troll in place. Having completed this, Acis turned his attention to the trembling Hermione with closed eyes. You may open your eyes now. It's all right. Hermione cautiously opened her eyes, trembling. At that moment, Harry and Ron rushed over to comfort her. Acis, uninterested in their camaraderie, stood quietly, vigilant for any potential tricks from Quirrell. A moment later, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the restroom. Acis kept his wand unsheathed, pointed toward the door. Oh, Merlin, what in the world has happened here? Professor McGonagall exclaimed as she entered, surveying the chaotic scene. Following her were Quirrell and Snape. Upon entering, Snape's brow furrowed at the sight of Acis, his gaze swiftly scanning him and Harry to ascertain their safety before he let out a subtle sigh of relief. He then cast a cold glare at the bewildered Harry and Ron. Acis lowered his wand and adjusted his robes. As you can see, the troll attempted to harm that young lady. Hermione, I'm Hermione Granger, she interjected, now recovered and staring intently at Acis. Acis readily amended. It sought to harm Miss Granger, only to be rendered unconscious. As he spoke, his gaze momentarily fixed on Snape's lacerated skin, narrowing slightly before he nonchalantly turned his attention back to Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, is this indeed the troll you spoke of? Quirrell trembled and averted his eyes from Acis' gaze, stammering. Why yes, that's him. He was truly formidable. Noticing the injuries on the troll, Acis surmised that his own ability to handle it was largely due to Quirrell's prior infliction of harm. Quirrell, bewildered, cast a furtive glance at the troll, astonished by its wounds. Observing Quirrell's expression, both Acis and Snape furrowed their brows in unison. After a moment of hesitation, Quirrell recalled something and replied, I did my best. Acis raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful look at Quirrell. Yet those wounds were indeed inflicted by him in secret. Snape, standing nearby, shot Quirrell a penetrating glance, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Fool, unaware that he had been ensnared in conversation. The undercurrents of tension among the group escaped McGonagall's notice. She remained focused on Hermione. Still shaken. Miss Granger, are you unhurt? Hermione discreetly glanced at Acis, noting his lack of attention to their exchange, and whispered, I'm fine. It was that Slytherin upperclassman who saved me. McGonagall followed her gaze to Acis, nodding in understanding. If it were Acis, with his exceptional transfiguration and spellcasting skills, Dealing with a troll would indeed be well within his capabilities. Upon seeing the alchemical artifact binding the fallen troll, her conviction strengthened. McGonagall turned to Aces, her eyes gleaming with excitement. For Mr. Cavendish's bravery and prowess, Slytherin earns. She paused mid-sentence, recalling that the head of Slytherin was present and that it was not her place to award points. She glanced at Snape, who nodded slightly, granting her the freedom to proceed. Slytherin earns 15 points. During the silent exchange between McGonagall and Snape, Harry, whose gaze wandered, inadvertently noticed the bleeding wound on Snape's leg. Instantly, his eyes widened in alarm, suspicion flaring as he regarded Snape. Aware of Harry's scrutiny, Snape moved to adjust his cloak to conceal the injury, casting a fierce glare in Harry's direction. Unbeknownst to them both, Aces, having noticed Harry's expression, subtly shifted to block his line of sight, allowing Snape's lethal glare to land squarely on Aces instead. The unexpected turn left them both momentarily taken aback. McGonagall, examining the troll closely, turned to the young wizards and stated, "You should return to your respective common rooms. The troll could awaken at any moment." Aces snapped back to reality, redirecting his gaze. If the troll were merely to awaken, it would not pose a threat, still bound as it was by my alchemical artifact. I believe it is prudent to leave the artifact with the troll. The professors can handle it from here. May I take my leave? My friends are awaiting me. McGonagall, already fond of Aces, had grown even more appreciative of him after witnessing his repeated acts of valor in safeguarding her students. When she saw Aces preparing to depart, she readily granted him permission. Aces politely nodded to McGonagall in farewell. However, he did not exit immediately, but instead turned to Snape. Only when Snape slightly nodded did Aces make his exit from the restroom. McGonagall felt an undeniable admiration for Aces, a student who was not only polite, but also remarkably talented and powerful. She found herself lamenting once again that Aces was not a Gryffindor. Understanding the envious gaze from McGonagall, Snape felt an inexplicable surge of satisfaction. Behold, how could the foolish Gryffindor lion ever compare to Slytherin? Snape's disdainful gaze swept over Harry, his mood surprisingly buoyant. He had no desire to engage with the irritating Potter. With a dismissive huff, he bid farewell to McGonagall and exited the restroom. As Snape limped his way back to the dungeons, he slowed his pace at the first corner. Unsurprisingly, Ace's figure gradually came into view around the bend. At a distance, they locked eyes. Aces was the first to avert his gaze, glancing at Snape's injured foot, his tone unconsciously laced with concern. "Professor, how did you sustain that injury? Surely the length of your robes should have shielded you from such an attack." Snape, reluctant to admit that his injury stemmed from the foolish habit of swinging his robes, crossed his arms, his dark eyes silently scrutinizing Aces. Recognizing Snape's refusal to engage, Aces understood that he would glean no further information. Left with no alternative, Aces stepped forward to assist Snape. Perhaps it indeed affected his ability to walk, as Severus Snape did not refuse the support offered by Aces, instead leaning a considerable portion of his weight upon him. Fortunately, at that moment, Aces was not significantly shorter than Snape, enabling him to bear the latter's burden. Steadily, Aces assisted Snape as they made their way back to the chilly cellar. Upon their return, Snape promptly shook off Aces' aiding hand and seated himself upon the sofa, lost in his own thoughts. After a brief interval, he noticed Aces still standing in the cellar, and with a hint of impatience, he lifted his chin slightly, silently urging him to leave. Chapter 125, The Quidditch Match. Aces sighed, showing no intention of departing. "So, Professor, do you not intend to attend to your wound?" Snape cast a glance at his injured leg. "I presume Mr. Aces has no right to intrude upon a professor's personal matters?" Aces fell silent, fully aware of the numerous times he had intervened. Snape, too, recognized this and, with growing irritation, lifted his gaze, scoffing. "If Mr. Aces were not standing here like a troll, perhaps I would have already taken care of it." His tone was laced with the master's vexation. Aces could not fathom why Snape was particularly irritable today. Pressing his lips together, he turned and began tinkering in the potions room, eventually retrieving a healing potion and placing it before Snape. Throughout this, Snape kept his simmering anger in check, observing Aces' actions. "Professor, I have set the potion here for you. Do remember to apply it." Snape responded with a dismissive grunt, indicating he had heard. Although Aces questioned whether he would actually follow through, he could discern that Snape was on the verge of an outburst and decided not to provoke him further. Thus, he chose to vacate the cellar, allowing Snape a moment to collect himself. Once Aces departed, the cellar fell into a profound silence, with Snape seated desolately on the sofa, staring at the potion on the table, lost in contemplation. After a long while, he finally grasped the potion and began to tend to his wound. The recent troll incident had ignited Aces' popularity throughout Hogwarts, with young witches and wizards murmuring about him as he walked by. After declining the enthusiastic advances of a small witch for what felt like the umpteenth time, Ausace felt utterly exhausted. He gestured to his companion, Elise, who took the love letters and gifts from his hands. Sir, how should we proceed? Set the letters aside, check the chocolates for anything unusual, and if young Draco does not want them, dispose of them as you see fit. Ausace began to regret not leaving the scene sooner. Yet he was unaware that this was merely the beginning. A few days later, the highly anticipated Quidditch match commenced. Ausace donned his team uniform, gazing out the window at the jubilant atmosphere outside. Ausace, don't be nervous. We are bound to win, said a member of the Slytherin team. Noticing Ausace's lingering gaze on the outside world, assuming him to be anxious and offering reassurance. Indeed, we shall triumph. The affirmations of the other teammates echoed around him. Ausace turned to survey the self-assured faces of his comrades and smiled faintly. I certainly believe we will win. But remember my words. We can prevail without resorting to our previous tactics. Is that understood? Understood. The team chorused in unison. Over the past 2 weeks, Ausace had solidified his standing in their eyes, and their glances towards him grew increasingly respectful. Then let us fight for Slytherin. For Slytherin. For Slytherin. Their fervent voices resonated, even overpowering the sounds from outside. Soon, the match officially began. Ausace and his companions mounted their Nimbus 2000s and soared into the air. The moment their figures emerged, they were met with cheers from the Slytherin supporters. 7 Nimbus 2000s, perfectly aligned, evoked admiration from opponents and witches and wizards from other houses. Merlin, 7 Nimbus 2000s. By Merlin's beard, Slytherin is truly affluent. Ausace ascended high into the air, surveying the entire Quidditch pitch. His gaze paused upon the potion's master, to whom he offered a slight nod, before shifting his attention to Quirrell, who appeared unusually anxious, scanning the surroundings. Sensing the situation, Ausace realized he might soon be occupied again. The match unfolded in a manner none could have anticipated. Ausace's pre-match encouragement and warnings proved effective. As Slytherin took to the field, they launched a dominant offensive, swiftly scoring the first goal. The Gryffindor players were caught off guard, unaccustomed to Slytherin's overt tactics. It was the first time they had witnessed Slytherin employing such an approach in Quidditch, leaving them momentarily bewildered. By the time Slytherin scored their 6th goal, Gryffindor finally adjusted their strategy, but Slytherin proved even more fearless. They charged headlong towards the bludgers, their equipment and technique having improved remarkably in a short span, leaving their opponents gasping for breath. Harry, witnessing this spectacle, anxiously scanned the Quidditch pitch, seeking the golden snitch to recover their score. While he failed to spot it, he found himself struggling with his unruly broom. The wild broom led him in erratic directions, and he clung desperately to it as its powerful force caused pain to shoot through his arms. Ausace noticed Harry's predicament and immediately glanced at Quirrell. The latter's head hung low, his hat obscuring his expression, rendering it impossible to discern his actions. However, Snape was intently focused on Harry, muttering incantations. The professor was casting a counter curse. Ausace quickly understood, redirecting his gaze to Harry's uncontrollable broom, as he hesitated between employing magical or physical means to interrupt Quirrell's spell. His peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar Gryffindor. Hermione stealthily made her way along the professor's bench, her eyes fixed on Snape, wand raised. Anyone not foolish would recognize that she had misunderstood the situation. Without further delay, Ausace took control of his broom. Just then, the golden snitch appeared, and he harnessed his magic to influence its flight path. Instantly, the golden snitch veered, racing towards the professor's bench. Ausace pursued it closely on his broom, their speed nearly instantaneous as they approached the professors. Snape, who had been fervently trying to cast a spell to save the troublesome boy, was taken aback when the golden snitch and Ausace hurtled towards him at breakneck speed. In that moment, his pupils dilated, fear flickering in his eyes, and his incantation faltered. The rapid descent sent Ausace's heart racing wildly, the exhilarating rush nearly overwhelming him, yet he refrained from accelerating, for in that heightened state of mental clarity, he discerned the barely perceptible fear in Snape's gaze. "Close your eyes, Professor," a faint voice echoed in Snape's mind, causing him to look up in astonishment at Ausace. The latter offered a slight nod, indicating it was he. "Close your eyes, Professor," Ausace urged again mentally. "Close my eyes." A whirlwind of thoughts flooded Snape's mind, leaving him in disarray. Ultimately, he chose to place his trust in Ausace. On the professor's bench, Snape gently shut his eyes. Ausace smiled faintly. He did not decelerate. Rather, he accelerated. His formidable magic propelled the golden snitch and himself, bypassing all the professors, charging directly towards Quirrell. Chapter 126, Doubt. Quirrell was struck by the immense force of the golden snitch, causing him to be flung backward, his hat nearly dislodged. In the final moment, Quirrell clutched his hat tightly, protecting the back of his head, but without any hands to brace himself, he crashed heavily to the ground. This bizarre maneuver was witnessed by Ausace as he soared through the air. In stark contrast to the unfortunate Quirrell, Ausace maintained an air of elegance. Amidst the astonished gasps of the young wizards, he clutched his broomstick, veering sharply into the sky to seize the elusive golden snitch. Suspended in midair, Ausace grasped the shimmering snitch tightly, surveying the entire Quidditch pitch from his lofty vantage point, his gaze momentarily pausing on Hermione. Upon observing her contemplative expression, Ausace realized she had recognized her earlier mistake. He then turned his attention to Professor Quirrell on the ground. I regret that the golden snitch was too swift for me to capture in time. Are you all right, Professor Quirrell? Quirrell remained silent, his head bowed, hurriedly clutching his hat as he departed from the teacher's stand. How rude, Ausace thought to himself, feeling a twinge of displeasure, considering he had just helped Quirrell by catching the snitch that had knocked him off course. After a brief silence, the Quidditch pitch erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, with all the young wizards celebrating Ausace's triumph. Bathed in radiant sunlight, he held the golden snitch aloft, overlooking the crowd, a sight that undoubtedly captured the hearts of many. Ausace's inaugural Quidditch match concluded in victory, leaving the spectators exhilarated, and marking the beginning of a transformation in Slytherin's reputation. In the Slytherin locker room, Ausace removed his team uniform. Surrounded by the excited chatter of his teammates, they seemed to be engrossed in a debate, yet Ausace's focus was elsewhere. As the din subsided, one player was pushed forward, shuffling hesitantly behind Ausace. Ausace, do you think we should throw a celebration to commemorate our victory? The player tentatively suggested. His thoughts interrupted. Ausace turned to survey the eager faces around him. The words of refusal lingered on his lips, but recalling that the savior might play Quidditch annually, he relented. Of course. When shall we host it? Perhaps tonight in the Slytherin common room? Since we are celebrating, it would be best if we all gathered together. Ausace's agreement invigorated his teammates, and they began animatedly discussing the festivities for the evening. After changing out of his uniform and exchanging casual greetings, he exited the locker room. Outside, Ausace strolled alone when he unexpectedly stumbled upon 3 Gryffindors embroiled in an argument. It was not Professor Snape. During the time the golden snitch soared past, Snape had closed his eyes and was not casting any spells, while Harry still struggled to control his broom. Hermione, her cheeks flushed, gazed intently at Harry and Ron. Ron, who else would target Harry but Old Bat? I suspect you only sided with them because you saw that Slytherin. Ron scoffed. I told you I did not. The two were poised for a quarrel, while Harry looked from side to side, unsure how to mediate. Please refer to him as Professor Snape. A sudden voice interrupted their standoff. Ausace stood in the shadows, his sharp gaze sweeping over the trio. I apologize for overhearing your dispute. However, your voices were rather loud. His gentle tone quelled Hermione's earlier ire, and she turned to him, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her robe. Harry, looking at Ausace as if he were a savior, silently pleaded for assistance. Ausace raised an eyebrow. If you were discussing Mr. Potter's broomstick mishap, then it was certainly not Professor Snape's doing. Humph, who knows if you're all in cahoots? Slytherin would do anything to win, Ron's disdainful voice echoed in the quiet corridor. Ron, Hermione exclaimed in indignation. Miss Granger, it's all right. Allow me to address this. Ausace interjected, stepping forward to diffuse Hermione's anger. Mr. Weasley, perhaps you should inquire with your brother whether they had any chance of winning under those circumstances. In such a guaranteed victory, what need have we to influence a seeker? He continued. However, if you believe that with Potter's help you could turn the tide, then consider my words unspoken. His reasoning resonated with the contemplative Harry. Yet Ron remained unconvinced. If you don't believe me, I won't argue further. Savior? The word lingered with significance as Ausace pronounced it. Mr. Potter, I hope you understand that one must look beyond the surface to grasp the essence of matters. Now, you should be on your way. The Slytherin common room is not far off, and remember to keep your voices down next time you speak of such things. With that, Ausace gracefully turned to depart. Mr. Cavendish, Hermione summoned him, her fists clenched, summoning her courage. Ausace paused slightly, awaiting her continuation. Thank you for rescuing me last time, and for saving Harry this time as well. Ausace cast her a surprised glance. What a clever witch she was, far more reliable than the savior and that Ron. He thought with a hint of appreciation. No need for thanks. Saving you was a mere trifle, and this time was simply a matter of coincidence. I had no control over where the snitch flew. Ausace smiled at Hermione before turning to leave. She stood watching his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Humph. No matter how you look at him, he won't turn back to embrace you, Ron scoffed, unable to contain his disdain for her expression. Hermione shot him an angry glare. Could you please engage your brain? I was merely contemplating whether the professor targeting Harry was Professor Quirrell. Professor Quirrell? Why do you think it was Professor Quirrell? Harry, momentarily setting aside his anger with Ron, hastily pressed Hermione for clarification. Her face grew serious. I'm not entirely sure, but at that moment, After Professor Snape halted his teaching, I only saw Professor Quirrell, and I couldn't discern whether he was casting a spell. Later, when Professor Quirrell was struck by the golden snitch, Harry's broom regained its stability, which led me to suspect that the professor targeting Harry was indeed Quirrell. Harry bit his lip, recalling the injuries he had seen in the restroom that day. But that day, I saw Snape injured in the restroom, on his leg, and his wound looked as though it had been inflicted by that three-headed dog. Harry, you should call him Professor Snape, Hermione corrected with a frown. Chapter 127, The Unicorn's Mark. Harry did not wish to let a title affect his friendship with his companions, so he readily acquiesced. Professor Snape must have attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone and was bitten by the three-headed dog. Hermione did not counter this time, as she too was uncertain of the answer. Unbeknownst to the trio, Ausace was en route to the dungeons. At the entrance to the dungeons, Miss Medusa lifted her eyelids with irritation. Are you too idle? Why do you come to the dungeons every day? Ausace, accustomed to her demeanor, raised his hand and cast a temperature-regulating charm. Not every day. I'm here to check on the professor's wound. The headmaster is a master of potions. He hardly needs your concern for his injuries. Miss Medusa muttered, yet her body was honest, wagging her tail to grant Ausace entry. He expressed his gratitude and stepped into the dimly lit dungeon. Professor? The faint sound of fabric rustling and the deep voice of the potions master emanated from the sofa in the dungeon. What brings you here? Ausace followed the sound, noticing Snape's black robes cascading over his legs. Are you applying ointment? Ausace approached with a calm demeanor, unfastening his cufflinks and rolling up his sleeves. It's inconvenient to apply ointment to your calf. Shall I assist? Before Snape could decline, Ausace had already taken the potion and knelt down. The robe was lifted, revealing the potion's master's injured leg. Gazing at the wound, which appeared almost bone-deep, Ausace suddenly felt that his previous use of the sleeping spell had been too lenient. Next time, he would opt for the petrifying spell, he silently resolved, determining the fate of the three-headed dog. Has the professor neglected his potion duties these past few days? Assessing the wound, Aces found himself in a state of exasperation. Was there truly any difference in the wound from before? Severus Snape maintained his stoic silence, his expression as unyielding as ever. Very well, he would proceed with the application of the potion. Aces, with a resigned air, took the potion and poured it into his palm. His distinctly articulated fingers gently clasped the pale, injured calf, applying the potion with utmost delicacy. Snape observed Aces as he tended to the wound with a singular focus, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. It seemed prudent for Mr. Aces to refrain from posing questions in the future, for Snape had no need for answers. A cold smirk curled upon his lips, a silent mockery directed at Aces. Yet, Aces appeared to be deaf to the taunt, his gaze lowered as he concentrated on the task at hand. Professor, today's curse was cast by Quirrell. Sensing the tension in his grip, Aces casually broached a topic to divert the potion's master's attention. In turn, he contemplated yet another fate for the three-headed dog in his mind. Are you certain? Indeed, I am certain. And it was he who unleashed the troll last time as well. Snape was unfazed by this revelation, having noted Quirrell's previous lapse. What else have you discovered? Snape acutely sensed the hesitation in the boy's voice. Has there been any recent activity regarding the dark mark on your arm, Professor? After a moment's hesitation, Aces dared to voice the question. Upon hearing it, Snape's left arm instinctively recoiled, his mind instinctively seeking to invoke the mental shields. Regrettably, as soon as the question escaped Ace's lips, he wished he could retract it. Snape's subtle movements only intensified his regret. Speaking of which, I bear a mark as well. Snape's attention pivoted, his gaze fixated on Aces as it roved over him. A mark? As Aces completed the application of the last bit of potion, he lifted his hand, palm facing upwards. Magic surged forth, revealing a stunning silver crescent mark on the back of his fair hand, shimmering with iridescence. The moment Snape beheld the mark, he felt a modicum of relaxation wash over him. This mark did not evoke the same sense of darkness and brutality as the dark mark. Instead, it radiated a gentle aura. What is this mark? Ace's gaze softened as it lingered on his hand. Do you recall when my magic was unexpectedly soothed? A unicorn? Snape's mind instantly recalled that peculiar occurrence. Aces nodded. This is a gift from my unicorn friends. Beyond that, I cannot elaborate, as it pertains to their safety. I trust you, Professor, but I cannot betray their confidence, so even my parents are unaware of this. Snape withdrew his gaze, opting not to press further. Aces rose, gathering the scattered potions, all the while advising, Professor, it would be wise to keep your distance from Quirrell. He seems somewhat off. We had already suspected his oddity, had we not? Not quite this. Aces hesitated before divulging to Snape. He possesses two souls. Snape's body went rigid, struggling to believe his ears. You mean to say two souls? It's merely a conjecture. Aces himself was unsure. He had previously suspected Quirrell of being a Horcrux, but found it unlikely after some probing. The tools used to detect Horcruxes did not react in his presence. Rather, they emitted a faint warmth in the presence of the Savior. However, the absence of a Horcrux does not imply that Voldemort's soul is not within him. Aces recalled the chilling sensation he felt upon first encountering Quirrell and the death of Estrella. In any case, Professor, it would be prudent for you to keep your distance. I do not require your unsolicited advice. Snape regained his composure, clearly displeased with Ace's interjection. Aces methodically fastened his cufflinks. It is not unsolicited advice, merely a suggestion. If it offends you, consider it unsaid. However, Professor, having won the Quidditch match, may I request a reward? Snape regarded Aces with impatience, uncertain of his intentions. Could you focus on your potion application, please? Aces stood before Snape, his gaze lowered. Snape's lips curled in displeasure as he candidly inquired. Has your mind been ensnared by the devil's snare? Why do you persist in fixating on your injury? You are aware, Professor, that the Quidditch match has concluded. And I still have some time. If Mr. Aces has time, then submit an 18-inch essay. I shall review it personally. The emphasis on the last 4 words was unmistakable. Aces momentarily faltered. However, he quickly added, of course, just when I submit the essay, if you don't mind. I would like to check on the recovery of my wound as well. Snape did not anticipate that an essay would not silence him. 2 essays, he stated flatly. Aces nodded in resignation. Very well, at this rate, I might end up with 10 essays. He thought wisely to change the subject. They are hosting a celebration today. Would you care to attend, Professor? Snape felt a sense of satisfaction at having silenced Aces and found his mood considerably lifted. Upon hearing Ace's invitation, he merely raised an eyebrow. Are you certain that if I attend, your foolish celebration will proceed? Chapter 128, The Celebration. This was a rather good question, and Aces found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing this, Snape scoffed coldly. If the professor is willing to attend, I shall manage the rest. Aces contemplated this and assured Snape, I possess some confidence in this matter. However, Snape was not inclined to partake in a celebration filled with foolish trolls. Humph. Save the troll gathering for yourself. Very well, I wish myself a joyous time. Aces jestingly mocked himself before bidding farewell to Snape and departing the dungeon. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Aces nearly believed he had entered the wrong chamber. The turnout was even greater than before. A cursory glance revealed that nearly all the little serpents had gathered for this celebration. Draco was the first to spot Aces as he entered, springing to his feet and waving enthusiastically. Aces, over here. Draco's call silenced the common room, all eyes turning towards Aces. His expression remained unchanged as he regarded Draco's sparkling eyes, finding them oddly familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Thoughts swirled in his mind, yet his feet continued to move directly toward Draco. What has you so excited? Has the crossbow finally arrived? Aces came to a halt before Draco, nodding gently at all the little serpents, signaling them to disregard him, before teasing Draco. Instantly, Draco's bright eyes dimmed, and he pouted, looking displeased with Aces. Unable to suppress a soft chuckle, Aces affectionately ruffled his tousled hair. If you can master the shield charm, then the crossbow is certainly achievable. In truth, the crossbow was rather unremarkable, yet the shield charm was comparatively simpler, so Aces felt confident there would be no issue. Draco had long since given up hope regarding the crossbow, but Ace's sudden assurance sent him soaring with delight. However, the proud little peacock recalled his father's teachings on noble demeanor and restrained his impulse to soar. If only his eyes had not curved into crescent moons. Aces might have believed his words. Then I shall await your shield charm, little dragon. Aces found amusement in Draco's nearly wagging tail. Of course, Draco lifted his chin, gazing at Aces with pride. As it was a gathering, and more specifically a Slytherin gathering, Aces could not neglect the others. So he reluctantly concluded his conversation with Draco and turned to engage with the approaching little serpents, perhaps due to the prevalence of nobility among Slytherins. What was originally a simple celebration resembled a grand banquet. The still naive little serpents emulated their parents, engaging in lively exchanges with their friends. Almost everyone had their own little circle, with Aces at the center of the most populated one. Acquaintances and strangers alike took turns approaching Aces, who navigated this scene with effortless grace, a testament to his upbringing. Surrounded by a throng, he tended to everyone's needs as if swimming in water, ensuring that no one felt overlooked. Yet, Draco stood apart, a frown marring his features as he glared at Aces, who was encircled by admirers, his fork bending under the strain of his grip. Behind him, Goyle and Crabbe exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Draco's relationship with Aces, only aware that it seemed amicable. They understood Draco well enough to recognize his temper. Witnessing his irritation directed at Aces, they surmised that he was upset over losing the attention he believed was rightfully his. Master Malfoy, you are of the Malfoy lineage, far superior to that Cavendish, Crab ventured cautiously. Draco furrowed his brow, shifting his gaze from Aces to Crab. Interpreting Draco's look as agreement, Crab hastily continued. If you were to step up, you would undoubtedly surpass him. He is but an outsider. Draco's frown deepened, and at last, he could no longer contain himself. Have you said enough? Crab fell silent, taken aback, while Goyle stood by, equally apprehensive. Aces is my brother. You shall not speak of him in that manner. Draco's tone was serious, his anger rendering his gaze towards Crab stern and reminiscent of his father's disapproval. Though Aces engaged in conversation with others, he kept a watchful eye on Draco. The latter's unusual demeanor piqued Ace's interest. With a smile, he dismissed the surrounding Slytherins and exchanged glances with Elise and Carter. The Slytherins, still somewhat reluctant, welcomed Elise and Carter's approach, leading to another round of conversation. Meanwhile, Crab and Goyle were taken aback by this rare display of Draco's seriousness, their anxiety rendering them speechless. What's wrong? Who has upset our little dragon? Aces inquired, his words light, yet lacking mirth, his gaze sharp as it fell upon Crab and Goyle. He was aware of them, having sent an owl to investigate their backgrounds since the day Draco had called him brother. His impression of them was lukewarm, while Draco might not have noticed. Aces was acutely aware of the disdain reflected in their eyes. Ace's presence softened Draco's ire. He bit his lip, reluctant to disclose to Aces how those around him perceived him, fearing that Aces might distance himself due to Goyle and Crab. Aces, adept at reading Draco's expressions, quickly discerned his inner turmoil, eliciting a mixture of helplessness and concern within him. What is this foolishness, my dear? Why are you so worried? You hardly resemble the proud little peacock you once were. Proud little peacock? Aces suddenly realized something, recalling every incident since his acquaintance with Draco. As he pondered, a frown creased his brow, and an astonishing thought emerged. Was Draco experiencing feelings of inadequacy? Ace's silence and furrowed brow heightened Draco's anxiety. Though he had been quietly lamenting Ace's sternness, he understood it stemmed from concern for him. Aces had never withheld praise or reward, something Draco had long yearned for. Aces treated him exceptionally well, and Draco genuinely cherished having him as a brother. He feared losing him. Nervously clutching the edge of his robe, Draco's platinum head hung low, sadness enveloping him without his noticing. He had made every effort to avoid provoking Ace's anger. Today, his feelings were not rooted in jealousy, but in the belief that Aces, so brilliant and exceptional, might not need a younger brother like him. Chapter 129, The Little Peacock's Concerns. To his surprise, his demeanor was misinterpreted by Goyle and Crab, who spoke ill of Aces behind his back. Would Aces think him an ungrateful, insatiable wretch? With his head bowed, Draco's thoughts spiraled into fear, and his eyes began to burn with unshed tears. He bit his lip, inhaling quietly, afraid to speak lest Aces deem him weak and grow to dislike him more. Little dragon? Aces snapped back to reality, noticing Draco's prolonged silence, his head bowed. The intensity of Draco's emotional turmoil was palpable, even without Aces employing legitimacy. He could feel the weight of his sorrow and uncertainty. Frowning, Aces reached out, gently pulling Draco closer and wrapping an arm around his shoulders, guiding him toward his dormitory. Goyle and Crab attempted to follow, but were halted in their tracks by Ace's frigid glare. Draco, head down, allowed Aces to lead him, though as he stood, his hands instinctively grasped Ace's outer robes with a fierce grip, his fingers turning pale from the effort. Aces noticed but said nothing, drawing him closer, his arms settling firmly around Draco's shoulder. Though Ace's pace was unhurried, accommodating Draco's speed, they soon reached the dormitory. Upon entering, Aces did not immediately release his hold. He brought Draco to the sofa and gently pushed him down. His wand, having appeared in his hand, tapped lightly on the table, conjuring a warm, sweet pumpkin juice. He placed the cup in Draco's hands, the comforting warmth helping him to relax somewhat. Shall we talk? Draco, keeping his gaze lowered, clutched the cup tightly and muttered a subdued agreement. Little dragon, look at me. Reluctant to reveal his disheveled state to Aces, Draco hesitated but ultimately complied. Slowly lifting his head, the redness around his eyes tightened Ace's heart. Can you tell me what you were thinking just now? Why you've bottled up your feelings like this? This is not the Draco I know. Aces gently brushed away the tears at the corners of Draco's eyes, gazing at him with tenderness. Under such a gaze, the restrained grievances within Draco surged forth uncontrollably. It wasn't me who had Crab speak ill of you. I know. I'm not jealous of you. I know. Please don't turn away from me. I will be better. Draco, you need not strive to be better. Hearing Ace's words, Draco looked up anxiously, his lips parting as if to speak, but Aces was quicker. I compel you to learn spells so that you may possess the power to protect yourself, not to demean yourself. You need not change for anyone. You are already remarkable as you are, Draco. I take pride in every version of you. Pride? The words soothed Draco, the warmth enveloping him, prompting him to voice a question that had long troubled him. Brother, Am I truly useless? Draco gazed up at Ace's, his grip on the cup tightening unconsciously. Why would you say that? Ace's demeanor shifted. He recognized this as the crux of Draco's inner conflict. I always disappoint Father. Though he never says it aloud, I know he greatly admires you. I am not envious of you. I simply feel inadequate, forever unable to grasp what Father has taught me. His disappointed gaze tells me I am not a worthy heir. I truly strive to learn, yet I do not know how to make Father proud. I fail at everything. Father said that the Savior holds great value, so I sought to draw closer to him. Yet he chose not to befriend me. In fact, he preferred the company of that Weasley, who even mocked my name. As Draco spoke, his voice faltered, and he bowed his head, crystalline tears cascading into the cup of pumpkin juice, creating ripples. Ace sighed, his heart aching for the platinum-haired peacock before him, who now wept silently. He rose, gently taking the cup from Draco's trembling hands and placing it aside. With his left hand, he tenderly pressed Draco's head into his embrace, while his right hand softly patted his back. Draco, shivering, wrapped his arms around Ace's waist, releasing a muffled cry. The sobs were stifled against fabric, rendering them barely audible, yet Ace could feel the dampness of the shirt beneath his touch. He comfortingly patted Draco's shoulder, taken aback by the emotional weight the usually arrogant peacock bore within. Draco's tears seemed to release all the grievances he had accumulated over time, soaking Ace's shirt, clinging tightly to his skin. After a while, exhausted from his weeping, the little peacock finally quieted, loosening his grip. Upon seeing Ace's drenched shirt, he hastily lowered his gaze, embarrassed to meet Ace's eyes. Ace produced a handkerchief, lifting Draco's chin, gently wiping the tear-streaked face that resembled a weeping kitten. Are you calm now? Draco sheepishly nodded. Then allow me to speak. You have done exceptionally well. Throughout these days, you have persevered with the spells I taught you, no matter how challenging. And you have grasped quite a bit. You are truly clever. The reason you struggle with what your father teaches is that he is not one who knows how to impart knowledge. If you wish to learn, I will teach you step by step. The Savior's refusal to befriend you reflects his lack of discernment. Our little dragon is remarkable, and his loss is indeed his own. Weasley's ridicule of your name stems from his impoliteness, and you should not emulate him. You need not force yourself into any mold. You have your own path and need not compromise for anyone, except in the case of spells, which must be learned. Ace's gentle words gradually soothed Draco's restless heart. He even found amusement in Ace's candid remarks about his father, realizing for the first time that someone could speak such truths. Ace gazed down at Draco, who was once again wearing a smile. The tear-streaked Draco appeared far more endearing. Indeed, the little peacock ought to shine with bright, sparkling eyes, hold his head high with pride, and embrace his flamboyance. After all, joy is what truly matters. The sight of that heartbroken little peacock had tugged at Ace's heart. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled where he had seen Draco's sparkling eyes before. Draco, go wash your face and change your clothes. I shall take you to a place. A delightful place. Chapter 130, The Little Peacock and the Unicorn. Draco, puzzled yet obedient, rose to return to his room to tidy himself. Meanwhile, Ace leaned against the door, waiting for him. The day's activities had been rather taxing, and he too felt weary. Sir? Carter ascended the stairs and spotted Ace at the door. They are looking for you. Ace, half closing his eyes, appeared languid, his robe fluttering slightly in the breeze. Just tell them I am too tired and have returned to the dormitory to rest. Ace, I'm ready. Draco emerged from his room, fussing with his hair. Without gel, a few rebellious strands obscured his eyes, which were still slightly reddened from his earlier tears, making him uncomfortable. Sir, should I not be here? Carter's expression was complex, darting his gaze between Ace and Draco, the sight of them causing him evident distress. Set aside your foolish assumptions, or I assure you, you shall not see the light of day tomorrow. Ace lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a cold, indifferent glance at Carter, his eyes laced with warning. Oh, then I shall take my leave, sir. Ace, feeling drowsy, exhibited a noticeably foul mood. Carter dared not linger, forgetting even to greet Draco, hastily turning away as if fleeing the scene. What was that about? Draco finally managed to tame his disheveled hair, watching Carter's hasty retreat with curiosity. He is simply overly excited tonight. Pay him no mind. Let us go. Ace straightened, drawing his wand and casting the disillusionment charm upon Draco, gradually concealing his form. We must avoid them as we leave, so be sure to hold on to my sleeve tightly. Ace meticulously instructed Draco, then cast the same charm on himself. The two, now completely concealed, cautiously evaded any contact with others as they departed the Slytherin common room. As they traversed the dimly lit corridor, with the rustling branches outside casting eerie shadows, Draco gulped nervously, gripping Ace's sleeve tighter. Sensing the tension, Ace slowed his pace, wrapping an arm around Draco's shoulders, offering gentle reassurances. He guided Draco all the way to the edge of the forbidden forest. Throughout the journey, Draco remained on edge, fearful of being discovered during curfew. Upon realizing they had arrived at the forbidden forest, he could no longer contain himself. Draco halted, tugging at Aces. "What's wrong?" Aces inquired, puzzled. "That's the forbidden forest." "Indeed, that is precisely where I intend to take you. In the dead of night." The desolate edge of the forbidden forest prompted Aces to lift the disillusionment charm. Once it was lifted, he noticed the anxiety and fear etched upon Draco's face. He paused, regretting not having explained things more clearly before their arrival. "Do not fear, little dragon. With me, you shall be safe. I brought you here to introduce you to a friend, though the specifics shall remain a secret for now." Aces offered Draco a comforting smile and patiently explained, signaling him not to be afraid. "A friend?" Draco immediately grasped the crux of Aces's words. How does Aces have friends everywhere? This revelation quelled his fear, and he eagerly tugged at Aces, leading them into the forest. Aces, bemused by Draco's sudden enthusiasm, followed his lead. However, upon entering, Draco quickly regretted it. The forbidden forest was far more sinister than the corridor they had just traversed. Even with the Lumos charm cast, the area illuminated was limited, and the shadows of unlit spaces loomed ominously. Draco felt as though fierce werewolves were lurking, watching them intently. Unconsciously, his pace slowed, and he eventually pressed closely against Aces. Aces observed the transformation of the little peacock from bravado to timidness, now nestled beside him. "Are you truly that frightened?" Aces queried, scanning the surrounding trees. Since entering the forbidden forest, he had been attuned to the magical energies around them, acutely aware that they were entirely alone. Noticing Draco's evident fear, Aces withdrew his wand and summoned his Patronus. A spirited white tiger materialized in the dark expanse of the forbidden forest, dispelling Draco's trepidation. He gazed in astonishment at the little white tiger, intrigued. The tiger, in tune with its master's intent, approached Draco, nuzzling against his feet. Draco looked up at Aces with longing, and Aces smiled back, nodding encouragingly. Only then did Draco reach out to embrace the creature, and the little white tiger, sensing his movement, eagerly leaped into his arms. The warmth enveloped Draco instantly, and he could not resist burying his face in the soft fur, gently rubbing against it. Observing this, Aces found himself momentarily at a loss as to who was truly the little white tiger. He chuckled softly and shook his head, choosing to disregard their affectionate antics. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings, waving his wand to cast several protective enchantments. Once he confirmed that the area was adequately secured with his wards, Aces produced the whistle he had previously used and gently blew into it. The sound reverberated through the stillness of the forbidden forest, carried far away by a gentle breeze. Draco paused in his playful antics with the little white tiger, gazing curiously at Aces. As the wind gradually stilled, the sound of running footsteps became particularly pronounced in the quiet woods. Draco, feeling a surge of anxiety, stood up, gripping his wand tightly and staring in the direction of the noise, casting a worried glance at Aces. Aces closed his eyes, attuning himself to the magical essence of the approaching creature, and then opened them wide in surprise, gently pressing down on Draco's wand. Draco was on the verge of panic. He had heard tales of werewolves lurking in the forbidden forest. "Do not fear, it is my friend." Just as the words left his lips, a beautiful silver head emerged. And upon seeing Aces, the creature's eyes sparkled with excitement, mirroring Draco's own bright gaze. A unicorn. Draco's eyes lit up instantly, curiously examining the peeking Estrella. Sensing the presence of someone next to Aces, Estrella stomped nervously with its hooves. "Aces, who is he?" It snorted, its inquiry sounding like a roar in Draco's ears. "Do not be afraid, Estrella. He is my brother, and his name is Draco," Aces softly reassured the unicorn. Moments later, two larger unicorns stepped forth from the shadows. Having encountered more humans than Estrella had, they exhibited far less trepidation and chose to trust Aces. Antonio and Clorius approached Aces at a leisurely pace, bending down to nuzzle him affectionately, whispering softly, "We have missed you. How have you been?" Aces wrapped his arms around the two grand unicorns. "I have missed you as well. I came this time because I have been plagued by a sense of foreboding, so I wanted to bring you some protective items. Moreover, I wish to introduce you to my brother." Chapter 131. The Little Peacock Makes Friends. Aces' words captured the attention of the two larger unicorns, who lifted their silver heads and turned to regard Draco in unison. Draco anxiously clutched at his sleeves. "Do not worry, little dragon. They will not harm you." Aces released his embrace of the unicorns and moved to Draco's side. With Aces beside him, Draco felt considerably more composed. He tentatively greeted the two larger unicorns. "Hello, Clorius." Sensing the tension in his eyes, approached Draco first, much like a nurturing mother, and the gentle gaze soothed Draco, causing him to relax unconsciously. Clorius walked slowly over and gently rested his head on Draco's shoulder. The gentle aura of the unicorn enveloped Draco, and instinctively, he raised his hand to mimic Ausace, hugging Clorius around the neck. Clorius graciously lowered his neck, allowing Draco to embrace him more comfortably. Observing their harmonious interaction, Ausace turned his attention to the still-watching Estrella. Upon seeing Ausace approach, Estrella joyfully snorted and bounded toward him. Ausace, is that your brother? Why does his fur color differ from yours? His color resembles my previous hue, glimmering and particularly beautiful. Ausace caught the lively, bouncing Estrella in his arms. Yes, he is my brother. He is very kind. But he is feeling down today, so I brought him to meet our little Joy. Little Joy? Is that me? Ausace, is it me? Estrella exclaimed excitedly, its hooves tapping eagerly against the ground. But what is a little Joy? Estrella tilted its silver head, looking at Ausace with curiosity. A little Joy is you. You are so adorable, and playing with him will surely bring him happiness, enough to forget his sadness. That is what a little Joy is. So may I ask you to accompany him and play for a while? Flattered by Ausace's praise, Estrella felt an immense sense of responsibility upon receiving his request. Do not worry. Ausace, I will make him happy. It raised its head, giving a resounding snort, and confidently trotted toward Draco. Seeing it approach, Clorius stepped back to make room for Estrella. Compared to the more robust Antonio and Clorius, the smaller Estrella was more to Draco's liking. Upon its arrival, he instinctively relaxed his breath. Once Estrella shed its wariness, it became particularly familiar, prancing over to Draco and enthusiastically nudging him while emitting cheerful sounds. The little Joy has arrived. Have you become happy? You must be so happy. Estrella's exuberance left Draco somewhat flustered, and he instinctively glanced at Ausace. Receiving his gaze, Ausace gently reassured him, it is all right. Its name is Estrella, and it adores you. You may pet it. Fearing Draco might hesitate, Ausace waved his wand, summoning the little white tiger to his side. With the tiger nearby, Draco felt much more at ease. He tentatively reached out to stroke Estrella's chin. Estrella's attention was immediately captivated by the little white tiger's presence. Had it not been for the fact that it remembered a melancholic Draco in need of companionship, it might have already dashed over to snuggle with the tiger. As Draco's gentle touch redirected Estrella's focus, it excitedly responded with joyful sounds. The little white tiger also leaned in, playfully bobbing its head between Draco and Estrella. Thus, the trio of a boy, a tiger, and a unicorn gradually grew more familiar with one another, soon reveling in joyful play. Ausace stood beside Antonio and Clorius, quietly observing the smile blossoming on Draco's face and Estrella's swaying head, a hint of heaviness lingering in his eyes. Clorius nuzzled his cheek in concern. Ausace, I can sense your fear. Startled from his thoughts, Ausace retrieved 2 necklaces from his alchemical ring. Do you trust me? Of course, we trust you. You are our friend. Antonio huffed assertively, somewhat displeased with Ausace's question. Then remember, do not allow Estrella to wander off alone. Hogwarts is not peaceful at the moment. Ausace cautioned, fastening the necklaces around their necks. As soon as they were secured, the necklaces emitted a faint glow, shrinking to fit perfectly. These are my alchemical necklaces. If you are ever attacked, I will be alerted, and they will also create a protective shield. I have employed ancient magic for the shield. It can protect you for approximately half an hour, during which time I will certainly come to your aid. Antonio and Clorius remained still as Ausace adorned them with the necklaces. Do not worry, we are not easy prey either, Clorius comforted Ausace, gently nudging his cheek with his nose. Ausace lifted his hand to caress Clorius' head. I know, but I dare not gamble on the malevolence of that individual. Ausace once again retrieved a necklace from his ring, this one intended for Estrella. Observing Estrella reveling in play with Draco, Ausace's heart remained heavy with concern. Remember, do not let Estrella wander off alone, he reminded once more. Antonio and Clorius nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Ausace, we will remember. Hearing this, Ausace felt a small measure of relief wash over him. He raised his wand to clear the area and then settled down on the ground. Noticing his actions, Clorius instinctively knelt and lay down, positioning himself closely against Ausace's back. Ausace tilted his head slightly, smiling as he leaned back, resting his head upon Clorius. Sensing his movements, Clorius let out a soft snort, clearly pleased. Yet, mindful of Ausace leaning against him, he refrained from moving about, instead lowering his head to gently nuzzle Ausace with his nose. Nestled against the warm body of the unicorn, with the evening breeze whispering softly and the stars hidden away. Only the cool, gentle moonlight cascaded upon the ground. In the distance, faint sounds of playful whispers mingled with the wind, barely discernible. In such a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, Ausace soon found himself overwhelmed by drowsiness, his entire being succumbing to a state of lethargy. Noticing Ausace's unusual demeanor, Clorius cast a glance at Antonio. Understanding. Antonio quietly approached and settled down before Aces, shielding him from the cool evening air, then gently nudged him so that he lay fully against Clorius. Aces harbored a deep trust in the unicorns, remaining unguarded around them, and today, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Thus, when he was laid down, he merely lifted his eyelids slightly before closing them again, surrendering to rest. Chapter 132. Farewell to the Unicorns. Gradually, amidst a myriad of tangled thoughts, Aces' breathing became steady. Yet, the furrowed brow and slightly trembling eyelashes revealed that he had not completely drifted into slumber. A fragment of awareness lingered within him. It was not that he doubted Antonio and Clorius, but even with their vigilant presence, he could not fully relax. Ever since he had glimpsed the prophecy and sensed Voldemort's presence, he had been plagued by fears of the prophecy's grim realization. Anxious that Estrella might indeed fall in a pool of blood, her life force siphoned away by Voldemort. Thus, despite his exhaustion, he dared not let his guard down. Remaining in a state of half-awake drowsiness, the clouds began to dissipate, revealing the moon that had been obscured by them. Fragmented beams of silvery moonlight filtered through the gaps, cascading down upon Aces and Clorius. As the moonlight illuminated them, the crescent shape adorning Aces' wrist gradually came into view, radiating a chill silver glow akin to the moonlight, harmonizing beautifully with the gentle silver sheen of Clorius. The ethereal silver light bathed Aces' hair, seemingly transforming it into a shimmering silver, rendering him perfectly at ease among the two silvery unicorns. As the night deepened, the moon was gradually cloaked by thick clouds, the moonlight fading away, and with it, the crescent disappeared as well. At that moment, Draco, having finally recognized his new playmate and thoroughly enjoying himself, belatedly began to succumb to sleepiness. Beyond, the tears evoked by his yawn dampening his gray-blue eyes. With half-closed, moist eyes, Draco instinctively lifted his gaze in search of Aces. However, Aces was thoroughly concealed behind Antonio, and he could not see him, causing a sudden flutter of anxiety within him. Aces, where are you? In the absence of Aces, Draco once again felt the chilling terror of the forbidden forest. He scrambled to his feet, nervously scanning his surroundings, too preoccupied to respond even when Estrella nudged against him. Don't be afraid, little dragon, I'm here. Aces opened his eyes, propped himself up, and murmured to the still searching Draco. The moment Draco laid eyes on Aces, he let out a sigh of relief and hurried to his side. Were you scared? Aces smoothed out his wrinkled clothing and addressed the approaching Draco. Upon seeing Aces, Draco regained his composure, and upon hearing his question, shook his head vigorously, his expression stern. I'm not scared. I was just worried you'd gotten lost. Observing his frightened yet stubborn demeanor, Aces found it amusing but chose not to expose him, instead regarding him with concern. Are you tired? Shall we head back? Draco blinked his eyes, his damp gaze fixed on Aces. A little. All right then, let us return to rest. Can I come again next time? Draco looked at Aces with eager anticipation. Aces feigned contemplation for a few seconds before, under Draco's barely restrained gaze, he replied unhurriedly. If you can master the shield charm and the disarming charm, and pass my assessment. The shield charm and the disarming charm are easy for me. I've already learned them. With a bit more practice, I'm sure I can master them. You can't go back on your word, Aces. Draco held his head high, brimming with confidence. Is that so? But before, Carter and the others did not say the same. Aces smiled slightly, neither affirming nor denying Draco's claim, yet refraining from undermining his confidence. Noticing Estrella approaching, Aces gestured for her to come closer. Instantly, Estrella bounded into Aces' embrace, causing him to stumble. Why are you so excited? Aces, I like your brother, she exclaimed joyfully, her hooves fidgeting on the ground. He likes you too. Feeling Draco's eager gaze upon him, Aces gently pushed Estrella away a bit. Stand still, I want to adorn you with something. What is it? What is it? Is it something fun? Estrella eagerly stretched her neck, her bright eyes fixed on Aces. Meanwhile, Draco, feigning indifference with crossed arms, could not help but steal glances at Aces. Aces produced a necklace he had prepared, carefully placing it around Estrella's neck, just like with the two larger unicorns. The necklace automatically shrank upon reaching Estrella's neck until it fit perfectly. What is this? It feels strange on my neck. Estrella was not accustomed to having something around her neck and immediately began shaking her head, trying to remove it. Aces furrowed his brow, about to speak, but Antonio interjected. Estrella, don't move around. Wear your necklace properly. He exhaled a heavy breath through his nostrils, warning Estrella. Startled by her father's seriousness, Estrella froze in place. But being raised in a nurturing environment, she was not intimidated by Antonio's sternness. On the contrary, it might even embolden her. Sure enough, once she regained her composure, Estrella not only continued shaking her head, but also stuck her tongue out at her serious father. Estrella's mischievous antics caused Antonio to begin stamping his hooves anxiously. And before he could reprimand her, Glorious interrupted him. Glorious, too, was seldom serious. Estrella, wear your necklace properly. It was made by Aces to protect you. Do not take his kindness for granted. Compared to her father's stern warning, her mother's explanation was far more palatable for Estrella. She ceased shaking her head and looked at Aces. Did you make this? It's really beautiful. Just like I was before, and just as beautiful as Draco. Estrella joyfully bobbed her head, fawning over Aces while not forgetting her little companion. Draco could not comprehend her words, only observing her sudden excitement. Aces gazed at the necklace around Estrella's neck, crafted based on her previous fur color. For some reason, despite shedding to reveal silver fur, Estrella remained nostalgic for her former golden coat. Thus, Aces had deliberately included her favorite shimmering gold within the necklace. If it's beautiful, then remember to wear it well. Don't intentionally take it off. Can you promise me that, Estrella? Estrella, caught in her little mischief, bore no resentment and instead nuzzled her face against his. I promise. Aces. Aces raised his hand, ruffling her mane affectionately. Remember your promise. Next time, I will come to check. Rest assured, Aces, we will keep an eye on her. Antonio and Glorious approached Estrella, their silver heads gently nudging her. Startled, Estrella nodded vigorously. Only then did Aces feel somewhat reassured, and he turned to Draco to bid farewell. After repeatedly declining the fervent farewell of the two grand unicorns, Aces and Draco departed from the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 133, The Doubling of Essays. Draco followed silently behind Aces, his mournful gaze continually piercing through to him. Aces walked ahead, a calm glimmer of amusement flickering in his serene eyes. Draco's patience was far less than that of Aces. And before they could step into the Hogwarts castle, he could no longer restrain himself and yanked Aces to a halt. Aces paused, looking back in confusion. What is it? Do you truly have nothing to say to me? Aces's expression grew more perplexed. Should I have something to say to you? Draco sulked, pouting, and fell silent. Sulking into the castle, Aces chuckled, reaching out to pull him back. You wish to acquire an alchemical item? You know you can just ask. Draco defiantly pried his hand away, frowning in grievance, his delicate features contorted. Yes, I know, but I can't always be aware. What if I don't know next time? Would you just bottle it up inside, missing out on what you desire? Is that truly what you want, Draco? At this, Aces halted, his gaze sweeping over the shadows within Hogwarts Castle, his eyes flickering momentarily before continuing. Draco, remember, wishing for something achieves nothing. If you desire something, if you wish to do something, you must take action in every possible way. For instance, this time, you could simply tell me that you want an alchemical item. As your brother, I would never deny your reasonable request. If it were someone else, you would need to tailor your approach based on the specific circumstances. Aces's demeanor was casual, his tone light, as though merely engaging in idle conversation. Yet, Draco understood otherwise. A gentle breeze stirred the loose strands of Aces's hair, and he clearly perceived the earnestness in Aces's eyes. Aces was fulfilling the promise he made to comfort him. Realizing this, Draco lowered his head and mumbled an acknowledgement. Regarding the alchemical item, the pendant I gave you during the troll incident is one of my proudest creations. The pendant? Draco instinctively reached for the pendant in his pocket, momentarily speechless. It dawned on him that what Aces had casually handed him was, in fact, immensely valuable. Is this what it means to have an older brother? Draco gazed at Aces, the events of the night replaying in his mind. Meanwhile, Aces, oblivious to Draco's reaction, turned his head once more to glance into the shadows. A smile gracing his lips. From the shadows, a dark figure emerged slowly. Out for a midnight stroll? It seems 2 18-inch essays are insufficient to occupy the restless mister. Aces. A rich, low voice startled Draco, who had been lost in his emotions. Professor Snape? He quickly straightened up, nervously glancing at Snape, his mind already mourning the grim fate that awaited him. Can someone tell me why our headmaster walks without a sound? Upon hearing Draco's voice, Snape cast a quick, dark glance at him before shifting his gaze to Aces, his tone laden with ambiguity. Taking Mr. Malfoy for a nocturnal excursion? Excellent. Congratulations, Mr. Aces. Your essay count has just doubled. The elongated tone carried an undeniable authority, striking at Aces's fragile heart. For 18-inch essays? He looked up at Snape in disbelief. Why not detention? Snape raised an eyebrow, glancing back at him disdainfully. Do not presume I am unaware. Detention holds no deterrent power over you. Thus, it shall be essays. Aces fell silent, and after a long pause, managed to voice. When is the essay due? If you do not vanish from my sight this instant, I expect to see Mr. Aces's meticulously crafted essay first thing tomorrow morning. Yes, Professor, I shall disappear at once. Goodbye, Professor. Aces reacted swiftly, casting a glance at Draco before turning to leave. Draco, equally astute, hastily darted past Snape, softly bidding him farewell before closely following Aces, fearful of being left behind. Just as they were about to vanish from Snape's view, Aces turned back, his lips moving slightly, his voice echoing down the empty corridor to Snape's ears. "Good night, Professor. Rest well, it's good for your wounds." With that, he led Draco completely out of sight at the corridor's end. Meddling troll. Snape regarded Aces's foolishness with a stoic expression, then, without a hint of reluctance, swept his black cloak aside and melded into the darkness. In the tranquility of life, time seemed to pass swiftly. Yet another Christmas arrived quietly amidst the swirling snow. This year, the Duke and Anna, unusually, remained home to accompany Aces. However, after careful deliberation, Aces was compelled to forego the enticing notion of returning home. For the newly enrolled savior had not signed his leave to go home. Aces could hardly believe that Voldemort would kindly allow the savior to spend Christmas in peace. Thus, he stayed behind, feeling that at least someone should assist Snape should problems arise. The snowfall this year was heavier than in previous years. In the corridor, observing the nearly incessant snow, Aces couldn't help but feel grateful that he had gifted Snape the alchemical cloak for warmth last year. Otherwise, in such weather, one could only imagine how many warming charms Snape would have to cast upon himself. Lost in thought, feeling the chill, Aces raised his hand to cast a warming charm upon himself once more. He then quickened his pace towards the Great Hall. The number of young witches and wizards remaining this year was not particularly large. A few scattered students occupied various corners of the hall. At the Slytherin table, Ellis was elegantly enjoying her breakfast. Upon seeing Aces enter, she set down her knife and fork and offered him a slight nod. Aces swiftly approached her side, taking a seat as he scanned the hall with his gaze. "Where's Mr. Potter?" He seemed a bit distracted. He just stepped out. Distracted? Aces accepted the teacup Ellis offered, perplexed. Yes, Mr. Potter was sitting by the fireplace, staring into it, lost in thought, and remained silent. Then Mr. Weasley approached, and they seemed to have a disagreement, after which Mr. Potter left the hall alone. Ellis recounted what she had observed in detail. Furrowing his brow, Aces's gaze flicked towards Ron before returning. "Keep an eye on Weasley." With that, Aces hastily rose and exited the hall. Mini-scene, Draco drowsy in potions class. At the lectern, Snape swiftly elucidated the new potion's key points. When Draco's platinum head nodded for the third time, he could no longer contain himself. His wand tapped on the herbs on the lectern, transforming them into a small piece of wood. Snape then seized the small piece of wood and, with precision, hurled it at the continuously nodding Draco. "Who?" Draco sprang up, indignantly scanning his surroundings. "It's me." Snape stood at the lectern, arms crossed, delivering his words coolly. "Should you dare to fall asleep in my class again, your essay count will double." Snape did not speak plainly, but Draco understood his implication. Thus, during that potions lesson, everyone witnessed the comical sight of Draco desperately battling his heavy eyelids, thwarted by a small piece of wood wielded by the little peacock. Ultimately, Aces's essay count was still increased to 6. Chapter 134, Enlightenment. In a secluded spot outside the Great Hall, Aces took out the replica alchemical map. Tapping his wand lightly upon it, a myriad of names abruptly manifested upon the barren parchment. His gaze drifted over to Snape, who lingered in the cellar, before settling on the Hogwarts library. The chosen one in the library? Aces raised an eyebrow. He had not heard that the savior was a scholar. After a brief moment of hesitation, Aces produced his wand and cast a disillusionment charm upon himself. Cautiously avoiding the throngs of people, he followed the directions indicated on the map from memory, arriving at a place he was somewhat familiar with, the room housing the mirror of Ariste. Standing at the threshold, Aces gently nudged the door ajar with his wand. Peering inside, he found the room unchanged, spacious and adorned with the magnificent mirror. The only difference being the figure standing before it, Harry. Watching Harry, transfixed and gazing dreamily into the mirror, Aces furrowed his brow in exasperation. Could the savior not take a moment of respite? Fortunately, the mirror of Ariste was not a perilous object. Aces had no desire to overly interfere with Harry. After standing for a while and observing that Harry showed no inclination to depart, he turned to leave. However, just as he did so, an overwhelming surge of magical energy brushed past his senses. Was that Dumbledore? Aces froze, his gaze sweeping across the room until it landed on a pillar, where he sighed softly. He had been discovered. When he arrived, he had assumed Harry was alone, neglecting to consult the map or remain vigilant. A moment of self-reflection ensued, and then he raised his hand to push the door open. Harry was absorbed in the mirror, entirely oblivious to the footsteps behind him. "This is the mirror of Ariste." The unexpected voice startled Harry, causing him to whip around. Upon seeing Aces, he let out a subtle sigh of relief. The mirror of Ariste? Aces approached Harry at a leisurely pace, placing a hand on his shoulder and gently turning him to face the mirror. Leaning closer, he whispered in Harry's ear, erased, reversed. Is desire. Do you see the inscription above? What I reflect is not a mere image but the deepest longing of your heart. So tell me, what do you see? Mr. Potter? Harry, entranced, stared at the image of his parents in the mirror. I see my parents, he replied, his voice hoarse and trembling. Aces lowered his gaze to Harry's back. Parents? How tragic. The title of the savior bore the weight of too many burdens. Foremost among them the lives of his deceased parents, sacrificed to protect him. He sighed inwardly, and when he spoke again, his tone softened considerably. You know, Iris and I discovered this mirror in our first year. Like you, she saw her parents in it. Harry's attention was drawn back to Aces, and he turned eagerly to ask, her parents, are they gone as well? Aces stepped back, his eyes returning to the mirror, his voice laced with melancholy. I can only tell you that her father perished while protecting her. Harry bowed his head, feeling a profound sense of kinship with Iris. Had she also been ensnared by the mirror? No, she had not. Initially, she frequented the mirror, but one day she simply stopped coming. She told me that the images within captivated her, yet she was acutely aware that they were all illusions. What of that? I can only see them here. Harry sorrowfully countered, and Aces, unfazed by his retort, continued. She said she could not bear to think how devastated her father would be if he knew she wasted her life on a mere fantasy. Her father saved her out of love. Her yearning for him stemmed from love. And she relinquished the mirror of Ariste because she loved him and did not wish to betray his memory. This time, Harry did not refute Ace's words. He merely gazed silently and sadly at the reflection of his parents, enveloping the room in a heavy silence. Aces too fell silent, standing quietly to the side. Mr. Cavendish is quite right. Dumbledore's voice echoed from behind them. Harry turned in surprise, stammering, Professor Dumbledore. Aces feigned astonishment, glancing at Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore? Dumbledore winked at them. Indeed. It is I. His playful gesture alleviated Harry's tension and allowed Aces to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. Finally, he had emerged. Had he lingered any longer, he would have been at a loss for words. Dumbledore approached, gazing nostalgically at the mirror of Ariste. Only the happiest and most contented individuals can see themselves within it. Yet such souls are rare. More often, people are lost in their desires. Therefore, Harry, I shall take the mirror away, and I hope you will not seek it out. At this, Harry's countenance grew even more sorrowful. He cast a reluctant glance at the mirror before suddenly turning to Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, may I ask what you saw in the mirror? Dumbledore's reminiscent gaze turned a touch somber. I saw myself holding a thick pair of woolen socks. Alas, no one ever gifts me woolen socks, which vexes me greatly. He feigned a sigh of regret before turning to Aces. And you, Mr. Cavendish, may I inquire what you saw in the mirror? What did I see? Previously, it was a successful alchemical endeavor. Now, I am uncertain. With that, Aces stepped forward, standing before the mirror. Chapter 135, The Appointment. The once barren mirror suddenly transformed into a gray haze, gradually revealing a scene within the ancient and exquisite Cavendish Manor. People bustled about, and Aces stood at the center, surrounded by many admirers like a star among the constellations. The stern Duke seemed to have angered Anna, who was furiously pointing and berating him. Beside them, two elegantly dressed couples, their faces obscured, observed with smiles, while a veiled lady consoled Anna with a charming smile. A small platinum peacock watched the spectacle, occasionally tugging at Aces, behind whom two indistinct figures loomed. On another side, Carter and Iris were embroiled in a debate, while Duval, engrossed in a book, chimed in occasionally, next to Vincent, who was poring over ledgers. In the distance, the heads of the various houses led a scattering of students from each house, dispersed throughout the space. Professor Sprout waved her wand, conjuring a variety of delectable treats before a gaggle of little badgers, who chattered merrily as they feasted. Professor McGonagall, resembling a cat, glared at two red-haired twins, who appeared to have successfully executed a prank and were stifling their laughter despite her stern demeanor. Professor Flitwick stood atop a small podium, instructing the little eagles below, who alternated between attentive listening and fervent note-taking. The Slytherin head was absent, leaving only the Slytherin Quidditch team members clutching their brooms, surrounded by cheering little snakes. And there were countless young witches and wizards, both familiar and unfamiliar, scattered throughout Hogwarts. This was merely the more apparent scene. Aces continued to examine the details, catching a glimpse of Grindelwald partially hidden behind a door, alongside Dumbledore, who was similarly turned away from view. At the edge of a distant grove, a glimpse of exquisite silver light could still be discerned, shrouded in mist. The scene was almost approaching perfection, yet Aces continued his search. Ultimately, he spotted a corner of a black robe peeking out from the shadows, adorned with arcane alchemical inscriptions that flickered with a faint glow. This was the alchemical robe he had gifted to Snape. Realizing this, Aces' gaze lingered on the black robe, his hand unconsciously caressing the alchemical ring. As he stroked the ring, the enchantments shielding his thoughts were inadvertently deactivated, yet Ausace remained oblivious, still fixated on the magical mirror. Gradually, everyone around him in the mirror vanished, leaving only a fragment of the black robe. Mr. Cavendish? What do you see? Ausace snapped back to reality, blinking in a daze. After a moment, he reacted, drawing his wand and pointing it into the air, causing the scene he had just witnessed to gradually materialize, albeit with Grindelwald's figure erased. Harry inhaled gently, marveling at the opulent Cavendish manner and the throngs of diminutive figures. Dumbledore, concealed behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, swiftly surveyed the entire tableau before speaking with a smile. It seems Mr. Cavendish is quite popular. However, I regret to inform you that Severus and I must strive harder to secure our place among them. Ausace remained immersed in the previous vision, his thoughts sluggish. And after a prolonged moment, he finally responded to Dumbledore. He raised his wand, gesturing towards the silhouette behind the door. Professor Dumbledore, aren't you the one being referenced? Dumbledore stroked his beard, glancing at his own back, turned to everyone. So, this is how you perceive me. No, perhaps it is because you, as the greatest white wizard of this century, are so distant from me that only your silhouette remains. And Severus? Dumbledore meticulously examined every detail of the image, ultimately focusing on the corner of the black robe. Ah, found it. It appears I am slightly ahead of Severus. At least I still have a silhouette, right? Dumbledore jested, teasing the absent potions master. But why is Severus merely a corner of a black robe? In truth, I cannot say. Ausace blinked slowly, his rationality gradually returning. Perhaps Professor Snape's black robe has left an indelible impression on me? Dumbledore regarded Ausace with an enigmatic expression. Is that so? What do you think, Professor Dumbledore? Ausace raised an eyebrow in retort. The two locked eyes, and after a moment, Ausace was the first to look away. There are no further explanations. His voice was low, tinged with confusion, as if he were attempting to elucidate himself to Dumbledore, yet to Dumbledore, it seemed more like soliloquy. Very well, boys. It is time for you to depart. Dumbledore relinquished his inquiry and turned to the bewildered Harry, warning him, Harry, remember, do not seek out this magical mirror. After cautioning Harry, Dumbledore turned and left. Having just faced Dumbledore, Ausace had little inclination to attend to Harry, exchanging a brief greeting before departing himself. Upon returning to the Great Hall, Ausace had barely seated himself when Eliza cast a concerned glance his way. Sir, what troubles you? I am fine, Ausace replied absently, picking up a knife and fork. Eliza watched him with worry before producing a letter. Sir, a letter from the Malfoy Patriarch. Ausace took the ornate envelope, opened it, and a beautifully crafted crest tumbled out. Instinctively, he caught it and glanced down. It was an exquisitely ornate key. Gazing at the opulent key, which sparkled with gem-like patterns, Ausace felt his lips twitch, recalling Draco's disdain for the simplicity of the pendant, and he suddenly comprehended the source of Draco's discontent. The Malfoy family's aesthetic truly leaned towards ostentation, he mused inwardly. Subsequently, he opened the fragrant letter, which began with a lengthy passage of meaningless text that Ausace adeptly skipped over, honing in on the crux. Shall we discuss this at Christmas? Ausace's fingers lightly caressed the letter, his gaze settling on the Malfoy crest. I hope the outcome of this meeting will not disappoint me. On the first day of Christmas, Ausace rose early to prepare gifts, arranging for Nina to deliver them. He then donned a formal suit, carrying a gift as he departed Hogwarts. In Hogsmeade, Ausace double-checked his attire, confirming it was impeccable before producing the ornate key and gently activating it. Chapter 136. The Meeting. The key instantly twisted, whisking Ausace away in an instant. When he reappeared, it was in an unknown yet undeniably splendid small manner. Ausace raised his eyes. At the entrance, a particularly striking platinum peacock, accompanied by the elegant Narcissa, awaited their guest. Upon seeing Ausace, Lucius's eyes lit up, and he promptly approached with Narcissa. Ausace paused momentarily. Whether it was merely his imagination or not, Lucius's brightened gaze upon seeing him bore an uncanny resemblance to Draco's. Then, an involuntary image of a grown-up Draco, playfully mimicking Lucius's features, flitted through Ausace's mind. Just as the thought emerged, it was abruptly interrupted by Ausace's mental fortification. Merlin above. I was not thinking of anything just now. Ausace quickly averted his gaze, casting it vaguely into the air, no longer regarding Lucius's gleaming head. Confused and somewhat vexed, Lucius exchanged glances with Narcissa, questioning, what is wrong with him? Narcissa shook her head, I do not know either. Ausace fervently engaged his mental fortification, mentally preparing himself, before adopting an expressionless demeanor and looking towards Lucius. Good day, Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy. He politely placed a hand over his heart and bowed slightly in greeting. Lucius and Narcissa reciprocated the gesture. No need for formality, let us proceed inside to converse. Ausace nodded and followed them into the small manor. In the parlor, Ausace took a seat on the sofa, facing Lucius and Narcissa, who sat opposite him. Lucius cleared his throat, prepared to deliver the speech he had meticulously crafted. However, Ausace did not afford him the opportunity. The moment their eyes met, the soul extraction spell was activated, and a powerful surge of magic breached Lucius's protective alchemical apparatus, clashing with his feeble mental fortification. Narcissa, quick to react, reached for her wand, intent on attacking Ausace. Yet, Ausace was swifter. Without even glancing at her, he unleashed a silent binding spell that ensnared her firmly. She slumped helplessly on the sofa, glaring at Ausace. Under the pressure of Ausace's formidable magic, Lucius's back was nearly drenched in cold sweat, and his pallid complexion turned ghostly white. He could only maintain his resistance for a brief moment. Soon, his mental fortification crumbled, and his memories lay open before Ausace like an unbound tome, ready for his perusal. Just before delving into his memories, Ausace suddenly halted his actions. The binding spell that restrained Narcissa gradually dissipated, and in that fleeting moment of freedom, she seized her wand, preparing to attack Ausace. Cease. The voice belonged to Lucius, who was weakly propped against the sofa, drenched in sweat but still cognizant of Ausace's identity. Narcissa, I am unharmed. Please lower your wand. His voice trembled. Seeking to calm the anxious Narcissa, she halted her advance, her stern visage softening as she moved to support Lucius. He took several deep breaths to quell the turmoil within, then turned to Ausace with a gaze of scrutiny and confusion. I do not understand. Could you kindly provide me with an explanation, Mr. Cavendish? What he understood about Ausace was that he was not an impulsive or irritable individual, and he had not provoked him. Could it be Draco? Lucius furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Ausace's expression. Ausace maintained an air of nonchalance, his demeanor calm except for the sudden outburst moments ago, as he continued to gaze steadily at Lucius. Do not be anxious. Lucius, this is merely a small test. Upon hearing his casual remark, Narcissa could not help but interject with sarcasm. What sort of test necessitates Mr. Cavendish to launch a surprise attack? Ausace paid little heed to her words, his gaze fixed on Lucius. I must remind you, your mental occlusion skills require some familiarity. If I am not mistaken, his forte lies in the art of soul extraction, does it not? Do you comprehend what you are saying? Lucius exclaimed, his face paling with shock as he turned to Ausace, his eyes filled with trepidation. I am fully aware of what I am saying, Lucius. I find it hard to believe you have not speculated on this matter. What exactly do you intend to do? Lucius rose, regarding Ausace with wariness. Calm yourself, Lucius. I have no intention of doing anything. I merely wish to discuss the matter of my parents acknowledging Draco as their godson. Ausace's words allowed Lucius to exhale in relief. As long as it did not concern the master, it was acceptable. But why do your parents wish to recognize Draco as their godson? Are you doubting our intentions towards Draco? Ausace arched an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing slightly in the light. Rest assured, if I wish to manipulate him, I possess countless methods to do so without implicating myself. Lucius understood this rationale, yet he could not fathom what it was about Draco that had captured Ausace's interest. You need not overthink it. I will not employ any means against Draco, Ausace reassured him, recognizing his concerns. After a brief contemplation of the pros and cons, Lucius sat back down, gritting his teeth as he conceded to the matter. Very well, as Draco's father, I acquiesced to this arrangement. He could not refuse such a fortuitous opportunity. Even if it bore potential pitfalls, he would seize this chance first. Ausace was not surprised by his response. Lucius was a quintessential Slytherin, and such a lucrative proposition would naturally be accepted. Observing Lucius across the table, Ausace leisurely lifted his teacup and took a sip. There is one more matter regarding Draco's education. A few days ago, Draco appeared rather discontented, and it was then that I realized you seem to have never affirmed him. Considering Draco's dignity, Ausace did not elaborate further, yet Lucius grasped his meaning. With a hint of unease, he cleared his throat. Draco has indeed fallen short. We have spoiled him in the past. No, you are mistaken. I began teaching him spells shortly after the term commenced. He learns quickly and works diligently, mastering a considerable number of incantations in a short time. Draco is doing exceptionally well. Ausace's commendation instilled a flicker of doubt in Lucius. Was that truly his son? Unable to contain himself, Lucius tentatively probed. Do you genuinely regard Draco as a brother? Did I not make myself sufficiently clear? Ausace raised an eyebrow, questioning him in return. I apologize, it is simply my habit. For Draco's sake, it is of no consequence. At this juncture, Lucius felt considerably more at ease. Leaning back, yet keeping his gaze on Ausace. Perhaps I should feel honored? And lament that Draco is an exceptional Malfoy? Malfoy? Catching the implication in Lucius' words, Ausace met his gaze with calm assurance. He is indeed a Malfoy, yet he is also uniquely Draco. Is he? Lucius pondered thoughtfully. That is well, if he is content. Chapter 137, A Prophecy Seen Again. With his inquiries momentarily concluded, Aces continued with his own questions, seamlessly picking up from Lucius. You are a good father. Perhaps you should express your thoughts openly? He regarded Lucius intently, his meaning clear. Lucius comprehended his implication and, after a moment's contemplation, cautiously articulated, there is no need. Love operates this way, and it does not require excessive clarity. Then I shall retain my perspective and await your transformation, Aces replied, not pressing the issue. Fearing that his refusal might offend, Lucius elaborated. From every angle, there is no necessity for complete transparency. Maintaining an aura of mystery serves everyone well. Mystery? Are you not aware? Love is both a vulnerability and an armor. Observing Aces' self-assured demeanor, Lucius could not suppress a sigh. The youth was still too inexperienced to have encountered such matters. He could only offer a cautionary reminder. But whether it is a vulnerability or armor, harm is inevitably involved. Aces fell silent, nodding after a pause. I understand. Watching Aces grasp the concept with such ease, Lucius felt a pang of jealousy. Why was such a remarkable talent not part of their family? Aces remained oblivious to his thoughts, yet Narcissa, sensing the tension, lightly admonished Lucius with a gentle tap. Aces noticed her gesture, his gaze shifting to her hand when suddenly, an uncontrollable vision flashed before his eyes. The scene revealed a limited perspective. Only two pairs of clasped hands, one of which belonged to Narcissa as she had just touched Lucius. The other hand was familiar to Aces. He fixated on the hand clasped with Narcissa's, recognizing it as belonging to the potion's master. The potion's master's hand, marked by prominent knuckles, was pale yet possessed an undeniable strength as it gripped Narcissa's hand, small scars and traces of potions adorning it, resembling a delicate work of art. The two hands were tightly interlocked, red flames curling from a wand and enveloping their grasp. An unbreakable vow. Aces had employed this spell before and was no stranger to its implications. As the incantation resonated, he heard distant echoes of a response. The three affirmations caused his heart to clench tightly. Damn, were these three conditions truly so easy to fulfill? How could one accept them all with eyes closed? Raising his gaze to the oblivious Narcissa, Aces struggled to contain his fury. He discreetly activated his mental occlusion, suppressing his misplaced anger. He understood that this was not Narcissa's fault. It was simply difficult for him not to direct his frustration towards her. The thought of the potion's master risking his life to protect Draco in his perilous undercover existence only deepened his agitation. Sensing a shift in Aces' demeanor, Narcissa lifted her eyes to him. Aces' expression remained composed, seemingly just a figment of her imagination. Narcissa felt perplexed, but chose not to reveal her thoughts. Aces, aware of her scrutiny, said nothing, merely gesturing to check the time before reiterating, Lucius, remember to practice your mental occlusion. It is imperative. At the mention of mental occlusion, Lucius frowned, glancing at the damaged alchemical apparatus. I do not understand. This alchemical device is designed to prevent the invasion of thoughts. Is it not effective? This prompted Aces to instinctively glance at the alchemical ring on his finger, and to his astonishment, he discovered that the enchantment preventing thought invasion had been disabled at some point. A surge of alarm coursed through him as he attempted to recall when the enchantment had been deactivated while simultaneously reactivating it. Fragments of memories flooded his mind. Yet he could not pinpoint when the enchantment had been disengaged. Aces. Lucius interrupted his contemplation, causing Aces to abandon his thoughts and meet Lucius' gaze. It is not that it is ineffective, it is simply that I am not skilled in alchemy. Aces suddenly recalled the Horcrux. No, alchemical devices are also ineffective. His sudden solemn expression caused Lucius to raise his brows in surprise. Why is it not permissible? If he instructs you to close it, will you comply? Aces was reluctant to divulge the matter of the Horcruxes, thus he opted for a different approach to persuade Lucius. This reasoning was evidently agreeable to Lucius, who nodded in affirmation. In that case, let us diligently practice the mental closure technique. Aces sufficiently outlined a plan for them, then stood to take his leave, graciously declining their warm farewells. Before departing the drawing room, Aces abruptly halted, glancing back at the door. I once beheld a horse, remarkably intelligent, capable of discerning the finest grasses among all, while deftly avoiding anything abnormal or toxic. If it were within my power, I would wish for its wisdom to endure eternally. With that, Aces cast a profound look at Lucius and Narcissa, his lips twitching, yet he refrained from warning Narcissa. He was uncertain about when that incident would transpire, or under what circumstances would compel Severus to acquiesce to such demands. His gaze was intricate, lingering more on Narcissa, which made Lucius somewhat anxious, discreetly positioning himself in front of her. Aces, is there something else? Lucius inquired, somewhat curtly. My apologies, Aces replied, retracting his gaze, nodding politely before turning to depart. Behind him, Lucius and Narcissa scrutinized his retreating figure. Can we truly place our trust in him? The little dragon stands no chance before this man, Narcissa expressed her mounting anxiety. Lucius interrupted her, asserting, Ausace is not one to make promises lightly. His eyes fell upon the exquisite badge that rested where Ausace had just sat. Narcissa followed his gaze. What is this? Lucius approached, retrieving the emblem symbolizing the Cavendish family. This is a pledge, he stated solemnly. A promise of immense value. He pocketed the badge, soothingly patting Narcissa's hand before leading her away from the estate. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Ausace did not immediately go back, but instead found solitude by the Black Lake. As he caressed the ring upon his finger, his gaze drifted over the somber waters, hesitating on whether to consult the potion's master. The earlier scene replayed in his mind, lingering with an unshakable weight. If Mr. Ausace believes that leaping into the lake will resolve 6 essays, I regret to inform him that it is utterly impossible. A voice, rich and velvety as black velvet, emerged from behind him. Startled, Ausace turned around. Professor? Chapter 138, 6 essays. It is I. Severus stood a short distance away, cloaked in shadow beneath the trees. His expression obscured. Ausace's gaze fell squarely upon Severus. For reasons unknown, he did not meet Severus's eyes, but instead let his sight slide down to the potion's master's long-fingered hands. Severus appeared to have just emerged from the forbidden forest. His sleeves slightly rolled up, revealing a small expanse of pale wrist, his hands laden with a sizable bundle of earthy herbs. These hands had forged an unbreakable vow with Narcissa. Reflecting on the scene he had witnessed and the words he had heard, Ausace found himself momentarily lost in thought. Were the professor and the Malfoy family intertwined to such a degree? Beneath the shade, Severus raised an eyebrow at Ausace, who seemed entranced by his own thoughts. Have you seen enough? Ausace, still lost in reverie and caught off guard by the question, instinctively replied, No. Has this giant finally lost his mind? Severus regarded him with an incredulous glance, noting his formal attire. You have returned from outside. Correct, though unfortunately, I possess nothing to offer as a reward, Ausace said. Shaking off his stupor and smiling at Severus's bewilderment, hastily divulging his recent activities. I met with Mr. Malfoy. Ausace approached Severus, moving away from the lake. My parents will recognize Draco as their protege. Severus's brow furrowed. Is this your proposition? Indeed. Why? Perhaps because Draco is rather endearing? Ausace stood beside Severus, both gazing towards the lake. If your mind is still functioning, you ought to realize how foolish this endeavor is. Severus expressed disbelief at the giant's actions, questioning how deeply Ausace intended to entangle himself. Do you genuinely believe you can accomplish anything? Even Dumbledore, that old bee, cannot, let alone you. Ausace tilted his head to regard Severus. Are you angry, Professor? No, I merely feel relieved at the prospect of one less foolish giant. Severus's tone dripped with sarcasm. Your arrogance is foolish. Why should I be irked? Ausace observed the potion's master's profile. A surge of panic coursed through him, sensing that something was slipping beyond his grasp. Yet he could not pinpoint what. He dared not press further, diverting his gaze. The two fell into a contemplative silence. Professor, do you believe love is a weakness or a shield? Unable to endure the stifling atmosphere with the potion's master, Ausace casually broached a new topic. That question is one for our esteemed headmaster Dumbledore. He would tell you that love is the greatest magic. Severus scoffed softly at Ausace's naive inquiry. And if you are so bored as to ponder such matters, why not consider when your 6 essays might manifest in the dungeons? Ausace faltered, perplexed as to why the professor would fixate on his essays. Detention and point deductions held little sway over him. Seizing this opportunity to exploit his weakness, Severus was not about to relent. I shall submit them tonight, Ausace declared confidently, recalling the progress of his essays. So soon? I shall eagerly await Mr. Ausace's magnum opus. Severus tossed the bundle of herbs to Ausace before turning to leave. Ausace, resigned yet begrudgingly following, clutched the freshly gathered herbs. The two traversed the corridors of Hogwarts, returning to the dungeons. Without Severus needing to prompt, Ausace adeptly processed the herbs. Once completed, he stood to bid farewell to Severus, preparing to exit the dungeons. Engrossed in a book, Severus only spoke as Ausace was about to step outside, almost casually remarking, These days, the moon is full. Ausace paused momentarily, a smile creeping onto his face before he hastened out of the dungeons. Back in his dormitory, Ausace immediately calculated the time he had spent with the mandrake root. To his delight, he realized that barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon conclude the first stage of his animagus training. However, his joy was short-lived, for he still had the looming burden of his essays. In truth, he had nearly completed all but the final one, which proved to be his greatest challenge. He had crafted the first 5 essays with relative ease, yet the last one left him utterly stumped. Clutching a quill, he stared blankly at the parchment, lost in thought until a sudden inspiration struck him. Was there no stipulation that the essays must pertain solely to potion making? With a bold idea forming, he resolved to act. Once his creative juices flowed, his quill raced across the page, completing 18 inches of text, yet still craving more. He set the quill down, surveying the final essay with satisfaction. It was a treatise on the flying charm. During his early days at school, he had devoted considerable time to studying this charm, only to be interrupted by the events surrounding the Mirror of Ariste, which distracted him from further refinement until Voldemort's resurgence demanded all his attention towards Horcruxes. Thus, to be precise, this represents the embryonic framework of the flying spell. He has utilized this as the foundation for his paper, perhaps with the intention of leveraging Professor Snape's profound understanding of charms. Observing that a significant portion of the paper consists of inquiries, Ausace hesitated momentarily before once again lifting his quill to add 2 more spells. One was the silent summoning charm he had previously employed, and the other was the modified disapparition he had developed in his childhood. After organizing all the papers, Ausace raised his hand to summon Nina, instructing her to deliver them to Professor Snape in the cellar. He placed the 6 papers into Nina's hands, as he might venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight, thus entrusting Nina with this task. Very well, Master Ausace, Nina acknowledged, clutching the 6 papers before vanishing from Ausace's dormitory. As night descended, Ausace found himself alone in the Forbidden Forest, his footsteps unwavering as he made his way towards the secluded valley previously frequented by unicorns. As he neared the valley, the flow of his magic surged to his hand, revealing a crescent-shaped design. With the blessing guiding his path, Ausace strode confidently into the small valley. Inside, as before, a multitude of unicorns gathered. Sensing the blessing that enveloped Ausace, they did not resist his presence. Instead, they neighed in greeting. Ausace reciprocated with a nod and scanned the valley until he spotted the leader among the unicorns. The leader approached him leisurely, circling around him. "Why are you alone?" The unicorn leader inquired, curiosity lacing its tone. "What of it?" Ausace responded, puzzled. "Nothing much. I merely assumed you had sought a companion to share your blessings." The leader replied, a hint of disappointment underscoring its words. "I currently have no romantic interests," Ausace retorted, his expression darkening. Yet he felt an uncharacteristic sense of unease as he spoke. Surely, it was the leader's words that had unsettled him, but why? He reached out and ruffled the leader's mane. "Hey, you've messed up my neat hair." The unicorn leader stomped its hoof in displeasure, and Ausace absent-mindedly smoothed it back into place. All right, it's all tidy now." The leader chose not to dwell on this human's lack of a companion. "Since this isn't a blessing-sharing visit, what brings you here?" "I am Ausace," he casually corrected the leader. "I have come for this." As he spoke, he gently opened his mouth to reveal a leaf of mandrake. "I recognize this. It appears to be your kind's animagus?" "Indeed, with the full moon upon us." "I intend to place it here," Ausace explained, producing a small vial he had prepared. "However, my purpose here extends beyond this." Ausace's gaze fell upon his hand, a look of confusion crossing his features. "It seems different somehow." The unicorn leader's eyes narrowed, inspecting his hand closely. "This is the first time I have witnessed such a harmonious blessing," it remarked, lifting its head to gaze at Ausace with a note of awe. "You seem to share a bond with our kin." Ausace traced the pattern on the back of his hand with his fingers. "A bond? You will understand when the moon rises," the unicorn leader said mysteriously, shaking its head. "By the way, you may place that here, by the spring." Ausace nodded absent-mindedly, his focus now predominantly on the unicorn's blessing. Following the leader, he settled beneath a great tree, pondering for a moment before retrieving a whistle to play. Shortly thereafter, a family of 3 appeared before him. After a tender moment of reunion, Ausace explained his intentions, and they quietly accompanied him as they awaited the moon's ascent. The unicorn leader reclined beneath the tree, watching its kin with gentle eyes. Before long, the heavy clouds parted, and the luminous full moon began to reveal itself. The unicorn leader gestured towards the small vial in Ausace's hand, prompting him to proceed with the preparations. Ausace followed the steps etched in his memory, soaking the leaves, adding hair, dew, and the pupa of a boggart moth. Following the leader's guidance, he placed the vial beside the spring, nestled in the shadowy crevice of a stone. Having completed these tasks, Ausace followed the unicorn leader to a vast expanse of grass. With no obstructions in sight, the cool moonlight bathed Ausace in its glow. "Extend your hand so the moonlight may touch it," the leader instructed. Obediently, Ausace raised his hand. Unbeknownst to him, the surrounding unicorns, once leisurely grazing, had gathered around him, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Antonio and Clorius, accompanied by Estra, stood at the forefront of the unicorns, equally captivated by Ausace. The moment the moonlight met the back of his hand, the crescent mark illuminated, emanating a silver radiance akin to that of the unicorns. The silvery light flickered gently, beginning to spread along Ausace's hand, albeit at a languid pace. The unicorn leader, witnessing this spectacle, threw back its head and neighed in excitement. And the nearby unicorns appeared equally delighted. Then, with earnestness, the leader turned its gaze to Ausace. "Will you join our kin?" "What do you mean?" Ausace replied, perplexed. The unicorn leader paced nervously, reiterating its inquiry. "Will you preserve a glimmer of hope for us when we face the threat of extinction?" Ausace still struggled to grasp the full meaning of its words. "You mean, I would join the unicorn clan, serving as its guardian and final bastion?" The leader nodded solemnly. Ausace surveyed the surrounding unicorns, all of whom were gazing at him with eager anticipation. His gaze fell upon Estra's family, their eyes reflecting the same expectation. "We do not require you to undertake any burdensome tasks. We are capable of protecting ourselves. Unless in dire straits, we shall not intrude upon your life, and in return, we can offer you something." "I accept," Ausace interjected, interrupting the impatiently fidgeting unicorn leader with a resolute response. The leader paused, momentarily taken aback, before a surge of joy overcame it. "Splendid. Do you truly mean it?" "Indeed," Ausace affirmed, unperturbed by the notion of safeguarding the unicorns, for they had offered him considerable aid. The unicorn leader emitted a peculiar tone, one that Ausace could not decipher this time. As it neighed, the surrounding unicorns raised their heads in unison, and from their horns, ethereal silver threads of magic began to weave towards Ausace, ultimately resting upon the back of his hand. One by one, the threads descended, and the crescent mark blazed ever brighter, the silvery glow swiftly traversing along Ausace's arm, enveloping him entirely. Ausace experienced a peculiar sensation. The magic within him, already abundant, surged anew, bestowing upon him an overwhelming sense of warmth and comfort. Yet, simultaneously, his muscles felt as though they were being torn apart, an excruciating pain coursing through him. His bones creaked and groaned, reminiscent of the torment endured from consuming a bone-strengthening potion. These two starkly contrasting sensations muddled Ausace's consciousness. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. The pain, though intense, was fleeting, dissipating in mere moments, allowing the warmth of burgeoning magic to prevail. Ausace's breathing gradually steadied. His eyes closed as he surrendered to the warmth. Before the watchful eyes of all the unicorns, his hair began to lengthen, cascading down to the ground, transitioning from black to a shimmering silver, akin to the lustrous coats of the unicorns. As the silver threads faded, Ausace finally opened his eyes, revealing irises not of profound black but of a crystalline blue, glimmering with a hint of silver. As soon as he opened his eyes, Aces realized the transformation he had undergone. He gazed at the significantly elevated view before him, bewildered as he lowered his gaze. Had he grown taller? In that moment, he caught sight of the silvery hair cascading down to his feet. Silver hair. Aces instinctively grasped his hair, astonished to see the silver strands in his hands. "What has happened to my hair?" The unicorn leader, accompanied by a group of unicorns, admired the striking figure with silver hair and casually reassured him upon hearing his query. "Do not be alarmed. You can revert to your original form at will. Perhaps you should attempt to feel the blessing's mark." Chapter 140, once again, a missed appointment. Following the leader's advice, Aces focused on the mark on the back of his hand, and faintly, he sensed that he could indeed control this state. However, instead of immediately reverting, he conjured a mirror with a wave of his hand, curiously inspecting his reflection. Compared to his former self, he appeared almost as a different person, from his looks to his demeanor. Unlike his original appearance, in this state, although he bore the visage of an adult, he exuded a gentler, more refined aura, devoid of any harshness. His warm blue eyes, even as they gazed upon himself, radiated kindness. Observing the silver hair in the mirror, Aces instinctively gathered it up. The long strands trailing on the ground proved cumbersome. He turned to the unicorn leader. "May I trim my hair?" The leader nodded in agreement, indicating that it posed no issue. Thus, Aces took a leaf and transformed it into a pair of scissors with a flick of his wrist, unhesitatingly chopping off his long hair. Yet, to his astonishment, the severed locks began to regrow before his eyes, ceasing only when they reached just beyond his waist. Convinced that this length would not hinder his movements, Aces accepted it. Subsequently, Aces began to explore his newfound magical prowess. He had conjured both the mirror and the scissors without the use of a wand, and he could feel that he was now more formidable than he had been even while wielding his wand. Raising his hand, he aimed at a distant tree and with a gentle sweep, sent forth a silent blade that struck the tree, cleaving it in two. With another wave, the fallen tree restored itself to its former state. Thrilled by his enhanced abilities, Aces marveled at his hands, realizing he could cast wandless spells with remarkable ease. After briefly testing his strength, he paused and regarded the unicorn leader. "What does my current form signify?" "I cannot say for certain," the leader replied. "But it seems your magic now carries the traits of our kind, combined with the essence of perfection and blessing. granting you the ability to transform temporarily. Temporarily? The unicorn leader nodded. Indeed, I cannot ascertain how long you may maintain this form. But my parents once told me that the only human capable of such a temporary transformation could only sustain it for 10 minutes. Aces contemplated the duration of his transformation. I've already been like this for nearly half an hour and have yet to revert. The unicorn leader glanced at the luminous full moon above. It is due to the moon. Your power derives from it. Following the leader's gaze, Aces looked up at the full moon. So if it is a full moon, I can maintain this state indefinitely? I believe so. How wondrous. The unicorn leader proudly raised its head. We are unicorns. After all, wonders are our nature. Aces smiled and nodded, acknowledging the unicorn's reputation as miracles. The unicorn leader, flattered by the praise, shook its head slightly before shyly looking at Aces. Could you grant me a name? Chloris and the others have names, yet as the leader, I remain nameless. Of course. However, may I inquire about your gender? Aces readily agreed to the request. Gender? According to your human terminology, I am female. A girl, then? Aces appraised the unicorn leader before his gaze drifted to the crescent mark on its hand. How about Cynthia, representing the moon goddess? The unicorn leader beamed with delight at the chosen name. Splendid. I'm thrilled you like it, Cynthia. Cynthia excitedly nudged Aces with her snout, her entire demeanor exuding joy. Aces chuckled at her loss of composure, realizing that Cynthia might still possess a childlike spirit. Oblivious to how her image had diminished in Ace's eyes, Cynthia, after her moment of glee, turned back to him. Aces. Yes. I forgot to mention, you might encounter some surprises while learning Animagus. Aces furrowed his brow. What surprises? Your magic has changed, infused with the traits of magical creatures, which may alter your Animagus form. The specifics are unclear to me. Cynthia shook her head, equally perplexed. However, there is no danger to your life. This she was certain of. Their magic would merely render Ace's Animagus form unique. Since that's the case, it matters little. I'll discover the changes when the time comes. Aces chose not to dwell on it too much, observing Cynthia's anxious fidgeting. He felt compelled to comfort her. Do not worry. I will transform into an Animagus in the Forbidden Forest, and I will rely on you to watch over me. Ace's warm hand rested on her head, imparting a sense of comfort. She vowed earnestly, rest assured, we will protect you. Aces smiled in acknowledgement, channeling his magic to his hand, restoring his hair and height to their original state. Shaking his head in relief, he remarked, this feels much more familiar. Cynthia, it's getting late. I must return. I shall visit you again soon. Oh, and Cynthia, please remind your kin not to wander alone. There's a villain at Hogwarts. Aces recalled Voldemort and took care to caution Cynthia, concerned for the safety of the unicorns. That is still your kin, Cynthia retorted, then earnestly assured Aces, do not worry. We will be cautious. Aces felt reassured, bidding farewell to the trio before making his way back to the dormitory. Upon entering, he found Nina anxiously standing. Master Aces. Professor Snape wishes to see you. Now, Aces hesitated as he turned to change his clothes. Surely not. I returned 2 hours ago and did not find you. Professor Snape called for you then. Aces felt a jolt of surprise. 2 hours? He hastily donned his outer robe and hurried outside, with the disillusionment charm in place. Aces swiftly traversed the dimly lit corridor, arriving at the entrance to the dungeon, where he hesitated momentarily. 2 hours late. Surely there will be no issue? He steeled himself and dispelled the charm, turning to face Miss Medusa. She regarded him with a piercing glance. You stood up our head of house. I haven't. Please. Just open the door. I need to explain to the professor. Chapter 141, Off-Topic Essay, Part 1. This time, Miss Medusa did not delay but promptly opened the door for Aces. She was determined to observe how Aces managed to charm their head of house, hoping to glean insights to appease him. She could no longer endure being dismissed daily. Unaware of her thoughts, Aces stepped inside as the door swung open. In the dim dungeon, Snape looked up at the sound, fixing Aces with a cold stare. It appears Mr. Aces is indeed a busy individual, perhaps as his potions professor. I should refrain from disturbing him. Aces, acutely aware of his misstep, dared not engage in idle chatter and immediately began his explanation. Apologies, Professor. I just ventured into the Forbidden Forest to properly store the Animagus transformation potion. However, there was no need to remain in the forest for 2 hours. It was a rather foolish excuse. Snape curled his lip in a cold smirk, poised to continue his mockery until he was interrupted by Aces. There was also another matter. May I borrow your bedroom, Professor? As the headmaster, Dumbledore possesses supervisory authority over the school, with only the professor's bedrooms being exceptions. Typically, it would not pose any concern, as nothing unusual could attract his attention. However, this particular transformation, let's call it that, was unlike any other, radiating a potent and unique magical aura. Aces feared it might be detected by Dumbledore, and this form could be considered his trump card. He wished to keep it known to a select few. Snape furrowed his brow deeply, his scrutinizing gaze fixed upon Ausace. What is your intention? A miracle. Ausace replied mysteriously, winking at Snape. Snape shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent as his gaze continued to weigh upon Ausace. Unfazed, Ausace allowed Snape to observe him. The silence of the cellar was soon shattered. Snape pushed back his chair, rising to stride toward the bedroom, prompting Ausace to follow suit. Behind them, Miss Medusa furiously flicked her tail. What business could possibly warrant a discussion in the bedroom? Is it to prevent that wretched Cavendish from learning any methods? This was Ausace's first time entering the potions master's bedroom, and like the master himself, the room exuded an air of coldness, with items meticulously arranged and lacking any semblance of a lively atmosphere. As Ausace surveyed his surroundings, he pondered the words he would soon speak. In the center of the bedroom, Snape came to a halt. May I speak now? Of course, Professor. Snape regarded him with a puzzled expression but turned to face him nonetheless. Ausace directed his magical energy to flow into the back of his hand, revealing an exquisite crescent design. Immediately, the youth's lithe frame stretched and grew, the imposing presence of adulthood enveloping the room. Simultaneously, silvery hair cascaded down to his waist under Snape's watchful eyes. Ausace transformed before Snape's eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Ausace awkwardly brushed his hair aside, still somewhat unaccustomed to the length. It's this pattern. I'm not entirely sure what it signifies. But the unicorns assured me there was no issue. Ausace waved his hand, showcasing the design, which seemed to greet Snape. Snape regarded Ausace with an inscrutable expression. Hand. Ausace obediently extended his hand towards the potions master. The magical energy flowed back into its owner's grasp. How has your magic grown so rapidly? I don't know. It returns to its original form with the same amount of magic, just not as easy to control. Ausace nonchalantly played with his hair, observing his cavalier demeanor. Snape felt an urge to confine him within a nearby potion vial. Ausace, belatedly noticing Snape's concern, raised his gaze. I assure you, nothing will go awry. He genuinely felt confident. He had always trusted his instincts. The length of his hair gradually diminished as Ausace reverted to his former appearance. Professor, please keep this a secret. The best way to maintain confidentiality is to refrain from flaunting your uniqueness before others. Snape retorted without mercy. Ausace turned, pushing open the wooden door of the bedroom. I'm not that foolish. For now, only the professor will be privy to this matter. With that, he exited the bedroom. Snape, irritated, watched his retreating figure, seriously contemplating whether to cast a curse to make him disappear entirely. Ultimately, he abandoned the notion, regretting the loss of such an exquisite idea. Professor, did you summon me for something? Ausace asserted himself, nonchalantly taking a seat beside the desk. Snape, following suit, sat down and extracted a small stack of parchment from the tabletop. Your thesis. At the doorway, Miss Medusa's eyes widened in shock. Why? Why isn't the headmaster angry upon his emergence? This is unreasonable. Has that wretched Cavendish used the soul-sucking curse on their headmaster? Miss Medusa found herself enveloped in deep confusion. Is there an issue with the thesis? Ausace inquired as he flipped through the pages. Nothing major, but should I remind you? I am the potions master. Why is Mr. Ausace submitting a thesis on spells? Snape's finger pressed against the parchment, drawing Ausace's gaze to his fingertip. Is it the case that a wizard well-versed in potions has such, fingers? Ausace struggled to find an appropriate descriptor. Tap, tap. Snape's fingers drummed more insistently, the sound pulling Ausace back from his wandering thoughts. Ahem, my apologies, Professor. I was lost in thought. Snape withdrew his hand, leaning back in his chair, his brow furrowed, his probing gaze causing Ausace to feel a pang of anxiety. Why have you been frequently observing my hands? What do you suppose will happen if I say I don't know? Snape raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the rarely flustered Ausace. I witnessed a prophetic vision, depicting you making an unbreakable vow with another. Ausace glanced at Snape's hands, his tone growing somber. Professor, please refrain from entering into unbreakable vows with others. Ausace, being a Slytherin student, knew of Snape's course selections, but a prophecy? Snape harbored skepticism regarding the prophecy's authenticity. If you are truly that idol, I can find you some tasks to occupy your time. Ausace recognized his disbelief, but felt powerless to elaborate further, merely lowering his head in a sullen acknowledgement. The thesis, Snape reminded him. Ausace swiftly gathered his swirling emotions, redirecting his attention to the manuscript in Snape's hands. When the professor assigned the thesis, there were no restrictions on the topic, and having exhausted all conceivable ideas in my first 5 papers, I was left with no other recourse but to take an alternate approach. Chapter 142, The Off-Topic Thesis, Part 2. Snape cast a fleeting glance at him, choosing not to comment further. He had skimmed the other 5 papers, which had indeed been diligently crafted, initially planning to review them in depth later, only to be confronted with the 6th, which strayed from the topic. So, you submitted a thesis on spells? Ausace hastily smiled at Snape, eager to appease him. "Isn't it because the professor is well-versed in spells as well? I couldn't decipher it on my own, so I thought I might see if the professor had any insights." Snape snorted coldly, then snatched the thesis from Ausace's hands. "The section on the flight spell, did you complete this entirely on your own?" "Yes. The erased mirror, too, relies upon one's desires. His assertion is valid." "Explain your reasoning." Snape held the thesis, observing Ausace with a leisurely demeanor. "Essentially, it unfolds in this manner." After a lengthy exposition, Ausace finally croaked out his last sentence. Snape grasped a quill, amending the thesis as he heard Ausace fall silent. Without lifting his head, he took his wand and tapped the desk. A steaming cup of tea materialized. "Thank you, Professor." Ausace eagerly seized it, disregarding the heat, taking a large gulp to soothe his throat. Snape, still not looking up, instructed Ausace, "You should first revise the papers over there." Following Snape's words, Ausace's gaze fell upon the stack of papers that had only seen minor revisions, and he adeptly began to correct them, since both preferred silence during serious tasks, let alone casual conversation. The cellar soon resonated only with the sound of quills scratching against parchment, while the nearby fireplace crackled with a warm flame, casting a serene glow upon them, exuding an inexplicable tranquility. Immersed in the world of academia, time slipped by with remarkable swiftness. As Snape finished his final stroke of the quill and looked up to explain to Accius, he was taken aback to find the latter had already succumbed to slumber. The meticulously corrected papers lay neatly stacked on the desk, while Accius rested his head on his hand, tilting slightly, with his tousled black hair cascading over his closed eyes. Snape pressed his lips together, retrieving his wand to conjure the passage of time in midair. 3 o'clock? He had spent 5 hours perfecting this paper? He raised a hand to gently massage his throbbing temples, his gaze drifting towards Accius, a rare sense of hesitation washing over him. Before he could linger in his indecision, Accius's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Snape with a hint of confusion. "Is the professor finished?" His voice, still laced with the gravelly remnants of sleep, exuded an undeniable languor. "You should rest." Snape mused that explaining such intricate spells to someone in a drowsy state would be an exercise in futility. It would be far better to let him sleep. Accius's sluggish mind struggled to process Snape's words. Sleep? Where? He realized he could not expect a recently awakened giant to possess the faculties of a coherent thought. Snape, while rifling through the papers he had just amended, impatiently gestured towards the storeroom with a slight tilt of his chin. "Clean it up yourself." "Oh, very well." Accius rose, stretching his stiff limbs as he ambled into the storeroom. Soon, faint sounds emanated from within, but before long, silence enveloped the cellar. "Professor, you should retire early. We can address the paper tomorrow." Accius, whose original intention had been to return to his quarters, found himself leaning against the doorframe at some point. "Good night, Professor." Snape paused his writing, his eyes flickering. Perhaps it was the warm glow of the fireplace that cast a comforting light upon Accius, but he ultimately uttered those 2 words. "Good night." Responding, Accius slowly blinked, even his drowsy mind awakening to clarity. He restrained his expression, striving not to break into a smile. Instead, he nodded earnestly at Snape before hastily retreating into his room. It was the first time the professor had wished him good night. By Merlin's lace gown, he vowed that the professor must be in quite high spirits this evening. After completing his evening routine and lying in bed, Accius drifted into a deep slumber, his thoughts meandering. The following day, Accius awoke to the call of his biological clock, a heavy drowsiness prompting an unusual desire to linger in bed. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought, as he soon tossed aside the covers and rose to freshen up. The cellar was deserted, the potions master's door firmly shut. Summoning Nina, he ordered breakfast for 2. One portion was kept warm by a preservation charm, while Accius swiftly prepared the other. After his meal, he eagerly seized the paper, perusing Snape's accomplishments from the previous night. The professor was truly remarkable, Accius mused as he read. The framework he had labored over for nearly half a year was only half complete, while Snape had effortlessly filled in the remaining sections in a single night. Unbeknownst to him, the potions master, who had dedicated his evening to enhancing Accius's paper, was equally impressed by his brilliance. In Snape's mind, only that individual could achieve such a level of proficiency. With a copy of the paper in hand, Accius hastily left a note before eagerly returning to his dormitory's alchemical box for experimentation. The flying charm proved unexpectedly successful, granting him the exhilarating freedom to soar through the air within the confines of the box. It was the greatest romance for one who could only traverse the ground. After reveling in the novelty for a considerable time, he reluctantly descended, his racing heart finally steadying upon solid ground. Meanwhile, Snape emerged to discover breakfast awaiting him on the table. Upon noticing the note beside it, he snorted in amusement. At least this giant has some conscience. Christmas soon passed amidst the reluctant farewells of the young witches and wizards. Upon resuming classes, the students appeared somewhat lethargic, prompting Professor Flitwick to gaze down at the listless faces before him with a hint of exasperation. Very well, since you all seem disinterested in attending to your studies, let us instead engage in some practical exercises. The students, who had been drooping their heads, perked up at the mention of practical work, their previous lethargy forgotten. Flitwick, pleased to see their spirits lifted, cheerfully declared, "Let us find someone to demonstrate the etiquette of dueling." His gaze swept over the sea of lowered heads until it landed on the impassive figure of Asius. "Mr. Cavendish, would you be willing to demonstrate with me?" Asius, momentarily distracted, looked up at Flitwick's invitation, responding with a calm, "It would be my honor." With that, he grasped his wand and approached the podium. Flitwick beckoned the students to rise from their seats and waved his wand, clearing a sizable space in the center of the classroom. Asius and Flitwick stood facing each other. The familiar scene sent a wave of trepidation through the young Slytherins, prompting them to retreat in unison, while the Badgers looked around in confusion. After nearly 3 years of interaction, the relationship between the third-year Slytherins and Badgers had become quite harmonious. Thus, upon sensing their bewilderment, the Slytherins exchanged knowing glances and began signaling them to retreat. Quickly back away. When the Badgers remained perplexed, the Slytherins took it upon themselves to physically usher them to safety. The bewildered Badgers were pulled back, and soon after, the Slytherins quietly informed them about the tragic duel between Asius and their headmaster. Surprisingly, there were more injured spectators than those actually dueling. 2 individuals dueled, yet 3 were harmed, with 2 of them being onlookers. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Badgers cast fearful glances at Asius, then turned to express gratitude towards the Slytherins. "What good snakes they are for remembering to pull us back. Who would have thought that today? They Badgers would have narrowly avoided becoming petrified and unconscious." Flitwick and Asius were oblivious to the rich inner turmoil of the observing students, as they remained focused on their duel. Ahem, everyone should pay close attention. In a wizard duel, the first step is to bow, Flitwick explained, raising his wand and performing a slight bow towards Asius. In turn, Asius mirrored the gesture, and then both turned away, taking several steps back before turning to face each other once more, wands at the ready. Initially, Flitwick had no intention of genuinely dueling Asius. He merely sought to demonstrate for the students. However, Asius's fervent demeanor during the bow ignited a sense of anticipation within him. Thus, upon turning back, Flitwick cautiously cast a sleep charm. In contrast to Flitwick's tentative approach, Asius's movements were swift and decisive. The Petrificus Totalis spell was cast mercilessly, quickly followed by a disarming charm. Flitwick's eyes widened in delight, his fairy blood almost compelling him to exclaim in surprise. Yet he quickly quelled any other emotions, recognizing the seriousness of the duel. In an instant, he adeptly evaded Asius's spells. Almost simultaneously, Asius unleashed his next incantation, aiming precisely at Flitwick's landing spot. Flitwick's extensive dueling experience allowed him to react quickly, casting a shield charm just as he landed. Hardly touching down, he countered with an astute attack, the initiative now shifting between them. Unlike Snape, Flitwick's combat style was far more agile and versatile. His smaller stature enabled him to dodge most attacks with ease, and his angles of attack were often quite cunning. Moreover, his understanding of spells allowed him to employ various incantations flexibly, achieving many unexpected effects that opened Asius's eyes to new possibilities. Asius's own research into spells was equally formidable, augmented by his immense capacity for comprehension and learning. In this duel, he absorbed Professor Flitwick's myriad experiences and spellcasting methods with the veracity of a sponge. Professor Flitwick, increasingly astonished as the match progressed, found himself taken aback despite Ace's initial aggressive onslaught. However, as Aces later regained the upper hand, he began to feel somewhat beleaguered. Within a mere span of minutes, Ace's evasive maneuvers became increasingly timely, while his counterattacks grew ever more difficult to evade. By the end, they were nearly evenly matched. Though he was not exerting himself to the fullest, he could sense that Aces, too, was holding back his true power. In truth, Aces had not unleashed his full potential. Having undergone a surge of magical energy and the blessing of a unicorn, his magical prowess had significantly increased. Due to the volatile nature of his heightened magic, he wore a modified bracelet that restricted his magical output. Thus, in his duel with Flitwick, he was primarily focused on honing his combat skills. After all, Aces was youthful and vigorous, while Professor Flitwick had begun to show signs of fatigue. Aces felt relatively unscathed. Noticing Flitwick's movements slowing, Aces voluntarily lowered his wand. "Professor Flitwick, I am out of magic." Observing Ace's flushed visage, which showed no signs of breathlessness, Flitwick suspected he was being deceived. It would indeed be strange if he were to trust Ace's words. After a moment of silence, Flitwick, skeptical, tapped his waist and fell into a state of self-doubt. Had he truly aged? With a mix of sorrow and indignation, Professor Flitwick gazed at the young wizards below, who were watching the duel in wide-eyed amazement. In pairs, the young wizards practiced the etiquette of dueling, permitted only to use the binding spell. Upon hearing his words, the young wizards quickly sought out familiar friends to form teams. Unfortunately, the number of Hufflepuff students happened to be odd. Aces glanced over at the remaining Eliza and the lone badger left behind. The badger was a rather introverted girl, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing, glancing around anxiously, while other badgers eyed her with a mix of concern and anticipation, eager to say something. Aces took the initiative to speak. Professor Flitwick, I shall refrain from participating. I have exhausted my magical energy in the previous duel. Professor Flitwick looked at him kindly, replying, Then I must ask Mr. Cavendish to supervise. For his demonstration and the ensuing supervision, Slytherin would receive an additional 20 points. Aces offered Flitwick a slight smile, appreciating the bonus. What transpired next filled Professor Flitwick with profound relief at his earlier decision. Perhaps influenced by their earlier duel, the young wizards executed their spells with exuberance, leaping about in an attempt to cast from every conceivable angle. Consequently, the classroom was filled with errant spells flying haphazardly. In the midst of supervising, Professor Flitwick inadvertently became the target of several spells. Aces, unfazed, remained protected by his alchemical defenses, deftly navigating through the chaos while liberating Flitwick from the clutches of multiple binding spells. Curiously, just as Flitwick was freed, he was immediately ensnared once more by another barrage of binding spells. Standing there in a state of resigned despair, Flitwick awaited Ace's assistance but felt no anger. Rather, he found a certain amusement in the situation. Once liberated, he skillfully dodged all incoming spells, turning back with a triumphant grin to the young wizards who had cast at him, shaking his head disapprovingly. The classroom descended into complete disorder, a free-for-all where spells filled the air. Some were aimed at Professor Flitwick, others at Aces, while the majority simply hurled spells indiscriminately in the fray. Exhausting, Flitwick thought, regretting his earlier provocation. With Aces equipped with his protective artifacts, the majority of the spells were directed at him, and even Aces found himself overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught, albeit with some assistance. Reflecting on this, Flitwick cast a complex and appreciative glance at Aces. Mr. Cavendish was indeed commendable, although he had claimed to be out of magic. It was merely a ruse to provide Flitwick with an escape. Lost in thought, he was again ensnared by a spell. This was undoubtedly the longest class he had ever endured, without exception. Standing in despair, Flitwick awaited Aces' rescue. At last, when the class concluded, Flitwick eagerly announced its end and swiftly vanished from sight. Watching Flitwick's hasty retreat, the young wizards exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. The classroom buzzed with a jubilant atmosphere, while other passing young wizards looked on in confusion. Meanwhile, a distance away, Flitwick, hearing their laughter, couldn't help but smile. Youth is indeed a delightful thing. Chapter 144, Caught during a midnight stroll. Time drifted by in a tranquil manner. Had Aces not been perpetually summoned to the dungeons to revise papers and amend his own, he too might have felt at ease. The Potion Master's exacting standards were not new to Aces. Yet facing a paper that had been amended over a dozen times without success left him in a state of despair. You should consider yourself fortunate. I have revised half of the 6th paper, Snape remarked impassively as he returned yet another of Ace's countless submissions. Gazing at the paper in his hands, Ace's heart sank with an overwhelming sorrow. When would this torment come to an end? Only this one remains. The Potion Master cast a glance at him, perhaps feeling a twinge of pity as he unexpectedly offered words of comfort. Once you finish this, you should be nearly done. Resigned, Aces took up his quill, transformed a chair with a flick of his wand, and began to revise. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, Draco sluggishly approached Eliza, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a book. Where's Aces? Eliza looked up, aware of Draco's connection with Aces, and did not hesitate to disclose his whereabouts. He is in the dungeons, revising his paper. Upon hearing this, Draco's gaze flickered with guilt, quickly replaced by irritation and discontent. Aces had been at it for so long. How could he still be struggling? The headmaster was far too harsh, keeping Aces confined in the dungeons daily. He could scarcely find him. Eliza hesitated, contemplating whether to inform him that Aces frequented the dungeons regardless of his papers. This was merely a matter of timing. His frequent visits were merely coinciding with the paper revisions. No, I must confront the headmaster. He cannot treat Aces this way. Lost in thought, Draco clenched his jaw and strode purposefully toward the exit. Behind him, Eliza regarded him with a complex expression, unable to suppress her caution. Mr. Draco, it is currently curfew. The implication was clear. Should he venture out now, his fate might be dire, even worse than Ace's. Draco's foot faltered mid-stride, and he turned back mechanically. Then what am I to do? Carter approached from the side, eyeing Draco's sudden halt with concern, instinctively reaching out to steady him. What's wrong, young master? Draco looked at Carter as if he were a savior, his eyes lighting up. Do you have a way to persuade the headmaster to release Aces? Go to the headmaster about Aces? Carter gasped in disbelief, his mouth agape. Merlin S. Beard. Do you realize what you're suggesting? Asking him to go to the headmaster is akin to signing his own death warrant. Aces could produce 6 papers, but I certainly cannot. Draco, once Aces finishes his paper, the headmaster will naturally release him. We need not fret. Aces is not in a hurry, so neither should we be. As Carter attempted to placate Draco, he scanned the room for a potential ally, his eyes brightening upon spotting Eliza. You inquired of Eliza whether this was the case, for she knows the master best. Eliza took a delicate sip of her tea, casting a cool glance at Carter before gently nodding. However, it is due to me that Acis is compelled to write 6 essays. The little peacock lowered his head, a hint of guilt in his tone. Carter's lips moved slightly, at a loss for how to console him. They were aware of this matter. To some extent, the 6 essays were indeed connected to Draco. The sight of Draco's dejected demeanor was profoundly pitiful, and after much internal struggle, Carter managed to utter a reluctant suggestion. How about I take you to the cellar to wait for the master? Upon hearing this, Eliza regarded him with an expression akin to viewing a simpleton. The moment the words escaped his lips, Carter realized the folly of his suggestion. Overwhelmed by Eliza's gaze, he opened his mouth to retract his remark. Yet, Draco had already eagerly agreed. The words of reversal lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless and uncomfortable. Eliza looked on with a smirk, relishing the impending outcome. Faced with Draco's sparkling, expectant eyes, Carter nodded with difficulty, forcing a smile that was more ghastly than grim. Draco, blissfully unaware of his reluctance, inquired, "Shall we go now?" "Very well," Carter muttered, devoid of enthusiasm. Amidst Eliza's mocking and worried gaze, he drew his wand, casting the disillusionment charm upon himself and Draco. "Remember to be careful and not get caught," Eliza admonished, unable to restrain herself. "Indeed, you are still concerned for me," Carter thought, touched by her words. Just as he was about to express his feelings, Eliza's next statement struck him. "The master has only just about finished the 6 essays. If you get caught, just say it was your fault. In any case, the master's essays cannot be further burdened." The smile vanished from Carter's face, replaced by a look of indignation. Damn the essays, he would absolutely not get caught. Grasping the overly enthusiastic Draco by the hand, Carter hastily departed from the sorrowful confines of the Slytherin common room. As they walked, he unconsciously released Draco's hand, who continued forward, oblivious. Only halfway to the cellar did Carter belatedly recall his earlier admonition. "Remember to hold on tight to me, don't, Draco?" His hand grasped at nothingness, and in a moment of panic, he instinctively swiped at the air, finding only emptiness. "Where's Draco?" Carter cried out in despair, his arms flailing as he searched for the elusive platinum peacock. Meanwhile, Draco remained unaware of the anguish his disappearance caused Carter, having encountered Professor McGonagall on her patrol. For reasons unknown, Professor McGonagall stood directly in Draco's path, effectively blocking his escape. Thus, he could only nervously huddle in a corner, covering his mouth tightly, fearful that even the sound of his breathing might betray him to Professor McGonagall. Alas, the little peacock was unaware that Carter's disillusionment charm was not as potent as Acis's and required periodic renewal, as Carter continued to search the corridor inch by inch. No one was there to refresh Draco's charm. Consequently, in the midst of Professor McGonagall's astonished gaze, a small platinum head gradually emerged, while Draco remained oblivious. Still covering his mouth, she paused for a moment, then addressed him, "Mr. Malfoy?" Draco's eyes widened in terror. "Professor, can you see me?" Professor McGonagall fell silent once more. "It was evident that your disillusionment charm has failed." Chapter 145, Detention. Draco, perplexed, glanced down at his hands, only then realizing he could see himself. "Mr. Malfoy, who prepared your disillusionment charm for you? Or rather, where is your night-walking companion?" Draco's mouth parted slightly, reluctant to betray Carter, who had brought him out. Observing his hesitation, Professor McGonagall kindly reminded him, "I have heard that Professor Snape has recently ceased imposing detentions and has instead resorted to assigning essays." Recalling the torment of essays and Acis's plight, Draco promptly decided to betray Carter. "Mr. Carter, was it?" Professor McGonagall's keen gaze swept the empty corridor as she waved her wand. "Reveal yourself." The corridor remained unchanged, still devoid of any presence. Allowing Draco a small sigh of relief, Professor McGonagall regarded him sharply. "In that case, Mr. Malfoy, you shall accompany me while I locate Mr. Carter. Only then will we determine your punishment." Draco nodded begrudgingly. With Draco in tow, Professor McGonagall began her meticulous search through the corridors of Hogwarts. Upon rounding a corner, Faint voices echoed in the silent corridor, and the familiar tones made Professor McGonagall furrow her brow. She gestured for Draco to remain silent. The indistinct murmurs grew clearer, as if a quarrel was afoot. Draco listened intently for a moment before exhaling in relief. It was not Carter's voice. Professor McGonagall raised her wand, silently awaiting the arrival of a few nocturnal young wizards. Hagrid is quite fond of dragons. He mentioned this to me previously. Harry, it's better for everyone that Norbert has been sent away. Hagrid cannot possibly keep a dragon at Hogwarts. The conversation was distinct enough for both Professor McGonagall and Draco to hear, and they grasped the content thoroughly. Oh dear. It seems someone is in for a spot of trouble, Draco thought, stifling a chuckle behind Professor McGonagall. The trio soon approached Professor McGonagall, but they were so engrossed in their discussion that they had yet to notice her presence. Professor McGonagall's stern gaze fell upon the approaching trio of saviors. Good evening. I believe you owe me an explanation as to why you are here, wandering about during curfew. The sudden voice startled the trio, and upon recognizing Professor McGonagall, their faces turned pale, especially Hermione, who appeared so anxious that tears shimmered in her eyes. In an empty classroom, Professor McGonagall stood at the podium, casting a stern look upon Harry and his companions. I have emphasized before that, as students, you ought not to roam the school at night. Although he had promised Assis to limit his interactions with Harry, Draco couldn't help but smirk at their misfortune. Standing beside Professor McGonagall, his grin was clearly visible to Harry and the others. It must be you, that annoying little snitch. Ron glared at Draco, mouthing a curse. This scene was promptly noticed by the reprimanding Professor McGonagall, who tightened her expression. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Malfoy was merely caught wandering at night. He has not uttered a word about any of you. Thanks to Assis, Professor McGonagall held a much more favorable view of Slytherin than before, and she was now quite displeased with Ron's bias against Draco. Ron was about to respond when Professor McGonagall unceremoniously interrupted him. No need for further discussion. Due to your nocturnal escapades, each of you shall lose 50 points. Furthermore, as a warning, all 4 of you must serve detention. 4? Draco exclaimed incredulously. Yes, Mr. Malfoy. You too were out at night. Thus you must face the same punishment, or shall I pass you over to your head of house? The thought of Assis's grim fate sent a shiver down Draco's spine. No, I would rather serve detention with them, he replied, albeit reluctantly, yet without hesitation. Professor McGonagall regarded him with amusement at his refusal, her eyes reflecting contemplation. Is Severus's method of assigning essays truly that effective? Perhaps I should consider trying it myself. The lions in attendance shivered collectively, exchanging glances filled with foreboding. Before the dimly lit doors of Hogwarts, the caretaker, Mr. Filch, brandished a lantern, walking amidst the shadows while coldly intimidating the 4 little wizards. It is truly unfortunate that you have arrived at such a fortuitous time. The archaic methods of punishment have been abolished. In the past, students who were detained would find themselves suspended in the dungeons, hanging upside down. He cast a malevolent glance at the 4 little wizards, their faces pale with fear. Humph. However, you will be serving detention with Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest. I truly hope to hear your terrified screams. As the 5 approached Hagrid's hut, he announced, Hagrid, I bring you these 4 little miscreants who have violated the school's regulations by wandering out at night. Hagrid, grumbling as he prepared his gear, appeared rather sullen. Seeing this, Filch exclaimed incredulously, Merlin, you can't still be thinking about that dragon, can you? Norbert has been sent away by Dumbledore. A peculiar smile crossed Filch's face, and he added, I must say, that was a wise decision. But you best remain vigilant. The Forbidden Forest is no place for merriment. Hagrid said no more. After gathering his equipment, he turned to the 4 little wizards. We must be on our way. Thus, the 4 lined up behind Hagrid and ventured into the dark, eerie depths of the Forbidden Forest. The forest at night was terrifying, the cawing of crows mingling with the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Faint moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting shivers upon the ground. Hagrid, are you certain we will be safe? Ron could not help but break the silence. Inquiring of Hagrid, having previously ventured into the Forbidden Forest with Assis, Draco felt no excessive fear. In fact, he even had the audacity to mock Ron with a derisive laugh. Provoked by his laughter, Ron, now emboldened, strode past him and huffed defiantly. Draco dismissed Ron's childish antics and continued on his path. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Hagrid halted, gazing sadly at the silvery liquid on the ground. What is this? Harry asked. Unicorn blood. A few days ago, I discovered that a unicorn had been injured. This statement piqued Draco's interest. He anxiously scrutinized the blood on the ground and urgently inquired, is the unicorn badly hurt? Is it serious? His tone was fraught with concern, prompting the trio to exchange puzzled glances. But Draco had no time to consider their thoughts. He simply wanted to know if the injured unicorn was still alive. Seeing the genuine worry etched on his face, Hagrid's expression softened slightly. It's not dead, but we must find it and tend to its wounds. Draco nodded in agreement, his previously negative attitude shifting to one of determination. Then let us set off immediately. Shall we split up? Hagrid regarded him with surprise before nodding. Yes, Ron and Hermione. And I will form one group, while you, Harry, and Yaya will be in another. Draco readily concurred. After a moment of thought, Hagrid reminded them. But Yaya is rather timid, so do keep an eye on her. Draco and Harry exchanged apprehensive glances at the quaking Yaya, both feeling a twinge of fear. Draco reached into his pocket, gripping the pendant tightly. Its presence provided him with a modicum of comfort. He agreed with Hagrid's words, surprising Harry and the others. Once they had divided their tasks, they ventured into their respective areas. Concerned for the unicorn, Draco decided to carry the oil lamp himself and strode ahead briskly. Harry had to quicken his pace to keep up with him. Tonight, Draco was markedly different from the Draco Harry had previously known. As they walked, Harry could not help but steal glances at Draco. However, unbeknownst to him, his furtive glances were all too apparent to Draco. Far more evident than a Lumos charm in the dark. Yet Draco recalled Ace's words and chose to ignore Harry, although Draco intended to disregard him. The so-called savior clearly did not possess the insight to recognize social cues. Malfoy, are you afraid? Harry could no longer contain himself and broke the silence. Draco's face was a mask of rejection, but Harry, seemingly oblivious, assumed that Draco's silence was indicative of fear and began to offer him consolation. At first, Draco gritted his teeth and endured, but Harry's incessant chatter showed no signs of abating. Reaching his limit, Draco stopped abruptly, glaring at Harry in anger. Potter, can you be quiet? What is it? Harry replied, puzzled. The sheer foolishness of the savior left Draco wondering why he had ever targeted him. Suppressing the urge to strike him, Draco spat through clenched teeth. Because you're too loud. You're deafening my ears. So could you kindly shut up? Fine, Harry replied, taken aback by Draco's outburst. Throughout the remainder of their journey, the savior indeed remained silent. Yet the eerie silence of the forbidden forest weighed heavily upon them, prompting Draco to instinctively slow his pace. Harry, feeling the tension, clung tightly to Draco's heels, and without realizing it, the two found themselves walking side by side. As they continued, they arrived before a colossal, menacing tree. At that moment, Draco suddenly halted, staring ahead in a daze. Harry, initially looking down, was unaware of the unfolding scene until he lifted his gaze, freezing in place. Behind the massive tree stood a robed figure facing off against a unicorn, which was half kneeling on the ground, appearing on the verge of collapse. The robed figure held their wand with a deliberate calmness, while the unicorn struggled to maintain its stance. Trembling, Harry tugged at Draco, intending to make a hasty retreat, but Draco shook off his hand. To Harry's disbelief, Draco stepped forward, trembling, until he stood beside the unicorn. The robed figure shifted slightly, their chilling gaze locking onto Draco. Fear gripped Draco. Harry noticed his friend's hand quaking, barely able to maintain his grip on the oil lamp. However, Harry was confounded. Why was Draco so terrified yet unwilling to flee, instead choosing to protect the unicorn? Draco was indeed terrified, wishing fervently that he could vanish into thin air within the forbidden forest. Yet, he could not retreat, for he recognized the unicorn standing against the robed figure, Estrella. That was his friend, and he would not abandon Estrella. His hand, concealed within his pocket, clutched the pendant tightly, its sharp edges cutting into his skin as blood seeped down his side, unnoticed in his moment of fear. The robed figure's patience waned during the standoff, and they raised their wand, aiming it at Draco. Splinter. Harry's eyes widened as he rushed forward. Draco. At that moment, Ace, on his way to the common room, suddenly looked up, his spare wand slipping into his grasp as a map appeared, revealing a flickering. Damn, what is Draco doing in the forbidden forest? There was no time for contemplation. Ace bolted toward the forest, donning his cloak and gulping down a potion to alter his form. With the spell's enhancement, he quickly reached the edge of the forbidden forest before directly disapparating. Upon landing and assessing the situation, Ace exhaled in relief, the tension in his hand easing as he gripped his wand. However, the scene before him seemed rather peculiar. Ace's lips twitched, his eyes narrowing in confusion. Beneath the dark tree, a translucent magical shield enveloped the trio, a boy, a beast, and a savior, inside. There, Draco knelt on the ground, fiercely clutching Estrella, while Harry stood behind them, visibly anxious. Time rewound a few moments earlier, when the robed figure had aimed their wand at Draco. Harry felt a surge of desperation. He did not understand why he remained behind, but before he realized it, he found himself standing protectively behind Draco. To his astonishment, the seemingly doomed Draco was alive, even taking the time to comfort the fallen unicorn, which filled Harry with a sense of relief. His perception of Draco had shifted. After all, Draco was their classmate, and he certainly did not wish for his demise. Before he could bask in relief for too long, he witnessed the magical barrier, under the assault of the cloaked figure, beginning to lose its opacity, becoming nearly invisible and teetering on the brink of collapse. Alarmed by this sight, he hastily lowered his gaze, intending to confer with Draco on what to do, only to find the unicorn unconscious from blood loss, while Draco fervently staunched its wound, wholly oblivious to the chaos outside. Merlin, what am I to do now? Harry frantically scanned his surroundings, silently praying that Hagrid would soon realize their absence and come to their aid. Yet, instead of Hagrid, another cloaked figure emerged, none other than Auseus. Upon his arrival, Auseus swiftly drew Voldemort's attention, who aimed his wand at him with a vigilant gaze. Auseus, disinterested in engaging in idle conversation, was acutely aware that Estrella remained unaware of the perilous situation. He had no time to waste on trifling matters. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of spells, employing every technique learned during their curse lessons, simultaneously relinquishing the restraint on his magical output. He intended to resolve the matter swiftly. The potent surge of magic and the cunningly crafted spells overwhelmed the weakened Voldemort, forcing him to gasp for breath. Ultimately, after enduring yet another curse, he turned and fled. Observing Voldemort's retreat, Auseus chose not to pursue, but instead approached Draco. "Who are you?" Harry exclaimed, raising his wand unsteadily at Auseus. Still reeling from the recent expulsion of the cloaked figure, Auseus frowned and waved his hand, causing Harry's wand to soar into his grasp. "I have no time for your idle chatter." With that, Auseus circumvented Harry and crouched beside Draco. "Draco? Brother," Estrella Draco cried, his voice laced with desperation upon hearing the familiar tone. "I know. Just let go. Estrella will be fine." Auseus pried Draco's hand away and grimaced at the sight of the crimson blood staining his palm. However, the immediate concern was Estrella. He raised his wand, directing its tip toward Estrella. The weakened unicorn glanced at him, its head shifting slightly, as if yearning to draw closer to Auseus. "Do not be afraid. You will be all right," Auseus murmured soothingly, his hand caressing its head. A rejuvenating green light, symbolizing vitality, and a warm silver glow enveloped Estrella tenderly. Under the enchantment's influence, its wounds began to mend gradually. Draco remained transfixed, observing Auseus and Estrella intently. Suddenly, footsteps and the rustling of leaves erupted behind them. "Who goes there?" Draco demanded, clutching his wand, eyes narrowing at the quivering foliage. "Harry, are you all right?" A frantic voice called out, followed by the appearance of a familiar red-haired head. "Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, we are over here." Harry waved excitedly, prompting the trio to hasten toward him. Before they could approach fully, Hagrid spotted the fallen unicorn and the enigmatic Auseus, who appeared to be tending to it. "Hey, what are you doing? Get away from that unicorn," he shouted, brandishing his weapon at Auseus, only for Draco to immediately position himself in front of Auseus. Harry opened his mouth to explain to Hagrid, but was cut off as a silvery light shot forth from the underbrush, striking Hagrid and sending him tumbling. "Oh no, Hagrid, are you all right?" The three rushed towards Hagrid, casting wary glances at the undergrowth. From the foliage emerged two silvery figures, Clores and Antonio, stepping forward in unison, warningly exhaling toward Hagrid before advancing toward Auseus. Auseus, nearing the conclusion of his healing, did not cease his incantation immediately. Instead, he pulled Draco closer. The wand gently tapped Draco's wounded hand, halting the bleeding as a thin scab formed. After ensuring there were no other injuries, Auseus released Draco, then shifted aside to allow Antonio and Clores to comfort the still frightened Estrella. Hagrid and the others could only watch as Auseus, without sparing them a glance, vanished before their eyes. Who does he think he is, being so brazen? Ron could not help but scoff. Harry shot him a warning look. "Ron, stop it. He is formidable." He drove off the creature harming the unicorn and saved the injured one. Upon hearing this, Hagrid realized his earlier misjudgment of Auseus, an air of guilt washing over him as he rubbed his nose. Disinterested in their murmured discussions, Draco stood behind Clores, anxiously observing Estrella. Sensing Auseus' absence, Clores and Antonio became alert, and even Estrella ceased to be comforted, turning to fix its gaze intently on Hagrid and the others, unaware of what had transpired. Draco found himself pushed toward Estrella by Clores, placing him within their protective circle. The two unicorns snorted heavily, eyeing Hagrid and his companions with suspicion. Hagrid, feeling the tension, quickly attempted to explain that they were not foes. However, the agitated unicorns were not receptive to his reassurances. All they recalled was the weapon aimed at Auseus. While Auseus had been present, they had managed to maintain their composure. Yet with his departure, their wariness escalated to its peak. Under the furious gaze of the unicorns, the atmosphere thickened with tension, leaving Hagrid bewildered as he looked to Clores for guidance. Having never encountered Clores before, He was at a loss for how to assuage their fears. Just as despair began to settle in, Draco finally discerned the intentions of the two unicorns. Frowning, he hesitated to involve himself with the so-called heroes, but recalling Harry's refusal to abandon him, he took a step forward to stroke Chlor's mane. They are not bad people. His simple declaration calmed the restless unicorns. The two unicorns regarded Harry and the others for a moment, and under the collective gaze, Chlor's was the first to turn away, affectionately nudging Draco and urging him towards Estrella. Antonio remained on high alert, but ceased his snorting. This shift in demeanor left Hagrid astonished as he observed Draco. No one understood better than he the sensitivity and suspicion of unicorns. Yet, Draco had managed to disarm the protective instincts of two wary guardians with mere words. An almost impossible feat. Chlor's approached Estrella, scrutinizing the unicorn sprawled on the ground, appearing unwell. Draco awaited Chlor's assessment anxiously. In truth, after the healing, Estrella was fine. It was merely being its mischievous self, feigning injury to evade reprimand for not wearing its necklace. Chlor's, knowing its child well, unceremoniously nudged it upright, despite Draco's worried and disapproving gaze. Estrella whined, reluctant to rise, but Chlor's, usually gentle, exhibited a rare sternness, fiery eyes glinting with displeasure as it hissed reproachfully. Eventually, Estrella had no choice but to slowly rise to its feet. Impatient with its sluggishness, Chlor's stomped its hooves, urging it onward. Estrella hastily complied, standing upright and obediently gazing at Chlor's, batting its eyes in a show of submission. Once it was upright, Chlor's called out, and then turned to Draco. Unable to comprehend its words, Draco could only speculate. Is there something you need me to do? Chlor's nodded, tilting its head toward the underbrush. Do you want me to leave this place? It shook its head, then nodded, its gaze shifting between Antonio and Estrella. Do you want to follow them away? Chlor's eyes brightened, gently nuzzling Draco's cheek in encouragement. With that, Chlor's led the two children toward the ominous underbrush. Harry hesitated as he gazed at Draco's retreating figure, unable to restrain himself from calling out to him before he vanished completely. Draco paused and turned back to look at him. Where are you going? That figure in the black cloak might still linger in the Forbidden Forest. We should leave this place. His tone was tinged with a hint of urgency and concern, prompting Ron and Hermione to glance over. Chapter 148. The Two Young Ones Face Reprimand. They will look after me, and you need not concern yourself with my affairs. Take care of yourself. With that, Draco joined the waiting Chlorius, with Antonio closely following behind. Soon, the trio, along with their beasts, disappeared entirely from Harry and his friend's sight. Harry, what's wrong? Why are you so concerned about that, Malfoy? Ron asked, perplexed. It's worth noting that Harry, much like him, had always found Draco's arrogance intolerable. Harry remained silent, and Hermione shot Ron a warning glare before turning her worried gaze back to Harry. Harry, are you all right? Did you get hurt just now? Harry shook his head, signaling that he was fine. I bet Harry must have sustained some mysterious injury. Otherwise, how could one explain his worry for that, Malfoy? Ron continued with his sardonic tone. Ron. Hermione could no longer contain herself and vehemently countered his prejudice, leading to a heated argument between them. Harry paid little attention to their quarrel, instead anxiously inquiring about Hagrid. Hagrid, Malfoy is gone with them. What should we do? Harry, I think we need not worry. From their behavior just now, it seems Malfoy is well acquainted with them and has their trust. They will protect him. Hagrid reassured as he patted Harry's shoulder with his large hand. What should we do now? Let us leave. This place is not safe, and I must consider the safety of all of you. This suggestion received unanimous agreement, as none wished to linger in the perilous and frightening Forbidden Forest. Meanwhile, Draco followed closely behind Chlorius, winding his way to an open meadow where a dark silhouette stood. Just as Draco was about to alert Chlorius, he noticed Estrella darting towards the figure. He quickly realized that the person standing there was Ausace. Consequently, he too rushed after Estrella towards Ausace. Two small figures, akin to cannonballs, barreled into Ausace's embrace, causing him to stumble slightly, nearly losing his balance. Oof! Ausace, catching the two small projectiles, felt as though his insides had been jostled. He raised his hand and tapped the heads of the two little troublemakers. Let go. The two miscreants, feeling guilty, feigned innocence, burying their faces into Ausace's waist without lifting their heads, rubbing against him in a pitiful manner. Stop the theatrics. It's futile. Aren't you going to let go? His tone grew increasingly perilous, and the two small ones sensed the danger, obediently retreating. Chlorius and Antonio approached Ausace, joining him in observing the two downcast, guilt-ridden children. One at a time. Draco, you first. Why were you in the Forbidden Forest with the Savior and his friends? Draco glanced around, seeking an escape from the beasts. However, among the three, one was also in trouble, while the other two stood firmly with Ausace. Not going to speak? I'll speak. I was caught wandering at night by Professor McGonagall and was punished with detention. Potter and his friends were an accident. I didn't pay them any mind. Later, Hagrid, that giant, mentioned an injured unicorn and needed to find it for treatment. So I ended up with Potter, and then we encountered Estrella. At that time, Estrella was bleeding, and the black-cloaked figure was still present. I couldn't just abandon it, especially since I had that alchemical pendant on me. I knew you would come to rescue me. Draco recounted the entire sequence of events to Ausace, then cautiously raised his eyes to gauge his expression. Ausace looked down at Draco's pale face, still marked by residual fear, and felt a pang of sympathy. He softened his demeanor and opened his arms. In an instant, Draco understood, rushing into his embrace and lamenting, "Ausace, I was truly terrified. That black-cloaked figure was so frightening. He wanted Estrella's life. I almost didn't get to see you again." Draco's voice trembled with emotion as he recounted his fears, his hands shaking while clutching Ausace. Ausace, aware of his fear, gently patted his back to comfort him. Clorius and Antonio also surrounded him, offering their solace in their unique ways. Nearby, Estrella, witnessing the scene, desired to join in the comforting, but Ausace shot it a warning glance, freezing it in place. "Do you dare move? You'll be next if you do. Stand still." Feeling unjustly treated, Estrella stood there, heartbroken, gazing at Draco enveloped in the warmth of consolation. "No one loves me anymore." Gradually, as Draco was enveloped in comfort, he began to feel embarrassed and wiped his tears, stepping back from Ausace's embrace. Once he had calmed down, Ausace, along with the two majestic unicorns, directed their attention to Estrella, who was engrossed in the underbrush. "Estrella, I remember I warned you to keep the necklace on." Clorius continued Ausace's admonition. "We also cautioned you against running around while we were resting." Estrella's lowered head became rigid, fearing to move, its eyes darting around as it pondered how to escape today's predicament. "Estrella," Ausace emphasized, "lift your head." Estrella cautiously raised its head, mimicking Draco's earlier demeanor, looking at them with an expression of contrition. Unfortunately, no one was swayed by its act this time. The gravity of the situation was too severe. It had nearly perished in the Forbidden Forest. Seeing that its approach was ineffective, Estrella turned its gaze towards Draco, blinking at him for help. Draco offered it a look of helplessness. He had just extricated himself from trouble and could not assist. With its plea for aid unanswered, Estrella began to apologize and reflect on its actions, all the while observing the three adults' responses. Ausace remained expressionless, and the two unicorns showed no signs of movement. The lack of any feedback from them made Estrella grow increasingly anxious, its once brilliant silver hue now dulled. "I know I was wrong." This admission of guilt was more sincere than before, prompting Ausace's expression to soften slightly. "Do you realize that had I arrived, even a moment later, not only would you have perished, but so would Draco. He too would have silently met his end in the Forbidden Forest due to your mischief." His words caused Estrella to lower its head even further, until its entire face was nearly buried in the ground. "I'm sorry, Draco." It quietly apologized, tears welling in its eyes. Draco could not comprehend its words, but he sensed the remorse in Estrella's tone. He couldn't help but offer comfort. "It's all right. Staying behind was my choice." Ausace shot him a glance, prompting him to immediately close his mouth and blink innocently at Ausace. "Will you be so headstrong next time?" Estrella shook its head obediently. Realizing that Estrella had acknowledged its mistake, Ausace's anger began to dissipate considerably. Chapter 149. The Little Dragon is Pursued. He glanced at the sky and softly spoke to Clorius and Antonio. "I will take Draco back first. Estrella, when you return, remember to put on the necklace. That person has been driven away by me and should not return for a while, but we must remain vigilant." Clorius nodded earnestly, still harboring remnants of anger from earlier. Ausace understood that Estrella might still face consequences upon their return. However, he refrained from further persuasion. Estrella's actions that day warranted reprimand. "Remember to prioritize your safety. Rest assured." "Ausace, we will be cautious." Recalling Draco's earlier words, Ausace inquired, "Are there still injured unicorns?" "The child is unharmed. Cynthia discovered the situation in time and, together with us, drove that individual away. The injured child has been healed." Antonio stepped forward, exhaling sharply as he explained to Ausace. It was only then that Ausace felt reassured enough to lead Draco away. After ensuring Draco was settled in the dormitory, Ausace finally had the opportunity to contemplate Voldemort's recent targeting of unicorns. During the earlier confrontation, he had already recognized that the adversary was Quirrell, albeit not entirely Quirrell. In the Forbidden Forest, the presence of Voldemort's aura and magic emanated conspicuously from Quirrell. The fact that Voldemort had resorted to coercing Quirrell into consuming unicorn blood indicated the dire state of his condition. Pondering deeply, Ausace began to jot down notes on parchment, listing the information he possessed and deducing bit by bit. Having failed to conceal his identity this time, it was unlikely he would risk hunting unicorns again. as Voldemort was far too weakened to withstand any further peril. Consequently, he would seek ways to restore himself. But how? The quill hesitated, then gradually penned an answer: Professor's potions. The thought caused the quill to hover momentarily, leaving a blot of ink on the parchment. He did not wish for Snape to become involved with this aspect of Voldemort, because he was uncertain whether the Voldemort residing within Quirrell was the main soul. If it were, and he failed to eliminate this fragment, then Hogwarts had so many students, and if a whirlwind of troubling thoughts spiraled through his mind, simulating various scenarios, until his quill gently circled a single sentence: do not corner Voldemort. With a plan in place, Ossace felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. The following day, Hogwarts remained tranquil. The incident in the Forbidden Forest the previous night had stirred no ripples. Nothing had changed, except for Draco. In the morning, immediately after potions class, Draco abruptly abandoned his usual elegance and hurriedly exited the classroom, moving as though pursued by an unseen threat. Crabbe and Goyle, puzzled, hastily gathered their belongings and trailed closely behind him. Alas, Draco's speed was swift. Yet someone was swifter still. Malfoy. Draco feigned ignorance, pressing onward. The footsteps behind him quickened. Without a second thought, he hastened his pace, striving to distance himself from the pursuer. Malfoy, wait up. We need to talk. Draco continued to act as if he were deaf, engrossed in his path. However, the relentless footsteps persisted, vexing Draco to the point where he contemplated casting a hex. Are you done? Could you move further away? Finally, Draco, exasperated, halted and turned to face Harry, who had been trailing him. Of course, as long as you tell me who that figure in the black cloak was in the Forbidden Forest that day. Draco gritted his teeth. I told you. I don't know him. But your reaction suggested otherwise, and though I didn't quite catch it, it seemed you called him by name. Are you deaf? I was calling the unicorn. Can you tell me why you know the unicorn? That's my personal business. What does it have to do with you? I merely thought that the figure in black seemed to recognize the unicorn. There might be clues related to him. Draco took a deep breath. He refused to allow himself to be angered by this foolish savior. He was a refined nobleman. After mentally repeating this mantra thrice, he regained his composure. Why are you seeking that figure in black? He hasn't harmed you. Harry paused, hastily shaking his head. That's not what I meant. I'm looking for him because of the first figure in black. Draco regarded him with disbelief. Harry quickly elaborated. When the first figure appeared, my scar hurt intensely. We suspect he is connected to that individual. A tightness gripped Draco's heart as he recalled how easily Ossace had repelled that figure in black. He calmed himself further as he listened to the savior's explanation. And the second figure appeared at such a timely moment. There must be a connection between them. And he is strong, so we want to ally with him against that person. Forget noble elegance. There was no need for it in dealing with this foolish savior. Draco wore a stoic expression, regarding Harry with thinly veiled derision. What gives you the right to assume that everyone should unconditionally assist you? Tell me, why should they? Is it just because you are the savior? No, that is not what I meant. What do you mean not what I meant? I ask you. Dare you claim you have no ulterior motives? Harry fell silent, realizing that their intentions indeed seemed to imply such, but before Draco, he could not admit it, for it would make them appear arrogant. He attempted to wriggle free. I had no intention of using anyone. I will seek his consent, and if he disagrees, I won't act. Draco scoffed at his defense. He has no obligation to do anything for you. If you truly wish to protect, I suggest you seek out Professor Dumbledore. Also, I warn you, do not come looking for me again. There is nothing to discuss between us, so don't act as if we are familiar. Draco crossed his arms, retreating a couple of steps to maintain distance. He had just narrowly avoided a warning. He couldn't risk being misunderstood by Ossace. The little peacock congratulated himself on his cleverness and promptly vanished from Harry's sight. Watching Draco's retreating figure, Harry felt disheartened. A red-haired head popped up beside him. See, I told you he wouldn't tell us anything. You can't expect a Malfoy to cooperate. Ron stood beside Harry, earnestly advising him. We shouldn't focus on that Malfoy anymore. We need to investigate who is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione, also beside Harry, disagreed. Aren't we supposed to find out who the thief of the Philosopher's Stone is? But we have no leads. We can only start with Harry's scar. The two of them were at an impasse, and Harry found himself caught in the middle, helplessly attempting to mediate. Unbeknownst to them, Draco was facing something far more terrifying than being caught by Professor McGonagall on a nighttime escapade. Headmaster, Chapter 151, I come to explain. Malfoy, what were you discussing with Potter regarding the figure in the black cloak? Draco nervously swallowed, his back drenched in cold sweat, and he bit his lip, feigning ignorance. What figure in black? I don't know. Snape lowered his gaze, coldly scrutinizing the boy who dared not meet his eyes. Internally mocking that vain peacock for failing to teach his son anything worthwhile, he continued, Are you saying you have no idea? The inflection of his voice was laden with derision. It seems I need to have a word with your father regarding your education. The implication sent Draco's face pale with fear. He stood trembling in place, biting his lip. Professor, please don't frighten him. A nearby voice, rich with amusement, belonged to Ausace, who approached with a smile. Draco's eyes lit up as he fixed his gaze on Ausace, who had halted beside Snape. I am aware of this matter. I will explain it to the professor. Draco, you may return, Ausace instructed, his gaze fixed on Snape while calculating how to subtly ensnare Quirrell without leaving traces. Draco hesitated, glancing between Snape and Ausace with concern. Ausace tilted his head slightly and offered him a reassuring smile. Go back. I will clarify everything with the professor. With that, he winked at Snape. Professor? A favor, if you please. TSK. Snape impatiently turned away, giving Draco an expressionless nod, indicating he should leave. Draco lingered for a moment. But under their scrutinizing gazes and the tension in the air, he swiftly exited. Once he departed, Ausace and Snape exchanged a moment of silence, contemplating the unfolding events. Cough. Professor, shall we proceed to the cellar? Ausace broke the silence, flashing a bright smile at Snape, his eyes sparkling and his features strikingly handsome. Snape raised an eyebrow, showing no disagreement with his words. In the cellar, Ausace cradled a cup of hot tea, seated opposite Snape. Snape's expression remained impassive. Speak. What transpired? Last night, Draco and the Savior were punished by Professor McGonagall to stay in the Forbidden Forest. I am aware of this. Get to the point. Snape tapped the table lightly, a hint of impatience in his tone. Well, they encountered Quirrell, clad in black robes, who triggered the alchemical device I had left on Draco. I rushed over, and they referred to the second figure in black as me. Ausace succinctly explained. Quirrell. Snape's gaze deepened, murmuring the name with a tone so somber that one might suspect he would cast a malevolent curse if Quirrell stood before him. Ausace did not interrupt his train of thought, and waited until Snape lifted his gaze before continuing with his conjecture. He intends to siphon the blood of a unicorn. Snape's eyes sharpened with alertness, his disdain for Quirrell intensifying. Is he injured? To be precise, his current state is no different from that of a wretched creature clinging to life. Ausace scoffed, at a loss for words at how Quirrell had managed to reduce himself to such a state. Snape's gaze drifted to the potion vial in Ausace's hand. What do you intend to do with that? A gift, the blood of a unicorn. Snape frowned, perplexed. You. Understanding Snape's dilemma, Ausace explained. This is what I collected when the unicorn was injured yesterday. Rest assured, Professor. Snape averted his gaze, maintaining his composure. You plan to give this to him? We have no choice. There are too many young wizards around. We cannot corner him, for who knows what he might do in desperation. Ausace leaned closer to Snape, whispering in his ear. Snape relaxed, easing back in his chair. This is Dumbledore's concern. He will ensure the safety of his golden boy. And need I remind you? An animagus. Ausace mimicked Snape's posture, leaning back. I have no idea when a storm might brew. Surely, my luck cannot be that dire? Indeed. Your journey to mastering animagus has already been fraught with more misfortune than most. Recalling the numerous failures of the initial phase, Snape couldn't help but smirk subtly. Is it truly that amusing? Among your failures, you certainly played a part. Ausace raised an eyebrow, looking at Snape's smile with exasperation, and soon he too broke into laughter. Seeing his grin, Snape repressed his amusement, returning to his stoic demeanor. If you persist in wagering on this foolish possibility, I can only wish you luck, provided you are not foolish enough to attempt transformation alone. Ausace fell silent for a moment before conceding. Very well. Then I shall also wish myself luck. Stubborn. Snape fell silent, casting an indifferent gaze at him, silently bidding him farewell. Ausace remained sprawled on the sofa, feigning ignorance of Snape's intent. Professor, may I set up some alchemical devices in the cellar? Snape rose, walking into the potions room, leaving behind a bland, you may. Very well, the diligent worker is now on duty. Ausace rolled up his sleeves, surveying the surroundings, contemplating where to begin. Half an hour later, Ausace admired his handiwork, waving his right hand as the radiant devices dimmed, blending seamlessly into the cellar's unremarkable ambience. There were indeed no oversights. Ausace gently rapped on the wooden door of the potions room. Professor, may I take my leave? In the quiet potions room, a faint response echoed back. Ausace turned and exited the cellar. At the cellar's entrance, Ausace politely greeted Miss Medusa, who remained unresponsive, her eyelids firmly shut. Ausace, undeterred, secured an alchemical device beside her, resembling an ornate decoration at the entrance. He then gently advised, if anyone wishes to enter, do not obstruct them too much. The professor has already given his consent. Pausing, he added, I have placed a small device here for your protection. Please take care of yourself. Miss Medusa showed no visible reaction, yet upon noticing her tail moving, Ausace knew she had heard him. As footsteps faded away, Miss Medusa discreetly lifted her eyelids, watching Ausace's retreating figure. This lad is surprisingly considerate. Perhaps I shall be kinder to him next time. Her slender tail curled slightly, betraying her good mood. Chapter 152. Carter takes a beating. Bang. The sound of a body crashing heavily to the floor resonated starkly in the spacious classroom, sending vibrations through the surrounding chairs upon impact. Get up, continue. Asace beckoned nonchalantly to the prostrate Carter, his tone succinct. Drenched in sweat, Carter lay on the ground, eyes shut, attempting to regulate his breathing. Playing dead without moving an inch. He was done. He truly could not continue. At this rate, he might never live to see a day where he could have a son like Draco. He ignored Asace's summons, hoping to feign ignorance in a desperate attempt to salvage his precarious existence. However, Asace was not Draco or Estrella. He had no tolerance for Carter's bad habits. He stepped closer, standing beside Carter's head, gazing down at him in silence, his deep-set eyes exuding an air of oppressive authority. Feeling the footsteps halt near him, Carter tensed, remaining rigid on the ground. The cold gaze upon him sent chills down his spine, making his skin prickle with anxiety. With reluctance, he opened his eyes, casting a mournful look at Asace, emitting a series of pathetic hisses in an attempt to evoke sympathy. Unfortunately, Asace was now resolute, unmoved by Carter's theatrics. I have laid down a mat. You won't die, and I have calculated your endurance. At present, you are far from your limits. Get up, stop pretending to be dead. With that, Asace walked over and lightly kicked Carter's foot. That is a mat. I've never seen one so thin. Carter exclaimed in indignation as he climbed to his feet, his legs trembling slightly. Beside him, Elise regarded him with disdain. Is this all you've got? I held out longer than you did just a few days ago. At that moment, Asace recalled this fact and leisurely reminded him. Elise only stopped when she couldn't stand any longer. You can't possibly be outdone by Elise, can you? Asace looked at Carter with an incredulous expression. As if to say you concede, Carter clenched his fists, taking a deep breath. Stay calm, stay calm. This is the leader I chose, cannot lose my temper, he resolved, raising his wand once more. Minutes later, Carter once again found himself crashing heavily to the ground. Lying there, he felt tears welling up in his eyes. Who could understand the extent of the emotional trauma he had endured in just a few minutes? Who could comprehend it? He resolved not to rise again, adopting a serene demeanor and secretly vowing this time he would not get up, no matter what. Asace approached him once more, releasing his wand and flexing his wrist as he looked down at Carter. Have you learned your lesson? Is your mind clear now? Will you still bring Draco along to break school rules next time? Asace fired 3 consecutive questions, leaving Carter at a loss for words. So, it was all because of Draco that he was receiving this beating today? It made sense now why this punishment was so painful. He had erred. He should never have gotten close to that little lord. His mistake was egregious. How could he have thought that little lord was so easy to fool? Did he not know who stood behind him? Carter berated himself for his foolishness, lost in his thoughts, and unable to extricate himself. Noticing his silence, Asace let out a soft I was wrong. Carter quickly responded, grinning ingratiatingly at Asace. My mind is remarkably clear at the moment, purer than that of a unicorn. I am devoid of any thoughts. I assure you, I shall never again accompany young Master Draco in contravening school regulations. Might I request that you wield your authority with a gentler hand next time? The sweat blurred my vision, outnumbering even the tears welling in my heart. Carter, engulfed in sorrow, felt as though tears were on the verge of spilling. Aces did not respond to his statement. Beside him, Elise offered Aces a towel, which he accepted to wipe his brow, finally relenting with a glimmer of mercy. For today, we shall conclude here. Carter's eyes sparkled with hope as he sprang upright. Really? Aces cast a cool glance in his direction, declaring that today's session had come to an end, with a continuation scheduled for tomorrow. The light in Carter's eyes visibly dimmed, and with a serene expression, he reclined back down, fervently praying within himself. May Merlin bless me. Let there be no tomorrow. Or let tomorrow never come. The changing expressions on his face were clearly observed by the other two, who simultaneously exchanged bemused glances. How could he have such a whimsical follower? How could she have such a foolish companion? Aces toyed with his wand, his hand itching slightly. If you don't vanish from my sight, we shall continue this now. Can I not deal with you? Aces thought with a cold smirk, pulling out a handkerchief to polish his wand. Upon hearing these words, Carter's eyes snapped open as he leaped up, wand in hand, and dashed out of the classroom, vanishing from Ace's sight, leaving behind a few distant remarks. Sir, you have worked so hard today. I shan't trouble you further. I shall disappear on my own. It would be best if I do not bother you tomorrow either. Aces paused in his polishing of the wand, momentarily tempted to chase after him to drag him back for another round. Elise, perceptive to the situation, gravely suggested, Sir, Carter appears to still possess considerable energy. Should I retrieve him? Aces felt a flicker of interest. Yet he knew that if he confronted Carter now, he would undoubtedly lose control of his strength and potentially cause harm. But would breaking him be a problem? Perhaps it could be mended? No. He would let him off this time. Regretfully, Aces set down the handkerchief and turned to Elise. No need. I look forward to seeing if he has the strength to run away again tomorrow. Now, it is your turn. At this, Elise nodded respectfully and raised her wand. Bang. Like Carter, Elise could not evade Ace's spell and was sent flying. However, as she fell, Aces discreetly cast a minor levitation charm, softening her descent. Yet even with the charm, being thrown out still stung. Elise, seemingly unfazed, picked herself up immediately. It must be said that Elise was far harsher on herself than Carter. Observing Elise repeatedly being thrown out, yet rising again, Aces felt a pang of admiration. Can you still persevere? Elise, rising from the ground, gritted her teeth. I can do this, sir. Let us continue. She was unafraid of pain. One might even say she relied on it. The resentment and grievances she harbored could only be alleviated through suffering, making her feel less ineffectual. Aces, exasperated, raised his wand again. How could they be so utterly different? One reluctant to practice, the other determined to continue even at the cost of their life? He truly was in a predicament. You need not force yourself so, he sighed. After being thrown out once more, Elise lacked the strength to rise again, futilely attempting to prop herself up before collapsing. Aces approached her side to administer healing. Chapter 153, The Beginning of a Nimigus Transformation. Elise pressed her lips tightly together, surrendering the effort to rise, instead lying on the ground and gazing at the ceiling with vacant, disoriented eyes. Sir, do you think I can ever return to how things were with her? Aces fell silent for a moment, offering a gentle reassurance. There will come a day. Is that truly the case? The classroom lights felt unbearably harsh. Elise raised her hand to shield her eyes, concealing the tears that slipped down. Aces sighed softly, producing a fresh handkerchief and offering it to her before stepping back to give her space to regain her composure. After a while, Elise sat up. Thank you, sir. The youth who received her gratitude smiled warmly. If you can find some joy, there is no need for thanks. All right. Elise responded with a faint smile, gazing into Ace's eyes, which sparkled with depth. You are so kind, sir. If it were you, he surely could not refuse, could he? If he were to refuse, she would be at a loss. Perhaps she should first learn how to pursue someone, then provide strategies for the sir? Yet it seemed he was still oblivious. Could it be that she had misunderstood? Perhaps she should observe a bit longer. Elise regarded Aces thoughtfully. Aces, unaware of her internal musings, noticed her apparent release from those concerns and felt a sense of relief. The days flowed by like a gentle stream. Under Ace's direction, the vial of enchanted unicorn blood was stealthily pilfered by Chilo for use. Sensing the peculiar effects of the blood, Aces felt a weight lift from his shoulders, allowing him to focus on devising a protective charm for the savior. Observing the small artifact adorning Harry, Aces retracted his eager hand, diverting his attention away from the savior. On the day Aces noticed Chilo's unusual behavior, he encountered the very situation he had dreaded the most. A storm was imminent. Aces fell silent, mentally calculating the time. It had been merely half a month since their conversation in the cellar, and the thunderous storm was upon them as foretold. It must be said, the potions master's predictions were remarkably accurate. With the tempest now upon him, he could do little but wish the savior luck. Fortunately, he had placed a few protective charms on him, and with the aid of that vial of unicorn blood, surely nothing would go awry. Aces departed the common room. Standing alone by the corridor window, his right hand pressed against his heart, silently attuning to its rhythm, his gaze fixed upon the tumultuous sky, awaiting the arrival of the lightning with tranquil anticipation. The oppressive black clouds loomed heavily, shrouding the sky in darkness, rendering the world somber and suffocating. It was only when a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, slicing through the dense clouds and illuminating the surroundings, that a glimmer of light graced the earth. The brilliance of the lightning was reflected in Ace's eyes, his dark irises tinged with a faint glow, yet he did not act immediately. Instead, he retrieved the alchemical map. His gaze precisely tracked Chilo's movement toward the room housing the three-headed dog, while the savior wandered aimlessly nearby. His fingertips lightly tapped, lingering on Snape, still in the cellar, seemingly hesitating. Another flash of lightning flashed, and Aces, no longer indecisive, turned and returned to his room, changing into appropriate attire and donning a black cloak. Before casting a disillusionment charm and departing Hogwarts Castle, heading straight for the Forbidden Forest. The already eerie Forbidden Forest appeared even more oppressive and terrifying under such weather. The gnarled branches cast shadows resembling the gaping maws of demons, poised to strike. Aces felt little, maintaining his pace as he deftly avoided the creatures of the forest. Reaching the Unicorn Valley. Outside the valley, the unicorn leader, Cynthia, anxiously stretched her silver head, glancing around, seemingly awaiting something. Upon Ace's appearance, she let out an excited snort. Hurry! Aces, over here. Aces quickly approached her, following closely as they arrived at the dim corner where the small vials had been placed. Cynthia urged him, "Quickly, open it. I saw lightning just now and dared not touch it." Aces nodded, bending down carefully to lift the stone covering, revealing the small vial inside, which contained a single measure of crimson liquid. He gently shook it, watching the light dance within. No issues. Aces exhaled in relief. All the worries he had harbored had not come to pass. He turned to the expectant Cynthia, smiling as he nodded to her. Cynthia became elated, bounding toward him and nuzzling her large head against Ace's chest. "Wonderful, wonderful, you have succeeded, Aces." As Aces caressed its mane, he gently shook his head, attempting to push it away. His efforts were in vain. He was still a hair's breadth away from success. "I shall rely on you shortly," he assured them. Cynthia mimicked his gesture, nodding solemnly, promising him that they would take good care of it. Holding the small vial, Aces and the creature ventured into a deserted part of the valley, where several unicorns stood at a distance, their eyes filled with concern, among them Estrella and her family. Aces offered a reassuring smile to the surrounding unicorns, then removed his concealing black cloak to reveal a simple shirt beneath. He painstakingly removed every alchemical tool he wore, leaving only the alchemical ring. Taking a deep breath, he calmly raised his wand towards his heart and whispered the enigmagus incantation, Amato, Onimo, Animato, Enigmagus. The spell took effect swiftly, the second heartbeat in his chest becoming increasingly pronounced. Aces quickly opened the vial and gulped down the crimson potion within. The moment it touched his tongue, before he could fully comprehend its flavor, an excruciating pain surged through him. Clutching his heart with his right hand, he bore the strange sensation of 2 heartbeats and the agony coursing through his body. Bowing his head, his disheveled hair fell over his face, striving to conceal the grimace from the unicorns. Amidst the intense pain and heartbeat, a familiar animal figure gradually materialized in his mind, and before he could express his astonishment, that figure leapt towards him with excitement. In that instant of impact, the pain intensified, and Aces pressed harder against his heart, the veins in his hand bulging, the crescent mark on his palm becoming visible, while silver magic uncontrollably surged forth, cascading from his fingertips to his heart. The overwhelming magical energy began to wreak havoc within him, and the transformation commenced. Gritting his teeth, Aces forced himself to relax, resisting the urge to fight against the change. Under his efforts, pristine white fur erupted from his body, beginning at his chest and gradually enveloping him entirely. Aces gradually faded from view, replaced by a magnificent, snow-white figure. The transformation succeeded, but with it came the loss of his humanity. In that moment, the most primal instincts of the beast overwhelmed the rationality of the human. Aces, now uncontrollable, crouched low, growling deeply from his throat, the thunderous roar startling the surrounding unicorns, who recoiled in fear and confusion. Chapter 154, The Enigmagus Transformation. Aces panted heavily, his massive form circling restlessly in place, clinging to the last vestiges of his rationality as he dug his claws fiercely into the earth. The stones mingled with the soil struck against his claws, sending sharp jolts of pain through him. Under this stimulus, his human reason regained its upper hand. Once clarity returned, Aces gradually relaxed his arched back, the ferocity in his gaze towards the unicorns dissipating. He lifted his grand head, surveying his surroundings, and emitted a gentle purr towards the unicorns. Estrella was the first to approach him, followed leisurely by Clorius and Antonio. Amidst the concerned gazes of the unicorns, Estrella leaped onto Aces. He instinctively nudged her down, attempting to groom her with his tongue. But in the final moment before his tongue made contact, he froze, incredulous, retracting it swiftly and distancing himself from Estrella, a flicker of despair crossing his fluffy face. What had he been about to do? Lick Estrella? Aces raised his paw, exasperatedly covering his eyes. That was not him. Estrella, bewildered by the sudden withdrawal, tilted her small head in confusion, not understanding why Aces refused to play. The other unicorns, seeing that Aces had not lost control, approached him one by one, marveling at his new form. Gradually recovering from his earlier emotional turmoil, Aces felt a sense of gravity. In this state, his emotions were somewhat volatile. Before he could ponder further, the unicorn's astonishment piqued his curiosity, prompting him to test the waters. "Can you understand me?" The unicorns ceased their movements, directing their gazes towards him, confirming they could comprehend his words. Cynthia stepped forward from the herd. "Do not worry, Aces. Our communication transcends language." Satisfied, Aces wagged his tail, lifting his paw and striding towards the brook. The crystal-clear water mirrored Aces' current form, a round head, broad muzzle, and snow-white fur adorned with dark stripes, elegantly forming a regal pattern on his forehead. Beneath it, his eyes sparkled in a clear, pale blue, reminiscent of a guardian deity, like a white tiger. Content: Aces licked his lips, suppressing the urge to groom his paws, and settled by the stream to drink. Cynthia approached hesitantly, her gaze wavering between words. Aces, there is something I need to discuss with you. What is it? The instincts of a tiger are overwhelming, Aces mumbled through his grooming. Upon witnessing his actions, Cynthia grew even more anxious. Do you not sense something amiss? Amiss? Aces suddenly recalled his earlier thoughts, halting his grooming. How had he momentarily forgotten this? I don't know if you can feel it, but to me, the energy within you seems unstable, chaotic. Your magic is exceedingly potent, compounded by the power of moonlight, which may be causing some issues. Such as? Aces felt an ominous premonition creeping in. Cynthia continued, for instance, you might shrink in size. No sooner had she spoken than Aces felt a jolt of pain, rolling on the ground as his form gradually diminished until he was the size of a small kitten. Bewildered, he lay there, lifting his tiny paw, incredulously staring at his now small and stubby claws. I've shrunk. Not only had his body shrunk, but his behavior began to turn juvenile, and unable to accept this, Aces rolled around on the ground like a petulant child. I don't want to be small. After 2 rolls, reason regained its grip, and he froze in place, then casually sat up. Cynthia, avoiding his gaze, looked at the sky and the ground, as if searching for treasures elsewhere. She was afraid. What if she could not suppress her laughter? She knew well that Aces harbored a grudge. Gradually, Aces' mind began to accept this reality, and then, in a state of resignation, he turned to Cynthia. Let us get everything else out in the open. I can handle it. No, she shook her head. You should be able to feel it. I can only guess so much. Aces took a deep breath, carefully sensing the changes within him. Moments later, his fluffy little face bore a look of despair. I may not be able to return to normal for the time being. Cynthia was not surprised by this outcome. In fact, she had anticipated it. Also, I can sense that before long, my human rationality will fade, and the instincts of a young tiger will temporarily take over. Aces, having uttered these words, felt numb. I suppose it will eventually revert back? Should be. Right now? It's just that this body cannot accommodate my magic. With time, it will normalize. Though she said this, the sudden turn of events still weighed heavily on Aces' spirits, as he lay dejectedly on the ground. Cynthia, observing the forlorn little white tiger, suddenly felt a sense of sisterly responsibility and lowered her head to comfort him gently. Do not be sad. I suspect that once you recover, the fluctuations in size will become uncontrollable, which will be quite convenient for humans. This was a meager silver lining. And Aces lifted his little head. That is somewhat acceptable, but what will I do in the meantime? Staying here isn't a solution. His tail flicked restlessly, and instinctively, a figure appeared in his mind. Due to the current state of the young white tiger, instinct triumphs over reason. At the mere thought of the potion master, the young white tiger instinctively lowers its body, its ears folding back in an airplane-like manner, and its tongue slightly protruding as it displays a wide, toothy grin. In its formative years, buoyed by magical energy, the young white tiger possesses a keen sense of smell. Before long, Aces catches a whiff of a familiar herbal scent. He springs up abruptly and bellows at Cynthia. Wait for me. With that, he darts forth like a streak of white lightning, leaping onto Antonio's back. Antonio, could I trouble you for a favor? Of course. Aces responds joyfully, raising his gaze toward a particular direction. Take me there. Antonio, attuned to his desires, gallops ahead. Meanwhile, within the confines of the herb garden, the potion master crouches down, meticulously inspecting the haphazardly arranged herbs, occasionally waving his wand to replant them. Though he had no intention of venturing into the forbidden forest today, the sudden storm has left him worried about the herbs within. Reluctantly, he finds himself alone in the forbidden forest, tending to the garden. After removing the last broken herb, Snape stands and surveys the entire garden. He then raises his wand, casting a protective spell that envelopes the garden in a secure barrier. Chapter 155, Seeking the Caretaker. Just as he admires his garden with satisfaction, he hears the rustling of the underbrush behind him. Snape's eyes narrow, and he swiftly turns, wand drawn toward the foliage. Who goes there? From the thicket, a silver head emerges, equally alert as it regards him. A unicorn? This could spell trouble. His kind is in stark contrast to such a sacred being, inevitably leading to conflict. Snape's brow furrows, his grip on the wand tightening as he mentally prepares for the worst. If possible, he wishes to avoid confrontation with this magical creature. Killing it is not an option, yet failing to do so could result in his own demise. Antonio hesitantly extricates himself from the thicket. Is this the place Aces sought? Unbeknownst to him, there is nothing behind him. Aces, who should be riding atop him, has vanished. In the nearby brush, Aces scrambles to his feet, pursuing furiously, mentally cursing while hoping Antonio remains calm and avoids a clash with the potion master. With this thought, his speed quickens once more. Facing off against the potion master, Antonio lives up to expectations, entirely oblivious to Ausace's signals. Receiving no response, he glances back hastily, only to realize the alarming truth. Ausace has disappeared. The moment this realization dawns on him, Antonio visibly grows agitated, his hooves scraping against the ground. His gaze toward Snape becoming increasingly irate. Snape steps back, distancing himself from the enraged unicorn, his wand glowing ominously red, poised for action. Sensing the shift in magical energy, Antonio grows more restless, fixing his gaze on Snape, his eyes glinting with ferocity. At this critical juncture, Ausace finally arrives. The young white tiger zips out from the thicket, racing directly between the two confrontants, moving so swiftly that he leaves a trailing blur in his wake. Upon seeing Ausace, Snape is momentarily taken aback. When did a white tiger appear in the Forbidden Forest? Ausace surveys his surroundings before emitting a low growl directed at Antonio. Antonio, he is not our adversary. Antonio calms down, lowering his head to regard Ausace, his whinny tinged with guilt. Ausace, are you all right? I didn't mean to. Ausace purrs soothingly. I'm fine. Please remain still while I converse with the professor. Obediently, Antonio stands in place, his large, round eyes scrutinizing Snape. Although Snape cannot decipher their exchange, he observes the unicorn's agitation dissipating, and the red glow at the tip of his wand slightly dims, though it does not vanish entirely. Ausace cautiously approaches Snape, who gazes down at the diminutive white tiger, suddenly struck by a realization. Ausace. The professor recognizes him. The young white tiger's eyes light up, and he rushes toward Snape. In response to the young white tiger's exuberance, Snape instinctively takes a step back, pointing his wand downward toward Ausace. Ausace halts at his feet, nodding fervently. Snape furrows his brow, scrutinizing the small creature at his feet, and upon seeing the familiar gaze, he relaxes slightly. He scoops up Ausace, retreating a few steps, his wand shifting toward Antonio's direction. Feeling threatened, Antonio stomps his hooves in displeasure. Ausace, nestled in Snape's hand, turns and emits a low growl towards Antonio. Stay calm, Antonio. I assure you, he will not harm you. Antonio quiets once more. Snape gazes down at the small white tiger occupying his entire hand and part of his arm. Are you two well acquainted? Ausace nods, raising a paw in an attempt to push down Snape's wand. After a moment's hesitation, Snape relents and lowers his wand in accordance with Ausace's request. Has your animagus form encountered an issue? Ausace continues to nod, and Snape's expression shifts as he waves his wand, casting several diagnostic spells. The results reveal a disarray of magical energy. His brow furrows deeply enough to crush a small lion. Ausace nuzzles his hand comfortingly before glancing back at Antonio. Antonio, could you assist me in conveying a blessing to him? Antonio sizes up Snape, hesitating slightly. Ausace, are you certain? He is your partner? Not exactly. But he is someone I trust. In my current state, I cannot remain in the Forbidden Forest for long, nor can I attend classes. I can only seek help from someone I believe in to get through this period. Ausace patiently explains, and Antonio nods in understanding, stepping closer to Snape. As he approaches, Snape tenses, his right hand tightening around his wand, alert to the unicorn's movements. Ausace gently bites Snape's finger, his pale blue eyes fixed upon him. Snape frowns. What do you want him to do? Ausace nods, and Snape, hesitantly, inches closer to Antonio. Sensing the approach, Antonio lowers his head in a gentle manner, a stark contrast to his earlier agitation. Ausace climbs up Snape's arm until he reaches his shoulder, his small paws patting Snape's arm incessantly. Suppressing the impulse to throw Ausace away, Snape raises his hand as instructed. Antonio willingly bows his head, the horn atop his head obediently falling into Snape's palm. Snape grasps the unicorn's horn, momentarily bewildered. The next instant, a faint silver glow entwines around his fingers, resembling a ring. Professor, do you understand what I am saying? Snape, startled, turns, inadvertently knocking Ausace off his shoulder. His hand reflexively releases the unicorn's horn, catching the falling young white tiger. Ausace emits a series of mournful cries, trembling as he clings to Snape's arm. Noticing the creature's unusual demeanor, Snape narrows his eyes. Aside from being unable to revert, has your intellect also been affected? Though phrased as a question, his tone conveys certainty. Ausace struggles to maintain his composure, nodding in response. A minor issue. During this time, I will not only be unable to revert, but I will also lose the rationality that defines me. Snape's throat feels parched. What does losing one's intellect entail? Ausace casts a pained glance at him, conveying the meaning. I will become a true tiger. Are you certain this is merely temporary? Yes, as time progresses. My rationality will gradually return. Snape subtly exhales in relief before launching into a merciless jest. It appears that the ever-confident Mr. Cavendish is not always successful. Ausace, feeling wronged, nuzzles against the potion master's hand, retorting, it was an accident. An accident appears to be the best excuse your foolish brain could devise. As Aces fell into silence, his emotional turmoil was easily provoked, and the words of the potion's master unsettled him deeply. The little white tiger trembled with anger, its warm head shaking in the palm of Severus Snape's hand, who subtly sensed that he may have overstepped his bounds. Chapter 156, A Warm Welcome for the Caretaker. What do you intend to do now? Snape inquired, gently placing Aces down and tactfully shifting the topic, instantly diverting the little white tiger's attention. Its claws scratched the ground, turning up the damp earth, its lowered eyes occasionally stealing glances at the potion's master, a hint of guilt flickering within them. I do not know what to do, Professor. Could you perhaps take me in for a while? Snape regarded the dirt on the creature's paws with disdain, and upon hearing his request, he felt an even greater urge to cast him out. Yet, glancing at Aces, sprawled on the ground with a carefree demeanor, he hesitated. Were Aces in his human form? Such thoughts would never have crossed Snape's mind. However, in his current state, Aces resembled nothing more than a playful kitten. After a moment of silence, the potion's master relented. Very well, but you may only remain in the cellar. As for your classes, I shall arrange for your leave. The little white tiger leapt up in excitement, letting out a playful yowl as he lunged at Snape's pant leg, tugging at it with a sound reminiscent of a whimpering plea. Snape stiffened, beginning to regret his decision. Yet, Aces offered him no opportunity for remorse, turning instead to Antonio with a joyful growl. Antonio, please go back and tell Cynthia not to worry. I shall visit them again soon. Antonio looked back at Aces with reluctance. All right, he replied. As he turned to leave, Aces called out, as if suddenly remembering something. Antonio, could you spare me some of your fur? Antonio nodded and turned back, shaking his body, sending large tufts of his silver-white fur floating towards Snape. With a flick of his wand, Snape collected the fur. Aces purred contentedly at Antonio, who then departed with a sense of relief. Once Antonio was gone, Snape regarded the large bundle of unicorn hair before him. What do you need such a quantity of unicorn hair for? Nothing in particular, just for you, Professor. I cannot do much else at the moment, Aces replied, lifting one of his paws and letting out a resigned purr. Snape raised an eyebrow, contemplating the potential uses for the abundance of unicorn hair. Aces, noticing the expression on Snape's face, chose not to disturb him and busied himself with capturing insects in the grass. Just as he pinned a bug down, Aces froze, calmly glancing back at Snape and emitting a soothing purr. Professor, I can feel my sanity beginning to slip away. Do not worry, I will be fine. Aces paused, gazing up into Snape's eyes, flicking his tail before continuing. From here on, my instincts as a little white tiger will take over. Even a young tiger retains its primal essence. If I become a threat to you, please confine me in a cage. You need not concern yourself with me. In this state, I am tough and resilient. A day or two in confinement would not harm me. Your safety is paramount. The little white tiger hurriedly cautioned, speaking in a rapid and anxious manner. Snape lowered his gaze, observing the diminutive creature before him, at a loss for words. The little white tiger's tail swayed in the air, mirroring its master's agitation. Before long, the once rational gaze of Aces began to cloud, becoming increasingly naïve. Under Snape's watchful eye, the little white tiger wobbled to its feet, its glistening eyes gazing innocently at Snape. Seemingly assured of something, the little white tiger ventured forth, padding towards Snape. Staying still, Snape moved the unicorn hair aside, calmly observing the little white tiger's intentions. However, contrary to his expectations of hostility, the little white tiger ambled to his feet, gently nipping at the dew-soaked hem of his trousers, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression and emitting soft whines. Snape suppressed the urge to kick him away and met the little creature's gaze. You need to walk on your own. The little white tiger tilted its head, bewildered by Snape's words, seemingly unable to comprehend his meaning, as its white head continually rubbed against the hem of his trousers, marking its scent. Seeing that verbal communication was futile, Snape furrowed his brow and waved his wand, levitating the little white tiger into the air. The sensation of floating was peculiar. The little white tiger shook its head, its four small paws instinctively trying to grasp the ground, releasing a panicked gasp upon realizing it could not touch the earth. As the little white tiger looked around, its cries grew more desperate upon spotting Snape. Unable to endure its distress any longer, Snape set the creature down. Once its paws were firmly planted on the ground, the little white tiger finally settled. Snape regarded the little white tiger, who returned his gaze with wide eyes. After a prolonged standoff, Snape turned to leave, albeit at a slow pace. After a short distance, he paused and looked back at the little white tiger, who, seeing him stop, hurriedly followed. Recognizing his intent, Snape resumed his stride towards the forbidden forest, the hem of his robe billowing behind him. The little white tiger's eyes brightened, understanding his meaning, and it eagerly pursued the fluttering fabric. Being a feline creature, The swaying robe was no different from a cat toy in the little white tiger's eyes. Suddenly, it crouched low, ears back, body arched, its gaze tracking the hem of the robe. At the moment the robe came to a halt, the little white tiger pounced. Lunging towards the hem, its claws extended, raking at the black fabric. With a tearing sound, Snape only realized what had happened when he felt the fabric snagging. The little white tiger, having scratched the robe several times, cautiously stepped back, feigning innocence as it began to lick its paw. Snape wore an impassive expression, his gaze darkening as he looked down at the guilt-ridden little white tiger. The little creature's movements gradually slowed, eventually coming to a complete standstill. Fortunately, the black robe Snape wore was an alchemical gift from Aces, endowed with restorative properties. Within mere seconds, the torn hem returned to its original state. The little white tiger gazed in astonishment at its prey, which had miraculously healed, and unwilling to accept defeat, it crouched low once more. Snape, realizing that if this continued, he would never return to the cellar that day, had no choice but to scoop up the little white tiger. As he cradled the little white tiger, its sharp claws instinctively retracted, leaving only its soft pink pads resting against Snape's person. Surprisingly, the little white tiger was uncharacteristically affectionate towards the potion's master, nuzzling against his hands and showing no intention of wanting to be set down. Such juvenile behavior was utterly unbecoming in Snape's eyes. It seemed that this peculiar creature had become indistinguishable from a genuine giant. He scoffed internally, holding the little white tiger firmly yet gently as he exited the forbidden forest. Throughout their journey, Snape employed a disillusionment charm to evade the other young wizards. The billowing black robe elicited an eerie chill in those who brushed past him, sending shivers down their spines. They exchanged wary glances, suspecting the mischief of Peeves. Thus, Peeves became the third unfortunate spirit to suffer from historical misconceptions at Hogwarts. Snape, oblivious to the young wizard's suspicions, was acutely aware that if this insufferable little white tiger did not cease its antics with his herbs, he would undoubtedly take it out on Aces. Chapter 157, The Mischievous Little White Tiger. Perched upon the doorknob, Miss Medusa stared in wide-eyed astonishment at the unfolding scene, blinking fervently, questioning the veracity of her own vision. Time rewound to moments earlier, when Snape had carried the little white tiger, skillfully avoiding detection as he returned to the cellar. Upon entering, he unceremoniously dropped the little creature onto the ground. The little white tiger tumbled upon impact, rolling before finally regaining its footing, its nose twitching as it curiously sniffed the air. The familiar scent of herbs wafted towards its flaring nostrils, and upon confirming the comforting aroma, the little white tiger relaxed its guard, embarking on an unabashed exploration. Snape, observing its acclimatization, proceeded with the unicorn hair and horn to the storage room. In order to securely store the potions and materials within, the storeroom was meticulously sealed. Severus Snape, engrossed in his work, remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. Upon emerging, he encountered a dull thud, pausing momentarily but dismissing it without further thought. The impression left by Aces was so profound that he momentarily failed to grasp that the commotion outside was under the instinctual control of the little white tiger. It wasn't until he caught sight of the herbs clutched in the tiger's mouth that the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. The little white tiger, still unsated, flexed its claws, its striking blue eyes fixated on the swaying herbs. Now, immediately, retract your claws, he commanded, unable to contain his frustration as he admonished the small creature, which was still intent on pawing at his herbs. Caught in the act, the little white tiger froze, then feigned indifference as it withdrew its claws, lying down in a manner that obstructed his path. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Snape circumvented the obstructive tiger and hastened towards the potion's chamber. The potion's master's domain was typically the most orderly and pristine space within the cellar. However, upon entering, Snape was greeted by a scene of utter disarray. As he opened the door, he instinctively raised a hand to shield his nose from an odd, acrid odor that permeated the small room, where shattered potion vials and scattered herbs littered the floor. A closer inspection revealed tiny bite marks on the herbs, glistening with an unknown liquid. Faced with the chaotic state of the potion's chamber and the unrepentant little white tiger nearby, Snape felt a surge of indignation rise within him. He glared fiercely at the tiger, yet before he could deliver a proper reprimand, a phoenix radiating a soft blue light soared into the cellar, gracefully alighting on the desk. "Severus, I need you to come here," it summoned, revealing itself to be Dumbledore. Snape assumed a serious demeanor, discreetly positioning the little white tiger behind him. Only after the phoenix departed did he exit the potion's chamber, casually draping his black cloak over his shoulders, preparing to leave the cellar. As he reached the cellar door, he suddenly recalled another troublesome matter awaiting him in his office. Glancing back, he saw the little white tiger, looking somewhat sheepish as it sat at the entrance of the potion's chamber, its clear eyes fixed intently on Snape. After a moment of hesitation, Snape opted not to confine the tiger, but instead secured the potion's chamber. He then sternly warned the little creature that it was to remain outside and refrain from causing any further destruction. The tiger gazed at him with innocent confusion, and upon hearing his command, it gently nudged him with its nose. Snape regarded it for a moment before departing the cellar. He walked briskly, his black cloak trailing elegantly behind him, soon arriving at the fourth-floor room. He had been present during its initial arrangement, and although he was already acutely aware of the destructive potential of a Potter, witnessing the room nearly in ruins still caused his lips to twitch involuntarily. Truly, the arrogance and foolishness of the brawny Potter was astonishing. He scoffed silently before hastening inside. The interior was rather revolting. Potter lay unconscious on the floor. Beside him lay a peculiar corpse. Snape surveyed the surroundings, discreetly casting a bubblehead charm on himself before approaching Dumbledore. Seeing him arrive, Dumbledore gestured for him to take a look. "Severus, examine this," he urged. Snape's gaze fell upon the nearly unrecognizable form of Quirrell on the floor and crouched to investigate. After a moment, he concluded, the cause of death was a curse, with subsequent burning. A curse? Dumbledore mused, studying the remains of Quirrell, his gaze oscillating between Harry and the deceased. Snape rose, suddenly recalling the blood Ossace had produced that day. Yet, the unicorn's curse alone would scarcely suffice to kill Quirrell. "Severus, do you know what this curse is?" Dumbledore inquired. "I do not," Snape replied, crossing his arms with a sardonic expression. Perhaps even Merlin could not bear to see such a fool continue to exist. It seems that once Harry awakens, we shall need to converse with him. Instinctively, Snape wished to refuse, aware that another predicament awaited him in the cellar. Yet, Dumbledore offered him no opportunity for dissent, casting a lingering glance at Quirrell. He waved his wand and departed with Harry. "Damn that old fool," Snape muttered darkly, indignantly brandishing his wand to tidy the scene. In the infirmary, Dumbledore and Snape stood by Harry's bedside. The elders gazed deep and scrutinizing as he focused intently on Harry. "Are you saying he sustained no injuries and fainted merely due to shock?" Madame Pomfrey, busy sorting her instruments, nodded at Dumbledore's inquiry. "Indeed, in fact, he bears not even a bruise. A truly fortunate child," she remarked, somewhat wistfully. Dumbledore murmured softly, "Is that truly the case?" Lying on the bed, Harry breathed steadily, prompting Snape to abruptly recall Ossace's assurance from that day. "Ossace, what exactly have you done?" Unwilling to squander time in this place, Snape released his cloak. "Since he is unharmed, I shall return to the cellar. I wonder if that foolish tiger has been obedient. It would be best for it to behave otherwise." Snape's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of menace appearing within. "Wait, Severus, do you not wish to hear what transpired?" "I do not. I am not you." Leaving all matters to Professor McGonagall while remaining idle. "Of course, if our idle headmaster were willing to alleviate some of my workload by brewing the potions required for the infirmary, I would be more than willing to stay and listen to the great Mr. Potter recount his tales of adventure." The keywords caught Madame Pomfrey's disapproving gaze, which swiftly turned to Dumbledore. Faced with the twin glares, Dumbledore felt a chill run down his spine and hastily chuckled to diffuse the tension. "Of course, I can manage on my own. Severus, you may attend to your duties." Snape scoffed softly, then turned without a backward glance. "Ah, Severus, do not forget my dental potion. I am growing old, and my teeth are becoming brittle. I trust you understand my plight." Chapter 158, The Mischievous Little White Tiger. At the entrance of the infirmary, Snape halted and turned back, raising an eyebrow with mischievous intent. "If I am not mistaken, Professor McGonagall remains unaware of the lemon snowdrop hidden behind the tapestry, does she?" "Hey, how does Severus know that?" Dumbledore exclaimed, aghast, opening his mouth to protest. Yet Madame Pomfrey's watchful gaze deterred him, unable to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as Snape completed his threat and bid farewell to Madame Pomfrey before departing with an air of nonchalance. He hid it so well. How was it discovered? Now, everything is lost. Dumbledore wallowed in sorrow over the loss of his last dessert. Madame Pomfrey glanced toward the door, a flicker of satisfaction crossing her features. "It seems Severus has changed somewhat." Dumbledore mimicked her gesture, muttering to himself, "Indeed. Though I wonder if this change is for better or worse." The clatter of instruments resonated, and the typically gentle Madame Pomfrey adopted a rare sternness. "Regardless, if he can find some happiness, that is a good thing, for anyone." Her voice was soft, yet Dumbledore discerned the witch's discontent. Indeed, otherwise Gryffindor's points would be entirely depleted. Dumbledore chuckled in agreement with her. The hushed conversation stirred the sleeping patient, causing Harry to groggily open his eyes. The comfort of the bed and the warmth of the light enveloped him, creating a momentary haze before he abruptly sat up, akin to a startled fawn, fearfully scanning his surroundings. "Do not be alarmed, Harry, you are quite safe now." The elder's gentle voice emerged just in time to soothe his frayed nerves, allowing Harry to gradually relax. Professor Dumbledore? It is I. I apologize for interrupting your rest, but I must consider the well-being of Hogwarts. Could you enlighten me on the happenings in the basement? Harry inquired, still somewhat bewildered, taking a moment to grasp the meaning behind his words. Certainly. Contrary to Snape's expectations of chaos, the cellar was enveloped in an eerie tranquility. As the flickering flames danced, a sense of unsettling calm pervaded the air. Snape meticulously scanned every inch of the cellar, but found no trace of the small white tiger. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the entrance, fixated on Miss Medusa. Recently, Miss Medusa had been diligently attempting to emulate the Master of Potions, and she was convinced of her considerable success. Noticing that he finally acknowledged her, her cold, slit-like pupils gleamed with excitement as she eagerly claimed credit. Headmaster, he is in your bedroom. Upon hearing her words, Snape furrowed his brow and swiftly made his way to the bedroom. The room appeared unchanged since his departure, save for the addition of a small white figure sprawled across the pristine bed. Snape approached silently, his icy gaze fixated on the little white tiger sleeping haphazardly on his pillow. In its slumber, the young tiger, pursued by a monstrous creature, suddenly sensed a chilling presence and, in a moment of panic, stumbled into a gaping maw. It jolted awake, colliding directly with the outstretched hand of the Master of Potions. The little tiger's eyes brightened, and it immediately clutched onto his slender fingers, beginning to whine its grievances. The plaintive sounds emanating from the cub were laced with indignation, its tail swishing vigorously. Snape stiffly shook off its paws. You are a tiger, not a dog. Do not wag your tail like that foolish mutt. The little tiger tilted its head, its large, innocent eyes gazing up at Snape in bewilderment, before tentatively advancing. Its nimble tail entwined around his bony wrist, the fine fur brushing against his skin, eliciting a subtle tickle that made the Master of Potions involuntarily retract his fingers. He stared at the little tiger for a protracted moment, only returning to reality when it began to lick his hand, as if questioning his inaction. Startled, he yanked his hand away, sending the little tiger tumbling onto the bed. Do not tread upon my bed. If there is a next time, I shall personally toss you out of the cellar. The shadowy bat issued its warning word by word, its frigid gaze causing the little tiger to recoil and bow its head submissively. Snape, unfamiliar with the nature of tigers, nonetheless recognized this overt display of submission. Pleased, he nodded and grasped the scruff of the little tiger's neck, lifting it from the bed. Nina, the house elf Nina, appeared promptly, regarding Snape with utmost respect. What may I assist Professor Snape with? Snape nodded, gesturing to the little tiger as he instructed Nina to prepare some food for it. Nina gazed at the little white tiger with a hint of curiosity, hesitating momentarily. Pardon me, Professor Snape. May I have a closer look at this little white tiger? It seems oddly familiar. An intruder in its territory. The little tiger arched its back, baring its teeth in a fierce snarl directed at Nina. A tiger is a tiger, and even a cub's roar carries an air of authority. Nina froze in place, her eyes meeting the cold, merciless gaze of the beast, causing her to instinctively take a step back. Silence. Snape's expression remained impassive as he regarded the little tiger, whose brash demeanor gradually diminished. It emitted a low, rumbling sound, seemingly filled with confusion and grievance. Snape, too, was perplexed, but through his ability to delve into thoughts and emotions, discerning the essence of the little tiger's feelings was not overly challenging. With the aid of his power, Snape quickly comprehended the cub's intent. Raising an eyebrow as he instructed Nina, prepare the food now and bring it over without lingering. This tiger possesses territorial instincts. Nina complied and departed, while Snape turned his cold gaze back to the little tiger. This is my cellar. You would do well to temper your territorial instincts. There shall be no second chances. The little tiger continued to rumble. Be quiet. Snape retrieved a book and settled onto the sofa. The little tiger, undeterred, persisted in its protests, eventually climbing onto his lap and completely obstructing his view of the book. Snape, exasperated, pushed it aside, suppressing the urge to toss it out. Stay put, or I will dispose of you. The little tiger, acutely sensitive to the notion of being thrown out, immediately lay obediently beside Snape's thigh, gazing up at him with wide eyes. The warmth of the small creature against his leg invoked an unfamiliar sensation, distracting Snape slightly. Frowning, he attempted to shift the little tiger away, but it clung tenaciously to the sofa, resisting his efforts and even leaving a few strands of fur behind. The sight of the frayed threads ignited the little tiger's instincts, prompting it to swat at them again. With a gleam in its eyes, it discovered amusement in the activity, rising to its paws and playfully scratching the sofa. Time and again, it left behind a trail of rough, fluffy tufts. Snape, reasoning that magic could restore the sofa, deemed it inconsequential as long as the little tiger kept quiet. Yet, he underestimated both its patience and energy. Chapter 159, The Protective Little White Tiger. Even as Nina brought over the food, the little tiger remained engrossed in its playful scratching. The once distinct patterns of the sofa were now obscured, entangled threads forming into little clumps. The incessant sound of scratching grated on Snape's nerves, prompting him to wave his wand to restore the sofa to its former state, while simultaneously confining the little tiger in place. Ow, 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 the little tiger cried out, forcing Snape to cast a silencing charm upon himself. Nina, placing the food down, dared not linger at the sight before her and hurriedly exited. Once Nina departed, Snape waved his wand to release the little tiger. The food was arranged, and after a brief hesitation, he enlarged the cub's bowl, ensuring it was ample enough to accommodate the little tiger's head. He had no desire to be disrupted by food falling upon him while the cub was eating. After completing these tasks, Snape turned to face the little tiger, which was indignantly presenting its rear to him. Come here, it is time to eat. The little tiger remained unresponsive, continuing to sulk. I will give you 3 seconds. If you do not come to eat, I shall throw you out. The little tiger's expression froze in disbelief, unable to fathom that refusing to eat could lead to expulsion. 1-2. It jolted, scampering to Snape's side, obediently opening its mouth. Feed yourself. Snape pushed the bowl toward it, but the little tiger gazed up at him with a pitiful expression, eliciting no response from Snape. Disheartened, the little tiger lowered its head, transforming its sorrow into determination as it began to devour its food. Once satisfied that the little tiger was eating without issue, Snape turned to focus on his own meal. The little tiger consumed its food with remarkable speed, perhaps preoccupied with thoughts of its new toy, as it gobbled down an entire bowl in record time. After finishing, it elegantly wiped its mouth with its paw before commencing to groom itself. With great patience, it started from its paws, occasionally using its paw to wipe its face, before resuming its grooming. Snape, having just dealt with Quirrell's disarray, found his appetite waning, having only taken a few bites before setting down his utensils. Seizing the opportunity while the little tiger busied itself with its hygiene, he summoned Nina to collect the dishes. When Nina appeared, the little tiger shot her a wary glance before returning to its grooming. Nina relaxed her grip on her apron and reached for the dishes. Grr. The little tiger instinctively positioned itself protectively in front of the food, baring its teeth in a low growl, revealing its small fangs that glimmered ominously. Professor Snape, what is this? Nina cautiously retreated a step, glancing at Snape. Snape, having recognized that wild carnivorous beasts like tigers possess innate territorial instincts and protective behaviors, understood that the little tiger's reactions, both then and now, were beyond its control. The little tiger, agitated, extended its paw once more, growling fiercely at Nina, its eyes flashing with pure malice. Snape swiftly extended his hand, reaching over the little white tiger to retrieve the tableware. Before he could retract his arm, he found it tightly embraced by the creature. His grip on his wand tightened instinctively, yet he refrained from any action. The little white tiger sheathed its claws, clutching his hand gently with only its soft paw pads. A series of confused and bewildered purrs emanated from it, devoid of any hostility. Snape lowered his gaze to provide an explanation. Firstly, this is my food, and you have mistakenly chosen the wrong object to guard. I cannot consume all of it myself. Hence I require Nina to dispose of the leftovers. Now, release your grip. The little white tiger regarded the food in his hand thoughtfully, and in the next moment, as if grasping the concept, it began to nibble at the remnants of the food still in Snape's grasp. To Snape's surprise, the little white tiger had an unexpectedly hearty appetite, finishing off the leftovers in just a few bites, even licking the plate clean. For a fleeting moment, Snape found himself at a loss for words. He had intended for Nina to handle the excess, not for this foolish tiger to consume it all. Glancing at the now immaculate plate in his hand, and then at the satiated little white tiger, who continued to groom itself contentedly, Snape contemplated that once Aces regained consciousness, he might never wish to enter the cellar again. Having licked one of its paws, the little white tiger, noticing Snape's lack of movement, tilted its head curiously and nudged his hand towards Nina. After Nina took the tableware, it let out a low growl in her direction. This time, Nina understood its intentions and promptly exited the cellar. The little white tiger, still clutching Snape's hand, let out a triumphant howl. Snape, maintaining his stoic demeanor, shook him off, thinking, how foolish. This tiger was utterly clueless, and he would have to endure its company for an indeterminate time, which was truly vexing. Unperturbed by Snape's rejection, the little white tiger followed him eagerly, rubbing against his legs, darting from side to side, which made Snape contemplate kicking it away. Suppressing his irritation, he lifted the little white tiger and tossed it into the storage room. With a confused who, the little white tiger landed gracefully, its moist eyes fixed on Snape. You will stay here. The storage room still retained the essence of a bedroom, as Aces often worked late on his papers, occasionally spending the night in the cellar. which conveniently suited the little white tiger. Snape surveyed the room, noting the musty scent of dust, and then waved his wand to whisk away the debris. The swirling dust coalesced into a large, fluffy mass, prompting the little white tiger's eyes to sparkle with delight. Hoo-hoo, purr. Enough, impossible, go to sleep. Snape waved his wand again, making the dust cloud vanish, restoring cleanliness to the room. Who? The little white tiger, undeterred, continued to howl. Snape decisively closed the door, isolating the little creature's antics from his ears. The wooden door slammed shut with great force, dislodging a cloud of dust that settled around the little white tiger, which merely stared blankly at the closed entrance. As night fell, within the silent cellar, Miss Medusa curled up and slept soundly on the doorknob, while the little white tiger in the storage room remained wide awake. It bounced restlessly on the plush bed, utterly devoid of sleep, growing increasingly energetic as it frolicked about the room. Exhausted from its antics, it collapsed onto the pillow, finding it quite uncomfortable. It sniffed vigorously, attempting to detect a familiar scent, but the pillow bore none. Annoyed, the little white tiger unsheathed its sharp claws and pounced, shredding the pillow to pieces. Soft, fluffy feathers burst forth from the tear, floating about the room in a delightful disarray. The drifting feathers momentarily amused the little white tiger, prompting it to attack the next pillow as well. 2 pillows lay in tatters, their white feathers swirling through the air, reminiscent of the afternoon dust, yet devoid of any familiar presence. Losing interest, the little white tiger laid down in despair, allowing the feathers to envelop it until it became a small mountain of fluff. Nestled within the feathers, the little white tiger's nostrils twitched, and a sneeze erupted, sending feathers spiraling back into the air, yet it remained discontented. Something was amiss. The little white tiger, unable to articulate what felt wrong, instinctively stood up. Its tiny form silently nudged open the door, following the scent trail to the room it had occupied earlier that day. Its excitement was palpable, the tail behind it unfurling and swaying joyfully. It moved cautiously, its soft pads muffling its footsteps, until it reached the threshold of the potion master's bedroom. Chapter 160. A wish fulfilled. The creaking of the wooden door echoed conspicuously in the stillness of the night, causing the little white tiger to freeze. Its head peeking through the opening, its entire body tense at the doorway, hesitant to move. Almost simultaneously, Snape's eyes snapped open, his breathing steadying, spine straightening, as his hand instinctively reached for his wand, ready for any possible threat. In the pitch-black bedroom, even the sound of breathing was nearly imperceptible. The little white tiger waited at the door for a moment, and seeing no immediate response, bravely ventured further inside. With its soft pads, it approached the bed silently, gazing at the hanging fabric. Tentatively, the little white tiger lifted its paws to grasp the material, balancing precariously on its hind legs. After a brief moment of alertness, Snape quickly deduced that the intruder was indeed the little white tiger. To be cautious, he shifted his wand away but remained still, lying quietly in bed, awaiting the visitor's next move. A furry head peeked out from the edge of the bed, prompting Snape to release a barely perceptible sigh of relief as he propped himself up on his pale arms. "What are you doing?" The little white tiger, caught mid-exploration, stared blankly at Snape. The absence of light in the room made it difficult for Snape to discern the incredulity etched on the creature's face. This foolish tiger was beyond help. Without mercy, he grasped the little white tiger by the scruff of its neck, lifting it into the air to meet his gaze directly. "What do you intend to do?" The little white tiger flailed its limbs in the air, chattering nonsensically. Snape, lacking patience at such an hour, found his brow furrowed with annoyance, a hint of weariness mingling in his eyes. Seeing the little white tiger's antics and its continued squirming, he adopted a cold demeanor, rising to his feet and heading towards the door to toss it outside. "If you do not understand the concept of silence," he paused, recalling that the little white tiger likely did not comprehend those words. "Damn it, do not disturb me, or I shall throw you out." Snape, vexed, rubbed his brow and slammed the door shut, retreating to his room. Left behind, the little white tiger stared at the closed door in a daze, lingering in that state for quite some time, until it was certain Snape would not return, at which point it let out a dejected whimper. It paced back and forth, its tail flicking anxiously, torn between the desire to stay and the fear of inciting Snape's wrath. Ultimately, the little white tiger tentatively settled at the door, and after a while of silence, it felt secure enough to drift off to sleep. Inside the bedroom, Snape lay back down, yet he did not immediately succumb to slumber. Instead, he stared silently at the ceiling in the dark. From their brief encounters, he recognized that the little white tiger was not one to easily relent. Tossing it outside might only result in its sneaky return. Rather than risk being disturbed again, he opted to wait it out. As time passed slowly, the door remained silent. Snape found it curious, yet he was too lazy to investigate further at such a late hour, seeing that the little creature did not come to bother him. He turned over, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. Just as he shut his eyes, a faint purring sound caught his attention. Suspecting what might be the cause, he opened his eyes, his expression darkening. With a swift motion, the door burst open, a gust of wind sweeping over the slumbering little white tiger, causing it pain and startling it awake without opening its eyes, leaping up in alarm. Roar, roar. The little white tiger landed, adopting a defensive posture, only to realize that it was Snape who had opened the door. It relaxed, tilting its head in confusion as it gazed at him. Return to your room. Snape, succinct and to the point, gestured towards the storage room. The little white tiger, following the direction of his finger, glanced into the storage space, its fur bristling instantly. Roar. Snape maintained a stoic expression, casting a quiet gaze upon the creature. Gradually, the tiger's fur smoothed down, although its ears drooped dejectedly. With a soft whimper, it cast a forlorn look at the floor, its claws firmly dug into the ground, refusing to budge. 1 second, 2 seconds. Silence stretched between the man and the tiger. Never mind, what was there to quarrel about with this foolish creature? He would settle the score when that behemoth returned. Snape exhaled a sigh of exasperation and stepped aside, creating a narrow passage. Come in. Roar. The little white tiger perked up, its bright eyes glinting with apprehension as it gazed at Snape. It seemed it had made a grave error in judgment. Indeed, it turned out to be a miscalculation. Get down. Snape barked at the tiger lounging on the bed. The creature remained unmoved, its wild instincts keenly sensing the underlying indulgence in Snape's demeanor. I let you in, not to sleep on the bed. How? Snape's forehead twitched, wishing he could curse the version of himself that had uttered those words earlier. After a moment of standoff, he bit back the impulse to hurl the little tiger out. With a flick of his wand, the sofa elongated and transformed into a bed identical to the original. You go there. The little white tiger surveyed the two identical beds, hesitating as it stretched its neck to inspect. Tentatively, it opened its mouth, and upon realizing that the unfamiliar bed lacked its familiar scent, it lay back down. Very well. At least it wasn't he foolish enough to be deceived. Snape felt a surge of frustration, astonished at his own calm assessment of the tiger's actions. After a brief standoff, Snape turned toward the freshly conjured bed, knowing he couldn't rely on the dim-witted tiger to yield to him. However, he was unprepared for the fact that this obtuse creature would only escalate its antics. In the dead of night, due to the presence of a second breath that did not belong to him, Snape found himself unable to sleep, merely resting with his eyes closed. The sound of rustling reached his ears, prompting him to furrow his brow in silence. As the noise drew nearer, a section of the bed sank, compelling Snape to finally open his eyes in exasperation. Are you done making a fuss? The little white tiger emitted a playful hum, cautiously inching closer. Resisting the urge to unleash a curse, Snape inquired as calmly as possible, "What do you want?" The tiger paused, tilting its head as if pondering the question earnestly before testing the waters once more. This time, Snape did not deter it. He was curious to see what this foolish creature was up to at such an ungodly hour. The silence of Snape's demeanor seemed to embolden the tiger, whose steps grew bolder and quicker until it burrowed into Snape's blankets. The entire creature then sprawled out lazily, its small head resting on Snape's arm, emitting contented purrs. Snape couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the scene before him, momentarily forgetting to push the little white tiger away. So, this was the reason for all the commotion, so it could sleep with him? The tiger understood quickly this time, its eyes sparkling as it gazed up at Snape, humming happily. After a long silence, Snape found himself reflecting on the trusting gaze of the small creature nestled against him, reminiscent of a childhood cat. The tiger's unwary affection tugged at his heart, softening it just a fraction. What the hell? It was merely a little white tiger. His features relaxed, and with a gentle sigh, he conceded, just this once, and never again. Chapter 161, The Stubborn Little White Tiger. This statement could be interpreted as consent. The little white tiger joyfully rubbed its head against Snape's hand, who made no effort to stop it, simply observing in silence. Before long, enveloped in the familiar scent, the little tiger succumbed to a deep slumber, emitting soft purrs. Snape had initially thought that with the little tiger present, he would be unable to sleep. Yet he found himself unwittingly relaxing to the rhythmic sound of its purring. Not long after, he drifted into a peaceful sleep. The cellar fell silent once more, Snape in deep slumber, clad in dark sleepwear that revealed his delicate collarbone. His long, pale arms cradled the warm little white tiger on one side, the other carelessly draped over the blanket. The potion's master's breathing was typically shallow, but for once, his brow bore a rare tranquility. Even his usually pursed lips relaxed, presenting a serene and gentle visage vastly different from his usual stern demeanor. Unbeknownst to anyone, a soft glow emanated from his embrace, gently illuminating the man and the tiger, enveloping them in its warmth. The little white tiger, having feasted and quenched its thirst, soon awoke after a few hours, its clear blue eyes reflecting serenity as it gazed at the slumbering Snape. Noticing the disheveled state of his sleepwear, the little tiger raised a paw and gently tried to tidy it. Snape slept soundly, entirely unaware as the fabric brushed against his throat. The little tiger closed its eyes once more. When Snape finally awoke, he discovered that the little white tiger had somehow risen before him, its round, bright eyes fixated on him in silence. Snape felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, the confusion of waking from a deep sleep momentarily clouding his mind until he realized something was amiss. He felt neither headache nor drowsiness, only a refreshing clarity that suffused his entire being. He propped himself up, casting a glance at the little white tiger, his expression intricate. This was the most restful sleep he had experienced in ages, free from insomnia, nightmares, and abrupt awakenings. A stable, complete slumber. The little white tiger, unable to comprehend his expression, gleefully nudged his chest as soon as it noticed he was awake. The loose sleepwear slipped down slightly, caught just at the bend of the potions master's arm. Snape snapped back to reality the moment the little creature approached, choosing not to stop its antics. As the sleepwear slid further down, he sat upright, adjusting it, realizing he had classes to attend, and promptly turned to change his clothes. At this moment, the little white tiger was unexpectedly well behaved, remaining silent and still as it sat on the bed, patiently waiting. However, Snape could not ignore its presence. "Out," he said coldly. The little white tiger gazed back at him with wide, confused eyes. Snape knew that further explanation would be futile. He raised his hand, grasped the nape of the little tiger's neck, and expertly tossed it out, the bewildered creature landing on the ground after a few rolls, staring up in bewilderment. How had it been cast out? Its small eyes reflected vast confusion. The door swung open once more, and the little white tiger, now stationed at the entrance, leapt forward to cling to Snape's leg, yowling in protest. Snape was momentarily taken aback by its intent until an unmistakable rumble emanated from the tiger's belly. Snape blinked, glancing at the little tiger's abdomen, a hint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. "Are you hungry?" The question slipped out as a statement, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. The little white tiger, baffled by Snape's sudden cheerfulness, continued to cling to his leg, wailing insistently. Nina, the diligent and earnest Nina, appeared once more. This time, the little tiger exhibited no aversion. It seemed to have grasped that Nina was the bearer of sustenance. As with the previous day, yet distinct in its own right, Snape observed the little white tiger, its gaze fixed on him after finishing its meal. "Are you not full?" The little white tiger hesitated and shook its head. "Then why are you staring at my plate?" Again, it shook its head. A rare look of confusion crossed Snape's face as he tentatively pushed his plate towards the little tiger. The little creature scrutinized his expression intently. And just as Snape was about to slam the plate onto its face in frustration, the tiger sprang into action. With remarkable swiftness, it swiped the plate towards itself, devouring the contents with fervor, finishing in mere minutes the remnants of the potion's master's meal, ensuring that not a morsel of food remained. The little white tiger contentedly lifted its paw to commence its grooming. Witnessing this spectacle, Snape formulated an absurd, yet entirely plausible hypothesis. Thus, this foolish tiger was cleaning up after him. As he gazed at the empty plate in his hand, a peculiar sense of empathy arose within him, reminiscent of Dumbledore's demeanor at that moment. Surely, he would not be dismissed by the headmaster? After all, serving his leftover food to another's child seemed far more insulting than mere oppression. To avoid such a dismissal, Snape endeavored to rectify the little white tiger's behavior by augmenting its meals. However, the little creature's stomach resembled an abyss, necessitating the consumption of every last scrap of food. Attempts to forcibly intervene were sometimes effective, as the little white tiger remained unsuspecting of his intentions, yet when Nina retrieved the plate, the tiger would lunge at her for food, not ceasing until it had devoured every morsel. While Snape could indeed impede the tiger's actions, this would result in it howling incessantly, from dawn until dusk, creating a cacophony that was utterly exasperating. With no recourse, the Master of Potions could only implore Nina to reduce the tiger's rations while striving to finish his own meal. This method proved somewhat burdensome, for Nina, seemingly under Ausace's orders, was reluctant to diminish the portions significantly, forever adhering to a set amount. Even when Snape requested a change, Nina discovered ways to ensure a specific quantity of food remained on the potions master's plate. Infuriated to the point of near anguish, Snape could not bear to chastise the oblivious little white tiger, opting instead to bide his time until Ausace's return to settle the score, though he would not admit it. The arrival of the little white tiger had subtly altered his existence. Prior to its presence, the busy potions master consumed little food each day, with erratic mealtimes. Yet now, with the little white tiger, he was compelled to appear at the table punctually each day, lest the tiger wreak havoc. Each day he was forced to consume a set amount of food, or else the little white tiger would treat him as a refuse bin, cleaning up after him. Thus, over the course of a week, it became apparent to the naked eye that the potion's master had gained weight. His once gaunt frame now appeared considerably healthier, and a faint flush graced his cheeks. The young wizards marveled at Snape's transformation, whispering amongst themselves out of fear of inciting the temperamental potions professor. Yet, one individual dared to inquire. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore surveyed the rosy-faced Snape with a smile, and just as Snape seemed on the verge of eruption, Dumbledore spoke leisurely. "Severus, you have gained weight." Suddenly, the cup in Snape's hand shattered, scalding tea splattering onto him, leaving a bright red mark on his skin. Chapter 162, The Little White Tiger Grows Up. If your brain, eroded by sweets, is incapable of speech, I would recommend our esteemed headmaster revisit his first year. Snape assuredly added, "As the potions professor, I would be more than willing to teach you the art of harmonious conversation." His words contained a multitude of potential jests, causing Dumbledore to momentarily choke on a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. In a flurry, the elderly wizard grabbed a goblet of pumpkin juice, gulping it down until the bean was washed down his throat, before finally setting the cup aside. The scare nearly cost him his life, and he patted his chest, taking a moment to recollect himself before remembering Snape. The elder's amiable expression faltered slightly as he mused, "Severus, is there a possibility that you might be unable to teach this?" Upon hearing this, Snape cast a frigid glare at Dumbledore, causing the headmaster to instinctively shield his precious beans. Those were his last remaining morsels of sustenance. If they were taken from him, he would surely perish. Fortunately, Snape harbored no such intentions, merely regarding him with icy disdain. "What do you require of me? If memory serves, that foolish, arrogant Potter is not in any peril. Is he? Of course, with the greatest white wizard safeguarding him. How could he be in danger?" Snape's customary tone of mockery elicited a quiet sigh of relief from Dumbledore. Since the potions master had delivered his jibe, he would not seize his beans. "No worries, Harry is fine." Dumbledore hastily redirected the conversation, anxious to protect his dwindling supply. "By the way, Severus, has Mr. Cavendish taken a leave of absence recently?" "Yes, he encountered an accident." Snape did not deny it, having no doubt of the elder's grasp on Hogwarts's affairs. While a brief absence might be manageable, prolonged absence would be undeniable, even for him. "Oh, what sort of accident?" The headmaster inquired curiously as he opened another Bertie Bott's bean and tossed it into his mouth. "He is currently learning to become an animagus and cannot revert for the time being. I am concocting a potion for him." Snape calmly divulged part of the truth, his drooping eyelashes concealing the emptiness within. No wonder, becoming an animagus is indeed perilous. His father even sent a letter to inform us, hoping we would extend assistance when necessary. Snape nodded slightly, a gesture that did not escape Dumbledore's notice. "If the boy is willing, Severus, please ensure you brew the potion well. He must transform back." Dumbledore's tone grew serious as he instructed Snape. "By the way, it seems that the day of the child's mishap coincided with Harry's injury?" "Indeed. When you sought me out, I had just rescued him from the Forbidden Forest." "Is that so?" Dumbledore chuckled, stroking his beard with a benevolent expression. "In that case, I entrust this matter to you, Severus. I am the head of Slytherin." Snape replied impassively, rising to his feet, his black robes gliding with an elegant arc, the faintly visible runes captivating Dumbledore's attention. He squinted slightly, his eyes tranquil and relieved behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. "This is for the best. Severus will not suffer as much, and Cavendish will not stand in opposition. Let us maintain this tenuous, yet harmonious relationship." Dumbledore murmured to himself. Behind him, a portrait of a former Slytherin headmaster looked down disdainfully at Dumbledore below. "Foolish old bee. What do you mean by a tenuous harmony? Both of them are Slytherins. Such camaraderie could almost be termed a life-or-death friendship. Tenuous harmony, indeed. You appear to be a great fool." With years of Slytherin experience and personal insight, this former headmaster understood his house far better than Dumbledore. Though he refrained from enlightening the elder, not only he, but all former Slytherin headmasters observed Dumbledore's misconceptions with indifference. To some extent, Slytherin indeed exhibited remarkable unity. Did he summon Severus for this reason? This was merely incidental. He still had unasked questions. Dumbledore's eyes widened as he recalled the potion's master's deft diversion of the discussion, his heart yearning with curiosity, wishing to compel Snape to return and continue his inquiries. He was eager, poised for action, but then he beheld the dwindling Bertie Bott's beans. Perhaps it is best not to pry too deeply into others' private matters. Content. Dumbledore picked up a Bertie Bott's bean and savored it with delight. Meanwhile, in the cellar, the little white tiger lay soundly asleep in the potion's master's chamber, snoring softly. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, its gaze calm and profound as it gracefully sat up to survey its surroundings. After a brief inspection, finding no one present. A look of human-like perplexity crossed its face. Sensing something, it returned to the bedroom, lying down to attune itself to its surroundings. Soon enough, the little tiger closed its eyes once more, surrendering to slumber as its body began to stretch and transform. This small interlude went unnoticed by anyone, and upon his return, Snape merely observed the little tiger's burgeoning form. The potion's master regarded the creature that now nearly occupied half his bed with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Raising his wand to cast a diagnostic spell, the results remained consistent, chaotic magical energy. Was it not supposed to be recovering? Severus Snape furrowed his brow as he regarded the white tiger. Under his scrutiny, the tiger's elongated form stretched further, genuinely occupying half of his bed. Before he could meticulously inspect the situation, the white tiger lazily opened its eyes, its tail swaying and striking the bed with a heavy thud, sending tufts of white fur cascading into the air, rising and falling in a rhythmic dance. Its wide, unfeeling pupils glimmered with a chilling ferocity, emanating a fierce and insatiable hunger. The unrestrained aura of lethal intent quickly permeated the bedroom, rendering the atmosphere frigid. Snape's breath hitched, and his hand, clutching his wand, began to perspire, the moisture glistening as it brushed against the wand's surface. At this distance, should the white tiger pounce, his demise would be inevitable. Spells wielded against an animagus proved far less effective than those against an ordinary tiger. Thus, if the white tiger harbored the intent to kill him, unless he could immediately cast the killing curse to vanquish the beast, escape would be utterly impossible. Yet, the thought of the killing curse sent tremors through Snape's hand, making it quiver to the point where he could scarcely maintain his grip on the wand. "Ausace," he uttered, his voice dry and tinged with an imperceptible tremor. The white tiger heard him, lifting its massive head and fixing its gaze upon Snape. His grip on the wand tightened and loosened repeatedly, ultimately settling into a vice-like hold. The pale skin on the back of his hand pulsating with an unusual beauty. Unexpectedly, the white tiger made no move, and its expression softened, as if sensing Snape's fear. It emitted a soothing rumble. Snape quickly regained his composure, scrutinizing the tiger's gaze with intent. It lacked the calm rationality of a human, instead embodying the naivete and wildness of a beast. Yet within that ferocity, something seemed to stir. It did not regain its composure, rather, it instinctively suppressed its primal instincts, as if to comfort him. Realizing this, and recalling his previous thoughts, Snape could not quell the quivering in his heart nor the bittersweet sensation that accompanied it. He had witnessed firsthand how difficult it was to control the primal instincts of a tiger, particularly with the young white tiger, which had never once managed to suppress its instincts. Simultaneously, he was certain of one thing. The white tiger remained a tiger and not something else entirely. Yet he pondered how it achieved this. Snape stood frozen, examining the white tiger with a probing gaze, then slowly approached the edge of the bed. The tiger remained motionless, quietly awaiting his next move. At last, Snape halted before the white tiger, mere inches apart. At such proximity, even the killing curse could lead to mutual destruction. I shouldn't gamble, he thought. Yet, his inner turmoil persisted as his hand slowly ascended, reaching towards the white tiger. But he wanted to believe in it. His hand settled gently upon the tiger's head, which obediently accepted his touch, even lowering itself slightly to facilitate his action. The beast bowed its head. A colossal weight lifted within him, shattering the earlier trepidation and breaking open the long-sealed chambers of his heart. Trust? Snape stood silently beside the bed, his hand lightly pressing upon the fierce creature's head, creating an oddly harmonious tableau as the white tiger lowered itself further. Time passed, though he could not say how long, before he withdrew his hand, along with the emotions he had just exposed, leaving only a newfound lightness on his face that he himself had yet to recognize. "You." He began to speak, but the white tiger pressed its paw upon his hand, the sharp claws carefully retracted, leaving only the softness of its pads resting upon his skin. "What is it?" The tiger remained silent, gazing intently at the red marks on Snape's hand, then tentatively extending its tongue. Snape furrowed his brow at the creature's action, hesitating for a moment before refraining from stopping it. The tongue gently brushed against the back of his hand, the barbs intentionally softened, yet still carrying a sharp tickle, causing Snape's hand to flinch slightly. The white tiger halted its movement, instantly releasing his hand, standing frozen in place. In that fleeting moment, Snape discerned a hint of confusion and fear etched upon the tiger's furry visage. He bit his lip, suppressing a laugh. He raised his hand to gently pat the white tiger's head, flicking his wand to restore the redness on his hand back to its usual pallor. "Is this sufficient?" The tiger blinked, gazing at Snape with a dazed expression. "You stay here for me." Noting the tiger's bewilderment, Snape pressed down on its head and pointed toward the bed. "Wait for me." With a low rumble, the white tiger comprehended his intent, obediently lying down without further movement. Only when it settled did Snape feel reassured enough to leave the bedroom. He intended to find Nina to fetch lunch, but at that moment, he was uncertain whether he could contain the tiger's territorial instincts. "Nina," he called, and the house elf appeared swiftly, bearing 5 portions of food. Gazing at the quantity in her hands, Snape hesitated. As the young tiger grew, its appetite would surely increase. Perhaps he should request 10 or even 20 portions. Nina obediently retreated and reappeared with an additional 20 servings. Concerned that the white tiger might grow impatient and burst forth from the room, Snape instructed her to set the food down and hurriedly returned to the chamber. The scene within remained unchanged. The white tiger, still pressed down, awaited his return, only lifting its head when Snape entered. Snape beckoned, and the robust white tiger sprang to its feet, bounding toward him. As it approached, the tiger slowed, eventually halting a distance away from Snape. He looked down at the tiger, now at his waist, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. It seemed that 24 portions might not suffice. The white tiger lifted its massive head and emitted a soft rumble. Snape snapped back to attention and instinctively ruffled its fur as he moved toward the exit. "Come on. It's time to eat." The white tiger followed him quietly, yet paused momentarily as they passed the sofa. This was where Nina had stood earlier. The tiger opened its mouth, nostrils flaring, suddenly revealing its predatory intent. Snape quickly reacted, sidestepping to obstruct the icy glare. "We must eat now." The white tiger appeared somewhat reluctant, but under Snape's watchful gaze, it complied, making its way to the table and lowering its head to feast. Now larger, the tiger devoured its meal with even greater speed. In just a few bites, a plate of food vanished, and within half an hour, the 24 servings had been entirely consumed. Snape glanced at the remaining portion and nudged it toward the tiger. The white tiger remained unmoved, silently observing him, a low rumble emanating from its throat. A mixture of confusion and urgency. Snape fell silent, expressionless, and began to eat under the tiger's watchful eye. Today, his lunch had been inadvertently mixed in with 20 other servings, leaving only 1 portion, which had been prepared in accordance with the young tiger's appetite, double the amount he typically consumed. Such a quantity was fitting for the tiger. Any human would have found a single serving overwhelmingly filling. The potion's master clearly belonged to this latter category, having hastily eaten a few bites before attempting to push the plate away, only to be thwarted. A powerful paw pressed down on the plate, preventing him from moving it. Snape, exasperated, swatted the paw away, but upon meeting the tiger's bewildered gaze, he felt a sudden wave of indignation wash over him. "Consider that thing around your neck and remember, not everyone can consume 20 portions in one sitting." The white tiger remained unaffected, still gazing at Snape and the plate with a look of utter confusion. Snape, under the weight of such an insulting gaze, the potion's master maintained his composure, swallowing his pride as he devoured half of the remaining food before successfully pushing the plate toward the tiger. Once the white tiger had polished off the last morsels, Snape instinctively called for Nina. In the next instant, he realized she had already arrived. She appeared, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the white tiger. "Master Aces?" She had seen Ace's guardian before, and the white tiger before her bore an uncanny resemblance to that very guardian, an answer that was all too apparent. The white tiger lazily lifted its eyelids, casting a glance in her direction, while Snape remained vigilant, wary of the tiger's potential reaction. However, the white tiger leisurely laid down at his feet, its massive form enveloping him in a semicircular embrace. A low growl emanated from its throat, icy eyes fixed upon Nina, radiating unmasked fury and a palpable threat, albeit tempered with an undercurrent of restraint. The air seemed to thicken, and Nina instinctively retreated, her heart racing. Yet, the white tiger made no further movements, its powerful tail thrashing through the air, producing waves of sound, as if issuing a warning. "Professor Snape? What is wrong with the young master?" Snape pressed his hand against the tiger's head, casting a glance at her, signaling that this was not her concern and instructing her to pack her belongings and depart. All right, Nina replied, her gaze lingering with worry on the white tiger as she hurriedly gathered her things. After she left, Snape continued to scrutinize the tiger, with the intruder having vanished. The white tiger visibly relaxed, its thick tail gently coiling around his leg, its azure eyes calmly observing him. The two shared a moment of silent connection before Snape averted his gaze, rising to prepare the potions required for the infirmary. He had not deceived Dumbledore. The demand for potions in the infirmary had surged recently, and the last batch sent was nearly depleted. The white tiger followed closely at his side as he entered the potion room. Now grown, the white tiger exhibited a remarkable composure, showing little interest in the herbs scattered about the potion room, instead fixating intently on Snape. Chapter 164, An Embrace in a Nightmare. As Snape busied himself, the white tiger sought a vacant spot on the floor, lying down with half-closed eyes to rest. Tigers require more sleep than humans, and after a satisfying meal, It soon began to doze off. Snape glanced at the creature, noting its peaceful demeanor, and returned his focus to brewing the potions. Time trickled by. It was not until the afternoon merged into evening that Snape finally completed the potions needed by the infirmary, tying off the last of the batch he had been working on. Upon emerging from the potion-making trance, Snape felt his body protesting against the irregularity of his routine. Having grown accustomed to 3 meals a day, he glanced towards the spot where the white tiger had been, only to find it had awakened and was idly toying with its tail. The thick tail carefully avoided the items in the potion room, swaying in the air as its claws playfully grasped and released, engaging in a self-entertaining manner reminiscent of a large domestic cat. A trace of amusement flickered across Snape's features. "Get up, we are going to have dinner." "Dinner?" The white tiger immediately released its tail and stood up, eyes gleaming with anticipation as it looked at Snape, eager for a meal even more substantial than lunch. Understanding the gleam in its eyes, Snape felt a twinge of exasperation, wondering if the creature was truly that hungry. After a simple dinner, Snape found himself facing a new dilemma. In the bedroom, a standoff ensued between man and tiger at the edge of the bed. "You have grown. You must sleep alone." The grown white tiger, oblivious to its size, looked at Snape with a woeful expression, its forepaws tightly gripping the floor. Snape, exasperated, gazed at the creature that now stood taller than him on its hind legs, attempting to reason with it. "You are too large. There is no room for you on the bed." Upon hearing this, the white tiger appeared contemplative, then approached, effortlessly pushing the 2 beds together with its powerful front paws. It turned back to Snape, as if asking, "Is this acceptable?" Snape fell silent, realizing that this foolish tiger had indeed grown not only in size, but in cunning. He tentatively remarked, "You have slept on the floor. It is too dirty to sleep on the bed." The white tiger's gaze promptly shifted towards the bathroom. "Very well," Snape thought. This clever fool was not easily deceived. He no longer had the patience to engage in this back and forth, his expression impassive as he gestured towards the door, "Out." Feigning ignorance to his command, the white tiger lay on the ground, narrowing its eyes as it covertly observed him. Is this a ploy to evade his authority? Snape felt both amused and perplexed. Previously, the tiger had been too timid to sleep alone, which he could somewhat understand. Now, with the capability to crush a person with a mere paw, it still hesitated to sleep alone. Should he label it foolish or cowardly? Observing the recalcitrant tiger, Snape realized that if he did not relent today, the creature would not yield. He reluctantly acquiesced. "You may stay in the room, but only on the floor. Or I can conjure a bed for you. If you agree, nod." The white tiger raised its massive head and nodded obediently. In the dead of night, without the soft purring of the young tiger, Snape found himself unable to sleep, resorting to resting with his eyes closed. A heavy breathing sound emanated from beside the bed, not the gentle purring he was accustomed to. Snape understood that the white tiger was also awake. He could easily guess that this foolish creature had not abandoned its desire to sleep on the bed. As expected, as the night deepened, the sound of rustling came from beside the bed. Snape lay flat on his back, eyes shut, inwardly amused. This foolish tiger was unaware that he was awake, attempting to stealthily climb onto the bed. However, its size and weight caused the bed to sag significantly upon its arrival. The noise was too pronounced for Snape to ignore. He sighed silently, but remained still, silently allowing the tiger's actions. The white tiger finally managed to ascend the bed, cautiously placing its massive head on the pillow, contentedly closing its eyes and emitting a pleased sound. Purr, purr. Soon, the comforting sound of purring filled the air, and Snape opened his eyes to observe the unsuspecting white tiger, now fast asleep. Very well, let it be this way. He relaxed his body, closed his eyes, and quickly succumbed to slumber. The white tiger's body radiated warmth, akin to a cozy hearth in the chilly cellar, exuding an inviting heat. Snape, fearing the cold, subconsciously gravitated towards the warmth in his sleep. The white tiger, lifting its eyelids and seeing Snape, raised a paw to draw him closer. This fragrant human seemed a bit peculiar. The cold, steely eyes of the tiger scrutinized the sleeping figure, noting the involuntary shiver that passed through him, as if it comprehended something. Its fluffy tail gently draped over Snape, encircling the cold, sensitive human, while its paws clumsily pulled up the blanket to cover him. At last, the human lay still. In the quiet of the bed, the silent cellar was filled only with the soft sounds of breathing. Purr, purr. The white tiger's eyes flickered with a moment of struggle and confusion before its furry paw covered its eyes. Time passed. How long? It was impossible to say. Upon opening its eyes again, the beast's gaze had regained its calm, imbued with a hint of human-like curiosity. The blue eyes scanned the bedroom, ultimately resting on Snape beside it. "Professor?" The white tiger analyzed the situation with a calm demeanor, emitting soft purrs to soothe the restless potion master. Memories from this period began to resurface as the white tiger lay on the bed, eyes shut, absorbing the recollections. After a while, it reopened its eyes. Disbelief and despair reflected within. By Merlin's beard, what had it been doing during this time? Splendid, now it was utterly finished. The white tiger lay despondently on the bed, silently condemning itself to a metaphorical death sentence. However, lost in thought, the tiger did not notice that its purring had gradually ceased. Thus, it pondered the meaning of life until midnight, yet before it could reach a conclusion, a crisis unfolded for the potion master. In his slumber, Snape's expression transformed into one of struggle and torment. He curled tightly in the blanket, gripping it as if trying to seize something elusive. This was a nightmare, a torment that had haunted him for over a decade. An overwhelming green light filled the entirety of the dreamscape. The potion master's breathing grew rapid and erratic, sweat beading on his forehead, and his encased body began to stiffen beneath the covers. The white tiger jolted awake from its stupor, sensing something was amiss with Snape, and swiftly leaned in closer. Purr. The sound startled it momentarily. After a brief hesitation, it found itself unable to revert to its previous state. In its human form, many actions remained inconvenient. The majestic white tiger lay on its side, cradling the tormented human in its embrace, gently pressing him against its warm body. A soothing rumble emanated from its throat, while its large paws rhythmically stroked the human's back. Despite the considerable motion, the ever-vigilant double agent remained ensconced in slumber. The white tiger narrowed its beastly eyes, its touch becoming increasingly tender. A soft luminescence began to emanate from its form, shimmering gently to dispel the darkness, casting a warm glow upon the master of potions. The comforting embrace, the plush sensation, gradually coaxed the taut body to relax as the white tiger continued its tender ministrations, until the rhythmic sound of steady breathing signaled the human's deep slumber. Only then did it cease its gentle actions, contemplatively gazing at the dark head nestled within its grasp. Had he been plagued by nightmares? Severus Snape felt as though he had been ensnared in an interminable nightmare, an inescapable ordeal, one that was hauntingly familiar. Yet, unlike before, when he surrendered to the consuming darkness, a warm embrace enveloped him. It was an indescribable embrace, unreserved, imbued with solace and a warmth he had never known. Chapter 165, Restoration. In the latter half of the night, even though the master of potions had ceased to experience nightmares, the white tiger dared not release him, continuing to encircle him with its paws until dawn broke. At first light, the white tiger carefully extricated itself from the bed, gently flexing its numbed paws, and deftly exited the bedroom. Upon leaving, a flash of white heralded the appearance of Ausace, clad simply in a white shirt. He first returned to his own chamber to change into a different set of clothes before softly calling out, "Nina." Nina responded eagerly, her eyes alight with excitement. "Young Master Ausace." Ausace raised his hand to quell her enthusiasm. "Have Iris and the others sought you out?" "Yes, young master, they inquired about your well-being." Mr. Carter seems to harbor doubts about Professor Snape, yet Miss Iris expressed no suspicion and even intervened to prevent Mr. Carter from pressing the matter. Ausace donned his school robe with deliberate slowness. "And what of you? Have you ever doubted?" "Never." Nina clutched the hem of her garment nervously, her heart racing. She had not defied her young master's words, nor questioned Professor Snape. Ausace reclined against the sofa, his captivating peach blossom eyes narrowing with scrutiny. "I never issued you a directive to limit the professor's rations. You have overstepped your bounds." "You did say so," Nina responded cautiously, her gaze fixed on Ausace. "Previously, you mentioned in the cellar that Professor Snape was consuming too little, and that Nina should not reduce his portions." Ausace's thoughts drifted back to that afternoon when Snape's meal had been woefully scant. He had urged the Master of Potions to take a few more bites. But Snape was not one to tolerate interference, and his sharp retorts rendered Ausace speechless. Ultimately, he could only jest that in the future, Nina should refrain from reducing his meals. So, was he the true culprit? Ausace rubbed his temples, a headache brewing. This was splendid. The blame would inevitably fall upon him. "Young master, is something amiss?" "Of course it is amiss. I was merely jesting." "I apologize, young master, Nina stammered, her fingers anxiously twisting the fabric of her clothes, at a loss for words. "Never mind. I shall seek out the professor to apologize." Nina had been by his side since childhood. Ausace was reluctant to be too harsh with her, especially since he bore some responsibility in this situation. Indeed, it is Nina's fault. Nina should apologize to Professor Snape. Yes, Nina will apologize to Professor Snape. Nina's expression hardened with determination as she bravely faced Ausace. Just as he was about to refuse, he caught sight of the lingering tension and fear on her face. "Very well, let us apologize together. After all, I shall be the one receiving the reprimand in the end. Now, let us prepare breakfast." "Understood, young master." As Nina departed to ready breakfast, Ausace returned to his dorm room. In moments of irrationality, He had inadvertently ruined quite a few of the Master of Potions' belongings, and now it was time to make amends. He wondered if such reparations would shield him from further ridicule. As he pondered this possibility, footsteps and voices echoed around the corner, prompting Aces to raise an eyebrow and slip into the shadows. "Why are you preventing me from seeking the headmaster? It has been over a week without any news about the professor. The headmaster has provided no information beyond granting leave. What if he has been imprisoned? What if he is injured? No, I must confront the headmaster today." It was Carter. Aces smirked, finding it ludicrous that someone would question a professor in the corridor. It seemed he was sorely lacking in education. He waved his hand, casting a spell to shroud the area in secrecy. "Calm yourself. The professor is unharmed." "Unharmed? You keep insisting he is fine, yet you refuse to explain why." Aces leaned in closer, faintly hearing Iris let out a sigh. "Are you foolish? Professor Snape is the one who has imprisoned Cavendish's heir here at the school. Who is truly foolish, him or you? What if the professor has angered him and he retaliates against him?" The two halted, disbelief etched on their faces as they gazed at the shadowy figure of Aces. "Pardon, sir? Continue. I am listening." Aces swore he was genuinely curious about what outrageous claims Carter might utter next. Carter chuckled awkwardly. "What are you doing here, sir? Should I not be here?" "No, of course, you can be here. It is I who should not be present." With that, Carter tentatively began to back away, and upon seeing Aces make no move to stop him, he turned to flee. "If you run today, you shall never think to leave the training room on your own 2 feet again." The fleeing figure froze mid-stride, and Carter turned his head with a forced grin. "Why would I run? You are here, why would I flee? Is that so? I assumed you feared being dragged into the training room due to your own unsavory thoughts. I see now I was mistaken." Carter, on the verge of tears, realized how discomforting Aces' words sounded. "Sir, are you well?" Iris ignored Carter's unreliable interjection, her gaze filled with concern for Aces. "I am well now." Aces' voice softened, losing its teasing tone directed at Carter. Carter glanced back and forth between them. "So you both do not care for me?" Aces, still conversing quietly with Iris, sensed Carter's peculiar thoughts and warned without looking back. "You would do well to suppress the delusions in your mind." Iris shot him a warning glare as well. Only then did Carter quiet down, standing to the side in contemplative silence. "So this matter is common knowledge?" "Indeed, sir. Aside from that, is there any further news?" Iris hesitated before leaning closer to Aces, whispering, "There is a rumor circulating that the Savior had already slain Chilo before he could kill him. What remains is merely a corpse." "A rumor? Who is spreading it?" Aces mused, casting his gaze toward the sky outside. It seemed Dumbledore was also curious about how Chilo had met his demise. "Sir, what of Professor Snape?" Aces snapped back to reality, glancing at Iris. "No need." "Understood." Aces regarded Iris with appreciation for her cleverness, then shot Carter a reproachful glare. "Look at Iris. Then look at yourself." Carter, puzzled, returned a confused gaze. "There is no hope for you." Aces relinquished his intent to chastise him, leaving the explanation to Iris as he returned to his dormitory. Watching his retreating figure, Carter hesitated, then inquired, "Iris, has the sir grown taller? He was clearly shorter than me before. Now he seems to be nearly my height." Iris, equally bemused, replied, "I felt something was off as well, but he always towered over me, so I did not notice. Yet, it appears he has indeed grown taller. Did he consume some height-enhancing potion? Do you think I could ask him for that potion?" Carter's incessant chatter buzzed around Iris's ears like a swarm of bees, prompting her to turn away in annoyance. With Carter closely trailing behind, continuing his incessant prattle. "You say." Their voices gradually faded into the distance. Chapter 166, Explanation. On the other side, Aces hurriedly gathered a few items before returning to the cellar. The cellar remained eerily quiet, the potion's master still in slumber. Aces turned and entered the potion room, placing the items down and beginning to replenish the potion's master's supplies. His wand still lay in the forbidden forest, yet he did not entirely rely on it. With a mere wave of his hand, numerous potion ingredients soared towards their designated places. "Aces." The potion's master's voice came from behind him, causing Aces to stiffen momentarily before feigning calmness and turning around. "Good morning, Professor." Snape scrutinized Aces from head to toe, a smirk playing on his lips. "When did you recover?" Instantly, alarm bells rang in Aces' mind, his heart racing. He felt as if his heart might leap from his chest at any second. He swallowed hard, maintaining a habitual smile on his face. "Perhaps around midnight." Midnight? Snape recalled the embrace from his nightmare, his expression darkening, sensing the direction of his thoughts. Aces quickly attempted to change the subject. "Professor, shall we have breakfast? Afterward, there are matters we need to discuss." Snape regarded him with a penetrating gaze before nodding silently. At the long table, Aces could assure himself that this was the most excruciating meal he had ever endured, a torture that peaked when Snape passed him the remaining dishes. He weakly raised a hand to shield his eyes in a plea. Professor, please, no more teasing. What teasing? You enjoyed it, did you not? Snape relished the rare display of embarrassment on Ausace's face, his tone unconsciously laced with amusement. Through the gaps of his fingers, Ausace caught sight of Snape's smile and paused momentarily before retorting. Professor, that was a little white tiger, not me. Snape's smile broadened, realizing that even this individual was capable of self-deception. Ausace sighed softly, calling out, Professor. His voice was so gentle, it floated to Snape like a feather, stirring a sudden itch in his heart, causing his amusement to dissipate. With a composed demeanor, Snape fixed his gaze on Ausace. Let us talk. Very well, Professor. What would you like to know? What did you do to Quirrell? What is the nature of that curse? The potion's master leaned back on the sofa, awaiting his explanation. The vial of unicorn blood was mixed with my own blood, and I placed a curse within it. When activated, he would die. Ausace spoke with an air of nonchalance, omitting the fact that the process of dying would be excruciating. So, you killed him. Snape's expression darkened, his eyes fixed intently on Ausace, scanning his face as if searching for something. Professor, I have no intention of deceiving you. Truth be told, I do not mourn his death. I offered him a choice, and it was he who chose the path to demise. Ausace understood what Snape was concerned about, yet he could not feel remorse for Quirrell. Are you angry, Professor? Ausace lowered his gaze, the shadows of his lashes casting a gloom over his face, rendering him despondent. I did grant him a choice. I am not so petty as to be angered over a fool. However, if you were sensible, you would realize that you should not be tainted by his blood. It is simply not worth it. The last sentence, Snape refrained from uttering. Although Quirrell's death was partly due to the curse I placed, had he not harbored murderous intent towards the Savior, he would not have met his end. The more intense the intent, the swifter the demise. In this light, his death bore little relation to me. Ausace dismissed the matter with a light tone, appearing unconcerned. Upon hearing this, Snape scrutinized his expression. Noting the complete lack of disturbance when he spoke of Quirrell, it was evident he bore no burden. Is this your first encounter with blood, and you remain so composed? He masked his bewilderment and inquired, what of Potter? Why did he sustain no injuries? After Quirrell ingested the unicorn blood, I placed some protective charms on Potter to ensure he would remain unharmed. Impossible, Dumbledore had inspected him. Because I referenced this, Ausace raised his hand, indicating the back of his hand. The charms are essentially energy. Once depleted, they dissipate without leaving a trace. You truly are a genius, managing to deceive that cunning old bee. Speaking of the mark, Ausace straightened, looking earnestly into Snape's eyes. There is something I hope, Professor, that you will accompany me to the Forbidden Forest. Reason? Earlier, my consciousness was muddled. You may not have sensed it, but now it should be clear. Ausace raised his hand, activating the crescent mark, and simultaneously, a matching mark appeared on Snape's finger. What is this? It is a form of blessing, transmitted to you, though I am uncertain of its specifics, as it previously only resided within me. Snape examined the mark on his finger closely, magic flowing in accordance with his intent. The two paused, locking eyes. Professor, try again. Snape complied, manipulating his magic to touch the mark once more. As the magic made contact, their heartbeats synchronized, beating in unison. The cellar fell silent, and they seemed to hear that singular heartbeat. Is this a form of distant communication? Ausace looked at Snape uncertainly. But what use is it if we cannot convey messages? What did the unicorn say? Cynthia mentioned that, while she is unclear on the specifics, this blessing will connect two individuals like a thread. Perhaps it works in that manner. Is that all? That is all. Ausace's face fell, and he explained. No one had previously experimented with me. I could not research it alone. However, I believe I can now, if you are willing, Professor. Ausace gazed at Snape with hopeful anticipation. Is it possible, Professor? Snape's gaze lingered on the intricate design on his finger, feeling a stirring of interest. It is possible. But what does it have to do with the Forbidden Forest? Due to its incompleteness, Antonio merely transferred a fragment of the blessing's power. To perfect it, we need to return to the Forbidden Forest to seek the unicorn's leader, and also, if... Ausace hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the aspect of partners within the blessing. He felt indifferent about sharing, but feared Snape might take issue. If what? Ausace lowered his gaze to the pattern on Snape's finger, recalling that the mentioned blessing connects two individuals, typically partners. If you mind, Cynthia will find a way to dissolve it, but she has never informed me whether it can be undone once the blessing is fully transmitted. Chapter 167, Adulthood. The mention of partners suddenly thickened the air with awkwardness, and both fell silent, leaving only the crackling of the fireplace in the cellar. In this strange stillness, Snape averted his gaze uncomfortably, while Ausace, though seemingly unfazed, could distinctly hear his own heartbeat quickening. How pathetic, is it merely embarrassment? Ausace thought to himself, though his lips involuntarily sought to change the subject. Ahem, Professor, There is something I must apologize for. When I was joking with you earlier, Nina took it seriously. So she was unwilling to reduce the portions as you requested. It was not her intention. This matter? Snape narrowed his eyes. It seems you possess memories from this period? His mouth had betrayed him. He wondered if it was too late to retract his words. Do you have them or not? Snape's tone turned icy. I do. You do? Snape's penetrating gaze fell upon Ausace, seemingly satisfied that he had no qualms about reprimanding this behemoth. Suddenly, Ausace felt a chill creep down his spine. No. I need to change the subject. Professor, Ausace stammered, suddenly at a loss for words. What was that? His mind had gone blank. Merlin. The past few days have been nothing short of mortifying for him in the presence of the professor. Aces maintained an air of composure, yet internally, he was teetering on the brink of madness. At that moment, Snape suddenly interjected, have you not yet realized that the object atop your neck is rather peculiar? Peculiar? Aces waved his hand, conjuring a mirror to scrutinize his reflection. It seemed there was indeed something amiss, but what could it be? Frowning, he examined himself from every angle, yet could not discern the flaw. If your body has merely reverted while your intellect remains as dull as ever, I would advise you to remain as you are. For being an animal requires little contemplation. With that, Snape, unable to contain himself, cast a spell in Ace's direction. If you aspire to be human, might you not engage your mind? Have you not yet noticed that your physical age has changed? Drenched in embarrassment from the scolding, Aces dared not respond. Awkwardly casting a diagnostic charm upon himself. The result revealed. He was now 18 years of age. 18? Aces was taken aback. Casting the diagnostic charm once more to ensure accuracy, yet the outcome remained unchanged. So he was an adult now? In that fleeting moment, Aces experienced a sensation akin to being transported to another realm, gazing at Snape with a somewhat dazed expression. I don't recall hearing of anyone practicing animagus transformation and emerging in such a state. What led to your blunder? Snape cut him off. Ever the meticulous and keen potions master, swiftly honing in on the crux of the matter. Aces strained to recollect. Cynthia mentioned that it was the magic within me and the power of moonlight that caused this. As he spoke, uncertainty crept in. Cynthia had not been particularly clear. Snape's response was succinct. To the Forbidden Forest. Very well. Both were decisive individuals, and with clarity of purpose, they made their way to the Forbidden Forest. Within the shadowy expanse of the woods, lush foliage cast dappled beams of light, and two figures could be seen darting among the trees. It was Aces, in search of answers, alongside the potions master, both cloaked in black, moving with remarkable speed, appearing as mere shadows from a distance. Aces led the way, expertly navigating the winding paths, while Snape observed his silhouette with an arched brow, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Upon reaching a clearing, Aces halted, retrieving a delicate whistle from his pocket. Professor, I apologize, but I must inform them that this area is their habitat. He glanced at Snape, his gaze imbued with both regret and determination. Regardless of the circumstances, they placed their trust in him, and he could not betray that faith. Snape, unperturbed, nodded absently, and Aces blew into the whistle. A sharp yet non-jarring sound resonated, and soon, a family of three emerged from the nearby underbrush. Snape recognized Antonio, the unicorn who had accompanied Aces on his initial visit. He stepped back, making way for the trio. Professor? Aces turned, puzzled by Snape's silence. Snape offered no reply. His hesitation stemmed not from distrust of the creatures, but from his extensive research into dark magic. He could not allow his own misgivings to disrupt their bond. Unbeknownst to him, the unicorns sensed the blessing that enveloped him and bore no ill will. Aces narrowed his eyes, shifting his gaze between the unicorns and Snape, noticing the doubt reflected in the potion's master's eyes, and he began to surmise the meaning behind it. His previously joyous mood dimmed inexplicably, the shadows cast by the Forbidden Forest seeming to weigh heavily upon him. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he approached Snape, grasping the professor's sleeve with a smile that felt somewhat forced. Professor, they can feel the blessing. Those who bear it are esteemed guests, true guests. Professor, they like you. Aces almost obsessively reiterated the last statement. We all like you. He was unsure why he felt compelled to voice such sentiments, yet his heart urged him to do so, and thus he complied. Snape regarded Aces in silence, his gaze profound and complex, an emotion that eluded Ace's understanding, yet it stirred him to clarity. He had overstepped. Aces lowered his eyes, yet his grip did not falter, his knuckles pale with determination. The unicorns, including Clores, regarded Aces with curious expressions, questioning his unusual demeanor today. I apologize, Professor. The tense atmosphere was finally broken by Ace's sigh, as he endeavored to suppress his unruly emotions. For reasons unknown, matters concerning Snape always rendered him so easily unhinged, a troubling state that was not conducive to their relationship. I am sorry, Professor, he reiterated, his downcast eyes betraying a sense of disappointment, his hand having loosened its hold on Snape's sleeve at some point. I overstepped. No need to apologize. The two sentences were spoken in unison. Aces looked up, surprised by Snape's response. Snape pressed his lips together before continuing. You have done nothing wrong. There is no need to apologize. Do you not think I have overstepped? Aces fixed his gaze upon Snape's eyes, seemingly searching for an answer to a question he himself could not articulate. Chapter 168. The Dappled and Resplendent Soul. If your mind were not obstructed by the sedge, you should be aware that your transgressions in my presence have been far from few. Snape's brow furrowed deeply, his pale lips parting and closing as he unleashed venomous words with unyielding precision. If I believed you had overstepped, would I be here in the Forbidden Forest, idly seeking the cause of a foolish error? His customary sarcasm was laced with an unexpected tenderness, at least in Ace's perception. A smile crept onto Ace's lips as he finally succumbed to laughter, his mirth ringing clear and bright, dispelling the previous gloom that had enveloped him. The sound of his laughter, infused with his good spirits, effortlessly chased away the shadows of the Forbidden Forest. In laughter, the brilliance in the youth's eyes shone particularly bright, even amidst the foreboding surroundings of the woods, illuminating his gaze with a captivating radiance that was both beautiful and dazzling, almost too blinding to behold. Is that all it takes for you to be so joyous? Snape observed quietly from a few paces away, contemplating something unknown. It was not until the unicorns approached with curiosity that he broke the silence. We ought to attend to business. Aces reigned in his laughter, the remnants of joy lingering in his eyes, revealing his uplifted spirits. He turned his attention to Antonio. Antonio, might I trouble you to assist me in locating Cynthia? Antonio nodded gently, emitting a peculiar sound that Aces interpreted as a call to his companions. At that moment, Aces noticed Estrella had been eyeing Snape for quite some time. He waved to her, and she approached hesitantly, filled with curiosity, being young and unaware of the significance of the blessing. She had heard from her kin that those who bore the blessing were akin to her parents, destined to remain together. So, was Aces someone she was meant to be with forever? Estrella halted before Snape, gazing up at him with wide, bright eyes, eager to connect with the potion's master, yet intimidated by his formidable presence. Aces perceived her curiosity and eagerness, and with a chuckle, he tousled her mane, prompting her to speak. Professor, would you care to pet her? She has been shedding quite a bit lately. Aces knew that merely inviting Snape to approach Estrella would not suffice, so he sought to pique the potion's master's interest in a different manner. Indeed, upon observing the fallen unicorn hairs, Snape's interest was piqued. Aces seized the opportunity to give Estrella a gentle pat. Estrella eagerly dashed into Severus Snape's embrace. Exhibiting no signs of timidity, she was well aware that Aces was present, ensuring her safety. Snape instinctively wrapped his arms around the incoming little projectile, momentarily frozen in place. Feeling the warmth of the small unicorn, in stark contrast to the little white tiger from a few days ago. The white tiger was Aces, who welcomed him without reservation, which was quite natural. However, the unicorn, a symbol of purity, was notoriously elusive. Could it be that beings like unicorns were willing to approach him as well? Snape cast a glance down at the unicorn nestled in his arms, his eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. The innocent and carefree Estrella, oblivious to his inner turmoil, nuzzled affectionately against his hand. As she did so, she glanced up at Aces. Aces, Aces, I adore your companion. He carries a fragrance that I find delightful. Might he be my partner? This way, the three of us could always be together. Aces, who had been engaged in conversation with Clorius and the others, was momentarily taken aback by Estrella's explosive declaration, choking slightly as he attempted to respond. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed vigorously, eventually bending over to lean against a tree, trying to ease the discomfort in his throat. Clorius, with gentle eyes filled with concern, stayed close by his side. Aces, are you all right? Aces waved his hand dismissively, regaining his composure before straightening up. I'm fine. The little unicorn Estrella, still leaning against Snape, looked up with a puzzled expression. Aces, what's wrong? Is it not permissible? No, it is not. Why not? Estrella inquired innocently, her curiosity evident. Ah, how delightful that this question had fallen upon him. How could he gently convey to her that their three species were too disparate for such a union to be feasible? Aces glanced at Snape, seeking a hint of guidance. Yet, the potion's master, with his formidable psychological resilience, appeared entirely unfazed by the little unicorn's words, arms crossed, observing the unfolding drama with keen interest. Aces's lips twitched in a barely contained sigh of resignation, deciding to embrace the absurdity of the situation. Very well, let us three be together, forever. Hooray! Estrella exclaimed, joyfully bounding into Aces's embrace, who affectionately ruffled her mane. Would the professor be amenable to this? He teased, raising an eyebrow at Snape, whose eyes glimmered with amusement. Foolish giant. Snape, maintaining his stoic demeanor, averted his gaze, refusing to engage with Ausace's childish banter. Ausace, Cynthia's voice chimed in from the side, prompting both to turn toward her. Emerging from the grass was a silver-headed figure, curiously scrutinizing Ausace and Snape with an enigmatic expression. Is this your companion? Were you unaware? Did Antonio not explain it to you? The professor is someone I trust. Cynthia examined Snape closely, her gaze devoid of any disdain, instead imbued with a sense of familiarity. What is it about him? Ausace interjected, frowning slightly as he instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Snape. Nothing much. It's just that aside from blessings, I can also sense a very comforting aura emanating from him, albeit not as potent as yours, Ausace. Cynthia's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. I understand now. It's because he is a good person. A rare flicker of astonishment crossed Snape's features. He was deemed a good person? To be recognized as such by a unicorn? Ausace accepted this notion without hesitation, his beautiful, almond-shaped eyes beaming. You are correct. The professor is indeed a good person. His tone, devoid of mockery or sarcasm, articulated a simple truth. Snape internally scoffed, thinking, no, he was certainly not a good person. A Death Eater could hardly be considered virtuous. However, I am familiar with the professor, which is why I said so. Cynthia, what led you to this conclusion? Because his soul brings me comfort. If he were not a good person, it wouldn't be so. By the way, Ausace, shouldn't you be able to see this as well? See what? Yes. Try focusing that energy into your eyes. Following her advice, Ausace concentrated the magic flowing from the moonlight into his gaze. Instantly, the world before him transformed, losing its vibrant colors, now rendered in stark black and white, emanating a soft glow. He scrutinized each being, noticing that several unicorns radiated a gentle white light, all strikingly beautiful. When his gaze fell upon the potion's master, the sight before him rendered Ausace speechless. How to describe such a soul? Within the pitch-black essence, struggling white tendrils emerged, exuding a dazzling, warm light akin to hope rising from despair, or the purest flower blooming amidst darkness, captivating and eternal. How beautiful, he silently marveled, unable to tear his eyes away. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though he peered through the veil of the soul, glimpsing the most authentic fragment of Snape, only to be swiftly engulfed once more in deeper obscurity. What experiences could have forged such a mottled, yet resplendent soul? Have you not had your fill? Snape's expression shifted to one of mild annoyance. What on earth has this giant seen to render him so besotted? Chapter 169, A Conversation Beneath the Tree. Ausace, startled, quickly regained his composure. I've seen enough. Let us discuss serious matters. The potion's master nodded impatiently. Make haste. Cynthia, intrigued, leaned closer. What is it? Do you not find anything peculiar about me? Ausace gestured to himself while addressing Cynthia. Upon hearing this, Cynthia scrutinized him with utmost seriousness, examining the young boy from head to toe. You? Unusual? You've grown? What is wrong with that? Ausace finally grasped the bewilderment Snape must have felt when faced with him. No one could grow nearly 5 years in just a matter of days. Not even Merlin could accomplish such a feat. Cynthia continued to study him, suddenly recalling something. Why not change your appearance and see? All right. Ausace assented, allowing his magic to flow freely. His silvery hair cascaded down, yet his form remained unchanged. Cynthia's eyes lit up with realization. I understand now. What do you know? You haven't suddenly aged. You've undergone a transformation. Our unicorn can experience a unique period known as the transformation phase as we approach maturity. It is akin to your human coming-of-age ceremony. Only by surpassing this phase can we be deemed adults. Cynthia's tone took on a peculiar quality as she spoke of the transformation phase, catching the attention of both Ausace and Snape, who exchanged knowing glances. Cynthia, is there anything particularly special about this transformation phase? Ausace took the initiative to inquire. Special? The transformation phase is merely a time to adjust our bodies to their most powerful forms. There is nothing extraordinary about it. Ausace, your transformation phase is similar. Your body should be in peak condition now. Was my earlier animagus mishap also due to this? He inquired further. Partly yes, partly no. On one hand, your transformed shape could not accommodate the immense power you possess and the magic derived from moonlight. On the other hand, you have entered the transformation phase, hence your diminutive size as your body instinctively adapts. As for your age increase, it stems from this bodily transformation. Do not worry. This will not weaken you in any way. You have merely reached adulthood. Furthermore, your body will remain in this prime state for a substantial duration. As Cynthia spoke, she couldn't help but lean in closer, affectionately nuzzling him, comforting the most exceptional treasure of their kind. According to unicorn standards, Ausace could be considered the youngest generation. However, his maturity had previously obscured this fact. With his recent diminishment, Cynthia had unwittingly opened a new world of understanding. Ausace regarded her with bemusement, unable to resist tugging at her mane. A considerable amount of hair fell away, enveloped in his magic, and presented to Snape. He still had a significant collection of unicorn hair, so he was not in want. Snape, with an air of nonchalance, waved his wand to collect the silvery unicorn hair. It was only upon seeing the wand that Ausace recalled that his own wand had yet to be returned to him. "Cynthia, may I take the professor to the valley?" he inquired, along with a question regarding the blessing. "Of course, I would be delighted," she replied. In the course of a single day, the multitude of affections directed towards Snape rendered him somewhat reticent. Upon arriving at the Unicorn Valley, Cynthia mentioned her intention to seek out the eldest unicorn for counsel, leaving the two of them behind in the valley before departing with a flourish. Surrounded by curious unicorns, Snape felt even less inclined to speak, his expression impassive as he turned to Ausace. Amused, Ausace approached and gently shooed away the nearby unicorns. "Do not mind them, they simply adore you." He waved his hand to clear a clean spot beneath a tree and casually seated himself. His gaze drifted towards the frolicking young unicorns. "They seldom take such a liking to anyone. Even when I first arrived, they were not this enthusiastic. What is it you wish to say?" Snape, imitating Ausace, settled down beneath the tree. The fragrant aroma of the trees enveloped him, and Snape found himself nostalgically recalling how long it had been since he had enjoyed such an environment, so long that he had almost forgotten his fondness for reading alone beneath a tree. Lost in his thoughts, Snape fell into silence. A gentle breeze tousled their hair, and Ausace inhaled the familiar bitter scent of herbs. "I had no intention of saying anything, nor of doing anything. I merely stated a fact." His voice carried on the wind to Snape's ears. The familiar surroundings and beloved scent relaxed Snape considerably. He pressed his lips together, but ultimately posed the question, "Were you conscious during your time as a white tiger?" Snape was uncertain as to why he posed this question or what answer he sought. He simply wished to follow his heart for once. In the soft breeze, Ausace remained silent for a lengthy pause, long enough that Snape began to believe he was unaware of the answer, until he spoke with a hint of confusion. "One could say I was not, yet one could also argue otherwise. The white tiger is me, and I am the white tiger. At that time, I lacked human consciousness and reason. However, there was always something that transcended the instincts of the beast. As for what that something was, Ausace could not say, for his awareness had been muddled, and his perception of the outside world was nearly non-existent. Yet, he seemed to sense Snape's fear in a fleeting moment. And it was in that instant that his human instinct overshadowed his animal instincts. "What was it?" Snape inquired, intrigued by how he managed to suppress his beastly instincts. Ausace hesitated briefly. Snape, with his proud coldness, knew that if he claimed it was due to Snape's fear that he instinctively reacted. He had no doubt that it would lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, he did not wish to embarrass him. After careful consideration, Ausace began to explain. "It was because I sensed the professor's intense emotions, and being familiar with the professor, I responded instinctively." He endeavored to phrase it delicately, fearful of making the potion's master uncomfortable. Yet Snape understood his implication, a flush of color rising to his pale cheeks. "If your giant brain was not entirely lucid at that time, then you ought to keep silent now." "Indeed, I share that sentiment." Ausace leaned back against the tree, refraining from countering the potion's master's words. Snape felt as though he had struck cotton with a fist. He scowled and ceased to speak. Ausace, wary of provoking the potion's master's ire, also fell silent. A comfortable silence spread between them, devoid of awkwardness or strangeness, as they waited patiently for Cynthia's return. Chapter 170, The Right to Choose. Cynthia returned swiftly, accompanied by a stranger unicorn. This unicorn was more robust and taller than Cynthia, its soft silvery radiance making it the most striking presence among the herd. "Hello, Ausace. And you must be Severus Snape." "Ah, and Severus. It is a pleasure to meet you both. I am Zuffer." "Greetings, Zuffer. What a splendid name," Ausace replied, while Snape offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. "Thank you for the compliment. I regret to inform you, however, that regarding the blessing, even we are unable to assist." Ausace glanced at Snape. "Professor?" Cynthia interjected. "I recall mentioning this to you previously. Do you not remember?" "I believe there was mention of it." Ausace hesitated, reflecting for a moment. At this, Snape cast a sardonic glance at him. Truly a giant's brain. "I had just regained consciousness. My thoughts were indeed a bit muddled." Ausace offered a resigned explanation. "Is it possible to fully convey the blessing?" "Certainly, that is no issue." Receiving a positive response, Ausace turned to Snape. "Professor?" Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Since it could not be severed, studying it was not out of the question. "Very well," he nodded in agreement. Perhaps due to Zuffer's exceptional strength, the process of refining the blessing proved simpler than anticipated. With a mere touch of its horn against Snape's fingertip, the patterns became distinctly visible. Ausace and Snape exchanged glances, both feeling the connection between them intensify. Curiously, Ausace reached out with his magic to interact with the pattern, and under the influence of magic, they could even clearly sense each other's locations. Feeling this proximity, Snape suddenly experienced a pang of regret. As a double agent, he should not have forged such a profound bond with Ausace, especially under these circumstances. A flicker of struggle and hesitation passed through his calm eyes, swiftly replaced by composure. Since it cannot be undone, is there a way to isolate this blessing? He abruptly inquired, drawing everyone's attention to him. His gaze, cold to the point of indifference, fell upon Zuffer, sending shivers down its spine. Professor, is something amiss? Ausace looked at him in confusion, unable to comprehend why he had suddenly altered his stance. The professor he remembered was not one to be so fickle. Snape disregarded him, his voice growing more rigid as he pressed on. Is there a method to isolate this blessing? Zuffer and Cynthia exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Ausace. Compared to Snape, they preferred to heed the familiar Ausace. Ausace remained silent, gazing down at the pattern on Snape's finger, lost in thought. The silence thickened in the air, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. After a while, Ausace broke the silence. Zuffer, is there a way to isolate it? Zuffer nodded slightly. Yes, there is. However, it hesitated for a moment before inquiring. Are you truly certain? Once the blessing is isolated, it is exceedingly difficult to undo, with a probability nearing zero. Nearly zero? This time, Snape did not respond immediately, his fingertip tracing the pattern as his doubts resurfaced. He was typically decisive, rarely hesitating. Yet he had not anticipated that isolating the blessing would render it so challenging to reverse. Such an action would undoubtedly squander Ausace's remarkable blessing. While he remained in contemplation, Ausace's voice cut through, we are certain. Ignoring Cynthia's disapproving gaze, he looked at Zuffer. He could surmise Snape's thoughts and understood his perspective. If this was his desire, he did not wish to make him uncomfortable. Ausace. Snape's pale lips pressed tightly together, nearly forming a straight line. Very well, I am regretful. Zuffer replied, moving between the two. The process of isolation was similarly brief, as silvery magic enveloped them, growing brighter and brighter until it dissipated into the air. In that moment, as the magic vanished, both felt distinctly that a connection between them had been severed. As Ausace endeavored to make contact with the magical pattern, nothing else transpired. He turned to Snape and stated, It's done, Professor. Snape's lips moved as if he were about to speak, yet ultimately, he remained silent. He never felt the need to explain himself to anyone. While traversing the path from the Forbidden Forest back to the castle, Ausace attempted several times to utter something, only to be subtly evaded by Snape. Just as they were about to leave the Forbidden Forest, Ausace could not resist tugging at Snape's sleeve. Will the professor not listen to what I have to say? Snape halted, his back turned towards Ausace, his gaze hollow, and mockingly retorted, Why should I heed your reproaches? His derisive tone erected a formidable barrier between them, rendering the person who had once seemed so accessible now profoundly distant. Unable to endure such a sensation, Ausace grasped Snape's sleeve with a firm grip, pulling him closer. What? Are you planning to assault a professor in the Forbidden Forest, or your head of house? Snape forcefully shook off Ausace's hand, the strength of his action causing Ausace's hand to strike heavily against a nearby tree, producing a dull thud. Perhaps I should commend your audacity? Snape paused, yet Ausace, undeterred, seized the opportunity to clarify. Professor, you have misconstrued my intentions. I meant no reproach, nor did I intend to attack. I merely wished to converse with you. It was inconvenient earlier with Cynthia and the others present. With that, he stepped forward, effectively blocking the exit from the Forbidden Forest, disregarding Snape's murderous glare, and continued, This matter is my fault. I failed to consider your feelings from the outset when I conveyed the blessing. It was also my recklessness that led me to beseech your assistance in my research and deepening the mark. Therefore, your actions are not at fault. You need not overthink it. Everyone possesses the right to make their own choices. The right to choose? No, I have never had that. Ausace's words ignited Snape's fury, his disdain for such an unjust fate palpable. Have you finished speaking? If so, step aside. My wand is not as accommodating as I am. His furious gaze became vacant as he raised his wand, pointing it directly at Ausace. Witnessing the emptiness in Snape's eyes, Ausace felt a fleeting sense of helplessness. Habitually, he employed a mental barrier to seal away his emotions. Why was that? As they resumed their journey home, both remained silent, and upon reaching the entrance to the dungeons, Snape flung aside his robes and departed without a word. Ausace stood silently at the threshold, watching Snape's receding figure. When the dark cloak vanished around the corner, he too turned and returned to the common room. With that incident concluded, Ausace resumed his normal life at the academy, shuttling between classrooms, the dungeon, the Great Hall, and the dormitories. Although their parting was less than amicable, the two maintained an unspoken agreement to uphold their secluded existence. Ausace voluntarily engaged in labor in the dungeon, utilizing his free time to assist with grading papers and other tasks. Meanwhile, Snape would offer incisive critiques of his potion work during his own spare moments. The brief altercation seemed to dissipate as if it had never occurred, vanishing between them. Chapter 171, the final outcome of the House Cup. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the holiday approached. After completing their exams, the young witches and wizards gathered once more in the Great Hall, eagerly gazing at Dumbledore. It appeared that everyone was yearning to return home. Dumbledore rose and smiled at the expectant students below. In that case, I should expedite matters. In fourth place, Gryffindor with 352 points. A smattering of applause erupted as Dumbledore continued. In third place, Hufflepuff with 459 points. In second place, Ravenclaw with 476 points. And in first place, let us congratulate Slytherin with 570 points. The long table of Slytherin erupted in exuberant cheers, while Asace, munching on food, found amusement in Draco's almost jubilant leaps. He then instinctively scanned the staff table, catching sight of Snape, who clapped with a slight, fleeting smile. Did the professor always exhibit such a smile when Slytherin triumphed? Was it out of joy? Asace's gaze drifted sideways, lost in contemplation. Slytherin had performed admirably, yet recent events must also be taken into account. The applause faltered as Asace noticed Snape's smile fade, replaced by an expression of understanding and displeasure. Did the professor know what Dumbledore was about to do? Lost in thought, his fingers began to tap rhythmically on the table, quick and urgent. Dumbledore's voice continued, I must award some points. Miss Hermione Granger displayed remarkable composure during a crisis, earning 50 points. Mr. Ron Weasley won a spectacular chess match, earning 50 points. Mr. Harry Potter exhibited fearless courage, earning 100 points. With this, Gryffindor was now just 18 points shy of Slytherin's lead, and all held their breath, watching Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled gently as he began to speak again. Finally, it takes courage to stand against an adversary, and it requires even greater courage to affirm one's own stance. For Mr. Neville Longbottom's ability to stand firm in front of his friends, I shall add 20 points. At last, Gryffindor surged ahead of Slytherin by a mere 2 points. The Gryffindor table erupted in thunderous applause, while the Slytherin table fell into silence. Asace glanced at the jubilant faces of the so-called saviors, then at the smiling Dumbledore gazing at Harry. Lastly, his gaze flicked to Snape, who wore an unmistakable scowl. How biased. He couldn't help but smirk with derision. Beside him, Draco was sulking, glaring at Dumbledore while muttering to himself, the words indistinguishable. Yet, what could be done? He too was biased. On stage, Dumbledore raised his hand to quell the cheers, then continued, if I am not mistaken. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp sound of tapping captured everyone's attention as they turned to see Asace rapping his spoon against his cup. Asace leisurely set down his spoon, rising to meet Dumbledore's gaze. I apologize for interrupting the headmaster, but there are certain matters I believe warrant discussion. As a governor of Hogwarts, should I not possess the right to question certain aspects? Indeed, Governor. Both the Duke and Anna had covertly maneuvered in the latter half of the term to secure a seat for Asace as a governor. Thus, he was now a legitimate member of the Hogwarts board. Of course, Dumbledore replied, stroking his beard, a smile gracing his face. Firstly, I do not deny the contributions made by Mr. Harry Potter and his companions in this matter, but one point must be addressed. Did they not violate school rules? Yes. Very well, they breached the rules, but should the positive outcome excuse their transgressions? Does this not indirectly encourage students to disregard regulations? Asace spoke slowly, his words laced with noble elegance, yet their content sent shivers through the assembly. Dumbledore was left speechless, while Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement, and other professors fell into deep contemplation. They were fortunate this time to have escaped unscathed, if next time, due to their luck. A student who had flouted the rules encountered misfortune, who should be blamed? Themselves for breaking the rules, or their lack of fortune? As his words echoed, the young witches and wizards began to murmur amongst themselves. Had it been anyone else, they might have dismissed it, but Asace had taught some of them, and his knowledge had earned widespread recognition. In their daily interactions, he was gentle and courteous, patient and kind to the inquisitive students. It could be said that none who had interacted with him held any dislike for him. Thus, his reputation was esteemed across every college, to the extent that any doubts he raised prompted rational contemplation among his peers. Dumbledore felt a jolt in his heart, simultaneously acknowledging Asace's words. Very well. For their breach of school regulations, the points they earned shall be halved. I apologize, headmaster. I am merely concerned for the well-being of my friends at Hogwarts, unwilling to witness any friend lose their life due to recklessness. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. The House Cup was once again up for grabs, yet Asace remained standing. I selflessly contribute to the school, though it hardly bears repeating. However, Mr. Duval diligently manages various applications daily. providing guidance to his fellow students while overseeing substantial funds to alleviate their concerns. I believe he deserves some recognition for his efforts, does he not? Mr. Duval at the Slytherin table looked up in astonishment, taken aback that he was included. As he raised his gaze, he did not observe any reaction from Aces, but noticed the approving nods from the young wizards he had assisted, warming his heart and dissipating nearly a year's worth of fatigue. Witnessing this, Dumbledore could only nod in resignation. Certainly, let us add points for Mr. Duval. He paused, recalling that he had awarded Harry and his friends an absurdly high score to surpass Slytherin, and now lowering it would not bode well. He glanced at Aces, seeking his thoughts. Yet, Aces appeared preoccupied with the ceiling and the floor, deliberately signaling his disinterest in participating. Dumbledore felt a slight headache coming on. Considering the funding for the next semester, he steeled himself. For Mr. Duval's tireless efforts, Slytherin shall receive an additional 100 points. The score overwhelmingly surpassed Gryffindor, prompting applause from the young wizards of all houses, though Harry and his friends felt a touch of awkwardness. Aces surveyed the entire hall, his gaze landing on Snape, whose demeanor had noticeably relaxed, and his heart lifted. He then gracefully took a seat, content to remain in the shadows of his accomplishments. Chapter 172, Costume Game, Part 1. Aces, you are so cool, Draco exclaimed, eagerly approaching Aces. Unfazed, Aces held up a finger to discourage Draco from encroaching upon his personal space, admonishing, sit properly. Where are your manners? Draco shot him an annoyed glare before complying and returning to his seat. The feast concluded, and the young wizards clustered in groups, heading towards Hogsmeade Station to board the train home. The train, brimming with excitement for the journey back, thundered towards its destination. Upon arrival, Aces, hands empty, navigated through the throngs of people alongside Eliza. Anna and the Duke stood outside the crowd, smiling as they watched them. When the four reunited, Anna promptly embraced both Aces and Eliza, exclaiming, I missed you both so much. With each hug, she reiterated her sentiment. I missed you too, Mom and Dad. Aces replied gently, his gaze drifting to the Duke, who had been overlooked. The Duke nodded with satisfaction, so did I. The group exchanged little conversation, and after the embraces, they all returned to Cavendish Manor together. Once they landed, Aces turned to Eliza. Eliza, please return to your room. I need to discuss a few matters with Father and Mother. Eliza nodded respectfully, taking her luggage and heading upstairs first. Aces, what is this about? Anna inquired, looking at her son with a hint of surprise, having sensed a change in him from the very beginning. To the study, he replied. The Duke also regarded Aces, both parents evidently recognizing something amiss. In the study, the atmosphere was strangely tense. So, you are 18 now? Anna furrowed her brow, pinching Aces' cheek and tugging at it. My son is an adult? She still struggled to believe it. Aces reclined on the sofa, gazing at his mother with a resigned expression. Yes, Mother, you are not mistaken. However, there's another matter. My cheek is a bit sore. Could you ease up? Oh, my apologies. I merely wish to confirm its authenticity, Anna said without remorse, pinching Aces' cheeks a couple more times before releasing him. Then, a thought occurred to her, and with enthusiasm, she asked, Didn't you say you could transform? Show me. Aces, meeting Anna's eager gaze, channeled his magical energy to his hands. As Anna's astonishment and the Duke's shock unfolded before him, Aces' silver hair gradually cascaded down, flowing freely. Merlin, long-haired Aces. Anna's eyes sparkled as she scrutinized him. My darling, you look absolutely stunning. Cough, cough, cough. The Duke suddenly cleared his throat, subtly signaling Anna. Ignoring him, Anna remained captivated by her newly adorned son, a son with long, silver hair. Merlin. The Duke, witnessing this, intensified his attempts to gain Anna's attention. Cough, 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 cough. Finally, with such noise, Anna reluctantly diverted her gaze to the Duke, only to respond with a cool remark. Dear, if your throat is bothering you, perhaps you should visit St. Mungo's and refrain from interrupting my time with our son. With that, she turned her attention back to her precious son, cherishing the moment. What is this nonsense? The Duke, unable to suppress his irritation, glared at Aces, exclaiming, This is all your fault. Aces, equally exasperated, returned the Duke a look of helplessness. He had been subjected to his mother's affectionate torment, his face flushed, and Anna showed no signs of stopping. I refuse to tolerate this. The Duke's eyes flashed with menace as he glared at Aces. Release your mother at once. Wasn't this a predicament for him? Aces sighed heavily within, then offered a gentle smile. Mother, I believe we have some matters to discuss. In this current state, his appearance starkly contrasted with the usual sharpness associated with the Cavendish family. It could even be described as entirely opposite, had one not known in advance. Even Anna standing before him would have struggled to recognize Aces. In her eyes, he appeared thus, a man with cascading silver hair, delicate features that were cold and distant when unsmiling, yet warm and pure as a unicorn when he smiled, his beautiful eyes curving gently with warmth and entreaty. What to do when beauty is overwhelmingly captivating? Anna silently berated her wavering resolve, yet her body betrayed her, as she promptly released her guilty grip. I will heed your words. I shall listen to you. The Duke grew even more incensed. If looks could kill, Asace would have been thoroughly annihilated. Observing the Duke's futile attempts to glare at him, a playful idea suddenly flashed through Asace's mind. He cast a sidelong glance at the Duke, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, and then, under the Duke's horrified gaze, began to speak slowly. Mother, I see father glaring at me. The Duke's eyes widened in disbelief. Staring at Asace, what are you doing? Glaring at his handsome son. Anna immediately turned around, catching the Duke's gaze, which had yet to retract. William Cavendish. The Duke's glare intensified 1,000-fold, piercing through the air. The Duke, meanwhile, retaliated with a furious glare at Asace. Asace Cavendish. Asace quickly sought refuge. Mother. Seeing his lack of remorse, Anna stood up in indignation, seizing the Duke's arm and pushing him out, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Darling, please wait a moment. Do not interrupt my conversation with our son. With a threatening gaze cast upon him, the Duke gritted his teeth, swallowing this defeat. Asace Cavendish, you will pay for this. He left the study, having begrudgingly uttered his last words. Anna, unable to contain her excitement, returned to the study. My darling son, I recently found a few exquisite suits. Would you be available to try them on? Asace remained silent, looking at her with suspicion. Rest assured, they are for men elsewhere. Understanding his worries, Anna added reassuringly. Of course, it would be my honor. Asace remained oblivious to the profound anguish that this phrase would soon inflict upon his life. The following morning, shortly after finishing his breakfast, he was mysteriously ushered into a brand new room by Anna. Mother, what is this? Asace leaned against the doorway, surveying the wardrobe within. His expression tinged with exasperation. I seem to recall that we never had such a room in our home before. Of course not. This is a dressing room I hastily prepared for you last night, Anna exclaimed, pulling Asace inside with enthusiasm. You must quickly transform into that form. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at him. Unable to resist the fervent look of his mother, Asace complied, activating the enchanting pattern. The beautiful design illuminated, and the long-haired version of Asace reappeared. Indeed, no matter how many times he beheld it, this incarnation of Asace was undeniably handsome. Anna meticulously scrutinized him from head to toe before leading him to the wardrobe. Chapter 173, The Dress-Up Game, Part 2, as the wardrobe swung open. It revealed an array of exquisitely luxurious gowns, their sheer number causing Asace to question his very existence. Mother, if memory serves, you just created this dressing room last night. What are the gowns inside? I went early this morning to retrieve them. All those I deemed unsuitable for you and your father, yet undeniably beautiful, Anna replied. Ever keen on coordinating outfits for the two men, and possessing an impeccable eye for fashion, she had curated nearly all the gowns in the Duke's and Asace's wardrobes. Asace raised an eyebrow. Unsuitable yet beautiful? So, am I now deemed suitable? At this, Anna playfully pinched his cheek with her delicate fingers. With your current visage, I believe you would look splendid in anything. Go on, try that silver embroidered gown first. It should pair nicely with your coloring, Anna urged, pointing to a gown nestled at the edge. Reluctantly, Asace acquiesced. Fine. He had no choice but to comply with Anna's wishes. So he took the gown and headed towards the changing room. Once dressed, Asace adjusted his cufflinks and stepped out, calling, Mother, I'm ready. Anna, engrossed in a newly arrived catalog of gowns, was lost in thought until she heard his voice. Her gaze shot up, momentarily rendered speechless by the sight before her. The tall, statuesque figure of a man, with silvery hair cascading over the equally silver gown, shimmered like a delicate embellishment, subtly swaying with his movements. Mother, what do you think? Asace inquired, lowering his gaze to meet hers. Anna remained silent, her eyes fixed upon him. Mother? He repeated, raising his voice slightly. What? Anna suddenly snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling with an almost frightening brilliance. What did you say? Oh, yes, you look marvelous, simply splendid. She then seemed to regret her moment of hesitation, exclaiming, Merlin's beard, I should not have hesitated just now. Nina, order every style I just saw. Bring them all home. Nina, who had been waiting in the corner, sprang into action, her excitement palpable. Yes, madam, I shall procure them at once. With that, she snapped her fingers and vanished from view. Asace watched Nina depart, yearning to escape himself, but was interrupted by Anna's insistence. Darling, continue changing, don't stop. Proceed in order. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and Asace felt an ominous premonition brewing within him. He recognized that resisting would likely be futile, yet he still attempted to protest. Mother, I suddenly remembered that I have an experiment I Haven T conducted recently. I could accompany you later. The experiment involved potion making, assigned by his professor. Potions? Anna seemed uncertain about that, but dismissed it. No matter. Just change first. We have plenty of time. After all, the holiday is still long. Are you attempting to refuse me? Anna looked at Asace with a feigned sorrowfulness. My precious son doesn't he wish to accompany his mother anymore. It was so much better when you were little. Obedient and sweet. She feigned distress, covering her face with her delicate hands. Had it been anyone else, Asace might have cast them aside, but this was Anna. He could not bear to see her feigned sadness, even if it was insincere. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and relented. Fine. The gowns flowed over Asace like a gentle stream, leaving no trace behind, save for the increasingly radiant glimmer in Anna's eyes. After finally changing into the last gown, Asace collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Mother, I'm finished. Merlin knew that changing clothes could be so tiring. He half closed his eyes, feeling lethargic. Finished? So soon? Anna seemed a bit disappointed, eager to say more when Nina returned with the garments. Quickly, the new ones have arrived. Asace. Anna blinked expectantly. Under the onslaught of her enthusiasm, Asace capitulated once more. Very well, I will continue changing. After yet another seemingly endless round of outfit changes, Asace, now draped in a dark patterned gown, languidly reclined on the sofa. Mother, can this suffice? Anna did not respond, but instead busied herself with the muggle camera that had just been delivered, taking photographs with fervor. Asace, could you shift slightly to the side? Asace complied. Sure. Anna raised an eyebrow playfully. His weary body instinctively obeyed the command. Yes, just like that. Don't move. Darling, you are truly stunning. If only you weren't my son. Mother, comments like that might make father jealous. Click. Anna captured the moment, documenting Asace's resigned expression. My son is simply too handsome. By the way, what were you saying just now? I said nothing. Is it over now, mother? Indeed it is. Before Asace could breathe a sigh of relief, Anna's spirited voice rang out once more. Once I've had a chance to shop for suitable clothes, we shall continue. Very well, as long as it pleases you. Asace pushed aside his long hair, disregarding etiquette, sprawling out fully on the sofa. A moment later, he recalled something and sat up straight. Oh, mother. We ought to find a time to meet with Lucius and the others. He doesn't intend to make our relationship public, but we could gather privately. All right. You should write him a letter to check in and arrange a time for us to meet. Speaking of which, I have yet to meet my adorable godson. Anna's excitement grew as she fiddled with the camera, casting playful glances at Asace. Asace, is he amusing? Her implication was clear. Was that child entertaining? If you meet him, you'll know. I will return to the study to write the letter. I trust you will like him. For his peculiarities are nearly identical to yours. Off you go. I shall continue to peruse the gowns. With that, Anna resumed her meticulous selection from the catalog. Observing Anna lost in her own world of fashion, Asace felt a mix of exasperation and acceptance. Her happiness outweighed everything else. Back in the study, Asace penned a heartfelt letter to Lucius, filled with warm wishes, and as he neared the end, he earnestly inquired about scheduling a meeting between their families. After dispatching the letter, he did not pause, but instead retrieved another sheet of paper. This time, he wrote slowly, often pausing to carefully consider his words. This letter was intended for Severus. The thought had struck him while composing his note to Lucius. He was curious about what Severus might be engaged in during the holiday. Would he be immersed in brewing potions, experimenting with new concoctions, or leisurely engrossed in a book for half the day? Ultimately, he poured his recent queries regarding potions onto the pages, before unwittingly delving into a lengthy discourse. By the time he set down his quill, elegant and fluid prose filled 2 entire sheets of paper. This left Asace somewhat apprehensive that Severus might impatiently discard the letter. Chapter 174, Writing Letters. After much contemplation, he retrieved another sheet of paper, excising a significant portion of his previous greeting, and rewrote a more concise letter. After a meticulous review to ensure that everything was in order, Asace carefully folded the stationery and placed it within the envelope, sealing it with wax. Aurora, the majestic owl, promptly flew to the desk at the sound of his voice, tilting her head in a charming manner. Although Asace was unaware of Snape's address, he had faith that the owl could locate the recipient on her own. However, he harbored concerns that the cautious potions master might have set a banishing charm around his residence, potentially impairing the owl's judgment. Considering Snape's usual demeanor, Asace deemed this a distinct possibility. He affectionately stroked Aurora's head as she strutted across the desk, awaiting her master's command. Aurora, be clever and do not lose your way. Hoo-hoo. Aurora vociferously protested Asace's lack of trust. In a hurry, Asace offered her a treat, conceding, all right, I shouldn't doubt you. He waited until Aurora had calmed down and finished her snack before handing her the letter. The owl took the letter with a haughty demeanor. giving Ausace one final loud hoot before gracefully soaring through the open window, leaving behind a gently swaying pane and a bemused Ausace. Aurora's temper seemed to be increasingly irritable. With a resigned gesture, Ausace closed the window. Watching the departing owl, he paused and once more picked up his quill to compose another letter. This missive was addressed to Grindelwald, who was far away in Nurmengard. Since Grindelwald had left home, the two had maintained correspondence, allowing Ausace to understand the psyche of the solitary elder and to offer timely solace to this love-stricken man, thereby preventing similar occurrences in the future. He dreaded the day he might unexpectedly encounter Grindelwald at Hogwarts, a surprise no one desired. The letter was filled with warm greetings, interspersed with comments about a recent disagreement he had with Dumbledore regarding the House Cup. In conclusion, Ausace subtly inquired about Grindelwald's romantic life, asking if he needed any literature on love, for he had a veritable mountain of such volumes at home. According to Anna, it was how the Duke had wooed her. With the final letter dispatched, Ausace felt considerably lighter, leaning back in his chair to rest his eyes as he awaited Lucius's reply. It was not long before the owl returned, bearing Lucius's response. Ausace waved to open the window and retrieved the letter from the owl's talon. The writing was fluid and ornate, clearly the work of Lucius himself. Skipping over the lengthy pleasantries, Ausace quickly sought out Lucius's reply, which, in both form and content, bore little resemblance to a typical Malfoy correspondence. Ausace raised an eyebrow and scrutinized the letter closely. The response was succinct, clearly stating the time and place, devoid of any superfluous niceties. Holding the letter in one hand, his fingertips grazed over the familiar, sharp script, landing upon the word witness. And a flicker of suspicion ignited within him. This notion brought him an unexpected sense of delight. He swiftly penned a reply, sending it forth without waiting for a response, and proceeded to the castle's potions room. If his suspicions were accurate, it was time to complete the remaining assignments. Unbeknownst to Ausace, his correspondence had cast an odd atmosphere over Malfoy Manor. Within the study of Malfoy Manor, two men faced each other across the sofa, or rather, the Platinum Peacock presumed it was a standoff. Compared to the psychologically adept double agent, Lucius seemed to be at a disadvantage, unable to suppress his insatiable curiosity for long. Severus, what exactly is your relationship with Ausace? Snape, maintaining an impassive countenance, took a sip of his warm tea, ignoring the inquiry. The Platinum Peacock, unwilling to relent, pressed. How about you let me take a glance at that letter? Just one glance. As he spoke, his hand reached tentatively towards the envelope on the table. At last, Snape reacted, his cold gaze slicing through Lucius's outstretched hand like a dagger. I trust you do not wish to know your fate. Lucius felt a chill run down his spine, retracting his hand immediately. Just a jest, just a jest. Severus, you are becoming increasingly difficult. The volume of his voice dwindled under Snape's piercing gaze, fading into silence. This younger student was becoming less amusing and more unapproachable. Lucius internally grumbled, still curious about their connection. Earlier, while conversing with Snape, he had received a letter from Ausace. Upon reading its contents, he had proposed that Snape act as their witness in his reply. After much persuasion, Snape had finally relented, and the second letter was dispatched. Initially, he assumed Ausace had more to convey, hence the second letter. However, the White Owl, ignoring him entirely, flew directly to Snape. Under their watchful eyes, the majestic owl landed gracefully before Snape, hooting repeatedly while nodding her head, signaling for the letter. Once the letter was retrieved, Lucius noticed that the recipient's name was written as Snape. His curiosity piqued. He wondered if Ausace was monitoring them. Unfortunately, Snape dismissed his suspicion, leading to the current standoff. You truly cannot divulge anything to me? Snape could no longer endure Lucius's blunt curiosity, his tone laced with sarcasm. Can you not engage your brain, corroded by beauty potions? What could a student possibly write to me? Ausace is such a diligent learner? Lucius mused. Rather than concern yourself with him, perhaps you should be guiding Draco? After all, I see none of the Malfoy spirit within him at present. This recollection left Lucius morose, disregarding the potion's master's lethal glare as he launched into a new round of lamentation. With anticipation building, time passed swiftly. Before long, the appointed day arrived. On this occasion, under Anna's enthusiastic guidance, Ausace donned a new outfit she had purchased. In Anna's words, even if he could not grow long hair, her son must look his best and absolutely not be outshone. The Duke felt no resentment. After witnessing Ausace's disheveled appearance, he had already lost any sense of jealousy. In fact, regarding Ausace, he felt a strange combination of heartache and relief. Thank goodness it was not he who was enduring such trials. Chapter 175, Gathering at the Manor. The trio, resplendent in their attire, arrived at the location Lucius had designated. It was a modestly sized estate under the Malfoy name. As they approached, Draco spotted them from outside and rushed over. Ausace, he exclaimed joyfully, charging toward Ausace. However, upon seeing the Duke and Anna beside him, the small cannonball abruptly halted, suddenly shy as he turned to face Anna and the Duke. "Good day, Duke of Devonshire." "Good day, Lady Cavendish." The tousled hair that had scattered during his run framed his face, shining like a radiant little sun. Observing the adorably polite little peacock, Anna felt her heartstrings tugged. How adorable. I can hardly bear it. He was the child she adored. Anna beamed warmly, crouching to meet Draco's gaze. "Are you to be my future godson? May I call you Draco?" The tenderness in Anna's eyes made Draco so nervous that he nearly bit his tongue. He stammered, "Of course, Your Grace. No need for such formality. Just call me Godmother, as it is bound to happen eventually." "Godmother," Anna mused with a hint of amusement, though she refrained from laughing, considering Draco's evident anxiety as he frequently glanced toward Ausace. "Do not be nervous, speak slowly. Do I appear frightening?" As she spoke, she comfortingly ruffled Draco's hair, a gesture strikingly similar to how she consoled Ausace, allowing Draco to relax. "Not at all. Godfather, Godmother, it was my rudeness." Now composed, Draco resembled a little prince, poised and graceful. "Well done, Draco," Anna praised instinctively, pleased to see his excellent performance. Draco, bright-eyed at the compliment, turned his gaze toward Anna, thrilled by the acknowledgement from his godmother. Unable to withstand the intensity of his gaze, Anna engaged him in a caring conversation, to which Draco dutifully responded. In the presence of elders, especially those he cherished, Draco typically suppressed all his temper, behaving in a manner that was nothing short of endearing. It was impossible not to like him, and Anna was no exception. Meanwhile, Ausace and the Duke stood forgotten to the side, observing the interaction between Draco and Anna. The Duke's sharp gaze pierced through Ausace, silently questioning, "Is this the Part2 you have brought us? Is it not enough for you to monopolize your mother's attention?" Distracted, Ausace's gaze wandered inward. Feeling the Duke's stare, he casually returned it with a glance. "Isn't this rather good?" he mused, then turned his attention back, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Where's the professor? Why haven't I seen him? Did I misjudge? Is the witness not the professor? That handwriting and tone certainly belonged to him." Thoughts swirled in his mind, and he remained oblivious to the Duke's discontented glare. Finally, unable to contain himself, the Duke leaned closer, hissing in Ausace's ear, "Ausace Cavendish, have you been drifting lately?" Although he had long been the least esteemed member of the family, never had he felt so wronged as he did during this period, all of which stemmed from Ausace's actions. Anger flickered in his eyes as he fixed a steely glare on Ausace. Snapping back to reality, Ausace quickly raised a hand to placate his irate father. "I haven't been drifting, I was just lost in thought. Let's head inside first. I'll go fetch Mother." The Duke huffed in response, casting a glance at Anna. With a hint of resignation, Ausace approached the duo, interrupting their conversation. "Mother, shouldn't we go inside first?" "Indeed, let's proceed. Come along, little dragon," Anna said, wrapping an arm around Draco's shoulders and leading him inside. Left behind, the Duke and Ausace exchanged glances and followed suit. Within the manor, Lucius, Narcissa, and Snape were engaged in conversation, which ceased abruptly upon the arrival of the four. "It is a pleasure to see you, Mr. Cavendish," Lucius greeted, stepping forward to acknowledge the Duke, who immediately shed his earlier ire towards Ausace, responding warmly to Lucius's salutation. "Just call me William, Mr. Malfoy, no need for formality." They both donned the same disingenuous smiles, conversing as if they were old acquaintances. Narcissa followed closely behind Lucius, greeting everyone before complimenting Anna's dress. This shared topic sparked a conversation between the two equally noble and beautiful women, ranging from attire to children, while Draco dutifully stood by his mother's side. The air was filled with pleasant chatter, infused with the melodious tones of aristocracy, as Ausace made his way directly towards Snape, who was seated on the sofa. So it was indeed the professor who acted as the witness. I assumed that with Mr. Ausace's cleverness, he would not doubt this, he reflected. However, the professor has been unresponsive, leaving me uncertain if my cleverness was indeed correct. Ausace settled onto the sofa near Snape, gazing at him earnestly. "Professor, why did you choose to be the witness?" Snape tossed a piece of parchment toward him, which Ausace fumbled to catch. "What is this?" "Of course. It contains the answers to the questions that made me question whether you are truly serious about studying potions," Snape replied, his tone characteristically long-winded and laced with sarcasm. However, Ausace sensed something amiss. Snape typically refrained from mocking him, reserving such remarks for students who had exploded cauldrons. He subtly shifted his gaze toward Lucius, who was observing them. "And understood. Thank you for your efforts, Professor," Ausace replied politely, glancing at the parchment. The dense, powerful script filled the page, interspersed with sharp sarcasm. Truly, he thought with a silent chuckle, one could always count on the professor for that. Maintaining an impassive facade, Ausace examined the correspondence with the seriousness befitting an academic inquiry. Upon finishing the last line, he looked up, puzzled. Professor, wouldn't such a method of modification compromise the potion's efficacy? Both the first and second steps seem to present significant risks to the potion's properties. Snape pointed slowly to a minuscule note, remarking, "Your performance compels me to question the utility of those circular objects atop your head." Ausace followed Snape's finger to a small annotation. Note, this method is applicable only to herbs with anomalous properties. Anomalous properties? Ausace pondered, while the text does not record this. It is indeed true that herbs possess varying properties depending on their region of growth. Yet, he hesitated to continue. Snape interrupted. There is no yet. Do not conflate your limited understanding with the entirety of knowledge. It will only serve to make you appear foolish. Oh, Severus. Do not be so harsh on Ausace. He is still a child, Lucius interjected with a jovial smile, attempting to mediate, before turning to introduce the Duke. This is Severus. You should be acquainted with him. He is Ausace's head of house and potions master. Snape nodded at the Duke, who returned the gesture politely. Indeed, I am familiar. Ausace has been diligently studying potions at home, stating that his professor has assigned him work. Ausace is quite the eager student, not even taking a break during the holidays. I wonder how you have managed to raise such an exceptional child. Ha ha ha, we hardly did anything. Ausace is simply obedient. The Duke smiled, praising Draco, who stood between the two ladies. I see that Draco is also quite remarkable, obedient and charming. My wife is utterly pleased with him. The two continued their exchange of compliments and subtle probing, laughter echoing throughout the room. Chapter 176, Mutual Address by Given Names. Ausace observed the conversation between the Duke and Lucius with a smile, while his peripheral vision remained on Snape, who was sipping tea and perusing a book. Is the professor feeling a bit bored? Noticing Snape's leisurely page-turning, Ausace responded to Lucius's inquiries while his mind wandered. While they could not converse openly, surely a private discussion would be permissible? The communication spell he had devised was previously gifted to the professor, so a chat should be feasible. Ausace smiled, subtly controlling his magic. Professor? A voice echoed in his mind, halting Snape's page-turning. Why? Does the professor wish to be the witness? I assumed you were aware of my relationship with Lucius. As friends? If your next statements are merely these trifles, I suggest you remain silent. These are not trifles. I am simply concerned for you. Professor, please do not be so fierce. Even through the spell, Snape's skepticism was palpable. Am I? Fierce. Was he not being sufficiently amiable to this insipid oaf? The professor is not even that harsh with Draco. Perhaps due to the nature of the spell allowing only the two to hear, Ausace's tone grew casual, tinged with an unidentifiable accusation. Huh, I knew it. This oaf is always one to take advantage. Snape brusquely turned the pages of his book, while simultaneously sending forth a wave of sarcasm through magic. If you no longer require that object around your neck, I can reluctantly assist you in removing it. There is no need for you to go to such lengths to test my limits. The cold words penetrated Ausace's mind, causing him to shiver and snap to attention. Professor, I was wrong, he conceded, carefully avoiding the scrutiny of others while assessing the potion's master's expression. The master of potions bore an inscrutable expression, compelled to continue his magical communication. Was the professor angry? Severus Snape ignored him. Professor? 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 The incessant calls echoed in Snape's mind, akin to a swarm of bees buzzing around him, utterly bothersome. Silence. Bang. A hefty tome was forcefully shut, the fingers gripping the book turning pale with strain. Aces observed the pulsing veins atop the hand, acutely aware that had it been just the two of them, that very book might have found its way to his head. The sudden interruption disrupted the ongoing tug-of-war among the attendees, their gazes converging on Snape, and the surroundings fell into an abrupt hush. Snape's countenance remained impassive, seemingly unchanged. Yet Lucius, possessing a fair understanding of his junior, recognized that beneath the fade of stoicism, impatience simmered within him, though the cause of this vexation eluded Lucius. A probing glance flitted towards Aces, who maintained an air of calm, revealing nothing. With so many present, Lucius discreetly signaled to Snape, fearing that the master of potions might take offense and depart. Swiftly, Aces and the Duke exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's thoughts. The Duke, with a smile, drew Draco closer, remarking, "It seems I have yet to learn much about Draco. Is he 2 years younger than Aces?" Lucius would be a fool to believe even a word of the Duke's statement. He had no doubt that by the time they had agreed to become Draco's godparents, Draco's dossier had already been laid before them. Nevertheless, he played along with the Duke's banter. Indeed, 2 years younger than Aces. Speaking of which, Draco will require Ace's guidance at school. Nonsense. It is only natural for an elder brother to care for his younger sibling. Yes, I misspoke. Come, let us sit and converse. The group exchanged pleasantries as they settled into their seats, engaging in various topics of discussion. Lucius, ever the diplomat, occasionally drew Snape into the conversation, and under his deft maneuvering, the atmosphere grew lively once more. Aces sat beside Draco, quietly observing their back and forth. With the Duke and Anna present, he felt no need to participate in their dialogue. Instead, he focused on assessing Draco's progress in spellcasting while subtly probing the Master of Potions' limits. Aces, Professor, since we are not at school, may I address you by your given name? Snape, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied, silence. Aces, but both Lucius and I refer to each other by our given names. Snape's brows furrowed slightly. Be silent. Aces, if the professor permits me to address him by his name, I shall remain quiet. Snape's hand, poised near his wand, twitched with agitation. He regretted agreeing to serve as a witness. Professor? Professor? A crack appeared silently in the cup held by Snape, only to vanish just as quietly. This subtle shift was noted only by the ever-watchful Aces. A chill began to creep down his spine. Yet he was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity to address the professor informally. Thus, he cautiously probed again. Professor, may I? The hesitance in his tone was glaringly evident. Irksome to Snape, who cast a quick, impatient glare at Aces. Just as Aces resigned himself to the belief that this attempt had failed, the Master of Potions' response emerged, laced with irritation. Yes. So, can you now be silent? The words bore a veiled threat, yet their content filled Aces with unrestrained joy. Certainly, Severus. I assure you, I will not intrude. A jubilant tone resonated in his mind, causing Snape to momentarily pause his tea drinking. Following this, Aces indeed ceased his transmissions and focused intently on evaluating Draco's academic accomplishments. Chapter 177, For the Crossbow. Before long, the conversation among the group neared its conclusion. Observing the smiles on the Duke and Lucius' faces, one could easily infer that their gains had been substantial. As Aces and the others prepared to depart, Lucius even warmly escorted them to the door, only turning to leave after the Duke's repeated refusals. Watching Lucius walk away, radiating satisfaction, Aces squinted slightly. It seems Lucius is quite pleased with the outcome of our discussion. The Duke shot him a glance. After our lengthy conversation, did you hear nothing? I was assessing Draco's progress and didn't pay attention, Aces replied. Really? The Duke's skepticism was palpable, even while checking on learning progress. It was implausible to have heard not a single word. What of your usual ability to multitask? His scrutinizing gaze was too evident. Before Aces could respond, Anna intervened, shoving him aside. Son, just answer the questions without overcomplicating things. Aces followed Anna's lead, nodding vigorously at the Duke. Mother is right. You. What do you mean by you? You still wish to intimidate my son? With Anna present, Aces felt entirely secure, using the opportunity to raise an eyebrow at the Duke. The Duke's eyes sparked with indignation. However, my son, what is your relationship with Professor Snape? Before Aces could bask in his triumph for too long, Anna's focus abruptly shifted to him. Was it not your interruption that caused him to slam the book shut earlier? The Duke regarded Aces with a leisurely curiosity, eager for the unfolding drama. Yes, I was chatting with the professor, and it disturbed him. Anna's brow furrowed slightly. What of your manners, Aces? The professor is not a stranger. Upon hearing Ace's response, Anna halted, scrutinizing his expression, prompting even the Duke to regard him with seriousness. Aces remained composed, allowing their examination while discreetly casting a charm to envelop their surroundings. After a moment, Anna spoke again. If I recall correctly, Professor Snape is a Death Eater. Indeed, Mother. Do you remember the purpose of your visit to Hogwarts? I do. Anna reached out to smooth Ace's tousled hair, her touch tender and patient, causing the Duke to feel a swell of emotion. As long as you are aware and understand your actions, that is sufficient. She did not intend to interfere with Ace's friendships. He had his own life to lead, and even as his mother, she could not control his destiny. Aces lowered his head to facilitate Anna's gesture, smiling. Of course. I am fully aware of my actions. Thank you, Mother. Cough, cough, cough. A loud cough erupted from the Duke, prompting Aces to chuckle and add, and thank you, Father. Only then did the Duke relent. Following their official acknowledgement as godparents, the two estates discreetly orchestrated the establishment of a network beyond the Ministry of Magic. Consequently, Draco found himself frequently visiting the Cavendish estate, spending nearly every day there or en route to it. Aces sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the parchment in hand. Hearing the voice, he instinctively raised his hand to block Draco's advance. Once again thwarted, Draco swatted his hand away in annoyance. Hey, why do you always do that? Aces set down the parchment, exasperatedly looking at Draco. Draco, I remember you just returned home this morning, right? Draco flopped onto the sofa, comfortably requesting Nina to fetch him snacks. If you weren't so busy disappearing every day, would I need to come over so often? As he voiced this, Draco pouted in displeasure, casting a reproachful glance at Aces. 5 times. 5 times. I've come over a dozen times, and only seen you 5. Faced with an irate Draco, Aces felt equally helpless. Ever since his father learned of his coming of age, he began taking him out frequently to manage family affairs, introducing him to a myriad of people. After a month, Aces felt as though his face had nearly frozen in a smile. Yet, in stark contrast, his name had now firmly established itself in the public eye. Where once people referred to him merely as the heir of Cavendish, now, when they spoke of him, they thought of him alone. Flipping through the report in his hands, Aces wisely chose to divert the conversation. Have you completed your assignment? Not yet. But isn't there still time? Draco replied nonchalantly. Indeed, there is time, but you cannot procrastinate until the very last day. Let me clarify, I will not assist you. Draco accepted the snack that Nina offered, dismissively snorting at Aces. I don't need your help. I can handle it myself. Aces harbored doubts about his words, but refrained from contradicting him, simply gathering the various industry reports in his hands. I have some time today. Since you are reluctant to work on your assignment, it's the perfect opportunity for me to assess your progress. Assess progress? Draco's eyes darted around, and he quickly donned a smile. What about that crossbow? If you can endure half an hour under Alyssa's supervision, even if it isn't ready yet, I will procure it for you. How about that? Draco sprang up from the sofa, his gaze intense as he looked at Aces. No backing out. Of course not. The training ground at Cavendish Manor awaited them. Aces led Draco inside. It was Draco's first visit to this training facility, and he marveled at his surroundings. The expansive area was replete with various training equipment, and numerous wooden dummies stood erect, appearing quite novel. Draco examined each one, many of which he did not know how to use, yet they all seemed exceedingly fun. He eagerly looked at the equipment. Aces, can I try? Not yet. You must first master the shield charm. Aces unhesitatingly declined him. The equipment lacked safety measures, and even he, an adept at the shield charm, often found himself injured. Draco, feeling indignant, was about to protest when Aces pointed to a precarious figure in the corner. If you attempt to use any of this without mastering the shield charm, your fate will be far worse than hers. With that, Aces reluctantly flicked his wand, summoning the nearly exhausted Alyss. You pushed yourself too hard, Alyss. Thank you, sir. Alyss replied, sitting on the ground in a disheveled state, her voice intermittent and her breathing rapid. Sir, do not worry. I asked Nina to pull me out if I collapsed. Alyss held Aces' words in high regard, yet on this matter, she showed no willingness to compromise, regardless of how many times Aces insisted. Understanding her reasoning, Aces did not press further. Rest for a moment, then have a duel with Draco. Yes, sir. Alyss turned to prepare for a break in the corner when Aces called out to her. Wait, Alyss, do you have any energy potions left? Alyss lowered her head, her gaze fixed on Aces' feet. None. Aces, unsurprised by her answer, knew she spent every day in the training room. Any remaining energy potions would have been a shock. Chapter 178. The vacation is drawing to a close. Running his fingers over the alchemical ring, Aces retrieved 3 energy potions and handed them to her. Use these 3 today. I will have someone bring you more later. Inform me when you run out. Thank you, sir. Alyss accepted the potions and downed them in one go, her complexion showing no change. Aces glanced at her with a hint of astonishment. Draco, more straightforward, looked at her with admiration. The SS emblem on these potions mirrored that of the beauty potions they regularly consumed, and he recognized the creator. These were the works of their headmaster. The headmaster's potions were effective and quick-acting, albeit with a particularly unpleasant taste. To imbibe them without flinching was a testament to one's fortitude. Draco began to worry whether he could endure half an hour under such a formidable opponent. The effects of the potions were indeed swift. Before long, Alyss appeared revitalized as she looked at Aces. Sir, I am ready. Then let us commence. Draco and Alyss took their positions on the dueling platform, solemnly eyeing each other before bowing and turning away. Disarm your weapons. Draco struck first, casting the disarming spell he had been practicing. Alyss remained unperturbed, swiftly sidestepping to evade the incoming spell. She countered with her own disarming spell. Draco's reflexes faltered in comparison to hers, and he barely managed to dodge as the spell approached. At that moment, Alyss unleashed another spell in quick succession. Draco could only evade once again. Having just escaped one spell, a barrage of others followed, leaving him scrambling in disarray. Aces observed their movements from the sidelines, frowning slightly as he noted Draco's predicament. The spells on the platform spiraled out of control, primarily due to Alyssa's relentless onslaught, while Draco spent most of his time evading. Raising his hand, Aces cast a shield charm upon himself to prevent any accidental injuries. After dodging yet another spell, Draco gasped for breath, feeling utterly defeated. He had anticipated that after practicing for so long, even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't appear so inept. Yet now, he felt like a stray dog, desperately fleeing. In battle, losing focus was the gravest mistake. As Draco's concentration waned, he was struck by a spell that sent him crashing to the ground. With a thud, He landed heavily, exclaiming, "Ouch, my backside hurts." As he rolled on the ground, Ausace checked the time, noting it had been 10.5 minutes. The rolling peacock froze, his blue-gray eyes staring blankly at the ceiling lights, lost in thought. This duel is exhausting. If it weren't for my desire for that crossbow, I might have thought of conceding. Now that he was defeated, he regretted not conceding earlier. At least that would have spared him the pain. Draco lay on the ground, unwilling to move, the lights blinding, so he simply shut his eyes, remaining sprawled there. Seeing him unmoving, Elise momentarily halted her actions, aware of the dynamic between Draco and Ausace. "Sir, is Draco all right?" "He's fine, just being lazy," Ausace chuckled, knowing Draco better than Elise did. "Still not getting up?" "I want to get up without the crossbow." Draco peeked at Ausace with his blue-gray eyes, testing the waters. "If you don't get up soon, you really want to have it." Draco's eyes lit up. He rolled over and sat up, ignoring the ache in his backside. "I'm up. You can't back out now." "Good, then you can return to your assignment." Ausace raised his wand, healing Draco's bruises as he spoke. Draco winced, grimacing. "Given how serious you are about this request, I suppose I will reluctantly agree." As the light from the wand faded, Ausace helped Draco to his feet. "Get up and walk around. See if anything else hurts." Draco obediently stood, shaking out his arms and legs. "No more pain. All right, you may return now. I will not have time to accompany you further, but the crossbow will be delivered to you before school resumes." "Absolutely." The little peacock left in a flurry, tail high and cheerful. 2 weeks later, in a private room at the Three Broomsticks, the murmur of conversation dwindled, signaling the conclusion of the meeting inside. Ausace stood, smiling as he waved goodbye to Fudge, exchanging pleasantries. Once Fudge's figure was entirely out of sight, he wearily sank into his chair, rubbing his throbbing temples. Dealing with someone as cowardly yet adept at wielding power as Fudge required constant vigilance to appease his fragile ego while deftly sidestepping the traps he laid. More exhausting than handling Dumbledore. At least Dumbledore did not wish to drain his blood or extract his marrow. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Ausace's eyes. If only he could fully infiltrate the Ministry of Magic for now. His fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop as he organized his thoughts in his mind, reflecting on the current state of his family. The Ministry of Magic may still be lacking, but the newspaper should be nearly ready. If the intelligence gathered proves accurate, that Rita Skeeter would serve as a splendid point of leverage. Her drooping lashes conceal the machinations behind her eyes. After a brief respite to alleviate the throbbing at his temples, Ausace rose, meticulously smoothing the creases in his attire before departing from the Three Broomsticks. With a series of apparitions, Ausace found himself in Diagon Alley, observing the bustling crowd. A sudden recollection struck him. Today marked the day students procured their school supplies. Nina had taken charge of his own shopping, and with the flurry of activities he had been engaged in recently, such trivial matters had evaded his attention. Young witches and wizards darted past him, their lively chatter providing a modicum of relief from his fatigue. Embracing the notion that since he was already present, he ought not to waste the opportunity, Ausace adjusted his course towards the bustling Flourish and Blot's bookstore, where throngs of people were gathered, the air thick with a cacophony of voices. Once inside, the din escalated, an array of sounds vying for prominence, including a particularly jarring voice whose words eluded comprehension. Ausace felt his recently quieted mind begin to throb anew as his gaze swept through the crowd, ultimately landing on a flamboyantly dressed man clutching the stiff form of the Chosen One. Gilderoy Lockhart remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, reveling instead in the adulation of Harry's presence. The sensation of being in the spotlight enthralled him utterly. A smirk played upon Ausace's lips as he beheld Lockhart, resplendent as a peacock in full display. In the next instant, a silencing charm was cast upon him, soundlessly and without notice. Chapter 179, the first day of school after adulthood. Lockhart, brimming with excitement, grasped Harry's hand, eager to utter more words, only to find himself rendered mute. He opened his mouth in vain, attempting to produce sound, as those around him began to notice his peculiar silence. "Oh, Merlin, what has happened to our Lockhart? Surely, someone must be envious of Mr. Lockhart and has attacked him. By Merlin's beard, someone come and see what has befallen Mr. Lockhart." This small prank only heightened the commotion within the already raucous bookstore, compelling Ausace to turn away and exit Flourish and Blots, leaving the clamor behind. This incident could merely be regarded as a minor disruption in the tranquility of life, stirring no ripples in Ausace's mind. He promptly dismissed it from his thoughts. It was not until he encountered Lockhart again at Hogwarts that the memory resurfaced. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, excited young witches and wizards exchanged tales of their delightful holiday experiences. At the Slytherin table, the area near Ausace remained unusually quiet, with Carter and Elise cautiously sizing up his expression. "You mean that man up there is our new defense against the dark arts professor?" The silence was shattered as Ausace's cold voice silenced Elise and Carter, who dared not breathe, despite knowing that Aces was not targeting them. Yes, sir. That man is a renowned author, having penned numerous works, including the textbook for this semester. Renowned author? Aces narrowed his eyes, recalling the book he had perused, which bore little difference from mere fiction. Investigate him. I have an unsettling intuition. During the holiday, while Aces had taken over family affairs, Elise had begun to delve into intelligence work, now managing such matters in Aces' vicinity. Understood, sir, she replied with crisp efficiency. Nearby, Draco, intrigued by their hushed conversation, leaned in with his platinum locks, asking, "What are you discussing?" Elise glanced at Aces, her gaze lingering on the man at the staff table, and replied, "We are speaking of the new defense against the dark arts professor." Recalling something, Aces casually produced a small orb and handed it to Draco. The orb, smooth and pearl-like, shimmered with a rainbow sheen. "Your pendant was damaged last time. I haven't had the chance to craft a new one for you. Use this in the meantime. It serves as a protective charm. Always prioritize your safety." Draco accepted the orb with solemnity, assuring, "Rest assured, I am not that foolish." However, could the new pendant be more aesthetically pleasing? Something less simplistic? He gestured to the ornate brooch adorning his chest. Aces' eyes fell upon the intricate and lavish brooch, and he paused for a moment. "I understand. I shall adhere to your standards. However, your taste is excessively ornate, and I may not be able to achieve such complexity. Intricate designs hinder the inscription of magical runes." Feeling flattered, Draco brushed his fingers over his splendid brooch. "That is fine. Honestly, I'm not overly concerned about it." "Not concerned, yet you smile so brightly?" Aces mused, observing the small peacock's secretive grin. His gaze drifted back to the staff table, still devoid of that familiar figure, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. Is the professor not attending the opening feast? Or his gaze shifted to the Gryffindor table, finding no sign of the man there either. Has the chosen one encountered yet another predicament? Aces absently stroked the alchemical ring on his finger before retrieving the potion essay he had prepared during the holiday. Casting a glance at Carter and Elise, he discreetly departed the hall. As he approached the corridor leading to the dungeon, he instinctively softened his steps, raising an eyebrow as he observed Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall hurrying inside. It seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Casting a disillusionment charm upon himself to mask his footsteps, Aces quietly approached the dungeon. Upon reaching the door, he overheard Snape's animated voice. Concealing himself in the shadows, he strained to catch every word. The chosen one has been discovered by Muggles? Piecing together the fragments of information, Aces soon heard Snape propose the expulsion of Harry. Expel the chosen one? Aces' gaze swiftly scanned the expressions of the elderly figures within, exhaling a sigh of resignation. Having studied psychology, he had developed keen instincts, and his recent interactions with the troublesome nobility had sharpened his perception of emotional fluctuations to a remarkable degree. Though the elder's face bore little expression, Aces could discern his disapproval, even resistance, toward the suggestion. In an instant, myriad thoughts whirled in his mind, only to dissipate upon witnessing Snape's agitated demeanor. Ahem. Excuse me. Is Professor Snape present? A gentle voice interrupted the tense atmosphere in the dungeon, drawing several gazes toward the door where Aces stood knocking. Dumbledore was the first to respond, turning with a warm smile directed at Aces. "Ah, Mr. Cavendish. What brings you to seek Severus? I had some inquiries during the holiday that I wished to discuss with the professor. Am I intruding?" Aces strolled in, unhurried, clutching a scroll of parchment, and nodded politely to McGonagall and Filch upon seeing them. "Professor McGonagall, Mr. Filch, it appears I have arrived at an inopportune moment." McGonagall shot a disapproving glance at Harry and Ron before casting a satisfied gaze upon the diligent and polite Aces. "What a good child. Still so eager to learn during the holidays." "Not at all, Mr. Cavendish. For you, the pursuit of knowledge remains paramount." Her voice was gentle, lacking its usual sternness. For a fleeting moment, Harry and Ron felt as though Aces were the true Gryffindor student. Aces smiled, approaching Snape and handing him the parchment scroll, seemingly casual. His eyes briefly scanned the two standing figures. "I believe I just heard the word Muggle. What transpired?" Snape accepted the parchment, and upon hearing the inquiry, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. "Our esteemed chosen one, in an effort to showcase his uniqueness, has flouted the underage wizarding laws, careening through the skies in a car." Before he could finish his words, Ron interrupted him. "We weren't flying around aimlessly, as we mentioned. We drove to school because we couldn't enter the station." "Mr. Weasley, interrupting a professor is rather impolite," Aces remarked with a smile, his tone gentle, akin to that of a senior advising a junior. Chapter 180, Lockhart's First Lesson. Moreover, if I may be candid, there were far better solutions to this predicament, such as waiting in place for a professor to notice and approach you, or perhaps seeking out your father, who would likely be more than willing to assist in resolving this issue. Acis's words rendered Ron speechless. His lips moved, eventually producing a stammered defense. We didn't think that much at the time. Didn't he think that much? More like you didn't think at all, Assis replied, blinking away the mockery in his eyes. Before continuing with a smile, Professor Dumbledore, I apologize, but as a board member, I must ensure the reputation of Hogwarts is upheld. Of course, Mr. Cavendish. Do you have any constructive suggestions? Dumbledore stroked his beard, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. Earlier, Severus suggested expelling them. Do you concur? Expelling? That seems overly severe. Assis disregarded Snape's piercing gaze, affixing a smile toward Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. I believe they simply need a stern reminder. Perhaps nullifying all their points for this term would serve as an apt lesson? Professor McGonagall exhaled softly, while Dumbledore remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. The rest, Hogwarts will manage, Assis added, his concession eliciting a chuckle from McGonagall, who regarded him with a more amiable gaze. Noticing Dumbledore's continued silence, Assis fixed him with a direct look. Without punishment, the board will not relent, and I would be unable to persuade them otherwise. Dumbledore sighed quietly. He had anticipated that matters would not unfold smoothly upon Assis's arrival. Now, with Assis holding the upper hand, he could only retreat for the time being. Very well. Let it be so. Thank you for your suggestion, Mr. Cavendish. Subsequently, Dumbledore winked at Harry and Ron. Now, we should return to enjoy dinner. The food appears quite appetizing today, and I hope we don't miss out. With that, he turned to leave, followed by McGonagall, Harry, and Ron. After the four departed, Filch, cradling his cat, also exited the cellar, plunging it into silence. Assis turned to regard Snape, who had remained silent since the earlier exchange. Are you displeased, Professor? Snape huffed. I am but a mere, insignificant potions professor. How could I dare to be angry with a board member? Understanding what the potions master was bothered by, Assis continued. Headmaster Dumbledore would never consent to the expulsion of the chosen one. Mentioning my board member status was merely a means to achieve the outcome I desired, which, at present, is the most favorable resolution for Slytherin. Snape refrained from responding. He was well aware that the biased old coot would never allow Potter to be expelled. In fact, had it not been for Assis, even such a punishment might not have been considered, leaving him begrudgingly resentful. Damn that biased old coot. On the first day of school, Ron experienced firsthand what it meant to contend with the world's malice. Last night, due to a run-in with Peeves, his wand was damaged, and he had subsequently been caught by Snape for violating rules. Fortunately, his herbology class that morning did not require a wand. At noon, while he was still racking his brain to repair the wand, he received a shrill letter from his mother. The noisy great hall fell abruptly silent, all eyes subtly glancing toward the screaming letter. Soon, the shrill voice of the letter echoed throughout the hall, and numerous young witches and wizards turned to stare at the flabbergasted Ron, their expressions peculiar. In stark contrast to Ron's misfortune, Draco was in high spirits. Observing Ron's predicament, Draco and his fellow Slytherins erupted into laughter, whispering amongst themselves. Were it not for Assis's admonition against him mingling too closely with Harry and the others, he would have gleefully pointed and mocked Ron's red-haired head. This buoyant mood persisted until he entered the defense against the dark arts classroom. Upon stepping inside, Draco wished he could vanish into thin air. Merlin, not even my father would do this. Draco's hesitating footstep piqued the curiosity of his fellow Slytherins, who followed him into the classroom, only to halt in unison, gazing around the not-so-spacious defense against the dark arts classroom. They found it adorned with the likenesses of a single individual, who was now smiling flamboyantly at them. Theodore Knott rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, I truly hope my eyes are deceiving me. Draco scoffed. Who could argue otherwise? Although he felt a deep disdain, class had to proceed. Suppressing his displeasure, Draco took a seat with Goyle and Crabbe, awaiting the start of the lesson. As others followed suit, the last person entered the classroom with a bang. As the door from the spiral staircase swung open, a figure, identical to the portrait, emerged, dressed in a flamboyant, ostentatious outfit. The newcomer was none other than their new defense against the dark arts professor. Oh, it seems everyone is eager to meet your new defense against the dark arts instructor. Indeed. That would be me, Gilderoy Lockhart. In that moment, both Draco and Ron wore expressions strikingly similar, one of disdain and disbelief. A humble individual, possessing a third-class Order of Merlin, numerous publications, and the recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award 5 times, Lockhart proclaimed, flashing an exaggerated grin. Witnessing that smile, Draco felt an overwhelming urge to cast a hex. He quickly averted his gaze, mentally repeating, do not curse the professor, do not curse the professor. Today, the first thing we shall do in class is a test. There's no need to worry. I merely wish to ascertain whether you have diligently reviewed your readings. As Lockhart spoke, he held a stack of parchment, distributing it among the students. Several young witches eagerly accepted the parchment, whispering excitedly to their companions. Draco, glancing at the bizarre questions about Lockhart on the parchment, nearly crumpled it in his grasp. Next, you will have 30 minutes to complete your answers. Now begin, Lockhart declared, striking a pose at the podium as he addressed the young witches and wizards. After 30 minutes had elapsed, Lockhart perused the collected parchments, his expression souring. It appears none of you have taken your studies seriously. How could no one remember that my favorite color is lavender? I am terribly disappointed. Draco scoffed from below. Who cares to remember your favorite color? Oh, look, I have discovered something. He turned toward Hermione, who was gazing at him with rapt admiration. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. Only Miss Hermione Granger truly understands me, knowing my aspirations and ideals. However, I am here for but one purpose. To teach you to confront those malevolent, terrifying magical creatures. He approached an object shrouded in red velvet. Chapter 181, A Farce and Something Awry. To teach you to face the terrors within your own hearts. As he spoke, Lockhart tapped the unknown object with his wand, causing it to tremble, with sounds of clattering emanating from within. You need not worry in the slightest, for with me here, you shall encounter no problems. Draco furrowed his brow, eyeing the covered object with growing vigilance, completely dismissing Lockhart's assurances. Instinctively, he clutched the bead in his pocket. Lockhart surveyed the assembly of young wizards below, a satisfied smile gracing his features as he delicately placed his hand upon the crimson cloth. Now, everyone, remain calm, and let us behold the fairy from Cornwall. With a flourish, he yanked away the red fabric, revealing an exuberant blue pixie thrashing against its cage. Wow, gasped the young wizards in unison, their eyes wide with wonder as they beheld the creature within, brimming with anticipation for the lesson ahead. Now, let me see how you will handle them. As the cage swung open, the irritable pixies erupted from their confines, darting wildly throughout the classroom. With a sense of deliberate vengeance, they careened into every object in their path, toppling stacks of books and overturning desks. Calm, herd them together, Lockhart shouted, his voice rising above the chaos. But his commands fell on deaf ears as each young wizard scrambled to evade the mischievous onslaught of the pixies. All except Draco. Draco stood firmly at the back of the classroom, shielded by a protective barrier. A horde of small serpents gathered around him. The barrier, crafted by Ausace, was ample enough to shelter all the little snakes, and several small lions took advantage of the situation, mingling among the serpents. Draco noticed, but chose not to drive them away, recalling Ausace's words. Soon enough, the pixies discovered the sheltered young wizards and flocked toward them. All the young wizards gazed at the approaching sprites with terror, except for Draco, who remained unperturbed. If they crash into me, I shall concede defeat, he thought disdainfully, awaiting the pixies' next move. Indeed, regardless of how the pixies collided and clawed, the barrier remained unyielding, and gradually, the young wizards inside began to relax. Casting admiring glances at Draco, after realizing their inability to breach the protective shield, the pixies refocused their attention on the unprotected young wizards. Poor Neville, too slow to reach the safety of the barrier, was caught off guard by the pixies, who seized him by his ears and hoisted him aloft. Blushing furiously, Neville appeared on the verge of tears, his body swaying helplessly in midair. Draco cast a sympathetic glance in his direction, yet remained inert. He was no fool. With so many pixies around, he would be unable to save him, and besides, why would he rescue a Gryffindor? On the platform, Lockhart, witnessing the pandemonium, frantically waved his wand, but to no avail. The pixies brazenly snatched his wand away, reveling in their triumph over him. Realizing he could no longer control the situation, Lockhart hastily turned and fled upstairs, calling out to the young wizards below, "The rest is up to you." All eyes turned to him in anger. Even the young witch who had initially harbored a fondness for him. Yet, this did little to deter Lockhart from his escape. Just as he had arrived, he slammed the wooden door shut behind him, leaving the young wizards who had once held even the slightest hope for him utterly disillusioned. Suddenly, the incantations of a spell echoed through the air, and one by one, the rampaging pixies succumbed to slumber, crashing to the ground. The young wizards followed the direction of the spell to find Ausace, wand in hand. Observing the chaotic scene and recalling the freshly acquired information on Lockhart, Ausace sighed deeply. Why can't this school ever have a competent defense against the dark arts professor? The events of that class spread throughout Hogwarts within a day, fueled by the efforts of the young lions. Doubt lingered in the air. Yet Lockhart's devoted fans staunchly believed that it was a malicious fabrication by disgruntled detractors aimed at tarnishing his reputation. However, Ausace had no time to concern himself with Lockhart and his admirers. He was utterly swamped. On the day the Duke and Anna returned to school, they once again left him to embark on a vacation, and this time it was a genuine holiday, leaving all household matters in Ausace's hands. Each day, Nina would run errands for him, bringing various documents and reports, only to return them once he had completed his tasks. As he was still acclimating to his responsibilities, Aces found himself spending copious amounts of time on them. By the end of the week, he had scarcely found a moment to venture into the cellar. Late one night, as Hogwarts fell under curfew and the castle lay in slumber, only Aces' dormitory remained aglow. Within the chamber, he donned a casual robe, engrossed at his desk, scribbling fervently. The parchment piled high enough to obscure his form. Once he had finalized the last document, Aces wearily set down his quill and softly summoned Nina to organize and retrieve the papers. Nina promptly arrived, adeptly tidying the somewhat disordered desk. However, after her task was complete, she hesitated, gazing at Aces with an unspoken concern. Master Aces, there is something I feel you ought to know. Leaning back in his chair, Aces half closed his eyes, taking a moment to rest before opening them to her words. What is it? I've been traversing the castle back and forth lately, and I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Amiss? Aces swiftly seized upon the critical point. Is it the people or the objects that are not quite right? It feels as though we are being watched by a beast. It sends chills down my spine. Aces straightened, recalling the foreboding aura he had sensed upon first encountering the prophecy fragment at Malfoy Manor, his expression inscrutable. You should deliver the documents first, then return. Very well, Master. Nina swiftly vanished with the documents, reappearing shortly. Master, I am ready. Next, I shall transform into my animagus form. You are to conceal all traces of my presence. Should anyone sense something amiss, bring me back immediately. His tone was serious, prompting Nina to adopt a matching gravity. Understood. Master Aces. In the dim corridors of Hogwarts, the wind whispered, candle flames flickered, and at the intersection of shadow and light, a small white tiger materialized, accompanied by a house elf. With a snap of the fingers, both the tiger and the elf vanished from sight. Aces meticulously traversed every corridor of Hogwarts, yet found nothing out of the ordinary until he passed the third-floor girls' lavatory, where the small tiger's eyes narrowed, its fur bristling as it let out a low growl toward the lavatory. Fortunately, Nina had been vigilant, and as he displayed signs of distress, she promptly transported them both away. Chapter 182, An Unexpected Turn of Events. As their feet touched the ground, the small white tiger vanished, replaced by Aces. Nina grasped the hem of Aces' garment, inspecting him thoroughly, her face etched with worry. Master Aces, are you all right? Merlin knows how frightened they all were since Aces had appeared at the manor, drenched in blood. The Cavendish family, steeped in history and cultural legacy, had always been gentle and courteous, even to their house elves, who were immensely grateful for the respect they received. Aces, having grown up under their care, was someone they were determined to protect at all costs. I am fine. Aces steadied himself. The momentary aura of threat he had felt in his animagus form lingered, leaving him somewhat shaken. Nina, be cautious in your comings and goings, avoid walking. Nina gazed at Aces, her eyes brimming with emotion. This was their master, their gentle master, and she felt a lump form in her throat. Of course, Master, Nina will take care of herself. By the way, should we inform Professor Snape about this incident? Yes. I shall tell him tomorrow. I finally have some time on my hands, having resolved the most pressing matters. The remaining tasks were relatively simple and would not consume much of his time. However, before he could relay the information to Snape, an unexpected event occurred. In the corridor, holding the girl who had fainted in his arms, Aces found himself unusually at a loss. Upon seeing Elise, he dared to assert that he had never yearned to see anyone as much as he did at that moment. Sir? Not far away, Elise hurried towards Aces, halting abruptly as she caught sight of the unconscious girl in his embrace, her expression one of confusion. Sir, what is this? Aces carefully transferred the fainted girl into Elise's hands. The youngest daughter of the Weasley family, please take her to the infirmary. Very well, sir. Elise accepted the girl and, after bidding farewell to Aces, proceeded steadily towards the infirmary. Only then did Aces relax. Merlin knows, when the girl toppled into his arms, he had already prepared his spell. Had he not glimpsed her face in time, the incantation would have been unleashed. After brushing off his clothing and smoothing out the wrinkles, Aces contemplatively gazed in the direction from which Ginny had come. In that fleeting moment, he believed he had sensed the presence of a Horcrux in Ginny. A Horcrux? His expression turned peculiar as he hastened towards Ginny's path. Upon reaching the corner, he found the narrow passageway nearly obstructed, the crowd buzzing with hushed whispers. What is happening? Aces scanned the throng and saw the striking platinum hair ahead. He approached. What has transpired, Draco? Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Draco froze, reluctant to turn around. Draco? Aces queried, perplexed, ruffling his hair. What's wrong? Hearing no displeasure in Aces's tone, Draco felt relieved. As long as Aces was not there to question his amusement at the Savior's predicament, all was well. What happened? Draco, relishing the moment, gestured towards the front. The Savior has killed Filth's cat and was caught in the act. At his words, Aces glanced at the panicked savior and the furious Filch. Then at the cat hanging from the rack, his eyes narrowing slightly, masking the dawning realization within. Potter, I shall kill you. Filch's furious voice erupted as he lost his composure, grabbing Harry by the collar. Just as Aces hesitated on whether to intervene for Harry, Dumbledore's voice resonated from the back of the crowd. Argus. The young wizards parted to create a narrow passage, allowing Dumbledore and several professors to pass through. As he brushed past Snape, Aces quickly raised his gaze to meet his. Navigating through the crowd, upon spotting Mrs. Norris suspended midair, Dumbledore's expression grew grave, and he turned to address all the young wizards with authority. Now everyone, return to your common rooms immediately. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd, but soon, under the prefect's direction, the young wizards began to disperse. Only the prefects remained, checking their respective houses' students to ensure no one was left behind. Harry and his friends intended to turn and leave when the old man's voice once again called out, "You three, stay." Harry and Ron froze, while Hermione, regaining her composure, reached out to pull them back. The young wizards quickly exited the scene. Now, aside from Dumbledore and several professors, only Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Aces remained. Mr. Cavendish? Dumbledore turned to face Aces, his gaze piercing. Aces, seemingly unfazed, maintained his composure as he spoke. I apologize for not adhering to orders. However, there is something I believe the professors and Mr. Weasley should be aware of, particularly Madame Pomfrey and Mr. Weasley. Dumbledore's crescent moon eyes narrowed slightly, and the professors exchanged curious glances with Aces. Ron, more direct, interjected, "What is it that I should know?" Aces' expression remained unchanged, his gaze steady as he met the elder's eyes. Miss Weasley just fainted. I instructed Elise to take her to the infirmary. I did not anticipate such an incident occurring here, and I feared the infirmary might be unattended, hence I remained to inform Madame Pomfrey. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Mr. Cavendish. I must return, Madame Pomfrey exclaimed hurriedly as she acknowledged Dumbledore and turned to leave in a flurry. Ron's expression darkened, glaring at Aces. Is it you? Is it? Ah, Mr. Weasley. I believe you ought to be more concerned about Miss Weasley's condition rather than directing your ire at an innocent bystander, Snape retorted with a scoff, addressing the irrational Ron languidly. Such behavior only serves to reveal your lack of intellect. Harry and Hermione quickly restrained Ron, fearful he might lose control in front of the headmaster and professors. Aces ignored Ron, focusing instead on Dumbledore, who appeared lost in thought. Headmaster Dumbledore. That is all I wish to convey. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Oh, certainly. Thank you, Mr. Cavendish, for your kindness. Receiving assent, Aces smiled and bid farewell to the professors present before turning to depart. On his way back, Aces felt a sense of disquiet, his hand unconsciously clenching at his side. The prophecy had shifted, yet remained unchanged. Chapter 183, The Fragmented Horcrux. Aces hastened his pace back to the dormitory, opening the alchemical box while summoning Nina. Nina, young master. Nina is here. I shall be inside for a while. If I have not emerged in half an hour, please come in and fetch me. Aces spoke rapidly, and upon seeing Nina nod, he swiftly entered the box. Striding through the staircase, everything around him suddenly opened up. The meticulously tended herb garden exuded the fragrance of medicinal plants, each herb standing tall, swaying gently in the breeze stirred by its master, appearing vibrant and full of life. Yet, he had no inclination to focus on such things now. He strode into the small villa, his footsteps unceasing as he headed straight for the book arrangement area on the second floor. At the staircase landing, his gaze swiftly skimmed over the rows of bookshelves before finally settling on a square box. Untouched, Aces drew out his wand and hurried towards it. Observing the tightly locked box, raising his wand, he tapped it lightly, and the box instantly opened. Inside lay a yellowed notebook, seemingly devoid of any abnormalities. But the absence of any irregularity was, in itself, the greatest anomaly. Raising his wand once more, he tapped the notebook, casting a detection spell that enveloped the entire diary. The results emerged swiftly. The soul within was divided into two. One part remained dormant, while the other had vanished without a trace. Holding the diary, Aces slowly smiled, his expression tinged with irony. Once more, the soul is fragmented. It seems your prolonged existence has driven you to madness, Tom. He chuckled as he set the diary down, waving his wand to encase it in a series of containment spells before placing it into his alchemical ring. Since half of the soul had escaped, he could not allow the other half to flee as well. Confirming the disturbance caused by the Horcrux outside, Aces' mood grew increasingly somber. He furrowed his brow, leaning back in his chair as he contemplated how to retrieve the escaped Horcrux while speculating on how it had managed to slip away. The box bore no signs of intrusion. The only individuals who could have entered were himself, Snape, and, "Young master, are you all right?" Just as the thought of Nina crossed his mind, she appeared, concern etched on her face. Seeing her worried expression, Ace suppressed his suspicions. You arrived just in time. Take a look at this box. Have you encountered it before? He produced the box containing the Horcrux and inquired of Nina. She scrutinized the box earnestly, her gaze wavering slightly. It seemed she had brushed against the box while tidying up. Have you taken anything out of here? He carried with him the necessary tools for detecting Horcruxes, and he would have immediately noticed any issues with the items he had taken out. As for the books Snape had removed, they had all passed through his hands, so naturally, there were no concerns. Once, Nina discovered a crumpled piece of paper on the ground, devoid of any markings. Assuming it to be mere litter, she discarded it. The paper? Surely, that must be it. Lightly tapping his fingers against the table, Aces lowered his gaze in contemplation. My dear, has Nina erred in some way? She asked, clutching her garment anxiously. Aces refrained from addressing her query directly. Instead, he posed another question. Why? I recall you never meddle with my belongings without my consent. Nina's voice carried a note of confusion. She was uncertain, simply feeling compelled to act as she did. Compelled to act? His eyebrows arched in surprise at her words. And with a flick of his wrist, his wand pointed towards her. A spell to detect dark magic enveloped her, yet no issues arose. Not dark magic, he murmured. His gaze shadowed. So it is fate? Sir? Nina's voice brimmed with trepidation, her grip on her garment tightening. Had she indeed made a mistake? Abruptly interrupted by her thoughts, Aces looked up and offered her a reassuring smile. It's all right. Do you recall where you discarded the paper? Upon hearing this, Nina earnestly retraced her memories, then shook her head in perplexity. It seemed she had not discarded it, yet the paper was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, as if a light bulb had illuminated her thoughts, Nina's voice rose in excitement. I remember. I encountered several students in the kitchen, and one of them accidentally bumped into me, after which the paper vanished. She? Yes, a girl from Gryffindor. Gryffindor? A girl? Aces nodded in understanding, then waved his hand, conjuring a portrait of Ginny in the air. Is this her? Nina stood on tiptoe for a better look, then nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's her. Very well. I comprehend now, Aces began, but was abruptly interrupted by Nina's sudden change in demeanor. Sir Aces, Professor Snape has summoned me. The professor? Aces felt a headache creeping in. However, no amount of discomfort could deter one from the summons of the Serpent King, especially not him. In the dungeon, Aces faced Snape across a table. He recounted everything he knew, omitting only the matter of the Horcruxes. After he finished speaking, Snape remained unresponsive, an eerie silence enveloping the dungeon as both leaned back in their chairs without uttering a word. Sensing the strange atmosphere, Miss Medusa withdrew her neck, resembling an ostrich burying its head, her tiny green eyes occasionally glancing at the silent duo. Observing Snape lost in thought, Aces broke the silence. Professor, that is all I know. Beyond this, I am at a loss. Finally, Snape responded, lazily raising his eyes to meet Aces. You possess quite an abundance of knowledge. Perhaps more than I, your professor. I might as well commend you. Truly, you are worthy of your title as a board member. His voice, deep and sonorous, betrayed no emotion. Aces regarded Snape with a resigned expression. Professor? This is merely coincidence. Indeed, a most remarkable coincidence, Snape snorted, crossing his arms. His penetrating gaze fixed on Aces as he issued a solemn warning. Do not involve yourself in this matter, if you have any sense. The unfortunate Aces barely began to speak before the potions master dismissed him with a wave. Watching Snape disappear through the wooden door of the potions classroom, Aces let out a deep sigh. He understood that Snape was concerned for him, yet this was beyond his control. Moreover, the Horcrux had escaped from his grasp. How could he stand idly by? Thus, for whatever reason, he felt compelled to intervene. Clearly, Snape was well aware of Ace's resolve, which likely explained his exasperation in departing. The following day, the incident involving Mrs. Loris failed to stir much commotion among the young wizards. Aside from Filch, no one cared about a cat that aided the caretaker in capturing them. Aces made no moves. Ginny was a Gryffindor from a different year, and he had no means to approach her. Chapter 184, A Quidditch Incident. Time flowed serenely, and apart from the matter of Mrs. Loris, no peculiar occurrences transpired at Hogwarts. Soon, it was time for the Quidditch match of the semester. On the day of the match, Aces found himself declining Draco's application to join the Slytherin Quidditch team for the 5th time. The rejected little peacock glared at Aces from the Slytherin Quidditch team's lounge, attempting to kill his brother with a fierce glare. No use looking at me. My decision stands, Aces chuckled, now dressed for the game, observing Draco's puffed-up indignation. Draco's blue-gray eyes sparkled with flames of anger at Ace's smile. Why shouldn't I? Potter joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team in his first year. Is it because he is the chosen one that you wish to join the team? Ace's remark struck a nerve with Draco, who widened his eyes in fury. Absolutely not. He has no such qualifications. The little peacock was furious. Ace's grin widened, causing the other team members to stifle their laughter while discreetly eyeing the irate young master. Who? Step forward. In an instant, Ace's smile vanished, his icy gaze landing on the head peeking through the door. The others followed suit, turning their attention to Harry, who stood awkwardly under the weight of their stares, hastily waving his hands in a gesture of peace. Potter, how audacious of you to eavesdrop on our strategies. Draco's voice boomed, confronting Harry with an accusatory tone. Harry, taken aback, stammered, I didn't but was swiftly interrupted by Draco. Do not play dumb. How do you explain your presence here? Harry stuttered, struggling to find words. Enough with the stuttering. If you have nothing to say, remain silent. Draco dismissed him, seizing the opportunity to provoke Harry further while Aces remained silent. Harry was indeed at a loss for words. Draco, Aces finally interjected, his tone calm and devoid of anger. Yet Draco sensed Ace's steady resolve. At the sound of Ace's voice, Harry visibly relaxed. Draco shot Aces an annoyed glare before storming off. Once outside the team lounge, the little peacock erupted with laughter, his voice echoing in the empty corridor. Back in the lounge, Aces turned to the now nervous Harry and inquired, What brings you here? I have a matter to discuss, Harry replied cautiously, scrutinizing Ace's expression before reciting the lines Hermione had advised him to memorize. Mr. Aces, may I have a moment of your time after the match? I promise it will only take a moment. Aces raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Harry before responding leisurely, certainly. Satisfied with the response, Harry left. After he departed, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the Slytherin lounge as everyone turned to Aces with complex expressions. Aces remained unfazed. What is it? After a brief exchange of glances, one stepped forward to address Aces. Aces, you should be cautious of that Potter. Why? It is rumored that he is the culprit behind the petrification of Filch's cat. Aces regarded them with exasperation. Do you think I cannot hold my own against him? As realization dawned upon them regarding Ace's strength, they awkwardly retreated. Merlin, this is Aces, who survives under the very hand of our head of house. What were we even worried about? The match officially commenced, and the previously playful group of individuals swiftly composed themselves, mounting their brooms and soaring into the open air. Upon emerging, Ace's movements momentarily halted, only to be swiftly redirected as he maneuvered his broom upward, hovering above the Quidditch pitch and surveying the scene below. Once assured that he remained unseen, his gaze settled upon Severus Snape, who was also perched mid-air on his broom. Ace's scrutiny was unabashed, yet the vigilant potions master exhibited no reaction, not even lifting his head, instead remaining motionless in the air. Observing Snape's demeanor, Ace's earlier suspicions solidified, his heart racing with anticipation. With the metaphorical arrow knocked, he found himself momentarily at a loss for action, opting instead to discreetly draw closer to Snape, ensuring their proximity remained minimal. The match progressed with fervor, the cheers of goal celebrations resonating throughout the arena. As the golden snitch remained elusive, Aces refrained from any actions, content to hover silently near Snape. He divided his attention between monitoring Snape's condition and keeping an eye on the restless figure of the Chosen One. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the stands, a sound distinctly different from those that had preceded it, jolting Aces from his reverie. He realized that the focus he had momentarily directed toward the savior had returned to Snape. With a twinge of regret, he shifted his gaze to follow the audience's line of sight, discovering that the cause of the commotion was indeed Harry, who appeared disheveled and wildly darting about the Quidditch pitch in a chaotic manner. Initially, Aces presumed Harry's broom had once again gone awry. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was the bludger that had spiraled out of control, relentlessly pursuing him. Should he intervene? Aces hesitated, glancing at Snape, his fingertips grazing the broom handle. Just as he lingered in indecision, the other rogue bludger also veered off course, now targeting Harry. Harry narrowly evaded the bludger's wrath, but found himself cornered by the second rogue, which propelled him toward the Slytherin section. With the bludgers now converging behind him, Aces finally resolved to act. He extended his hand toward the beaters, who understood his intent and promptly tossed him the bat they had previously used to send a bludger flying. Aces deftly caught the bat mid-flight and sped towards the impending threats. Harry, still desperately trying to evade danger, was oblivious to the looming chaos. While the other players began to register the escalating peril, their faces contorted with concern as they watched Harry dodge the erratic balls. A piercing scream erupted from the Slytherin stands, prompting Aces to accelerate his pace. The Slytherins gazed in alarm as Harry weaved through them, closely pursued by the out-of-control bludgers. Amidst the cacophony of panic, Aces, against the sun's glare, arrived just in time to swing his bat, sending one of the bludgers hurtling away, while simultaneously redirecting the other with a surge of magic. Having executed this maneuver, He pressed on without pausing, hastening toward Harry. His urgency was fueled by the mounting chaos of rogue balls, each targeting the fleeing Harry with malicious intent. Chapter 185, Losing Sanity. This was untenable. There were too many. He needed to identify the source of control. Ace slowed, trailing Harry from a distance while deftly intercepting the errant balls, his eyes scanning the stands. Where could it be? His gaze darted across the crowd, ultimately landing on a suspicious figure atop a nearby tower. Who was that? He squinted, recognizing the familiar house elf. Was that Dobby from the Malfoy household? How could it be him? As Ace acknowledged Dobby's presence, the frantic elf, fixated on his pursuit of the savior, detected Ace too. The hunched house elf, increasingly agitated, raised his hand, unleashing an indiscriminate barrage of rogue balls. In an instant, the pitch was besieged by uncontrolled bludgers and quaffles, forcing all players to abandon the match and seek refuge. Among the most beleaguered was Harry, as the majority of the balls homed in on him. With no time for hesitation, Ace ascended on his broom, commanding the Slytherin beaters to intercept the rogue balls while instructing the others to retreat and avoid obstruction. As he spoke, he tossed the bat back to them. The two beaters acted without hesitation. One caught the bat, while the other initiated the defense against the oncoming threats. As they coordinated their efforts to protect their teammates, the remaining players retreated, ceding the battleground to them to avoid complicating matters. Noticing their clear division of responsibilities, Ace turned to Fred and George to relay further instructions when his peripheral vision caught sight of a rogue ball hurtling towards Snape. In that fleeting moment, his mind went blank, his usually composed intellect clouded by instinct. Before he could process, he found himself racing toward the oncoming ball. Fearing he might be too late, he disregarded the risk of exposure, channeling his magic into the broom, propelling himself forward with urgency. The ball was careening straight for Snape, who remained unperturbed, suspended in midair, his expression unchanged. At that moment, the audience, too, began to take notice of the rogue ball's trajectory towards Snape, and a collective silence fell upon them. For Snape was not a player in this match, he wielded a wand. Yet, Snape made no move to draw it, nor did he exhibit any action whatsoever, merely staring blankly at the approaching ball. His face, illuminated by the sun, appeared ghostly pale, devoid of life, his deep-set eyes lacking any glimmer of awareness, presenting an image reminiscent of a lifeless corpse. Snape's inscrutable expression was profoundly deceptive, as to this point, none had recognized his perilous state. Only Ace, hurtling toward him, understood the gravity of Snape's condition. Ace's mind raced, desperately calculating how to deflect the ball with his broom, but reality dealt him a harsh blow. Whether Dobby had become aware of his actions or not, another ball that had initially targeted Harry veered off towards Snape. Damn it! Ace could no longer think clearly. In fact, rational thought was futile. He was incapable of using a single broom to deflect two balls. There was only one way to stop both. Without weighing the consequences or engaging in any rational deliberation, his focus narrowed solely on Snape. With unwavering resolve, he charged toward the two balls like a shooting star, colliding with them just before they could strike Snape, leveraging his momentum to send them careening away. Agonizing pain pierced through his skull as Ace emitted a muffled groan, his grip on the broom faltering amidst the agony. The broom lost its balance, akin to a withered leaf, tumbling uncontrollably towards the ground. The two balls ensnared in his wake, spiraling downwards with him. As he plummeted, he unexpectedly collided with the golden snitch that had just emerged. The muscle memory honed through years of training kicked in faster than his thoughts, and he instinctively reached for the snitch. However, his rapid descent thwarted his grasp, and instead of capturing it, he was met with a sharp sting as its wings sliced through his skin, blood streaming forth. Merlin, Ace was falling. By Merlin's beard, the stands erupted in a chorus of gasps, with the Slytherin contingent, led by Draco, vociferously calling Ace's name. Ace! Ace! The familiar name jolted Snape from his reverie. His eyes slowly turning, his head rigidly twisting to behold the falling Ace. Ace appeared to be in dire straits, spiraling uncontrollably toward the ground, blood cascading from his body, carried by the wind and the force of his descent, creating a visual reminiscent of raindrops on a stormy day. Realizing the extent of his injuries, Snape's pupils constricted, and for the first time since the match began, his expression shifted, a reflexive instinct compelling him to pursue, only to find he remained anchored to his broom. The action once again came to a standstill as Snape's hand gripped the broom tightly, veins bulging as he struggled to assert control over it. However, amidst the tumult of his emotions, he found himself utterly unable to steady the broom, which began to tremble slightly, exhibiting signs of losing control. Damn it! Snape cursed inwardly, instantly preparing to abandon the broom and resort to a flying spell. Yet, the plummeting aces wavered and halted. It turned out that the gasps from the crowd had not only roused Snape, but also jolted Aces from his pain-induced stupor. Grasping a fleeting moment of clarity amidst the agony clouding his mind, he became acutely aware that Snape was still above him, and this thought instinctively compelled him to return. Thus, throughout his descent, he never ceased attempting to control the broom, though the excruciating pain had thwarted him several times. After an indeterminate number of attempts, he managed to grasp the broom with one hand, straining to maintain his balance against the wind while channeling his magic to guide it, blood still dripping from his body and staining his lashes as the wind swept past. Ultimately, the broom came to a halt half a meter from the ground. Still swaying slightly, struggling to regain control, Aces lifted his hand to wipe the blood from his face, but his arm failed to rise, a sharp pain radiating through it. It was then that he belatedly recognized the wound on his right hand. Unable to tend to his face, he could only blink weakly, shaking off the blood from his lashes, and then quickly locating Snape amidst the crimson haze. With his surviving left hand, he gripped the broom tightly, magic enveloping him as he ascended. Snape watched Aces, drenched in blood and hurtling towards him recklessly, his mind racing with fleeting thoughts that he could not grasp. Leaving him silent and gazing at Aces with a complex expression. His previous inaction in the face of the uncontrolled balls stemmed partly from his lack of proficiency in Quidditch, and partly from the understanding that Dumbledore was present and would not allow him to come to harm. However, he never anticipated that the usually composed Aces would lose his rationality and charge forward, recklessly colliding with the two balls. A reckless fool. Snape's expression darkened, his demeanor shadowy enough to drip with malice, his eyes tinged with a fierce anger and an unidentifiable emotion. Aces, soaring closer, remained oblivious to Snape's thoughts, his pain dulling his cognitive faculties. He quickly reached Snape's side, hovering in the air, gently aligning the two brooms together. From a distance, the two appeared to stand shoulder to shoulder in the sky, an intimate sight. Professor relinquished control. Snape, maintaining a stoic expression, complied with his request, releasing his grip on the broom as his gaze fell upon his helplessly dangling right hand, a surge of unnameable fury igniting within him. Do not let him know who it is, otherwise, I shall ensure he regrets ever existing in this world. The Potion Master's aura instantly turned frigid with rage. Ace's magic surged through the points where their brooms touched, taking over the reins of Snape's broom. He then glanced towards the distant tower. Professor, there is someone controlling the balls from that tower. With the control relinquished, Snape felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. Upon hearing Ace's words, he swiftly drew his wand and pointed it at the tower. Without reservation, a formidable surge of magic, infused with his wrath, silently approached the tower, cutting through the air with a chilling intent. On the tower's balcony, Dobby, initially focused on Harry, noticed the impending spell and, realizing he had been discovered, reluctantly snapped his fingers and vanished from the tower. Without his control, all the errant balls collectively lost their momentum, plummeting from the sky. Along with them fell Harry, who had been struck down by the damaged broom. Chapter 186, An Inability to Vent Anger. Upon witnessing Harry's fall, Aces furrowed his brow and promptly guided the broom downwards. As he descended, he made sure to staunch the bleeding from his wounds and cast a cleaning charm to rid himself of the blood, hoping to appear less disheveled. Upon landing, Aces quickly discerned something was amiss. His right foot faltered, sending a jolt of pain shooting through him the moment it touched the ground. With no other option, he shifted his weight onto his left foot, keeping his right foot barely grazing the ground. Snape, observing his actions, shot him a pointed glare, bright anger flickering in his eyes. Professor McGonagall hurried over from the staff table, and upon seeing Ace's condition, gasped in shock. Merlin, what has happened? Professor McGonagall. I accidentally discovered the individual controlling the bludgers, so I flew over to inform the professor to stop him. Aces spoke up, his usual adherence to rules momentarily set aside. He glossed over the incident of knocking the two balls away as if it were merely an act of reporting the perpetrator. Unfortunately, Professor Snape interrupted my spell, and he managed to escape, he continued. McGonagall looked astonished, covering her mouth in disbelief as she turned to Snape. Thank goodness you were there, Severus, otherwise more students could have been injured. Snape unconsciously pressed his lips together, the pale hue of his lips reflecting his suppressed anger. Yet, as a professor, he felt no relief or gratitude was warranted. McGonagall, not agreeing with his dismissal, insisted, No, it truly is fortunate you were here. Albus was called away not long after the match began, and he is yet to return. We do not know what he is doing. As she spoke, her worry deepened, her brow furrowing as if she could foresee the dire consequences of Snape's absence. You mean to say Dumbledore is not here? Snape's throat felt parched as he slowly articulated the question. McGonagall shot him a curious glance. Oh, Severus, did you not notice? Albus was called away shortly after the match commenced. Aces, sir. As they conversed, the young wizards in the stands rushed down, both Slytherin and Gryffindor sprinting towards their injured players. Draco led the charge, barreling towards Aces, but before he could reach him, a large hand clamped down on his shoulder with such force that it nearly crushed him. Ouch, that hurts. Use your brain, Draco. He.s. injured. Snape's face remained impassive as he yanked Draco aside, tossing him away. The thrown Draco winced as he rubbed his shoulder, feeling a mix of pain and indignation. Carter and Elise soon joined, surrounding Aces along with the other Slytherins. Sir, how are you? Aces. I'm fine. Aces smiled reassuringly at his concerned companions, then exchanged glances with Elise and Carter. One of them stepped in to comfort the other Slytherins, while the other supported Aces. Carter carefully propped up Ace's uninjured arm, acting as a makeshift crutch. Sir, what happened to your foot? Aces assessed his injured foot and shook his head. It might be broken. Merlin, what happened? Let me help. Trust me, I will heal you quickly. Gilderoy Lockhart, who had appeared out of nowhere, approached to inspect Aces, his wand twitching eagerly in his hand upon seeing Ace's awkward position. Noticing this, Carter instinctively stepped in front of Aces. Before Aces could refuse, a chilling voice suddenly interrupted. Mr. Lockhart, I believe your exceptional spells should be reserved for our great savior. The potion master's expression darkened, his gaze at Lockhart still smoldering with the anger of moments prior. Laden with warning and threat, Lockhart shivered and retreated, but as he comprehended Snape's words, his face brightened as if he had found a lifeline. Without even a greeting to the others, he hurried towards Harry. Shortly thereafter, screams and gasps of alarm erupted from Harry's direction, indistinct yet alarming. Aces keenly sensed something was off with Snape and brushed aside Carter's supporting hand. Professor? He tentatively called out. Snape's expression was inscrutable as he shot a piercing glare at him, his wand swirling in the air as he cast a diagnostic charm, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The results of the examination rendered his countenance even more grim. You. His gaze locked onto Assis's face, his furious voice abruptly silenced. Assis, bewildered, patiently awaited his words. And upon seeing his lack of further commentary, he inquired with a look of confusion, Professor, what is it? What do you wish to convey? Snape, his expression darkened, wrestled with his thoughts. What did he wish to express? He longed to unleash a torrent of invective upon this clumsy oaf, to vent the fury that simmered within him, to make him aware of the recklessness of his actions. Yet all that pent-up rage dissipated upon noticing the cold sweat that beaded on Assis's forehead. It was a pain born of his concern for him. Realizing this, he found himself incapable of recklessly venting his frustrations at Assis. Ultimately, amidst Assis's perplexed gaze, Snape could only scowl and instruct. Have your house elf escort you to the hospital wing. Assis offered him a gentle smile, his eyes bright and fervent, the warmth of his grin both soothing and filled with a joy at seeing Snape unscathed. Very well. For reasons unknown, Snape felt as though he had been scalded. Instinctively averting his gaze and redirecting his attention to converse with Professor McGonagall regarding the subsequent arrangements. Nina, Assis softly called. In an instant, Nina appeared at his side, her loyal demeanor giving way to tears upon witnessing his state, her voice trembling. Master Assis, what has happened to you? Are you in pain? It was Nina's failure to protect her master. She bore the blame, sobbing. Do not weep, I am unscathed, and I feel no pain. Please, take me to the hospital wing. Assis gently reassured the distraught little elf. No pain. Snape, conversing with Professor McGonagall, momentarily faltered, casting a silent glance in his direction. To claim he felt no pain while drenched in cold sweat? The foolish, obstinate oaf. All right, the elf sniffled, snapping her fingers. Chapter 187, Brewing Potions. The hospital wing. Nina arrived with Assis in tow. Hey, you. Madame Pomfrey, busy tidying up the beds, was startled by their sudden entrance, her hand flying to her chest. The moment she beheld Assis's injuries, the dutiful matron set aside her irritation, swiftly pulling him to the infirmary bed to examine him. I apologize, Madame Pomfrey, for startling you. Oh, do not mention it. Your injuries take precedence. Merlin's beard. How did you sustain such severe wounds to your hands and feet? Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, her voice tinged with anger as she recalled something. Was it from playing Quidditch? Assis nodded gently. I knew it. Merlin's beard. That sport is utterly barbaric. As she scolded, she gathered potions, preparing to administer them to Assis. I've told them countless times to abolish that sport. Dumbledore simply refuses to listen. Just look at the state you're in. Assis drank down the potion, and she took the empty vial, saying, just a moment, there's another potion. But I'm out of stock here. I'll go find Severus. He should have some. Just as she finished speaking, the door to the hospital wing was forcefully pushed open, and a brooding man in a black robe strode in, precisely the Severus she had mentioned. Ah, Severus. You've arrived just in time. I was just speaking with Mr. Cavendish about our potion shortage and was about to seek you out. Snape's gaze traversed the curtain to take in Assis, then shifted to Madame Pomfrey. What potion? Bone regrowth. A segment of his bone is severely damaged. Rather than treating it, it would be better for it to regenerate. Do you have any bone regrowth in stock, Severus? Snape furrowed his brow, recalling the inventory of his potion store, and opened his mouth to respond to Madame Pomfrey's inquiry. Suddenly, the image of Assis's forehead slick with cold sweat flashed through his mind. The words he had prepared twisted on his tongue and were swallowed back. Finally, he stiffly replied, "No, give me some time. I will brew it now." "How can there be none?" Madame Pomfrey regarded him with surprise, then nodded. After Snape departed, she approached Assis's bedside, unable to restrain her thoughts. "Severus cares for you greatly." Assis, who had only heard her voice through the curtain moments ago, looked at Madame Pomfrey with confusion. "I have never seen Severus so anxious about anyone." Anxious. Noting Assis's continued bewilderment, Madame Pomfrey smiled gently. "Severus may not even realize it himself, but he has a peculiar habit. There is never a potion he cannot brew in his store, regardless of the difficulty. He can always produce even the most challenging potions at a moment's notice. Moreover, bone regrowth is quite common." Then, Assis harbored a vague suspicion, lifting his gaze to seek an answer from Madame Pomfrey. "Indeed, if I am not mistaken, the bone regrowth he is now preparing will be of his own improved formula, significantly reducing pain sensation. I previously suggested to Severus that we replace the bone regrowth in the hospital wing with his improved version, but he refused, citing concerns that young wizards would lose their reverence for injuries. I know that was merely an excuse. He declined because that potion is cumbersome to brew, or perhaps he enjoys a bit of mischief. This is indeed the first time he has voluntarily brewed this specific bone regrowth, so he truly cares for you." This marked the third time Madame Pomfrey had expressed her sentiments. Assis remained silent. The hand resting atop the blanket had seemingly lost its sensation of pain, replaced by a strange, tingling sensation that resonated deep within his heart. Madame Pomfrey continued speaking, the kind-hearted witch seemingly misunderstanding Snape's actions, persistently attempting to divert Assis's attention through conversation. Assis quietly leaned against the pillow, listening to her without interruption. Meanwhile, back in his dungeon, the Master of Potions began to prepare the bone regrowth. For him, brewing bone regrowth posed no challenge. He could conjure it with his eyes closed. Yet, he remained meticulously focused on the cauldron, his eyes shrouded in mist, concealing the emotions within. After approximately 10 minutes, the potion was successfully brewed. Snape picked up the potion vial, hesitating for a moment before adding a small bottle of clear liquid into the cauldron. Having filled the potion vial, Snape proceeded without delay toward the hospital wing. Upon reaching the infirmary door, he could hear voices within, multiple male and female voices mingling, creating a cacophony in the otherwise serene space. "I presume you all understand that this is the hospital wing, not your personal chat room?" The chill of his black robes swept through the infirmary, casting a cold glare over the room. Instantly, the chattering students fell silent, their fear evident as they regarded the potion master, more terrifying than usual. Snape's gaze flicked from the Gryffindors surrounding Harry to the small Slytherin by Assis's side. Under such scrutiny, the little lion and the small snake trembled, awaiting their fate. "Now, return to where you ought to be." Upon hearing this, the Slytherin students wasted no time in obeying their head's command, vanishing from the hospital wing. The Gryffindors, however, hesitated, and before they could voice their objections, they were met with Snape's merciless spray of deadly potion. The small snake lingering at the door quietly pressed against it, covering its mouth in glee. Truly foolish lions. Their head was clearly on the verge of eruption. How could anyone be so dim as to provoke him? The once bustling hospital wing fell eerily silent as the multitude of students dispersed, so quiet that one could hear Harry's anxious and disordered breaths. He curled up beneath the covers, silently praying that Snape would overlook him. Snape cast not a glance in his direction, striding directly to the bedside of Ausace, before tossing a potion towards him. "Drink it." Ausace deftly caught the flying potion, taking a moment to mentally prepare himself. However, upon tasting it, he discovered an unfamiliar flavor. Sweet. His movements halted, hesitantly lowering the potion bottle while raising his eyes to Snape. The potion's master displayed no discernible emotion, yet averted his gaze the moment Ausace looked his way, avoiding eye contact altogether. This action, rather than disconcerting him, confirmed a suspicion within Ausace. He licked his lips and let out a soft chuckle. The delightful sound of his laughter lingered in the air, causing Snape's expression to darken, culminating in a frosty glare directed at Ausace, accompanied by a warning. "Will you drink it or not?" "Yes." Fearing to provoke Snape's ire, Ausace quickly suppressed his smile, his eyes still gleaming with mirth as he swallowed the entire vial of bone regrowth potion. To be candid, it was his first experience with a potion that was sweet yet not cloying, a testament to the prowess of the potion's master. Ausace, reveling in the pleasant distraction, casually placed the empty vial on the table. "Thank you, "Professor," he murmured softly, his eyes brimming with warmth and joy. Snape regarded him in silence, his mind grappling with an elusive thought, while the curtain, stirred by the wind, brushed against his robes, an intimate caress. As Ausace observed Snape, lost in contemplation, he focused intently on those deep, dark eyes, and the reflection of himself within them. The wind whispered again, lifting the pale curtain and creating a narrow space between them. In this moment, one standing and the other seated, they exchanged silent glances, an almost imperceptible yet peculiar undercurrent enveloping them, faint yet undeniable. Time seemed to suspend itself for a heartbeat. Chapter 188. Conversations in the night. This inexplicable atmosphere persisted until Madame Pomfrey parted the curtain, shattering the stillness. "Severus, do you have any more bone regrowth potion?" Sensing the strange ambience, her voice faltered, and she scrutinized the two with suspicion. "What is going on here?" Snape was the first to regain his composure, nonchalantly redirecting the conversation. "Bone regrowth potion? Ah, yes, it seems Harry's bones were extracted." Madame Pomfrey's attention was deftly diverted as her gaze shifted to Harry, her voice laced with indignation. "He should have come to me immediately instead of attempting to heal himself with a clumsy spell. Well, his ogre-like brain couldn't possibly conceive of a more sensible method. Oh, Severus, do not be so harsh. He is still just a child. Moreover, I've heard it was Lockhart who insisted on that approach." Madame Pomfrey's expression soured at the mention of Lockhart, her disdain unmistakable. "Never mind that. Severus, do you have any extra bone regrowth potion?" "Of course. I shall have someone deliver it shortly." "I hope that so-called savior does not waste my potion," Snape replied, a malicious smile suddenly gracing his face. Though Madame Pomfrey seemed oblivious to it. "That is splendid news. Thank you, Severus. I am grateful for your assistance." "Oh dear, enhanced bone regrowth potion." Ausace silently mourned for the savior. That very night, a small serpent indeed delivered 3 vials of the bone regrowth potion. Madame Pomfrey handed one to Harry, who frowned in dismay. "Can I not drink it?" "No." The matroness' demeanor was unyielding, ignoring his protests as she thrust the entire vial into Harry's hands. "Drink." Under her imposing authority, Harry, filled with despair, tilted the bottle towards his mouth. Ugh! The potion promptly spewed from his mouth, followed by a cacophony of coughs. Cough, cough. Merlin's stockings. Cough. This potion is cough, cough, horrid. In the adjacent bed, Ausace, who had been engrossed in his book, detected their conversation, his lowered brows revealing a hint of amusement. His fingers slowed their page-turning motion as he discreetly focused on the commotion next door. Harry continued to struggle. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's just too dreadful. How can I endure another?" Upon seeing Madame Pomfrey produce yet another vial of bone regrowth potion, Harry's complexion turned green. Severus is always thorough in his work. "Now, drink it down, or I shall summon Severus or Albus." The potency of the potion's master was indisputable. Harry instinctively swallowed hard, trembling as he accepted the bone regrowth potion, resolutely closing his eyes and drinking it down as if facing death. Glug, glug. Finally finished. He clamped his mouth shut to prevent himself from regurgitating. "That's the spirit. Today, Mr. Cavendish was not nearly so finicky. Because I drank the sweet one." The mirth in Ausace's eyes could no longer be concealed. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, peering through his fingers to catch a glimpse of Harry, his narrowed eyes betraying an enchanting delight. Once the infirmary fell silent, Ausace detached himself from the joy of the moment, redirecting his thoughts to the events of the day. "Dobby. Or Lucius," he muttered, his expression clouded with uncertainty. "Or perhaps it is you, Tom." His voice dwindled into a whisper as he lifted his gaze to the moon, his expression impassive, lost in contemplation. As night deepened, even the moon began to fade from view, leaving only a sliver of moonlight to gently embrace the man in the sickbed. On the back of the man's hand, a beautiful and intricate design emerged under the moon's gentle call, radiating a faint silver glow that twinkled in response to the light above. The silver light gradually spread across his body, particularly illuminating the injured areas. The tingling sensation of bone regrowth intensified, causing the man's steady breaths to become erratic. Ausace suddenly opened his eyes, clutching his aching right hand. He made no sound, quietly awaiting the pain to subside. After an indeterminate time, his arm returned to normal. Ausace gently flexed his wrist, moving it freely without issue. "What is this?" His brows arched slightly as he gazed out at the moon. Healing from moonlight? A unicorn's blessing? Just as Ausace was lost in speculation, voices from the adjacent bed drew his attention. He quieted his breathing, straining to listen. There were 2 voices, one was Harry's, while the other was low and soft, as if fearful, yet Ausace recognized it. It was Dobby, the Malfoy family's house elf. A flicker of confusion crossed his deep-set eyes. The Malfoy's house elf seeking out the savior? Suppressing his curiosity, Ausace continued to eavesdrop. Dobby's speech was tinged with the peculiar syntax of house elves, making it challenging for both Aces and Harry to comprehend. Soon, footsteps echoed from outside, and the peculiar little elf vanished from the infirmary. Both boys felt a wave of incredulity wash over them. Harry, somewhat bewildered, rustled back to his bed. Aces, gripping his wand, meticulously replayed Dobby's words in his mind, swiftly grasping the critical point. A dreadful matter, a historical repetition. Does it relate to the things in the washroom? He narrowed his eyes, pondering as he gazed at the door. The following morning, Madame Pomfrey arrived to assess the healing progress of Aces' wounds, her findings leaving her astounded. Your recovery rate is astonishing. The witch's gaze darted around Aces. To be honest, I expected you to be here for several days. I cannot believe your bones have completely healed overnight. Aces fastened his sleeve and smiled at her words. Perhaps it is due to your exceptional medical skills, madam. You are quite the charmer, Mr. Cavendish. Madame Pomfrey assisted him in donning his school robes. Watching silently as he dressed. Do you wish to discuss something with me, madam? Aces inquired gently, raising his gaze to meet hers as he fastened the final button. There are indeed some matters I wish to address. The composed witch hesitated unexpectedly, as Aces raised his wand and cast a silencing charm around the two of them. Madame Pomfrey stated her intentions plainly. If there is something to discuss, please do so. I will do my utmost, should it be within my capacity. It's nothing grave. Merely a matter concerning Severus. Aces' gaze flickered momentarily. About the professor? Indeed, it pertains to Severus, Madame Pomfrey continued, her words flowing more freely now. Recently, I have observed that Severus has undergone considerable change. Initially, I could not ascertain the cause until yesterday when I encountered you. Me? Aces echoed in confusion. Madame Pomfrey regarded him intently. Yes, precisely you. I mentioned yesterday that it was the first time I witnessed Severus treating someone with such kindness. You may not even realize it, but there exists a certain atmosphere when you are together, one that others cannot penetrate. At that moment, I understood that Severus's transformation is likely due to you. Aces' eyelashes trembled slightly, and he instinctively lowered his head, the shadows cast by his lowered eyelids concealing the emotions welling within. Is there a problem? There is no issue at all. In fact, I find it quite wonderful. Having spent so many years here, I can say I have watched Severus grow. He has endured much hardship, transitioning from a young wizard to the esteemed professor he is today. Her eyes seemed to cloud with sorrow as memories of the scarred youth surfaced, her tone imbued with nostalgia and a hint of regret. Severus holds great respect for me, a respect born solely from my care during his times of distress. He is an exceptionally intelligent individual. He knows well that my tending to him was merely part of my duty, yet he still regards me with esteem. I often feel unworthy of that respect, for I have merely fulfilled my obligations. Thus, while he may appear aloof, he consistently acts more than he speaks. Many misinterpret him, and he deliberately presents himself in a manner that invites disdain. His reputation at Hogwarts has never been particularly favorable. Though her expression grew somewhat muddled, Aces understood the essence of her words, his hands clenched tightly within the confines of his sleeves. Eventually, she recognized the disarray in her speech and let out a soft sigh. I apologize, I became rather impassioned. My intention in sharing this with you is not to impose any obligations, but rather to make a single request. I implore you not to harm him. Madame Pomfrey regained her composure, fixing a solemn gaze upon Aces. I possess little in the way of reciprocation for the years of respect he has afforded me. Thus I shamelessly present this unreasonable plea. Whether you acquiesce or not is entirely up to you. I do not seek to compel you. Having spoken, Madame Pomfrey's face tightened, her anxiety palpable as she awaited Aces' response. She was acutely aware of the irrationality of her request and understood that Aces had no obligation to comply, leaving her with little hope. A certain regret began to seep in as she questioned whether her words might disrupt their interactions. However, Aces' response took her by surprise. Throughout her discourse, he had remained silent, his head bowed. Now, he finally lifted his gaze, earnestly meeting her eyes, his throat constricting as he replied with palpable sincerity. I will not harm him. Never. His expression was resolute, and his voice resounded with the weight of a vow. Madame Pomfrey stared at him, seemingly grasping the significance of his words, a flicker of understanding illuminating her eyes. Thank you, Mr. Cavendish. She quickly regained her composure, her expression softening as the tension in her clasped hands eased. In truth, you need not have asked. I would never. The words almost escaped him, too strange to articulate. Aces paused momentarily before continuing. I have never contemplated harming the professor. And please, just call me Aces. There is no need for such formality. A gentle smile graced Aces' features as he regarded the kind-hearted witch, though a pang of pain stirred within him, a discomfort that gnawed at his insides. Pressing his tongue against the roof of his mouth to suppress his turmoil, he continued to gently reassure Madame Pomfrey. Do not worry, he will improve. That is truly wonderful. Of course, I have witnessed him grow from a mere child into a potions professor. They exchanged a few more words until Madame Pomfrey excused herself to tend to another injured young wizard. Once she departed, Aces pressed a hand to his left chest. Lost in thought and confusion. Why does it hurt so? Seated on the edge of the bed, stray strands of hair fell across his face, casting shadows that obscured his expression. When Severus arrived, he was met with this very scene. If you believe this is a means of escaping reality, I can only regretfully shatter your delusions. The velvety timbre of his voice jolted Aces back to the present. He immediately looked up. Professor. Severus paused mid-step, eyeing the peculiar giant before him with suspicion. What madness has seized you now? If I claim there is none, would you believe me, Professor? What do you think? Very well, I acknowledge that something feels amiss. I just cannot comprehend it. Aces's gaze was dazed as he absent-mindedly traced a hand over the bed, brushing against his heart. Has this giant truly lost his mind? Severus hesitantly approached, drawing his wand to conduct a thorough examination of Aces. Professor, I am not mad. Aces replied with resignation. Allowing him to proceed, I simply have yet to clarify certain matters. What matters? After a moment of silence, Aces looked bewildered. What matters? It seemed he was equally in the dark. I do not know, he admitted candidly. Is there something you wish to discuss? Realizing his own ignorance, Aces attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere. Severus regarded him with a measuring glance before continuing. Indeed, there is. Professor Lockhart requires an assistant for his dueling club. The word assistant was deliberately elongated, tinged with the master's discontent. Assistant? If I am not mistaken, he is seeking your assistance, Professor. Do you expect that fool to possess the courage or skill to contend with me? Certainly not. Your prowess is beyond his capabilities. At this, Severus's demeanor lightened considerably. Initially, he was quite audacious to seek me out. However, perhaps he has finally realized that his mere spells pale in comparison to mine, prompting him to retract this foolish proposal. Aces chuckled at the sight of the irate potions master. So, Professor, you recommended me? Severus replied slowly. It is quite evident. If you so wish, I would be honored. Aces sat upon the bed, a sincere smile gracing his lips. Once more, Severus instinctively averted his gaze. In the next moment, he became aware of his actions. His expression darkening, a complexity swirling in his eyes. How many times has it been now? A sense of turmoil began to swell within him, as if something were spiraling out of control. He furrowed his brow and hastily dismissed, I must go, before striding swiftly out of the infirmary. The potions master's departure was swift and forceful, his black robes billowing behind him as a cold breeze swept through the infirmary. Aces remained seated on the bed, silently watching the retreating figure, his gaze lingering on the exposed waist revealed by the billowing robes, an inexplicable itch forming in his throat. Days swiftly passed. Aces found himself in a state of distress, for he realized that since their conversation in the infirmary, he had not laid eyes upon the potions master for several consecutive days. Even when they did cross paths, Severus remained indifferent, whether in the classroom or the dungeons. Had he inadvertently offended him? Aces absently cradled a book, reclining upon the sofa in the common room, pondering this question for what felt like the umpteenth time. It was quite rare for him to find himself unable to concentrate on his reading. With a sigh of resignation, he set the book aside and closed his eyes. Seeking solace, he had been lost in thought for as long as he had been reading the book, and continuing to do so would yield no benefit. It was far better to concentrate on this matter instead. Beside him, Eliza stole a glance, ultimately unable to suppress her curiosity. Is there something weighing on your mind, sir? Aces turned towards Eliza, pondering whether the elf's intuition might prove useful. He gently pressed his lips together, hesitating before speaking. If someone suddenly stops paying you any attention, what do you think could be the reason? Eliza's eyes flitted over Aces, and she whispered, could it be that he is angry? Yet, she was certain she had done nothing wrong. Her words betrayed her confusion, and her master's brows furrowed in contemplation. This was rather peculiar, Eliza mused, attempting to shift her perspective. Could it be that person has done something, thus evading confrontation? Aces, without a moment's hesitation, replied, what is there to be afraid of? His words trailed off as he pondered, repeating, evading confrontation? What do you think could be the reason for such avoidance? Upon hearing this, Eliza carefully observed Ace's expression and tentatively suggested, there are many reasons one might avoid confrontation. Shyness, guilt, fear, sadness. Any of these could apply. Shyness, guilt, fear, sadness? Aces mused, his fingers rhythmically tapping the book in thought. Eliza regarded him with equal contemplation, wondering if he was beginning to grasp something. Are you channeling Professor Snape? Aces glanced at her and nodded slightly. Indeed. Eliza instinctively swallowed hard. Sir, are you certain? What is there to be uncertain about? Aces replied, puzzled. This is not the first time. Not the first time? Eliza felt as though she had misconstrued something. Why do you think the professor is ignoring you? Guilt, perhaps? Aces relaxed against the sofa, eyes half closed, contemplating. It could be regarding my injury. Guilt. Eliza rose and seated herself beside Aces, scrutinizing him with utmost seriousness. What is the matter? A gentle fragrance wafted from her, prompting Aces to instinctively retreat, his brow slightly furrowing. Sir, do you have feelings for me? What? Aces moved even farther away. What are you doing? To be clearer, I consider myself rather attractive, sir. Do you like me? You are speaking nonsense. I harbor no inappropriate thoughts towards you. Then, if I were to save you, would you distance yourself from me out of guilt for my injuries? Aces halted his retreat, scrutinizing her closely. What are you trying to convey? Eliza did not respond immediately, but rather fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes conveying something indescribable. The next moment, she leaned closer, her lips near his ear, whispering, Sir, am I beautiful? What on earth are you trying to say? Aces furrowed his brow tightly, grasping Eliza's wrist to halt her advance. He then straightened, pushing her away. The pressure from his grip left a mark on her delicate wrist. Ouch! Eliza gasped softly, her wrist growing weak in his hold. Wait, sir. Aces regarded her with a complex expression, loosening his grip somewhat. What is the matter with you today? Sir, do you still not understand? Understand what? Is this what men are like? Eliza, rarely impudent, gazed at Aces in disbelief. Unwilling to give up, she continued, Sir, you claim not to like me, yet when I approach, you resist. Have you never considered why someone might not resist another? So what? So what? Eliza's eyes widened in incredulity as she regarded Aces, a mixture of disdain and disbelief swirling within. Men, indeed. What are you all doing? At the doorway. Carter stood in shock at this scene, his clenched fists loosening involuntarily, and the small biscuits he held tumbled to the ground, crashing like his heart. Aces, maintaining his composure, released Eliza's hand and shot a warning glance at Carter. Clear your mind. We have done nothing improper. Carter gazed at Eliza with tear-filled eyes. My dear. Should I not be here? What did you say? My dear? Ace's sharp gaze shifted to Eliza. Is there an issue, Eliza? There is no issue. This is your freedom. I am merely a bit surprised. Is this not rather sudden? It is not sudden, sir. You have not focused on us for several weeks. Perhaps even giving more attention to the library than to us. A few weeks can change many things. I do not wish for this. I have simply been rather busy. This was the truth. So Aces felt no guilt as he leisurely set down the book in his hands. I believe you both ought to inform me of certain matters. Eliza and Carter exchanged knowing glances, smiles illuminating their faces as they turned to Aces. Of course. Minutes later. Is that all? Aces raised an eyebrow in confusion. So simple? It is indeed so, sir. Eliza nodded earnestly. I believe I comprehend. There is no need for you to explain it again. No, sir, you do not understand. Aces raised his brow. What is it that I do not understand? Carter's curiosity piqued. What is it that you do not comprehend, sir? There are many things you do not grasp. Eliza cast a disdainful glance at the two. Or perhaps, you both do not understand. Aces and Carter exchanged puzzled glances. What was it that they did not understand? Forget it. We will discuss this later. There are more pressing matters at hand. Aces cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as he surveyed the pair. Carter is about to graduate, and upon his graduation, he will take charge of the department's preparations. Thus, Aces turned towards Eliza. This means that for a considerable time to come, he will not be able to appear at Hogwarts. Eliza displayed no outward reaction. This was expected. We are your loyal followers, sir, and we shall remain ever faithful to you. You need not worry about us. At this, Eliza gently bowed her head towards Aces. A gesture of reverence. Everything you wish to pursue is the direction we strive towards. Carter also regarded Aces, his usual frivolity replaced by seriousness. What Eliza has expressed is precisely what I wish to convey. Chapter 191, The Dueling Club. Hurry up, hurry up. We're late. Outside the Great Hall. Several young wizards tugged at their robes, moving hastily. A few leisurely strolling lions, observing their urgency, could not help but dash after them. Where are you all rushing off to? The dueling club hosted by Professor Lockhart is about to commence. The young wizards shouted, their voices cracking in excitement. The little lions trailed closely behind, their red hair shining brilliantly as they ran. That professor who releases pixies during class? The irresponsible Lockhart. The two exchanged glances as they ran, in unison exclaiming, what is there to see? The young wizards ahead had grown breathless from their exertion and offered no further response. Merely pushing forward. Fred and George exchanged another glance and quickened their pace, overtaking the young wizards. Since you won, tell us. We shall see for ourselves. The twins raced to the entrance of the Great Hall, only to be taken aback by the throngs of people inside. Merlin, if Mum were here, she would be even more frantic. Excuse me, let us through. Hey, it's you, Fred. George. The red-haired twins turned at the sound. spotting their brother Ron leading the charge through the crowd, flanked by the distracted Harry and the excited Hermione. Oh, our little Ronnie. Don't call me that. Ron's face flushed crimson as he shot daggers at his teasing brothers. The twins waved dismissively. Then in the next moment, they both placed a friendly hand on Ron's shoulder. Are you here to see the dueling club? Surely, you ought to comprehend why such a multitude has gathered here, do you not? A few individuals are precisely blocking the entrance to the auditorium, and as they remain stagnant, the younger wizards behind them grow increasingly impatient. With determination, they begin to push forward, a veritable swarm of young sorcerers breaking through the ranks. Ron, with his mouth agape, has yet to respond to the inquiry when he is swept away by the throng. The twins, who were previously engaged in jovial camaraderie, hastily sidestep to avoid the crowd. Joining the surge into the hall, it is only upon reaching the auditorium's center that they grasp the reason for the usually accommodating space being so congested. In the middle of the hall stands a grand dueling platform, elegantly adorned with intricate and flamboyant patterns, spanning the width of the room. In the shadow near the platform, Aces stands quietly behind Snape, observing the potion's master whom he has not seen in quite some time, entirely disregarding the bustling heads around them. Nervous? Snape inquires languidly, leaning back in his chair, his hand draped over the armrest as he feels the weight of gazes upon him. Aces chuckles softly, shaking his head. Not at all, Professor. I merely find it has been quite a while since I last beheld you. Snape furrows his brow slightly. I believe I must remind you to focus on the impending duel rather than indulge in frivolous musings. Very well, Professor. Aces acquiesces, adjusting his tone. Might you enlighten me on what I should do next? I care not for your actions, but do ensure I do not discover you showing any leniency. It appears I may need to offer Professor Lockhart a preemptive apology. If he cannot best a single student, he ought not to accept an apology, but rather should pack his belongings and vacate Hogwarts. Snape scoffs derisively, rapping his knuckles against the armrest, producing a crisp sound. Thus, I hope to thoroughly appreciate Mr. Lockhart's prowess and his exquisite spells. Aces gazes at Snape's profile, a faint smile playing on his lips. The professor does possess a penchant for holding grudges. His throat involuntarily constricts as he diverts his gaze, finding it somewhat endearing. Tap, tap, tap. Snape, receiving no reply, grows slightly impatient, his hand striking the armrest with renewed vigor. Aces suppresses his errant thoughts and replies softly, Of course, Professor. I assure you that you shall witness Professor Lockhart's capabilities and his refined spells. Hearing the desired response, Snape releases his grip on the unfortunate armrest in satisfaction. However, Professor, may I request a favor? Speak. Due to the Animagus incident, I unfortunately missed the Boggart lesson with the defense against the Dark Arts Professor. Might you spare some time to assist me? How amusing. I do not recall that your defense against the Dark Arts Professor is me, Mr. Aces. But I place my trust solely in you, Professor. Aces steps forward, crouching beside the armrest, looking earnestly up at Snape. Moreover, your expertise in defense against the dark arts surpasses that of Professor Lockhart. Then why, pray tell, would I forfeit the opportunity to learn from a superior in favor of Lockhart? Snape glances sharply at Aces. This Saturday evening at 7. Thank you, Professor. Aces stands, a smile adorning his face as he returns to his previous position. As they converse, a flamboyant figure ambles onto the dueling platform. It appears that everyone is quite eager for the duel club I have organized. Lockhart beams broadly, positioning himself at the center of the stage, arms outstretched as he spins around. Due to the recent dark attacks at Hogwarts, as a proud bearer of the Merlin badge, I must step forward to instruct everyone on how to confront such threats. Oh, I extend my gratitude to Professor Dumbledore for generously permitting me to host this illustrious club. I am confident that all of you will learn how to protect yourselves as I do. However, do not harbor excessive expectations, for not everyone possesses my exceptional talents. Ha ha ha. As he speaks, Lockhart removes his cloak with a flourish, eliciting cheers from the audience. As a young witch gleefully catches the garment and shares her delight with a friend. Foolish narcissism, Snape observes, his gaze toward Lockhart resembling that of one contemplating a troll. Lockhart, evidently pleased with his popularity, regains some of the confidence previously diminished by Snape. He gestures toward the shadows. Next, allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape's student, Mr. Cavendish. Wow, Merlin. All the young wizards lean forward to glimpse the direction Lockhart indicates. Snape's expression darkens as he guides Aces to the center of the stage. I thank Professor Snape for his generosity in allowing his student to assist me with this demonstration. Lockhart then turns to Snape. Fear not, Professor Snape. I shall return your student to you in perfect condition. Is that so? Snape's words are slow and deliberate, his displeasure evident even to the young wizards below. Lockhart, oblivious, continues unabated. Aces observes Snape's darkening demeanor and Lockhart's smugness, internally lamenting the latter's apparent inability to recognize discomfort. Chapter 192. The Two Who Were Thrown Aside. Snape's cold laughter reverberates. Perhaps in perfect condition is indeed an apt phrase. Very well, let us see if this phrase is appropriately applied. With that, his smile vanishes abruptly as he turns sharply and descends from the dueling platform. Before departing, he casts a fleeting glance at Ausace, who nods in understanding. With the imposing potions master having exited, Lockhart feels emboldened, eagerly glancing at Ausace as he gestures for the duel to commence. Ah, foolish man. Ausace smiles politely, drawing his wand and positioning himself opposite Lockhart. The duel commences. Both raise their wands, then lower them, bowing slightly before turning away from one another. 1 step, 2 steps. After 5 paces, Lockhart pivots, his wand tracing a complex and ostentatious arc before settling before his chest. Ausace, however, casually lifts his wand. 1, 2, 3. As his words fall, Ausace utters the incantation in unhurried unison. Expelliarmus. The spell hurtles forth swiftly. Lockhart, caught unawares, is forcefully struck and sent sprawling. As he crashes to the ground, the platform trembles, a cloud of dust rising in his wake. In response, Carter instinctively clutches his waist, feeling a phantom pain. Elise prods him, prompting him to reluctantly release his grip. Lockhart, groaning as he supports his aching back, grits his teeth and rises. I must admit, Mr. Cavendish's demonstration was quite impressive. However, if I may speak candidly, your intent to attack was exceedingly evident. Had I truly wished to thwart you, it would have been a simple task. From the audience, Snape's derisive laughter rings out. Had you not been lying on the ground just now, I dare say your words would carry more weight. Ha ha ha. I merely wish to assess Mr. Cavendish's abilities. After all, he is but a student. Watching Lockhart's ignorant and arrogant demeanor, Snape, growing weary of the exchange, interrupts him with a stern expression. I believe the most pressing matter now is to instruct them on how to respond to an attack. Is it not, Professor Lockhart? Oh, right, yes. Now that we have completed the demonstration, I invite 2 students to come forth. How about Potter and Weasley? You may give it a try. Snape's gaze narrows as he scrutinizes Ron's wand, his voice icy as he questions. Mr. Weasley's wand barely seems capable of managing even the simplest of spells. Are you quite certain that Potter won't find himself once again in the infirmary? Lockhart, upon hearing this, glances at Ron and his nearly broken wand. Professor Snape, do you have any suggestions? I recall, after all, that it is not I who is hosting this duel club. Very well then. Lockhart's gaze sweeps over the throng of young wizards before landing on the most conspicuous platinum head. How about Malfoy? Malfoy? Snape remained still, his gaze subtly directed toward Assis. He understood that Assis was reluctant to allow Draco and Potter to interact extensively. Assis's hand, clutching his wand, began to itch once more. The previous moment had been merely a prelude. An ephemeral silence enveloped the great hall. Snape diverted his attention, contemplating if Mr. Malfoy was willing to proceed. Willing? Oh, he was exceedingly eager. Draco, brimming with anticipation, sparkled with enthusiasm, nearly scrambling up to the dueling platform. He cleared his throat twice, feigning nonchalance as he ascended the stage. Once in position, he drew his wand. Beneath the tranquil facade, a tempest of excitement surged within him. The incantations he had practiced for so long were finally about to be unleashed. Harry, pushed forward by Ron and others, found himself facing Draco from a distance. Snape and Assis turned away, granting them the necessary space. On the platform, Lockhart, after wishing Harry good luck, stepped aside. Now, remember, only use the disarming charm, Lockhart proclaimed loudly. The time had come, wands were raised in unison. Malfoy, silence. I have no desire to converse with you, Potter. Draco was already risking the loss of his pride by stepping up, and now Potter wished to engage in idle chatter? He could still feel the weight of scrutinizing eyes upon him. Draco swallowed hard, his heart pounding. With gritted teeth, he bowed and turned away. Moments later, they both pivoted simultaneously. 1, 2, 3. Disarm. Draco's jubilant voice reverberated through the hall. Harry, slower on the uptake and still muttering, was swiftly sent flying by the spell. Like Lockhart, he landed on the ground, though without the same degree of impact. How exhilarating. Draco felt a rush of elation. Had it not been for the throngs observing, he might have leapt for joy. He self-importantly stowed away his wand, preparing to deliver a victory speech, yet as the words hovered on his lips, the piercing gaze from behind him intensified. He shivered slightly, swallowing back his words. Professor Lockhart, may I announce the outcome? He raised his platinum blonde head high. Indeed. In this duel, Mr. Malfoy emerges victorious. Elation surged through Draco as he straightened his back. Even the fear of those scrutinizing eyes diminished significantly. Observing Draco's triumphant demeanor, Assis could hardly suppress a chuckle. Was he truly so pleased to have bested the chosen one? If Draco could hear his thoughts, he would undoubtedly proclaim, ecstatic, incredibly so, to the point of wanting to soar. Assis lifted his wand and lightly tapped it against the platform. Sensing something, Draco cast a final smug glance at Harry before turning to depart. "Oh wait, Malfoy," Lockhart suddenly called out, his earlier flamboyance replaced with a more serious demeanor. Draco halted, perplexed, and turned back. "Malfoy, what a prestigious surname. I wonder if you would honor us with an exhibition of the prowess inherent in a pure-blood family." "Certainly," Draco replied without a moment's hesitation. The two onlookers unable to intervene in time. Assis furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lockhart for the first time, his mind racing with speculation regarding his intentions. Draco raised his wand. "What shall I demonstrate?" Lockhart pulled Harry to his feet, positioning him opposite Draco. "What is Mr. Malfoy's specialty?" The small peacock, vexed, shook his wand. "Specialty? I excel at many things." An idea sparked within him, and he pointed his wand at Lockhart and Harry. Suddenly, a blunder occurred. White smoke erupted from the wand's tip and coalesced into a serpent that hissed ominously as it slithered across the floor. The snake's head, menacing and raised, surveyed the audience with its cold, piercing gaze. The young wizards gasped and recoiled, avoiding the snake's stare. Harry stood transfixed, even releasing his wand. Snape observed Harry with a cold smirk. "Mr. Potter, remain still if you wish to avoid injury." "Fear not," Lockhart exclaimed, raising his wand with fervor. "Allow me." Chapter 193. The Chamber of Secrets is unlocked. Lockhart, Wingardium Leviosa. The serpent, initially crawling on the ground, was struck by the spell, soaring into the air before crashing down, becoming even more agitated and ferocious. The towering serpent's head scanned the area, locking its gaze onto the nearest young wizard. "Merlin." Other young wizards murmured in hushed terror. The unfortunate wizard closest to it stood frozen, locked in a fearful stare with the serpent, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, Harry stepped forward, meeting the serpent's gaze head-on. "Do not move, Mr. Potter." Snape, having grown weary of the spectacle, lazily remarked, "Let me handle this." Before his words fully registered, Harry emitted an eerie, serpentine sound. SSSSSSSSSSS. Snape's voice faltered, and he regarded Harry with a newfound wariness, as if encountering him for the first time. "Parseltongue?" Assis felt little concern, merely glancing at Harry before returning his attention to Lockhart. "Is this your intent?" The strange vocalization persisted. The serpent turned its head, fixating on Harry, then coldly redirected its gaze to the previously frightened young wizard. Instantly, all the young wizards in the hall looked up at Harry in sheer horror. The serpent vanished. Snape flicked his wand, the spell striking the black serpent, which contorted and disappeared in an instant. "What trickery is this?" The young wizard who had previously locked eyes with the snake, Justin Finch-Fletchley, glared at Harry. Harry looked at him in confusion, then scanned the room, finally realizing that the gazes of his peers were decidedly unsettling. Desperately, he surveyed each face, finally locking eyes with Lockhart, Snape, Draco. Everyone stared at him with an odd intensity. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon Assis, who regarded him with an expression of normalcy. Snape frowned, subtly blocking Harry's line of sight. Now, not a single familiar look remained. Under such peculiar scrutiny, Harry chose to turn and flee from the Great Hall, escaping the collective gaze. Hermione grasped Ron's arm, trailing closely behind him, with the situation escalating. No one wished to continue the dueling club, not even Lockhart, who hastily declared the event concluded before being the first to exit the hall, followed by the other young wizards who scattered in a flurry. The once crowded Great Hall became eerily vacant once more. Assis lingered, observing Draco, who resembled a turtle retreating into its shell, and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Now you comprehend fear?" Draco forced a smile, indignantly asserting, "I am merely bringing glory to Slytherin." "Glory?" Assis arched an eyebrow. "Are you certain it is not merely for your own benefit?" "I swear. That constitutes only a minor part of my motivation." Assis dismissed this absurdity, his expression turning serious. Just as he prepared to speak, he caught sight of Snape's departing figure. "Is the professor leaving in such haste?" At that, Assis lost interest in discussing the matter with Draco, hastily instructing him to return to the common room before pivoting to follow the retreating shadow. "Huh." Draco stood bewildered in place, unexpectedly spared. Snape moved at an extraordinary pace. Assis quickened his steps, almost catching up when three individuals blocked his path. Watching the last remnants of black robes vanish from view, he turned to the trio with a hint of frustration. "Is there something you need, Mr. Potter?" Harry, flanked by Ron and Hermione, bit his lip nervously, his mouth opening and closing in hesitation. "This is troublesome." Assis glanced back toward the direction of Snape's departure, maintaining a calm exterior while feeling a twinge of impatience. The young witch, observing Harry's indecision, pushed him aside. "Step aside, Harry, I shall speak." "Mr. Kavanaugh, we wish to inquire about Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue and the incident of petrification." The last interruption had been due to this very topic, but with both Harry and him injured, they had been unable to address it. Furthermore, Harry wishes to express his gratitude to you for rescuing him once more on the Quidditch pitch. Hermione chattered enthusiastically, pulling Harry alongside her to prompt him to thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Cavendish. No sooner had he voiced his thanks than Hermione tugged him back again. Are you aware of these two matters, Mr. Cavendish? Aces lowered his gaze towards the young witch. Miss Granger, I regret to inform you that I am not privy to either of those occurrences. Moreover, instead of inquiring of me, you would be better served consulting the various professors, for their knowledge far exceeds mine, particularly that of Professor Dumbledore. Hermione furrowed her brow in distress, but they are all rather reticent on the subject and unwilling to disclose anything to us. In that case, I am at a loss. I am but a student, not a so-called encyclopedia. Books? The restricted section of the library. Pardon me, Mr. Cavendish, we must take our leave. Hermione suddenly brightened, seizing Harry's arm, and the two hurriedly bid farewell and departed. Aces gazed thoughtfully in the direction where the trio had vanished, then recalled the long-gone dark robes. Once he found his bearings, Hermione began to immerse herself in the library day after day. However, before she could unearth any clues, a significant event transpired at Hogwarts. Justin Finch-Fletchley was petrified, becoming the first victim of such fate. At the scene of his petrification, a gruesome message was inscribed in blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware all enemies of the heir. Consequently, the savior Harry Potter, who could speak Parseltongue, became the prime suspect for the heir. All the young witches and wizards began to shun him. As Harry walked the corridors, whispers and finger-pointing followed him incessantly, causing him great vexation. What troubled him most was Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor, who refused to believe he was the heir and trailed him daily with a camera, attempting to gather evidence. No matter where he went, this little lion would always spot him. One day, Harry sought refuge from everyone, retreating to a secluded spot where Ron and Hermione were already waiting for him. Harry, are you all right? The young witch asked anxiously, pulling him close. Ron joined them. I don't know. This is not my doing. Harry, despondent, gripped Hermione's hand tightly, as if seeking affirmation. It truly isn't me. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances. Hermione patted Harry's hand, offering solace. We believe you. It's just that Justin questioned you, and then he was petrified, leaving behind a message about the chamber being opened by the heir. Additionally, everyone witnessed you using Parseltongue. Oh, Merlin. That is a skill only the founder of Slytherin would possess. It's difficult not to arouse suspicion. The more Hermione spoke, the more powerless she felt, her once buoyant hair drooping. Observing this, Ron leaned closer to Harry, saying, Exactly. If we weren't together every day, I'd be in pain. Hey, Hermione, what are you doing? Hermione withdrew her hand from pinching him. Nothing, Harry. How about you accompany me to the library to lay low? We can research together. The young witch exerted herself to alleviate her friend's burdens. Harry, feeling dejected, nodded in a half-hearted manner at her suggestion. Laying low provided Harry with a brief respite. He followed Hermione closely, darting between classrooms, the common room, and the library. However, this respite was short-lived. Following the incidents with Moaning Myrtle and Justin Finch-Fletchley, a third victim emerged, Colin Creevey, who had relentlessly pursued Harry for photographs even after the suspicions surrounding him began. Almost every young witch and wizard was aware that Colin was Harry's #1 fan and knew of his actions. Consequently, the notion of Harry being the heir became almost an irrefutable fact. Moreover, the students discovered that Colin, like Justin Finch-Fletchley, was a Muggle-born wizard, aligning perfectly with the heir's profile. In no time, rumors regarding the heir spread throughout Hogwarts, and even Harry's two closest friends regarded him with a peculiar gaze. Unable to endure such treatment, Harry secluded himself by the Black Lake, lost in thought, accompanied only by his owl, Hedwig. Chapter 194, Boggart Practice. On his way back, Harry fortuitously encountered Aces returning from the Forbidden Forest. He obstructed Ace's path as if he were a beacon of hope. Aces scrutinized the savior, who had faced countless suspicions in recent days, noting his rather haggard appearance. He shook the herbs in his hand and inquired, Mr. Potter, to what do I owe this visit? I have nothing pressing. Aren't you afraid of me? Aces retorted, perplexed. Afraid of you? Why would I be afraid of you? Harry, in a moment of despair, lowered his head. Because I can speak Parseltongue, because I might be the heir, because I could harm others. Aces mused privately about Harry's overthinking. While carefully casting a preservation charm on the herbs, he casually replied, Firstly, I possess a clear understanding of my own capabilities. Secondly, I do not believe that someone who cannot even block a disarming spell poses a threat to my safety. Of course, the most crucial point was that he had begun to grasp how Voldemort operated. So, may I pass now, Mr. Potter? We are not on such familiar terms that we can discuss personal matters. If you require assistance, seek your friends. Aces had no time for heart-to-heart conversations. The herbs in his possession were exceedingly challenging to preserve. If Harry did not move aside, he would have to force him out of the way. Friends? Harry echoed sadly, hurriedly stepping aside. Thank you, Mr. Cavendish. I am no longer as troubled. At least there is one person who is not afraid of me. Noting Harry's understanding, Aces allowed the light at his fingertips to fade, disregarding Harry's mumbled words, and continued on his way. He hurried along, but found that a leaf on one of the herbs had still darkened by the time he reached the cellar door. Aces reluctantly increased the magical energy in his hands. Ah, it's Mr. Cavendish. The headmaster has informed me. You may enter. The doorknob turned, and Miss Medusa, flicking her tail, opened the cellar door. Inside, Snape was bent over, writing something. Aces had no time for pleasantries and hurried toward the potions room. Before he could utter a word, he heard a commotion emanating from the potions room. Snape frowned in displeasure, leaving a note behind as he made his way to the potions room. Upon entering, his brow furrowed even deeper as he immediately seized the glass vial and herbs from Ace's hands. It appears your grades in potions and herbology require a thorough reevaluation, Mr. Cavendish. He swiftly prepared a preservation potion for the herbs while mocking. I never imagined you could make such a foolish mistake. Aces protested, Professor. I had timed everything perfectly. I simply did not anticipate being interrupted by Mr. Potter along the way. What does Mr. Potter's distress have to do with you? Why are you engaging in idle chatter with him? I am not aware of the great savior requiring your counsel in times of trouble. Snape glanced at the surviving herbs, finally allowing himself to breathe easier. If his herbs did not survive, then neither would Potter. I did not offer counsel. I merely explained to him why I am not afraid of him. Aces took the herbs back from Snape. Professor, I can handle the rest. You have 10 minutes. Snape did not refuse, turning to leave the potions room to prepare for the upcoming boggart practice. Having spent so much time in the cellar, Aces was already adept at managing the herbs, handling them swiftly and gracefully, a sight to behold. In just 9 minutes, he completed the task. After cleaning his soiled hands, rolling down his sleeves, and restoring the slightly disheveled potions room to its former state, he exited the potions room precisely at the 10-minute mark. I thought your sense of time had vanished. Severus Snape reclined on the sofa, leisurely engrossed in a tome, when a sound reached his ears, prompting a sardonic remark without lifting his gaze. Alces approached with a smile, taking advantage of the remaining time to tidy the potions classroom. Interfering, Snape slammed his book shut. The affairs of a professor are hardly trifling, he retorted. Alces, glancing at the additional clutter in the cellar, noted a massive, ominous box. Is that a boggart? Quite evident. I presume you feel no need for preparation? Snape languidly set aside his book, raising an eyelid. Alces shook his head, indicating he required none. Very well. If that is the case, draw forth your wand. And I trust you have not forgotten to deactivate your chaotic apparatus? Snape rose and approached the box. Thank you for the reminder, Professor. Alces withdrew his wand, obediently deactivating the alchemical devices on his person, then nodded at Snape, signaling his readiness. Snape lifted his wand and tapped it against the dark box, which burst open with a resounding bang. Eerie, malevolent black smoke immediately surged forth, twisting and contorting in the air. Before long, a scene Alces thought he had forgotten began to materialize. A dilapidated room, blood-soaked floors, and a blurred shadow. His pupils contracted sharply, fixating on the hauntingly familiar tableau, a wave of panic surging within him. The hand clutching his wand trembled, veins bulging, turning a rigid alabaster. He had already surmised what the impending scene would reveal, yet he had not anticipated his visceral aversion, a repulsion that bordered on terror. Seconds later, the boggart morphed successfully. A dying Snape suddenly appeared before Alces, crimson blood pooling around his feet. It pierced his heart like a dagger, inducing excruciating agony. He instinctively recoiled. His complexion drained of color. His once straight back sagged under the weight of the pain, his left hand pressed against his aching heart as he inhaled softly. In that moment, the quiet cellar was filled solely with Alces's ragged breaths, while Snape regarded the absurd scene, at a loss for words. What was this? Was Alces's greatest fear truly Snape's demise? Had he even gone so far as to orchestrate the manner of his death? Annoyed by the sight of his own dying visage, Snape raised his wand. However, Alces was quicker. Not wishing to witness the scene any longer, Alces furiously waved his wand, his voice trembling with both anger and an almost imperceptible fear. Ridiculous. With a decisive thud, an unrestrained spell struck the blood, causing the scene to shatter and vanish. Even the black smoke dissipated, retreating into the box, too fearful to reveal itself again. Snape's wand halted midair as he turned to Alces, his previously unruffled demeanor disrupted by Alces's disarray. He furrowed his brow and stepped forward, grasping Alces, startled by the chill and tremors of his hand, instinctively tightening his grip. I thought you could distinguish between illusion and reality. Snape's words snapped Alces from his stupor. He looked up at Snape, bewildered and sorrowful. An illusion? This is not an illusion. The clash between reality and prophecy began to tear at his sanity. This was real, what he had witnessed. It was the future, a tangible future. The sorrow and anguish in his eyes deepened, almost spilling over. Snape faltered, unable to meet his gaze. Their hands intertwined. The chill between them showed no signs of abating. In fact, it grew colder. Alces remained submerged in thoughts of his own death. Snape's lips moved, yet he found no words, as he was not adept at offering comfort. Had it been anyone else, he would not have concerned himself so deeply. But this was Alces, his Alces, who would not deceive him and who trusted him implicitly. Ultimately, he gripped Alces's cold hand tightly, softly whispering, "Alces, I am still alive. I am still alive, right here before you." The reassuring words acted as a beacon, pulling Alces from the depths of despair. He clasped Snape's hand in return, drawing him into an embrace, holding him tightly as if he were a drowning man clinging to the last piece of driftwood, unwilling to let go. Snape remained still, allowing the embrace. "Severus," a sighing voice echoed in his ear, bringing an unexpected warmth. Their ragged breaths gradually steadied, and the grip around him began to loosen. Once calmness returned, a pressing question surfaced in Alces's mind. He released his hold, meticulously straightening their disheveled garments. "I lost my composure. I apologize, Professor. I need a moment alone." With that, he wandered dazedly towards the exit of the cellar. Snape hesitated briefly before following closely behind. Chapter 195, Farewell to the Mirror of Ariste. In the corridors of Hogwarts Castle, Alces wandered aimlessly for an extended period. He was uncertain of where to go or where he wished to be. Snape trailed behind him, displaying no impatience, ensuring he remained within sight. Eventually, as if struck by a thought, Alces pivoted and headed toward the 8th floor. He had been vigilant when Dumbledore relocated the Mirror of Ariste. Thus he knew its new location. He needed the mirror to validate something. If things were indeed as he suspected, then he had been foolish beyond measure. Beneath the mural of a dancing giant, Alces paced back and forth 3 times, silently reciting, "I need a room containing the Mirror of Ariste. I need a room containing the Mirror of Ariste." With a resounding rumble, the wall before him slowly parted, and without hesitation, Alces stepped inside. Snape observed quietly from a distance, refraining from intervening. Once the wall sealed behind Alces, Snape could no longer contain himself and stepped forth. In the room of requirement, Alces gazed at the Mirror of Ariste standing amidst the cluttered room. He quickly approached, yanking aside the white cloth that concealed it, then positioned himself before the mirror. The surface was barren, revealing nothing. Trembling, he deactivated the enchantment on his ring. An adjustment he had made after discovering the enchantment had been unintentionally activated during their previous encounter. The mirror swirled with mist, gradually revealing 2 familiar figures. They were the 2 individuals Alces knew all too well. As he beheld the scene in the mirror, silence enveloped him. The enchantment had indeed been deactivated at that moment. Such a conspicuous fact, and yet he had failed to notice it. How foolish. He muttered a self-deprecating remark, while his gaze remained fixed on the mirror, greedily absorbing the sight of the 2 figures entwined, unwilling to blink. His eyes meticulously traversed every inch of the scene, not neglecting a single detail: the clasped hands, the closely pressed shoulders. It had been so obvious, and he had been so foolish. How laughable. A bitter laugh escaped his throat, the sound hollow. How could he have been so oblivious to something so plainly evident? In the stillness of the room, his laughter echoed, tinged with pain and self-mockery, a profoundly tragic sound. The scene shifted once more, this time showcasing well-tailored suits and well-wishers. Alces paused his self-mockery, allowing himself to sink into this beautiful dream. If only it were real, then. He stared transfixed at the mirror, slowly raising a hand to caress the face of the figure within, tracing the contours until his fingertips brushed against the lips, jolting him back to reality. He had previously failed to comprehend why Iris and Potter were so enraptured by the mirror. Now he finally understood. Such temptation was inescapable. No one could resist it, himself included. Exercising nearly every ounce of self-control, Alces managed to retract his hand, though his gaze lingered, reluctant to part from the figure within the mirror. In truth, he was acutely aware that this was an illusion, a manifestation of his innermost desires. Yet, he yearned for just one more glimpse of that scene. Just one glimpse. With eyes that had long ceased to blink, dryness and crimson veins marred their surface, barely concealing the tumultuous emotions within. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the vision faded away. At last, Alces reluctantly withdrew his gaze, the remnants of suppressed feelings still swirling in his eyes. He could not succumb to despair. He could not bear witness to that person's demise before him. He simply could not. His throat constricted, and he forcibly quelled the surging emotions that threatened to overwhelm him. With a swift motion, he raised his wand, covering the fallen white cloth back over the arras mirror. The wall reopened. Snape swiftly retreated into the shadows, yet his movements were too hurried. leaving a corner of his black cloak exposed. Alas, Aces was in a wretched state today, otherwise. He might have witnessed a rare moment of defeat from the Master of Potions. Once more, Aces wandered aimlessly through Hogwarts. He was not yet ready to return to his dormitory. His mind was too chaotic, and he needed a place to gather his thoughts. Traversing through darkened rooms and flickering candlelit corridors, Aces roamed the castle like a specter, lost and bewildered, uncertain of his path. Just as Snape could no longer contain his urge to send him back to his dorm, Aces halted. Snape lifted his gaze to find the observatory. Unbeknownst to him, Aces had let himself there. It seemed an ideal place for contemplation, sufficiently tranquil. His tumultuous mind struggled to discern the present situation. Aces ascended to the observatory with heavy steps. Snape, perplexed by his intentions, could only follow with a furrowed brow. Yet, Aces did nothing. Upon arrival, he stood at the window's edge, staring blankly into the distance. The earlier vision lingered in his mind, beautiful and dreamlike, refusing to dissipate. The cool night breeze brushed against him, and clad lightly, he stood at the wind's mercy, soon jolted back to reality by the biting chill. He began to sift through his thoughts. Piece by piece, he sought to clarify his mind. The wind enveloped him, carrying the fresh scent of the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest. Aces lingered in the observatory for what felt like an eternity, long enough for the stars to fade and the full moon to conceal itself, without grasping when it had all begun. Was it the moment he turned to protect him? Or when he bowed his head to tend to his wounds? Or perhaps, the instant he furrowed his brow, yet chose to trust him? He did not know. Nor did he wish to know. All he desired to understand was how to embrace the profound silence that rivaled the darkness of the Black Lake. How to hold on to his own despair. His mind swirled with countless thoughts, ultimately coalescing into a singular resolve, at any cost. A glimmer of pain and determination flashed in Aces' eyes. The plan must change. Even if it meant shattering into pieces, he would not allow him to walk alone toward death. The pale, gentle moonlight cascaded over him, wrapping him in a soothing embrace, akin to comfort, akin to encouragement. From behind, a soft glow emanated from his silhouette, solitary yet resolute. The moonlight was tender, yearning to entwine with the darkness. Snape lingered around the corner, silently observing Aces at the edge of the terrace. Aces stood for as long as he hesitated. He was uncertain of his course of action. Ultimately, Snape chose not to disturb him, deciding to turn away. He thought that Aces needed solitude, and this was one of the few things he could offer him. The dark figure silently melded into the shadows, like a droplet of water merging with a lake, leaving no trace behind. Only those who kept watch could catch a glimpse of its presence. Yet the one bathed in moonlight remained lost in his thoughts, utterly oblivious. How tragic, how lamentable, that fate plays such cruel tricks. The person illuminated by the moonlight was unaware of the gaze that emerged from the darkness, while the one shrouded in shadows had no inkling that someone in the moonlight wished to embrace him. Two souls, separated by the night, with black robes and moonlight intertwining yet never converging, infinitely close yet never meeting. Chapter 196, A Quarrel in the Headmaster's Office. Aces had never lacked the drive to act. That evening, upon determining his objective, he immediately set about revising his plan. Previously, he had no intention of becoming deeply involved in Dumbledore's schemes, merely intending to save him at a critical moment. Thus, he had remained an outsider. But now, that was no longer an option. When Snape's life was at stake, he could not stand by idly. He had to wade into the tumult, step by step. The next day, he confined himself to his room, filling a stack of parchment with his writings, the floor littered with discarded sheets, a chaotic scattering of ink and erasures. Yet among the numerous parchments, they were all marked with corrections and bold crosses. Aces lowered his head in despondency, realizing he had once again reached a dead end, reminiscent of his earlier attempts to create a Horcrux. Unlike Dumbledore, Snape's endeavors were fraught with peril, where a single misstep could cost him his life. Thus, he had to proceed with utmost caution, ensuring that nothing was left to chance. However, after revising and rewriting so many times, he discovered a harsh truth. His understanding of Snape was woefully inadequate. He knew nothing of his past, his thoughts, and even the reasons behind his role as a spy remained shrouded in ambiguity. At his cluttered desk, the man cast his gaze down upon the parchment, the quill tapping rhythmically against it. Realizing the inadequacy of his knowledge about Snape, Aces' plan became strikingly simple. Much like the parchment before him, it contained no convoluted schemes, only a straightforward directive: eliminate the Horcruxes, kill Voldemort. But was it truly that simple? He recalled the diary that wreaked havoc upon Hogwarts in the prophecy and compared it to the present Hogwarts, similarly afflicted by Horcruxes. He also thought of Grindelwald, who had attempted countless times before ultimately succumbing to despair. Suddenly, doubt crept into Aces' heart. He gripped the quill tighter, and with a crack, it snapped in two. Ugh! Ausace expressionlessly discarded the broken quill. His own reflections had already provided him with the answer, yet he was unwilling to accept it. Grasping a new quill, Ausace pondered for a moment before pinning a letter to Grindelwald, who resided far away in Nurmengard. He needed Grindelwald's insights regarding the prophecy. Previously, he had been indifferent to his secrecy, but now the stakes were higher. He wanted Snape to survive. Ausace watched the owl soar into the distance, his gaze deep and perilous. Should Gellert continue to withhold information, he would not hesitate to ensure Dumbledore paid a price. As long as Snape remained alive, he had never guaranteed Dumbledore's unscathed safety. Recognizing that he could not act immediately, Ausace forcibly redirected his thoughts back to the classroom. Before meeting Grindelwald, there was still one matter to attend to. His initial purpose for coming to Hogwarts was to facilitate Dumbledore's protection, but now his identity within Hogwarts had become a constraint. He needed to break free from this limitation. After finishing his morning classes, Ausace entrusted several letters prepared during class to Nina for delivery. Now, all that remained was to await replies. During the waiting period, Ausace returned to the dungeon. Madame Medusa regarded him with a puzzled look. "What brings you here?" "The headmaster hasn't summoned you." "I'm here to see him," Ausace replied succinctly. Madame Medusa hesitated, her tail twisting nervously. "I don't recommend you visit the headmaster." Ausace frowned at her words. "Why?" "Never mind, just go in." Ausace scrutinized Madame Medusa, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. She averted her gaze, her thoughts evidently drifting back to the night he had returned, witnessing Snape's unmistakably altered demeanor. Time rewound to that fateful night. Upon returning to the dungeon, Snape had sat in silence on the sofa, staring blankly at the Boggett's chest. He could not fathom why Ausace Boggett would take the form of him, nor why it was not rooted in fear of him, but rather in fear of his death. And he had lost control to such an extent. Time gradually slipped away in Snape's reverie, and after fruitless contemplation, another thought crossed his mind. He had long since disregarded life and death, but what of Asher? He had been so visibly unsettled at the mere thought of witnessing his demise. What if, one day, it truly came to pass? Snape impatiently closed his eyes, his mind swirling with disjointed thoughts. What if the one in peril were Asher? Unable to bear the notion, his eyes suddenly flew open, his deep-set pupils flashing with a hint of concern. No, he could not allow him to become embroiled any further. Snape abruptly rose to his feet, striding purposefully toward the headmaster's office. His black robes billowed as he navigated the corridors of Hogwarts. Upon reaching the office door, Snape darkly uttered, "Lemon Snowball." The guardian beast reluctantly opened the door, its eyes blinking awake. The interior of the headmaster's office was shrouded in darkness, and Snape swiftly waved his wand to illuminate all the lights. Albus Dumbledore, roused from his slumber by the sudden brightness, grumbled as he pulled himself up. "Who is it? Does no one understand that the elderly require ample sleep? I shall see who it is." "Ah, Severus, it's you." Dumbledore stood at the top of the stairs, observing the somber figure of Snape. "Severus, what troubles you?" The old man's penetrating gaze scrutinized Snape without reservation. With a stoic expression, Snape replied, "I have matters to discuss with you." Dumbledore tightened his purple night robe, his demeanor growing cautious. "Is it truly necessary to speak of such matters at this late hour? I must inform you, while I can comprehend your prolonged singlehood, I still cannot acquiesce to your—" What in the world was this insufferable old be babbling about? Snape's expression darkened further with each word that escaped Dumbledore's lips, until his gaze, when directed at the headmaster, resembled that of a dagger laced with poison. Dumbledore, seemingly oblivious to Snape's ire, continued his rambling. "Severus, I must say, your prolonged solitude is indeed a concern. If you desire, I could ask Pomfrey to assist you." "Enough," Snape finally erupted, unable to endure the old man's nonsensical prattle any longer. "Has your mind been clogged by those saccharine confections? Or has our esteemed headmaster taken on a side hustle, attempting to orchestrate the marriages of others?" Dumbledore blinked, considering the idea of a side venture. "It does sound rather appealing, doesn't it?" Snape scoffed, incredulous that their headmaster would genuinely entertain such notions. "It appears that once Hogwarts closes, you have your retirement plans all laid out." Dumbledore descended the stairs slowly, shaking his head at Snape's words. "I already have my post-retirement pursuits planned, so that particular endeavor may not be feasible." "Oh, how was I unaware that our headmaster had mapped out his twilight years? What? Do you find arranging others' lives insufficiently thrilling and wish to arrange your own marriage instead?" Snape delivered his derision without mercy, targeting the elderly man with scornful jibes.